Chapter 1. The Exiled Master. Kakakada. A pair of nimble hands danced across the keyboard and mouse, their rhythmic tapping resembling a lively melody. The screen was awash with dazzling lights as the opponent fell, blood splattering in the air. Hee. Yichio chuckled softly, raising his hand to remove the cigarette but perched at the corner of his mouth. The silver ash had formed a long trail, yet it remained undisturbed as he maneuvered the mouse and typed away. The discarded cigarette was swiftly extinguished in an oddly shaped ashtray on the desk, and Yichio's hands returned to the keyboard, ready to say something to his opponent when the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Without looking back, as if he had been anticipating this moment, Yichio simply asked, "You're here?" "Indeed," Su Muching replied, equally succinct. "Then let us depart." Yichio declined another challenge from his opponent, gently removing a card from the gaming device dedicated to the game Glory. As he stood and approached the door, he casually grabbed his coat from a nearby rack. Though the hour was late, the jazz club remained brightly lit. Yichio and Su Muching exited the room and walked to the end of the corridor. There stood a spacious conference room, and upon entering, one could see an electronic display screen nearly covering an entire wall, showcasing the rankings and statistics of the Glory Professional League. Ranking: Jazz Team, overall position 19th, second to last. For a once legendary team that had achieved 3 consecutive championships, this result was glaringly painful, now displayed prominently on the wall, as if mocking everyone mercilessly. However, the atmosphere in the room was anything but somber. Rather, it was quite lively. The members of Ja's team were gathered around a single individual, treating Yichio's entrance as if he were invisible, their gazes filled with indifference and derision. "Yichio, the club has decided that the newly transferred Sun Xiang will take over your position as captain, and from now on, he will also control the character One Leaf Autumn," the club manager stated bluntly upon noticing Yichio's arrival. There was no prior communication, no gentle phrasing, just a cold proclamation, as if discarding a used piece of tissue. Su Muching opened her mouth to speak, but Yichio gently held her back, smiling as he shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry to take your place right away." Sun Xiang, seated in the captain's exclusive position, which rightfully belonged to Yichio, casually remarked without even glancing at him. This was no mere disregard, it was a blatant dismissal. His attention was more focused on Su Muching, who had entered alongside Yichio. In all fairness, Su Muching was indeed more captivating. She was hailed as the #1 beauty of the Glory Professional League. Even outside the realm of gaming, she would stand out in a sea of stunning faces in the entertainment industry. Even the teammates of Ja's team, who saw Su Muching daily, were momentarily taken aback by her presence. However, they quickly regained their composure, as they felt there was a more significant focal point worthy of their attention. "Haha, what Brother Xiang said is right, this position suits you perfectly," the others chimed in eagerly. "Indeed, some people have grown old and outdated. One Leaf Autumn should indeed be controlled by Brother Xiang, to truly unleash the power of the fighting god." This was the focus of their attention. Sun Xiang, a new generation of genius player in the Glory Professional League. He had secured the Rookie of the Year title upon entering the league last year, with personal statistics rivaling that of the MVP of the same year. This season, he led the mediocre Yueyan team to an impressive 8th place in the league standings, hopeful for the playoffs, before transferring to the struggling Jazz club. All because, despite its dismal performance, Jazz possessed the renowned account of the fighting god, One Leaf Autumn. This young man, who had yet to spend 2 years in the league, was already being addressed as brother by the Jazz players, clearly indicating their belief that Sun Xiang would be the future leader of their team. That he graciously accepted their flattery, finally deigning to cast a glance at Yichio, his eyes filled with disdain. "Why, Yichio, hand over the account card for One Leaf Autumn to Sun Xiang," the club manager instructed. Despite his usual nonchalance, Yichio felt a pang of pain in his heart. "Why, Yichio, One Leaf Autumn?" The connection was evident, as this account was created when he first entered the world of glory. For 10 years, this account had accompanied him, transforming from a novice into a revered master, the once humble battle mage now known as the fighting god. However, 7 years ago, upon entering the professional realm and signing a contract with the club, ownership of One Leaf Autumn had been transferred to the club. Yichio had always known that the day of separation would come, and that day had finally arrived. His fingers trembled slightly. For a professional master, steady hands were essential, yet now, trembling occurred in Yichio, a veteran with unyielding mental fortitude. Su Muching turned her head away, unwilling to witness this moment, Yet feeling utterly powerless in the gaze of the onlookers, the silver account card of One Leaf Autumn was handed to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. He had willingly transferred to the once glorious Jia's club, now diminished, solely for the opportunity to wield the top-tier account of One Leaf Autumn. With Yichio's recent poor performance and ongoing conflicts with the club, Sun Xiang was fully confident in his ability to replace him. It's in my grasp. As he caught the account card, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, only to be met with a slight resistance from the card. Sun Xiang sensed Yichio's reluctance and smirked arrogantly, saying, "Let go, brother Yi. Look at your hands, they're trembling. How can such hands unleash the power of the fighting god? Let me take over. I will ensure the name of the fighting god resonates throughout the entire realm of glory. You. Time to retire." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Xiang noticed a fleeting sharpness in Yichio's previously indifferent eyes. He was astonished to see that Yichio's hands, which had been trembling, suddenly stabilized. "Do you enjoy this game?" Yichio suddenly asked, locking eyes with Sun Xiang. "What?" Sun Xiang was taken aback. "That if you do, treat all this as honor rather than mere display." "What are you talking about? What does this have to do with you?" Sun Xiang, momentarily flustered, felt as though he had diminished in stature before Yichio. He did not wish to appear weaker. He was here to usurp Yichio's position, to claim the title of the fighting god, One Leaf Autumn. Keep it safe. Just as Sun Xiang attempted to regain his composure, Yichio had already released the account card, uttering those words softly as he turned to leave. "Yichio." At that moment, the manager abruptly called out to him. Yichio paused, slightly turning his head, as he heard the manager continue from behind him. "Currently, the club does not have an appropriate competition account for you, so you will serve as a sparring partner for now." A sparring partner, a master who had once created a dynasty and claimed every personal honor, now reduced to such a role. Sun Xiang found this arrangement amusing and immediately chimed in with laughter. "With your level, brother Yi, being a sparring partner will be no issue at all. You are undoubtedly the #1 sparring partner in the Glory Professional League." Heh. Despite the insult, Yichio managed to smile as he turned to face the manager. "No need for a sparring partner. Let's terminate the contract." "Terminate? Are you voluntarily requesting a contract termination?" The manager's expression was intriguingly ambiguous. "Indeed, I request to terminate." "Don't act impulsively." Su Muching rushed forward to intervene. The league had its regulations during the contract period. Unless under special circumstances, any party wishing to terminate must pay a penalty. Yichio still had a year and a half left on his contract with Jiasha, and insisting on termination would incur substantial losses. However, what frightened Su Muching more was the prospect of Yichio's departure. "The boss isn't here, yet let's wait for him to arrive." Su Muching hoped Yichio would regain his composure. Yet Yichio had already caught the hint of mockery at the corner of the manager's mouth. He shook his head with a wry smile at Su Muching. "Muching, don't you understand? For me to leave is precisely the boss' intention. My presence has become devoid of value to the club and merely a burden of salary." "That's impossible. How could you be a burden? Your strength is unmatched," Su Muching insisted. "This isn't merely a matter of strength, it's business, and I have never held any commercial value," Yichio replied. "You should have had it. You chose to give it up," the manager interjected coldly at that moment. "Indeed, that was my choice," Yichio affirmed. The Glory Professional League was thriving, with sponsors emerging in abundance. Star players in the league were naturally in demand for advertisements and endorsements. Yet Yichio, as one of the top players, had consistently refused any commercial engagements, even shunning interviews and press conferences, much like an ancient netizen carefully concealing his true identity in the virtual realm. The club was deeply dissatisfied with this. They watched a gold mine slip through their fingers, unable to extract any benefits from him. It was only because Yichio's exceptional skills had brought the club fame and honor that they had tolerated him for so long. But with the current poor performance, everything had changed. The commercialization of the league has allowed us to survive, but now Yichio could not continue. He was uncertain whether this development was good or bad. The league was now saturated with commercialism, with club owners primarily focused on exploiting their teams for profit. Yichio reminisced about the past, when the league was still in its infancy, driven by a love for the game and a relentless pursuit of honor. Now, the quest for honor seemed merely a means to seek greater profits. Su Muching fell silent, having walked alongside Yichio and witnessed all of this as a seasoned player. Her eyes brimmed with tears, knowing that Yichio truly intended to leave. Stopping him would only cause him more pain. "Since that's the case, No need." Yichio interrupted Su Muching with a smile, aware of what she was about to say. "Don't worry, Am not in despair, yet I will return. Indeed, you are the Yi Qiu I know, truly ambitious. Now let us discuss the matter of the penalty fee. Frankly, you have worked diligently at Jiasha for many years. We won't be unreasonable. Since you wish to leave, why don't we sit down and negotiate the termination? Just tell me your terms, Yi Qiu inquired. Straightforward, the condition is simple. You must announce your retirement, the manager stated. Retirement? Is that your only condition? Su Muqing was infuriated. Yi Qiu was 25 years old, considered old in the realm of esports. While retiring at this age was not unusual, Yi Qiu had just expressed his desire to continue. The manager's immediate negotiation condition of retirement was clearly targeted at him. Retired players naturally could not participate in professional competitions. Although there is a possibility for a comeback after retirement, the Glory Professional League stipulates that a retired player must remain inactive for a year before returning. To prevent players from switching teams with ease, that Yi Qiu was already in the twilight of his professional career. Every day was precious, yet now he was being asked to waste a year. After that year, even if he were to return, his age and lack of recent high-level competition to maintain his form would raise doubts about whether any team would be willing to accept him. Furthermore, Yi Qiu had a critical flaw. He refused to engage in commercial activities. This appeared to be an utterly unacceptable condition for negotiation, yet Yi Qiu simply nodded. I agree. Are you insane? Su Muqing gasped in disbelief. After so many years of fatigue, what harm is there in taking a year off? Yi Qiu chuckled. What are you thinking? Su Muqing was utterly confused. Nothing. Yi Qiu turned away as the manager promptly handed over several documents. Yi Qiu took a look, chuckling softly. They were indeed prepared. With that thought, Yi Qiu swiftly signed his name. He was about to leave. Yi Qiu cast one last glance at the place he had called home for 7 years, not uttering any polite farewell, silently turning to depart. They'll see you off. Su Muqing was the only one to follow closely behind him. Chapter 2. C-Zone number 47. Why are you being so obstinate? Allowing him to retire is for his own good. What else can he do? Exactly. It's wise of him not to cling to the club for a comfortable retirement. As Yi Qiu and Su Muqing departed, the remaining individuals in the conference room seemed to awaken from a trance, resuming their hushed discussions. Sun Xiang's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He remained silent, instead leaning closer to the manager. I don't understand how he could accept these conditions. He had no choice, the manager replied. Why? Sun Xiang pressed. Because he cannot afford the breach of contract penalty, the manager explained. That can't be true, Sun Xiang exclaimed, astonished. Yi Qiu has been a professional player in the league for 7 years, and he is at the pinnacle of his career. Even if he shunned commercial activities, his salary alone should not render him incapable of paying the penalty for terminating a year and a half of his contract. You did not live through that era. You have no idea, the manager said. In the early days of the league, professional players were not as glamorous as they are now. Most struggled to make ends meet, with the majority holding part-time jobs. Those who were eliminated during that time faced dire consequences, having devoted their youth to gaming without acquiring any practical skills, leading to a life of hardship afterward. Yi Qiu was a prodigy of that era, rising through sheer talent to where he is today. But he has many friends from those times. Are you suggesting that much of his wealth goes to support those friends? Sun Xiang's eyes widened. Indeed, the manager confirmed. If he is in need of money, why does he refuse commercial opportunities? Sun Xiang inquired. Nobody knows the reason, the manager replied. Do you have any guesses? Sun Xiang pressed. Perhaps it relates to his family, the manager speculated. Oh, no one knows anything about his family. He never speaks of them. It's quite peculiar. Which is why I harbor such suspicions, the manager elaborated. This man has so many stories to tell. Sun Xiang mused, clutching the account card Yi Qiu had given him. A relic from before the professional league's inception, known as One Leaf Autumn, one of the oldest accounts in the Honor universe. Enough about him. The boss cannot be here today, but has entrusted me with this bottle of his cherished aged wine to welcome you, the manager said. Haha, thank you. With me on board, Jiasha will surely rise again. As Yi Qiu left, Su Muqing stood at the club's entrance, watching him disappear from sight. He frequently turned back to wave at her, and tears streamed down her face. There were few words exchanged. Yi Qiu only uttered 8. Rest for a year, then return. Su Muqing said nothing, merely nodding solemnly. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She now possessed the courage to shoulder many responsibilities alone. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, heralding a bitterly cold winter. Is it snowing? As Yi Qiu exited the club, he found himself uncertain of his next step. After so many years, his life was about to change suddenly. leaving him feeling a bit disoriented. He wished to walk aimlessly until he found clarity. However, the heavens denied him this opportunity as the snow intensified. The swirling flakes quickly dampened his shoulders, and ice formed in his hair. Seeking shelter became imperative. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted an internet CAF nearby, still ablaze with light in the late hour. He hurried toward it. Inside, the CAF was warm. Yichio shook off the snowflakes as he entered and approached the front desk to log onto a machine, C-Zone number 47. The young lady at the counter announced the machine's location and handed back the ID, only to look up and find he had already vanished. The girl appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such occurrences, quietly stowing the ID, knowing the absent player would return. Upon locating C-Zone number 47, Yichio paused, noticing a woman seated there, engrossed in a duel within the game, her long ponytail swaying vigorously with her intense movements. Gazing at her profile, he glimpsed her character, a gunner, and for a moment, he was struck with a sense of déjà vu, almost mistaking her for Su Mucheng. Yet he soon realized this was not the case. Su Mucheng always maintained a calm demeanor, even in fierce competition, her smile unwavering. Yichio sometimes found it disconcerting when he witnessed her elegantly obliterating opponents with a single shot, offering polite apologies afterward. The woman before him, however, was equally beautiful and gentle in appearance. Yet her fierce determination as she pounded the keyboard and mouse made her demeanor appear almost deceptive. The intensity of her focus was formidable, but alas, Yichio quickly discerned that she was on the verge of defeat. Just as he anticipated, a fleeting mistake led to her opponent capitalizing on her error, swiftly draining her health to 0. "Damn it," the woman exclaimed, slamming her hand on the keyboard, abruptly closing the game. As Yichio hesitated about whether to take the spot, the woman turned and caught sight of him, her irritation palpable. "Are you going to play?" Yichio nodded. "Take this spot," she declared, rising to leave. Yichio shook his head at her lack of composure for a seasoned player, finally settling into the seat. Chen Guo was feeling frustrated, immensely so. After a staggering 52 matches in the Honor Arena, she had yet to secure a single victory, and she could hardly believe the reality of it. Her account was no slouch. She felt confident in her abilities, having played Honor for 5 years. Yet, her recent opponent, with an account that paled in comparison to hers, had bested her in every match. A formidable opponent indeed, Chen Guo concluded. "Boss, you didn't T-log out of the game? Why is someone else playing?" She pondered, only to be interrupted by an acquaintance from the CF. Leaning towards the machine she had vacated. Oh no! Panic surged through her as she sprinted back. The popularity of Honor had transformed its login system into a standard accessory for computers, especially in Internet CAFs. Players typically inserted their account card only during login and would safely stow it away afterward. A lost card could be reported, rendering account theft nearly obsolete. However, in such public spaces, it was common for careless players to forget to log out or mistakenly think they had, leading to opportunistic newcomers snatching up their gear. Chen Guo, overwhelmed by her recent losses, had inadvertently returned to the desktop instead of logging out. Rushing back, she found her account being manipulated by someone else, seemingly not to collect gear, but rather relishing a match in the arena. Before she could shout, the screen flashed 2 large characters. Honor. Chapter 3. Full-time night shift did I win? Chen Guo was momentarily stunned. The word glory flashed before her eyes, an iconic symbol of victory in the arena, equivalent to a KO. But how long had she stepped away? 40 seconds? 50 seconds? She glanced at her watch. It was definitely less than a minute. Yet, her opponent, whom she had just lost to 52 times, had been defeated by this person in under a minute. Chen Guo even forgot to rush back to reclaim her account, hoping instead that this player would engage in another match for her to observe closely. However, she soon witnessed them skillfully exiting the game. Stretching lazily, they seemed disinterested in the computer, casually looking around. Upon turning, their eyes met Chen Guo's wide gaze, and they quickly explained, "You didn't T-exit the game. I sat down, and the battle began. I helped you win, don't worry." "How long did it take?" Chen Guo asked. "Just over 40 seconds, Yichio replied. Chen Guo's mouth fell open, yet the other person added, with a hint of regret, "My hands were frozen. Otherwise, 30 seconds would have sufficed." 30 seconds. 30 seconds to defeat an opponent she couldn't best in 52 matches. Who on earth could this person be? Could they be a professional from the Jiashi team? Chen Guo suddenly recalled that the Jiashi club was not far from her internet CAF. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. She would recognize someone from the Jiashi team, unless this individual was the elusive expert, Yichio. Yichio. The mere thought of this name filled Chun Guo with excitement. However, she realized that this modest expert would likely not acknowledge her if she approached, leading her to hesitate. Then, a thought struck her, and she dashed back to the front desk. What name was registered for the customer at machine C47? Chun Guo inquired of the receptionist. Yi Xiao, the receptionist replied. Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao? Indeed. Chun Guo was thrilled. It seemed to affirm her suspicion that this person was Yi Xiao. If they had registered under the name Yi Xiao, she would find that hard to believe. Ha ha ha. Chun Guo's grin was mischievous. She was ready to gather everything she could to seek this person's autograph. An autograph from Yi Xiao? Who could boast such a treasure? No one. Just as she was pondering this, the receptionist casually added, he even forgot his ID. An ID? Chun Guo paused, realizing her excitement had clouded her judgment. Registration at Internet CAFS required real name verification, necessitating an ID. Who could register under a false name? May I see it? Chun Guo asked, taking the ID from the receptionist. Indeed, it bore the name Yi Xiao, prompting a wave of disappointment and a strong impulse to change the Xiao to Qiao. Upon discovering that this person was not the understated expert she had long admired, her curiosity about their skills diminished significantly. Chun Guo reluctantly returned to machine C47, handing Yi Xiao his ID. You forgot to take your ID. Oh, thank you, Yi Xiao responded promptly. Are you the owner of this Internet CAF? Yes, I am the owner, she replied. Oh, the owner? That's great. I just saw on your CAF's website that you're hiring a network manager, Yi Xiao remarked. Yes, Chun Guo replied, taken aback by his sudden inquiry. She had been contemplating how to challenge him to a match, and this provided a perfect excuse. I've looked into it, and believe I meet all the requirements. I have no issues with the work or the pay. What do you think? Consider it, boss, Yi Xiao stated. Oh, but you'll have to win a glory duel against me first, Chun Guo countered. What? Is that a requirement? Yi Xiao turned to look. Don't bother looking. I just added that, Chun Guo said. Yi Xiao was taken aback, but soon understood that his professional demeanor in the previous match had piqued the curiosity of this beautiful CAF owner. Unfortunately, he chuckled wryly and shook his head. I can't win against you. Why not? Chun Guo asked, surprised. Because I don't have an account that can win against you, Yi Xiao replied. An account? What level are you? What equipment do you have? Chun Guo inquired. No level, no equipment, Yi Xiao stated. That can't be true. Chun Guo was skeptical. To defeat an opponent I couldn't best in over 50 matches in just over 40 seconds. How could someone like that only have a new account? I gave my old account away, Yi Xiao explained. Oh, I see. How generous of you, Chun Guo mused. This person's strength suggested their original account must have been formidable. A powerful account was indeed valuable. To give it away so casually was quite extravagant. Yes, too generous. Yi Xiao smiled wryly. The account he relinquished was the legendary one Autumn Leaf, and to describe that act merely as generous felt too modest. Are you planning to play in a new district? Chun Guo asked. A new district? Yi Xiao paused, glancing at the date, and suddenly realized. Tomorrow marked the 10th anniversary of Glory's operation. Since the second anniversary, a new district had opened at midnight on each anniversary. The sale of the 10th edition account cards had begun 3 months prior. Longtime players discontent with the old district and newcomers eager to enter Glory had already prepared their new district accounts, eagerly awaiting this date. Now that one Autumn Leaf had changed hands, and his professional career in Glory had reached a conclusion, the annual opening of a new district stirred Yi Xiao's memories, bringing forth a flood of sentiments from the past decade. A new district? Yi Xiao murmured. I remember that transfers are allowed before the new district opens, right? He suddenly asked Chun Guo. Only for level 1 empty accounts, Chun Guo replied. Then I'll give it a try, Yi Xiao said, pulling an account card from his pocket and swiftly accessing the Glory transfer application page. Chun Guo gazed at the account card in astonishment. Could that be a first edition card? It is a first edition card, Yi Xiao smiled. Glory's account cards were released annually, and the first edition card was nearly 10 years old. Chun Guo looked at Yi Xiao in shock. How long have you been playing Glory? The card is old, but the player is not necessarily so. The card has nearly 10 years, but I have been playing for almost 10 years, Yi Xiao affirmed, confirming his identity as the embodiment of the card. Having played for 5 years, Chun Guo considered herself quite seasoned, yet this individual had been playing for twice as long. 10 years, he belonged to the first wave of Glory players. To have played continuously until now and still have the enthusiasm to explore a new district spoke volumes about his spirit. In the meantime, the page displayed a successful transfer. It's done, Yi Xiao drew back the account card, holding it in his hand, and instantly recalled the myriad memories tied to this first edition card. You mentioned you wanted to be a network manager? Chungwa suddenly revisited the topic. Yes, Yichio responded, snapping back to reality. Which shift were you looking at? Chungwa asked. The night shift, Yichio replied. Oh, you're willing? Chungwa was surprised. The night shift required working from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily and paid 300 more than the others, but very few applied. After all, many were reluctant to flip their day and night schedules. Thus, Chungwa CAF currently operated on a rotation system. If someone genuinely applied for the full-time night shift, everyone would be relieved. I'm fine with it. I prefer working at night, Yichio stated. Chungwa scrutinized the man before her. His hair and beard seemed unkempt for at least half a month, his face slightly puffy. Though fair-skinned, it bore a sickly pallor, and his eyes were fixed on her. Lacking vitality. She had seen this look many times before. Frequent all-night patrons often appeared this way. This man, despite being older, seemed just as disheveled. She felt disdain. Disdain aside, she welcomed anyone willing to take on the full-time night shift, especially since she was curious about this person's decade-long skills. She decided on the spot. All right, you're hired. Thank you, boss, he replied. You've seen the conditions. It will be as stated, Chungwa confirmed. No problem. Then, follow me. Chungwa was decisive in her actions. Having hired Yichio, she immediately began to assign him tasks as an employee. She instructed him to move a pile of new keyboards that had just arrived and had yet to be organized to the storage room on the second floor. Chungwa's internet CAF, named Xingxi Network Club, was considered to be a relatively upscale establishment, spanning 2 floors with over 1,000 machines. The second floor, although slightly smaller, was noticeably more luxurious, situated in a high-end area. Moreover, it housed a hidden suite consisting of 2 rooms and a living room, with the storage room located within this suite. As Yichio busied himself moving the keyboards, he took the opportunity to survey the suite. The job advertisement had promised accommodation and meals. Having just left the club without a clear plan for his next step, such provisions felt like a welcome arrangement for him, thus piquing his interest in the position of network administrator. At present, it seemed that this suite would serve as his living space. Though the DCOR was simple, it was clean and tidy, which Yichio found quite satisfactory as he completed the placement of the last few keyboards. All right, this will be your living quarters, Chungwa declared, pointing to a low bed squeezed into the storage room as Yichio finished his task. Huh. Yichio was taken aback. He had envisioned a residence that matched the bright, tidy suite outside, or at least a living room with a comfortable sofa. Here, he looked around the small storage room, where a solitary window on the west wall faced the streetlight outside. When the light in the storage room was turned off, the small window was instantly cloaked in dimness, creating an almost eerie atmosphere. This is a bit lacking. You'll have to make do for now. Actually, my internet CAF doesn't really need more staff. I have just the right number. The recruitment you saw was posted quite some time ago, Chungwa explained. Oh, I see. No problem. This is quite fine. Yichio responded, his nonchalant attitude leaving Chungwa feeling somewhat guilty, as the cramped storage room hardly seemed suitable for habitation. When there's nothing to do, you can play on the computers downstairs. It's no charge for you, since you're one of us, Chungwa added. You are quite generous, boss. Yichio remarked. Well, with over 1,000 computers, what's the loss of one? Chungwa replied. How's the customer flow usually? Yichio inquired. It's not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Of course, the night shift typically has fewer people. Most of our clientele are university students from nearby who come to study overnight. You won't have much to do. Just keep an eye on things, Chungwa explained. I understand. How about this? To acclimate to my new role, I'll stay up all night tonight. I can assess your capabilities as well, Chungwa suggested. No problem. I am fully capable of that, Yichio affirmed, giving Chungwa 2 thumbs up, indicating that staying up all night was indeed his forte. All right then, let us go downstairs. I'll treat you to a late-night snack, Chungwa said. Oh, what should I get? Yichio asked. At this hour, there's a small restaurant across the street that should still be open. Go take a look and pick up a few dishes. Just don't bring back any celery, Chungwa instructed, handing Yichio 200 yuan from her pocket. It's snowing, Yichio noted. It's just across the street. How much snow can there be? Hurry up, Chungwa insisted. Yichio, feeling somewhat resigned, set out to buy supper. Although he had just started this new job and was already being assigned tasks, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed. This woman, so effortlessly engaging with others, made him feel at ease and welcomed. At that moment, Yichio realized he hadn't even asked the name of his new boss. As for the public updates, they would occur twice daily, around noon and 8 in the evening. due to the temporary absence of the automatic updating assistant. The timing could not be precisely maintained. Additionally, the first week of the new book might lack significant highlights. So the readers in the comments section would have to endure a bit of solitude for now. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Expert Sister Chun. Are you all having a late-night snack again? Chen Guo called the employees of the Internet CAF to join in the feast. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the CAF, instantly provoking a chorus of lament from the patrons. At a time when dinner had long been digested, the sudden scent of food was not merely a delight, but a tantalizing temptation. Queue up for instant noodles, and don't create chaos. Chen Guo called out. While Sister Chun indulged in a lavish meal, the rest had to settle for instant noodles. Unable to resist the temptation, the crowd could only satisfy their cravings with the CAF's instant noodles, casting envious glances at the sumptuous spread enjoyed by others. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Stop trying to send my people over, Chen Guo remarked. Next time you go, could you give me a heads up and bring some back? Someone suggested. With so many people in the CAF, do you think that is feasible? If you truly want to eat but are too lazy to buy, just call over. They 1T refused to deliver, Chen Guo replied. Does Sister Chen have a phone? Can I borrow it? Another person chimed in. What do I need a phone for? I have someone I can send. Why bother someone else? Chen Guo retorted. This time, not only the patrons, but also the CAF staff were left in tears. Yi Xiu seized the opportunity and casually asked, Is your surname Chen? Yes, Chen Guo. I've seen your ID. You are in T older than me. I don't mind being called sister, and you 1T lose out, Chen Guo replied. Whatever, Yi Xiu chuckled awkwardly. Today's fish fragrant shredded pork is really spicy. Xiaochu, you've eaten it all. Chen Guo had barely touched her meal. After taking a bite of the dish, she gasped, tossed her chopsticks aside, and went for water. Upon returning with her cup, she kicked Yi Xiu's stool, urging, Have you finished? Hurry up. What is the rush? Yi Xiu asked. It's almost time, Chen Guo replied, glancing at her watch. It was 11:53 p.m., leaving only 7 minutes until the opening of Glory's 10th district. Are you going too? Yi Xiu was somewhat surprised. He had previously played on Chen Guo's account, Jiyan Xia, which had been created 5 years ago. While it couldn't compare to the top accounts of professional players, it was quite respectable among regular players, making it hard to simply let go. Just to watch the excitement, Chen Guo said. The opening of a new district indeed brought a lively atmosphere. What would have been an ordinary day was transformed into a bustling night at the Xinhui Internet CAF. It resembled a private gathering of new players, all eagerly poised at the login screen, their cursors hovering over the still grayed-out 10th district, ready to pounce. Entering a new district meant competing for level rankings, first kills in dungeons, and completing quests, among countless other activities. The thrill of exploration was exhilarating. Chen Guo was also somewhat moved by this atmosphere. But when she glanced back, she found Yi Xiu leisurely picking at his food, seemingly indifferent to the excitement. His lack of enthusiasm for the impending adventure was quite unbecoming of a seasoned explorer. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Chen Guo seemed more anxious than the situation warranted. What is the hurry? Yi Xiu remained calm, not pretending. Undeniably, the success of Glory's promotional campaign had made players exceptionally keen on competition within the game. Such achievements were grounded in genuine skill, not easily obtained through wealth or luck. However, for someone like Yi Xiu, who had already tasted every glory the game offered, these pursuits appeared somewhat mundane. Yet, seeing Chen Guo's intense determination, Yi Xiu decided to give her face and reluctantly set aside his meal, finally moving to a computer. It seems like I'm the one forcing him to play. What kind of person is this? Chen Guo muttered behind him, her irritation barely contained. The other staff members exchanged amused glances, noticing how the new manager had managed to make their boss, Chen Guo, lose her temper so easily, a feat not easily accomplished. Chen Guo settled at the computer beside Yi Xiu and logged into her account, Jiyan Xia. The traffic in the other 9 districts hadn't diminished significantly due to the launch of the 10th district. Indeed, the older districts remained vibrant. Building up a Glory account was no easy task, and Chen Guo had devoted 5 years to making her stand out among casual players, unwilling to abandon it lightly. Moreover, in the end, everyone would converge towards the shared map, the realm of the gods. This realm was not merely a map, it was an entirely different world, vast enough to rival the combined ordinary worlds of 5 major districts. It housed more challenging dungeons, powerful equipment, precious materials, and a freer atmosphere. The skilled would always converge in the realm of the gods, the ultimate battleground for players. As the countdown to midnight approached, Patrons in the CF began to count down involuntarily, their voices growing louder. When the final 0 erupted, the login window for the 10th district flickered to life, shedding its grayness. The movements of the CAF patrons were synchronized as they collectively inserted their account cards into the login device and clicked on the 10th district. Chen Guo turned to Yishio, nearly choking in disbelief. While everyone rushed to enter the game, he was leisurely browsing a web page, apparently perusing a guide on beginner quests. Seriously? You don't even know this? You need to consult a guide? If it weren't for that genuine first edition card, I wouldn't believe you've been gaming for 10 years, Chen Guo exclaimed. I haven't touched this beginner stuff in years. How would I remember? Yishio replied unfazed. Haven't you ever guided newcomers or offered tips? Chen Guo inquired. Not in this regard, not at all, Yishio confessed. You lack a sense of civic duty, Chen Guo scoffed. I simply lack the time, Yishio clarified. Those who lack time wouldn't play games. Gamers are merely passing time, Chen Guo retorted. I'm just busy playing games, Yishio stated earnestly. And what about your job? Chen Guo asked. Playing games, Yishio replied. Oh, so you're a professional player? Chen Guo remarked. Yishio smiled, more like a high-tier one. High-tier? A professional player? Chen Guo was taken aback. Yishio nodded proudly. You've retired, haven't you? Chen Guo said. How did you know? Well, at your age, Chen Guo replied. Yishio chuckled ruefully. I suppose that explains why I dispatched that guy in under 40 seconds. Turns out he was a professional, albeit a washed-up one. Washed up? I know of many renowned professionals. But you, Yishio? I've never heard of you. How can you not be washed up? Chen Guo questioned. Haha, so it's like that, Yishio laughed. Don't pretend. You're not retired. You were just unable to secure a position and got eliminated, right? Chen Guo posited. Yishio fell silent, realizing that her words struck a nerve. I'm sorry, Chen Guo quickly apologized, recognizing her insensitivity. It's fine, Yishio sighed. Don't be discouraged. 25 isn't too old. Train hard and make a comeback, Chen Guo encouraged. That's the plan, Yishio smiled. When that day comes, I'll have a favor to ask of you, Chen Guo stated. What kind of favor? A signature, she replied. Why wait until that day? I can sign for you now. How vain. Who wants your signature? I was hoping you could help me get my idol's signature, Chen Guo clarified. Oh, who? Su Mucheng, and possibly Yichio. That one might be tricky since he enjoys being mysterious, Chen Guo said. Is that so? Yichio laughed, tears streaming down his face. But Yichio is right here chatting with you, sister. Yes, but he almost never shows his face, she responded. Although you are merely an amateur in this domain, you ought to possess some knowledge, don't you? Chen Guo remarked. Of course I know. Allow me to share a secret. I am, in fact, Yichio, Yishio replied. Is that so? I, too, have a secret to divulge. I am actually Su Mucheng, Chen Guo stated. I genuinely am Yichio, Yishio cried. I truly am Su Mucheng, Chen Guo asserted. Enough of this jesting. Go ahead and consult your strategy guide. With a wave of her hand, Chen Guo dismissed her frustration over Yishio's nonchalance. After all, he was a figure who had navigated the professional circuit. Even if he had been eliminated, why should she concern herself with his affairs? Yet, as her gaze returned to her own screen, Chen Guo couldn't help but add, if you have any uncertainties regarding your novice tasks, feel free to ask me. I wish to study the tasks that solely reward attribute points and skill points. Other tasks offer little more than experience and equipment, so it would be far more efficient to delve into dungeons, Yishio mused. Precisely. Now you are thinking like a seasoned player. However, there is no need for you to conduct your own research. Simply turn to the last page of that guide you were perusing. Oh, Yishio, upon reaching the final page, was suddenly beset by a wave of embarrassment. After all, the content regarding novice tasks had remained largely unchanged for a decade. It was something players had thoroughly comprehended. The mindset of focusing solely on valuable tasks was one that any experienced player would adopt. Surely someone must have compiled such a guide. Before him lay precisely the resource he required. Yishio promptly resolved to follow the guide and claim the tasks, tears streaming down his face in an instant. I am a man revered as the textbook of glory. How is it that I now find myself undertaking novice tasks using a beginner's strategy guide? What a poignant predicament. Today, he had removed the links in his favorites and replaced them with the king's avatar, experiencing an overwhelming sense of melancholy in that fleeting moment. Ah, life. It undeniably requires the act of clicking favorite and recommend. Chapter 5. Skill combinations. The process of acquiring quests has proven to be quite tumultuous, especially in newly opened servers where the influx of players is overwhelming. Historically, during the launch of the second district, the sheer number of players flooded the novice village. resulting in online players being unable to move while those offline were unable to log in. Consequently, in response to this chaos, subsequent server launches have seen the addition of multiple novice villages to alleviate crowding, preventing the tragic scenes of the 2nd district from occurring. This time, the preparations for the 10th district were thorough, with each novice village accommodating the throngs of players eager to connect. Though the number of players was considerable, it was far from unmanageable. However, the situation at the NPC for quest acquisition presented a different scenario altogether. Everyone sought this one NPC, resulting in a chaotic mass of players. In the world of glory, physical overlap or phasing through others is impossible, leading to a situation where players formed concentric circles around the NPC, with those inside unable to exit and those outside unable to enter. Many players hopped and jumped, attempting to vault over the heads of others. Yet, these fledgling characters, being at level 0, lacked the necessary jumping prowess, reminding one of the delightful imagery found in charming poetry. Even the most skilled players found themselves at a loss in such a predicament. Nearby, Qinghua was thoroughly amused, her expression one of knowing anticipation. She cast a glance at Yishio's character, making a mental note of his name, Junimo Xiao. Amidst the cacophony of players shouting for attention, the situation gradually improved. The solution? Create an exit for those who had completed their quests to leave, thereby allowing the flow to continue. Yishio expertly maneuvered Junimo Xiao through the quests, completing each one in turn. The novice village primarily serves to help players acclimate to the game environment and mechanics, with quests designed to educate. Yishio, however, did not need to provide direct guidance. After enduring the typical challenges of overcrowding, waiting in line, and competing for resources, he finally completed the initial wave of quests. Throughout this process, Chunguo observed and offered commentary, ultimately taking 2 full hours to finish these exceedingly simple tasks. Yishio could not help but muse. What does it mean to be a master? In the sea of players, a master is but a fleeting cloud. At last, he reached level 7. After submitting his final quest, he leveled up once more and turned to Chunguo, only to find her slumped against the back of her chair. Asleep, her head still oriented toward her screen. And she claimed to be testing her endurance? Yishio scoffed, shedding his outer garment and tossing it onto Chunguo before resuming his journey of exploration. Opening his character panel, he noted that after this series of quests, Junimo Xiao had accumulated 340 skill points. In glory, learning and enhancing skills requires skill points, with different skills demanding varying amounts, ranging from 10 to 50. A fully leveled character at level 70, upon completing standard quests, can amass 4,000 skill points. However, this is not the cap. The upper limit is 5,000. The remaining 1,000 points necessitate a degree of fortune and skill to obtain. Over the 10 years of Glory's existence, no account has yet achieved 5,000 skill points. Not even the top-tier account known as One Leaf Fall, famed as the God of Battle, which has only reached 4,840 points, 160 points shy of the maximum. This 160 points, while not insignificant, could be entirely spent on skills requiring 50 skill points, allowing for the acquisition of 3 additional ultimate skills or enhancing 1 ultimate skill to 3 tiers. For a top-tier player, this represents a substantial advantage. Thus, during the novice quests, experience and equipment rewards can be disregarded, but skill points are indispensable. Additionally, there are rewards in the form of attribute points. Glory characters possess 4 fundamental attributes: strength, intelligence, stamina, and spirit. Strength influences physical attack, defense, and carrying capacity. Intelligence affects magical attack, defense, and mana. Stamina naturally impacts health and durability. Spirit enhances the effectiveness of certain status skills and resistance to abnormal states. These 4 attributes grow naturally with character level, with different growth rates assigned post-class change at level 20. As for task-related attribute rewards, they are uniform. Rewards for strength yield strength, and rewards for intelligence yield intelligence. A strength-based class can focus solely on strength-related tasks while still being welcomed to complete those offering intelligence rewards. In other words, barring the growth adjustments post-class change, a fully leveled account completing all tasks would have identical values across the 4 core attributes, without any discrepancies. Hence, all necessary tasks must be completed before relying on equipment to enhance desired attributes. At this moment, with attributes not warranting further attention, Yishio glanced at the panel and promptly directed Junimo Xiao to invest skill points in learning skills. In Glory, class changes occur at level 20, with characters remaining classless or universal prior to that. capable of learning skills from all classes as long as they possess sufficient skill points. This system allows players to explore various paths before selecting a career that piques their interest by level 20, after which the skill point allocation is reset for learning skills anew. However, post-class change, players are restricted to skills pertinent to their chosen profession. Yishio could not recall the specifics of the novice quests or the mechanics of the novice dungeons, but he certainly remembered the novice skills. The balance of skills in Glory is exceptional, with even the most basic skills serving a purpose. Each player can curate a unique skill set according to personal preference. Given that skill points are finite, it is virtually impossible to max out all skills with the standard 4,000 points at level cap, and even the maximum of 5,000 points would not suffice. Thus, players must make discerning choices. In terms of skill selection, an expert like Yishio had his own methodology. Although his character, One Leaf Fall, was merely a battle mage, he was regarded as a textbook example of mastery, undoubtedly a master of all professions. Without hesitation, he approached the Universal Skills Trainer to learn 2 level 5 universal skills, Sprint and Roll. Universal skills are accessible to all classes. The skills Yishio selected were inexpensive, each costing 10 skill points, providing him with 2 additional movement options. Sprint increases running speed without cooldown, but consumes stamina. Once stamina is depleted, the character reverts to normal running speed. Stamina regenerates more slowly while walking and more quickly when stationary. As for Roll, it facilitates rolling movements in various directions, forward, backward, left, right, diagonally, or in conjunction with regular or sprinting movements, without cooldown, though it also consumes stamina. Subsequently, Yishio confidently learned the necessary class skills, fully aware of which skills would be most beneficial at this stage. The first was Sky Strike, a battle mage skill. This launching attack is found across all classes, characterized by its ability to send targets airborne. The higher the skill level, the greater the height and damage inflicted, making it a fundamental and frequently utilized skill. As Yishio was fundamentally a battle mage, he chose the Battle Mage's Sky Strike as his launching skill. Next, he acquired Dragon Tooth, another battle mage skill, which delivers a piercing attack that can render enemies momentarily immobile. Naturally, Yishio learned this as well due to his primary class. Following this, he learned the Gunner's Floating Bullet, the Mechanic's Mechanical Tracker, the Magic Swordsman's Earthquake Wave Sword, the Judo's Suplex, the Ninja's Shuriken, the Swordsman's Block, the Elementalist's Electroluminescent Ring, and the Saint's Healing Spell. These low-tier skills required minimal skill points, all below 20. With Jun Mo Xiao at level 7, the potential for skill enhancement was limited, leaving him with a generous surplus of 340 skill points. Yishio chose not to pursue additional skills, deeming the ones already acquired sufficient to navigate all current challenges. However, this skill set, crafted by top-tier experts, would certainly elicit laughter from the average player upon their first encounter. Upon thorough investigation, I discovered that the public version also possesses an automatic update assistant. Very well, let me give it a try. Is it 12 o'clock? If so, I shall lift my bowl and cast my vote. Chapter 6. The Thousand Machine Umbrella. What is absurd about Jun Mo Xiao's choice of skills? Firstly, the low-level phase passes swiftly. During this stage, meticulous skill pairing is entirely unnecessary. Many players simply remain blank, opting to be carried to level 20 for their job advancement. Secondly, although levels below 20 allow players to experience all professions, from the moment one enters the game, the average player usually harbors a general inclination, whether towards the mage, swordsman, or gunner classes. However, what about Yishio's skill combination? It transcends all classes. Indeed, while players can learn skills without restrictions below level 20, their usage is limited by their weapons. For instance, the gunner's floating bullet cannot be utilized if one wields a swordsman's blade. Thus, a skill allocation like Jun Mo Xiao's necessitates carrying the weapons of all classes, which is cumbersome. Why should one seek such trouble in the early stages of the game? Unless one is a solitary player, what does that entail? A player without a profession is deemed solitary, but that was a relic of the level 50 era. With the increase in level caps and the introduction of class awakening quests, the solitary playstyle has long since vanished. Contemporary players witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's skill set would hardly think of a solitary player. They would simply find it amusing. Yet, Yishio appears oblivious to this fact. Jun Mo Xiao currently possesses but a basic copper sword, and upon passing by the general store after learning his skills, Yishio shockingly instructed him to sell even this sole weapon. He then proceeded directly to the storage box in the warehouse, where surprisingly, he discovered a piece of equipment. An account capable of transferring regions should be empty. The term empty implies that experience, currency, inventory, storage box, and even the mailbox must all be devoid of contents. However, Jun Mo Zhao's account, freshly transitioned to Area 10, astonishingly contained a piece of equipment. No one knew how this was possible, yet it appeared to be well within Yi Xiu's expectations. He anticipated finding this equipment here. However, upon the discovery, there was no trace of joy in his expression, only a profound sorrow. His right hand, which maneuvered the mouse, trembled with an unusual intensity. The last time this occurred was during the loss of one autumn leaf. Now, it was at the moment of acquiring this equipment. The mouse hovered over the item. 1000 machine umbrella, level 5, weight 2. 3 kilograms, attack speed 5, physical attack 180, magic attack 180. It was devoid of any additional attributes, resembling a blank weapon. Yet, the text color of the 1000 machine umbrella was not white, but silver. In the realm of glory, equipment tier is discerned by text color, categorized as orange, purple, blue, green, or white. White gear lacks additional attributes. Green gear is typically transitional gear awarded through quests. Blue gear drops from dungeon bosses, and some quests also yield it, making it the most prevalent equipment. Purple and orange gear, on the other hand, are considered high-end, requiring either luck or wealth. There must be something outstanding to acquire them. The silver text of the 1000 machine umbrella, however, does not belong to any of these 5 categories. If Chun Guo were awake and witnessed this, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Silver indicates a unique category of self-crafted equipment. Self-crafted gear is a hallmark of glory, created not through life skills in the game, but through an equipment editor, representing high-end content. A widely circulated adage in glory states, self-crafted equipment may not be the strongest, but the strongest equipment is certainly self-crafted. Self-crafted gear possesses the potential to surpass even epic-level orange tier equipment. In the Professional Alliance, every club has dedicated teams researching self-crafted gear, investing funds into their development. The renowned weapon of the battle god, One Autumn Leaf, wields a self-crafted silver weapon, Spear of Evil. It is a weapon of great repute and glory, unique and unparalleled. The nature of self-crafted weapons dictates their uniqueness. Each piece is distinct and irreplicable. However, it could either be an exceptional masterpiece that transcends epics or a singular piece of trash. What of the 1000 machine umbrella? Is it trash or a treasure? If Chun Guo were awake and understood the weapon's attributes, she would instantly be able to discern its worth. Indeed, the 1000 machine umbrella is a true gem, akin to the Spear of Evil, surpassing its orange counterparts of the same level. With 180 in both physical and magical attacks, it is comparable to a level 10 orange weapon, arguably the highest attack among its peers. Yet, the most potent weapons often come with heft and low attack speed. The 1000 machine umbrella boasts a modest weight and an attack speed of 5. Even compared to level 10 orange weapons, it would triumph effortlessly. Nonetheless, its shortcomings are evident. The 1000 machine umbrella possesses only base attributes, lacking any additional enhancements. Furthermore, being level 5, it is a fleeting level, quickly rendered obsolete. Yet, Yi Xiu paid little heed to these drawbacks, for he recognized that this 1000 machine umbrella was indeed a stroke of genius. After countless experiments and failures, achieving the creation of this level 5 umbrella was a monumental success. The hallmark of self-crafted weapons lies in their potential for continuous enhancement once the method and blueprint are mastered. Thus, self-crafted gear is never outdated. As the equipment editor allows for ongoing upgrades, Yi Xiu gently retrieved the 1000 machine umbrella and placed it into Jun Mo Zhao's hands. "Let us commence," he murmured, subsequently directing Jun Mo Zhao towards the novice village dungeon, the Green Forest, which appeared to respond to his words. The Green Forest is a 5-person dungeon, requiring level 5 for entry, with any achievements above level 10 rendered ineffective, meaning participation in various leaderboards is prohibited, as novice players are randomly distributed. Although many players invite friends to explore together, they often struggle to gather simultaneously. Outside the dungeon, most parties consist of random groups. As Yi Xiu maneuvered Jun Mo Zhao into the area, he promptly received numerous invitations. He did not scrutinize them closely, selecting a group that only needed one more member to join. "We are all set." Upon entering the team, Yi Xiu noticed the leader, named Yuzhong Mian, exclaiming within the group, "How shall we allocate the hidden boss if it appears?" Yi Xiu inquired. "Ah, quite ambitious, aren't we?" From Yuzhong Mian's casual musings, it was clear that he was not a true novice. At the very least, he had not asked what a hidden boss was. Hidden bosses are only encountered under the team mode in dungeons, with the system providing a prompt upon entry. Generally, hidden bosses are stronger than the final boss of the dungeon and drop items or equipment that ordinary bosses cannot yield. A player of Yishio's exceptional caliber could easily solo this small dungeon. However, he sought to team up specifically to confront the hidden boss, as he required the materials it drops, materials essential for further enhancing the 1000 machine umbrella. Yishio understood that, compared to leveling up Jun Imo Xiao, elevating the 1000 machine umbrella would be the more formidable challenge, and thus he resolved to pursue both endeavors concurrently. In a low-level dungeon like Green Forest, even the finest equipment would quickly become obsolete, rendering it of little value. Aside from experience points, the most enticing aspect here lies in the materials dropped by hidden bosses, which never lose their relevance. Even in older regions, higher-level players often bring newcomers to Green Forest to hunt hidden bosses for these materials. Yu Zhongmian evidently recognized this, promptly announcing a distribution plan for the hidden boss drops. Those items are all worth money. Let us roll the dice when it appears. Fine. It can only be this way, Yishio thought. Should something valuable drop, would it be kept for oneself? This is merely a random team. There is no basis for such a claim. All right, everyone ready? Let's enter the dungeon. Yu Zhongmian typed, receiving affirmations from the group before they proceeded into the dungeon. Previously, Yishio had been speaking with Chen Guo, seated beside him, and hence had not donned his headset. Now, he put it on. And as soon as they entered the dungeon, a voice boomed. Damn, what luck. Just as I say a hidden boss appears. Students who find themselves puzzled by the beginning need not feel anxious. It is essential to understand that Butterfly's book has never contained bugs, only pitfalls. Those who perceive bugs have merely stumbled into a pit. While in the pit, it is crucial to remain vigilant. Otherwise, when the pit is eventually filled, you may find yourself buried alive. Therefore, it is imperative to cast your votes punctually each day, for this is the surefire way to maintain awareness. Chapter 7. The Dark Knight Cat Demon Glory boasts a remarkably immersive voice support system, operating on a single channel, current. The proximity between characters directly influences the volume of their voices, as the system employs a sophisticated algorithm for sound propagation. The game lacks background music, offering instead an array of authentic sound effects that evoke the sensation of being present in the environment. As soon as players don their headsets, they are transported into the heart of the action. The boisterous voice of Yishio likely belonged to Yu Zhongmian, who had already noted the system's notification regarding the appearance of the hidden boss, the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After Yishio sent a light-hearted message, he heard Yu Zhongmian's voice inquire, "Why are you typing? Speak up. Someone's trying to sleep." After sending a response, Yishio retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, deftly shaking it out and lighting it with a tilt of his head. "Oh," Yu Zhongmian acknowledged, then continued, "What about the others?" Following the responses of the other three, Yu Zhongmian expressed his disappointment. No pretty girls. Amidst the laughter, the team set forth. The Forest of Green was designed to help novice players further acclimate to the game, with its challenges being relatively minor. Furthermore, it was evident that Yu Zhongmian was no beginner. He commanded the group with confidence, ensuring a smooth progression. Yishio allowed Jun Imo Xiao to utilize 2 healing spells from the cleric class at the outset, after which Yu Zhongmian immediately designated him as a cleric, relegating him to a purely supportive role. In truth, such a rigid strategy was unnecessary in this lower-level dungeon, but Yu Zhongmian had evidently grown accustomed to this tactical approach, directing the team accordingly. He positioned himself as the main tank to draw aggro, while the other 3 dealt damage, with Jun Imo Xiao appointed as the logistical overseer. In the midst of the clamor of battle and the shouts of teammates, the 5-member team advanced with purpose. Yishio, skilled and agile in his movements, received lavish praise from the captain. However, his mind wandered. When had he last ventured into a dungeon with friends? How long had it been since he felt this way? As he watched the small monsters fall one by one, nostalgia washed over him, bringing to mind countless memories, including adventures in the Forest of Jersen from a decade past. He recalled a friend who had accompanied him since the inception of Glory, a companion with whom he had spent sleepless nights discussing the game's innovations and future. He had seen everything clearly, planned meticulously, yet an unforeseen update had shattered his dreams and hopes, leaving only the unfinished 1000 machine umbrella. You were meant to be the most talented and accomplished player in Glory. His fingers brushed lightly over the keyboard, and with a deft flick of the mouse, Jun Imo Xiao executed a healing spell that landed squarely on Yu Zhongmian. While Yu Zhongmian praised the timely assistance, Yishio's thoughts remained distant from the game. Alright, next up is the Dark Knight Cat Demon, Yu Zhongyan announced after dispatching the final small monster. Upon hearing the name of the hidden boss, Yishio's mind snapped back to focus. The hidden boss might not necessarily appear only after clearing the dungeon. According to the system's guidance, it could be encountered midway through. This time, indeed, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was set to make its appearance. The Dark Knight Cat Demon possessed an attack that could potentially inflict a curse status. But it's just a curse, nothing to fear. However, this creature is quick. It may take me a moment to hold its aggro. Everyone, hang in there, stay calm and collected. Yu Zhongyan strategized. The team nodded in agreement, and Yishio offered no objections, recognizing the validity of Yu Zhongyan's assessment. Currently, there has been no system announcement. Comrades, we may very well become the first team in District 10 to slay the hidden boss. Yu Zhongyan's voice brimmed with excitement as he rallied the group. Onward. With a command from Yu Zhongyan, the five continued forward. The already dim forest of green grew even darker as clouds obscured the sun above, and the sound of their footsteps echoed clearly through the woods. Silence enveloped them as they remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. Yangguan, stop staring at the sky. The Dark Knight Cat Demon won't drop down from above, Yu Zhongyan interjected suddenly. Glory is a first-person perspective game, and the screen reflects a realistic human viewpoint. Due to the game's meticulous details, when players look upwards, their characters must tilt their heads. Yu Zhongyan, noticing Yangguan's upward gaze, couldn't help but critique. Amidst the laughter, Yishio suddenly heard a rapid rustling at the edge of the woods. This sound wasn't footsteps, it was the sound of a body brushing against branches. It's here, Yishio thought, realizing that typing might take too long, and he called out hastily, cigarette still clenched between his teeth. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, and Jun Mo Xiao turned to align himself with the direction of the incoming Dark Knight Cat Demon. The others recognized Jun Mo Xiao's silent, yet crucial alert. Everyone back? Yu Zhongyan shouted, yet he advanced instead of retreating, intending to become the primary target for the Dark Knight Cat Demon's attack. The other three stepped back, aligning themselves with Jun Mo Xiao, maintaining a safe distance from Yu Zhongyan. With bated breath, they all fixed their gaze ahead. Yet the rustling sound of the Dark Knight Cat Demon seemed to abruptly cease. What? Yangguan began to utter, but before he could finish, a shadow darted from the forest, accompanied by a piercing feline screech, and the first strike was indeed aimed directly at Yu Zhongyan. Come at me. Yu Zhongyan showed no fear, swinging his sword in response. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, small and agile, demanded precision from the players. Yishio had already assessed the skill levels of the four players, estimating that it might take Yu Zhongyan some time to secure the aggro. He even pondered that he might inadvertently draw aggro while healing. However, that didn't concern him. He could handle a Dark Knight Cat Demon alone. In an unexpected twist of fate, Yu Zhongyan's luck shone brightly. He timed his attack impeccably, striking the airborne Dark Knight Cat Demon and deftly rolling aside to evade its oncoming pounce, saving Jun Mo Xiao's prepared healing spell in the process. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, having missed its attack, reacted swiftly, clawing at Yu Zhongyan with fierce intent. He parried with his sword, the clash ringing out as Yu Zhongyan slid back a half-step, immediately countering with an upward thrust. Bravo! Yishio praised internally. Yu Zhongyan's timing for the defensive maneuver was impeccable, and his follow-up attack was executed with such fluidity that it revealed his exceptional skill. Had he misjudged Yu Zhongyan's capabilities? Following his upward strike, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was sent into the air. Yu Zhongyan followed up with a series of rapid stabs, culminating in a devastating blow that cleaved the Dark Knight Cat Demon in a dazzling arc of dark purple light. The series of attacks drew cheers from the team. Yet, Yu Zhongyan remained vigilant, following up with 2 more strikes before shouting, "Go for the kill." The 3 damage dealers were already primed, immediately unleashing their skills upon the creature. Yu Zhongyan no longer dodged and weaved around the Dark Knight Cat Demon, but instead relied on Jun Mo Xiao's healing to maintain control over its position. The situation was well managed, with the Dark Knight Cat Demon's cries of distress echoing through the forest, fueling the group's excitement. The 3 true novices had also begun to grasp the value of a hidden boss, eagerly anticipating the thrill of defeating the Dark Knight Cat Demon. However, amidst the fervor, Yishio felt an unsettling notion stir within him. Red health. Keep the healing coming. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's health swiftly plummeted below 1/10, a state commonly referred to by players as red health. Many bosses exhibit unique behaviors when in this state. Although the Forest of Green was merely a novice dungeon, and its bosses lacked such special abilities, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was a different story. As a hidden boss, it was expected to possess such traits befitting its title. However, the transformation of the Night Cat Demon is rather straightforward. It becomes frenzied, enhancing its attack speed and damage to a certain extent. Consequently, the pressure on healing during this period intensifies. Yishio speculated that given Yu Zhoumian's level, it would be prudent not to endure stubbornly at this moment, but rather to focus on evasion. After all, completing this 10th of the challenge was not excessively difficult. To his surprise, this individual continued to stubbornly confront the Night Cat Demon, and his counterattacks appeared somewhat lackluster. Was he out of mana? Yishio glanced at the team's status panel and discerned that this was evidently not the issue. Thus, Yu Zhoumian's sudden decline in performance somewhat validated Yishio's earlier concerns. Just as he was preparing to offer a word of caution, he heard Yu Zhoumian exclaim loudly, "I've drawn aggro." After shouting for several days, it turned out that some were unaware of what he was referring to. The current shout was not for monthly votes, but for recommendation votes, available simply by logging into the Qidian account. Everyone, please cast your votes swiftly. Chapter 8. The fish dies, and the net breaks suddenly. The Dark Knight Cat Demon soared into the air, abandoning its relentless assault on Moonlight Sleep, and clawed at another team member, Yang Guang. My apologies. Yang Guang, a newcomer, was unable to evade such a swift strike, hastily offering an apology. This was all due to Moonlight Sleep's incessant teaching to the three new players, instilling in them the belief that the output errors were always the fault of the DPS, never the tank. Stop, do not attack. Moonlight Sleep urgently halted Yang Guang's plan to retaliate, rushing forward to reclaim aggro. To his dismay, the Dark Knight Cat Demon, after clawing Yang Guang a few times, leapt towards yet another team member. Come on, a chain of OT. Are you all toying with me? Moonlight Sleep roared in frustration as the attacked team member, a cloth-wearing mage, found himself in dire straits. The enraged Dark Knight Cat Demon was merciless in its assault, and his health plummeted rapidly. Yishio reacted swiftly, commanding Jun Mo Xiao to heal him immediately, but some situations could not be resolved merely through skill. A cloth-wearing mage, facing the wrath of a hidden boss, could only endure for a few seconds, even with healing assistance. The answer soon became apparent: 7 seconds. Jun Mo Xiao's healing spell was not yet off cooldown, while the Dark Knight Cat Demon continued its relentless assault. Moonlight Sleep dashed in to rescue the situation, but he could not regain aggro in time, and the mage fell. In the game, once a player died during a dungeon run, they exited the instance without the option to respawn, meaning that with one casualty, the original 5-member team became a mere 4. Come on, line up for OT, just finish me off. Moonlight Sleep was in utter despair. After the mage's death, the aggro did not return to him, but instead sharply targeted a third person. This third individual was also a cloth-wearing mage, and this time Yishio chose not to have Jun Mo Xiao heal him. He redirected the healing to Yang Guang instead. Healing a mage could only withstand the Dark Knight Cat Demon for 7 seconds, but during that time, Yang Guang was on the verge of perishing. The enraged Dark Knight Cat Demon not only increased its attack speed and damage, but also inflicted a bleeding status effect. Yang Guang unfortunately became a victim of the Cat Demon's assault, and Yishio kept a close watch on his declining health. At this juncture, healing the mage would only be effective for 7 seconds, but within that time, Yang Guang was sure to fall, and after 7 seconds, the mage would follow suit, unless Moonlight Sleep could reclaim aggro within that time frame. Yishio seemed to lose faith in Moonlight Sleep and directly abandoned the mage's healing in favor of Yang Guang. This decisive action infuriated Moonlight Sleep, who angrily shouted, "What are you doing healing him?" Yishio remained silent, and as the mage fell without support, the Dark Knight Cat Demon pounced on Yang Guang without hesitation. Yang Guang, trembling with fear, asked, "Should I attack? What are you talking about? Stop messing around." Moonlight Sleep, filled with frustration, charged after the Cat Demon to reclaim aggro. 13 seconds. Yishio calculated the time. Yang Guang seemed to be cursed, as just as his bleeding status had ceased, the Dark Knight Cat Demon struck again, inflicting yet another bleeding condition. Such status effects were probabilistic, yet Yang Guang seemed to be under a 100 probability aura. Cursed, bleeding. He bore every affliction the Dark Knight Cat Demon could bestow upon him, with death the only outcome. 13 seconds was the time Yishio could sustain him. During that time, Moonlight Sleep needed to regain aggro for any hope of salvation. But what of Moonlight Sleep? The once sharp and decisive player now fumbled, his strikes missing their mark, and amidst the curses and rants, Yang Guang finally succumbed. At last, the Dark Knight Cat Demon turned its attention to Moonlight Sleep. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Zhao's aggro remained minimal due to Yi Xiu's exceptional skill, with no unnecessary actions taken. Brother, hold on. Do you have any mana left? Moonlight Sleep encouraged Yi Xiu as he faced the demon. You should be the one to hold on. Yi Xiu replied succinctly. Rest assured, if we cooperate well, we will prevail. Moonlight Sleep shouted with bravado, only to fumble again, swinging his sword into empty air, receiving a sharp claw to the face from the cat demon. Add. Moonlight Sleep yelled frantically. There was no response. The normally quick and precise Jun Mo Zhao failed to cast a healing spell upon him. I cannot heal. It will lead to OT, came the message from Jun Mo Zhao. You. Moonlight Sleep turned abruptly, noticing Jun Mo Zhao calmly standing beneath a large tree, observing him with a cold gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over Moonlight Sleep. This Jun Mo Zhao was no novice. Though there was still time before OT. How could he misjudge the situation? There's no way we will OT, just heal. Moonlight Sleep shouted desperately. Yet, no response came. The Dark Knight Cat Demon struck again, and in a moment of reflex, Moonlight Sleep parried the attack with his sword, executing a deft upward thrust, reminiscent of his initial assault. His hands suddenly steadied. But this time, his consecutive strikes were not as fluid, for the Cat Demon was in a frenzied state. Its accelerated movements and attacks left Moonlight Sleep struggling to keep up. After the upward thrust, his follow-up stab missed entirely, and he was bitten by the demon. Quick heal, Moonlight Sleep urged. Although he could withstand more than the cloth-wearing mage or Yang Guang, he was not invincible. Heal what? All I see is you bleeding, came the retort. You. Moonlight Sleep was taken aback. What a pity. If you could solo a hidden boss, you could have changed the loot distribution to Leader S distribution beforehand. That way, even if the team members were displeased and left, the hidden boss would be yours. Unfortunately, your skills are insufficient, meaning you must rely on your teammates to defeat the boss. Thus, you deliberately managed aggro, letting the Dark Knight Cat Demon OT and eliminate your team, leaving you with a weakened boss to handle alone. Naturally, the loot would securely fall into your hands. As for whether the dungeon could be cleared, that was far less significant compared to the hidden boss. Jun Mo Zhao's two statements made Moonlight Sleep break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that this individual, who had only spoken a single sentence throughout their journey, could see through his entire plan. Indeed, Yang Guang and the other two were intended sacrifices in his scheme to control aggro, allowing the Dark Knight Cat Demon to eliminate them. His original plan relied on the healer's continuous support to maintain aggro, but he had not foreseen that Jun Mo Zhao would abandon the mage's healing. Had this individual seen through his intentions from the very start? Did he perceive that there was no way to save the others, thus deliberately controlling aggro to ensure his own survival while allowing himself to perish beneath the claws of the Dark Knight Cat Demon? Brother. Moonlight Sleep realized this person was no fool and quickly began to persuade him. At this point, let us not dwell on this. After all, we do not know those three. If we join forces to take down the Cat Demon, we each have a 50% chance of acquiring the loot. Isn't that favorable? 50%? I prefer 100%. Moonlight Sleep gritted his teeth. Alright, materials typically do not drop singularly. You can select what you need first, and I will forfeit. We can then roll for the remaining items, and I will yield all equipment to you. Without healing support, Moonlight Sleep knew he could not endure much longer and had to concede. This is hard to believe. Then what do you want? Moonlight Sleep hastily spoke, his health rapidly depleting under the Cat Demon's relentless assault. The enraged beast was beyond his capability to handle, and he was forced to juggle negotiations with Yi Xiu, leaving him in a precarious situation. He had secretly etched the name Jun Mo Zhao into his memory, vowing to make this individual pay dearly. Do not concern yourself with my plans. Instead, resign yourself to your fate. Have you lost your mind? If I perish, you too shall not survive. In the end, neither of us will attain our goals. Life has but a quarter remaining. My friend, there is no need to resort to a mutually destructive end. Only 1/5 of life remains. Are you a fool? 1/7. Jun Mo Zhao, do you wish to forfeit your future? Are you aware of the formidable power of our Moonwheel Guild? 1/9. Your demise is imminent. The last shred of hope. You wretched. With a single strike from the Night Cat Demon, tranquility enveloped the world. Jun Mo Zhao remained poised, neither attacking nor retreating, as the Night Cat Demon swiftly charged towards him after dealing with Yu Zhongmian. Yi Xiu smiled subtly, his left hand dancing swiftly across the keyboard, while his right hand maneuvered the mouse. As the Thousand Machine umbrella in Jun Mo Xiao's hand was brandished, the umbrella unexpectedly flared open in an extravagant manner, its canopy and ribs flipping inside out, converging at the tip, transforming the Thousand Machine umbrella into what appeared to be a spear. The converging ribs precisely pierced the Night Cat Demon. Battle Mage Skill, Dragoness Tooth. Chapter 9. Yixio's hands. Chunghua did not typically have the habit of staying up all night. However, today was the opening of a new district, and she merely followed the crowd to observe the excitement. After a while, she quickly felt drowsy and leaned back against her chair, succumbing to a light slumber. Naturally, the quality of such sleep was poor, but Chunghua was reluctant to struggle to wake up. In this half-awake state, she became aware of the sounds of a keyboard mingling with the clicks of a mouse nearby. This noise was familiar to a NetCAF owner, yet it sounded distinctly different at that moment. The rhythm of the sounds varied from hurried to leisurely, soft to forceful. It was almost musical. Chunghua had never encountered anyone who could strike the keyboard and mouse like percussive instruments. Was she dreaming? Suddenly jolted awake, she focused her attention and realized that it was not a dream. The sound emanated from right beside her, from the new net administrator she had just recruited that day. Yixio. Sitting up, she noticed that the coat draped over her had slipped off, and as she caught it, she recognized it as Yixio's. It seemed this individual was rather considerate, she mused. Though she couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since the coat was washed, it had a somewhat stale odor. As she lifted the coat and sat upright, preparing to speak to Yixio, she was momentarily stunned. Before her were hands that could bring one to tears. Yixio's hands. They appeared delicate, with long fingers and distinctly defined knuckles that were not as rough and thick as those of an ordinary man. The fingertips were slender, and the nails were neatly trimmed and polished, a stark contrast to his otherwise scruffy appearance. Chunghua had never been one to pay much attention to others' hands. But after a beautiful girl had come to the CF, she found herself gradually noticing such details. Now, she was utterly astonished by Yixio's hands. They were perfect, producing a sound akin to music. Yet as she observed his left hand dancing over the keyboard, one thought struck her. His speed was abysmally slow. Speed refers to the number of actions performed within a unit of time, typically measured per minute, abbreviated as APM. Glory is not a strategy game. Players control a single unit, yet the skills required are intricate, demanding precise movements. Thus, hand speed is crucial. A player with high speed can execute commands swiftly, and the force and timing of each keystroke directly influence the character's actions in the game, allowing for greater variability in combat. However, the quality of such variability must be discerned. Some players merely aim to make their APM appear impressive, while those who can operate with purpose and achieve high APM are invariably elite professionals. An APM of 200 is widely regarded as a benchmark within the Glory community. Ordinary players reaching APMs exceeding 200 are often merely chaotic. Even professional players sometimes require particular combat conditions to achieve such speeds. At least their opponents cannot be too weak. For regular players, about 70% fall within the 80 to 120 range, 25% struggle to reach even 80, while 5% can exceed 120 and continually strive towards 200, including some who can attain professional level speeds. Chunggua's average APM hovered around 120, but since she could often maintain just over 120, she believed herself to be among that elite 5% of players. Yet, at that moment, Yixio in her eyes clearly fell short of even 80. This realization made her acutely aware that the previously rhythmic sound she had enjoyed had vanished, replaced by the clear, deliberate actions of a slow player. Was she still half asleep? Chunghua shook her head, attempting to recapture that dreamlike sensation, but found it elusive. Now, her attention was solely on the clumsy operation and those enviably beautiful hands. So engrossed was she in observing his hands that she momentarily forgot to look at the screen. It wasn't long before Yixio's hands came to a halt, prompting Chunghua to glance at the monitor, her eyes widening in astonishment. Dark Night Cat Demon? As she uttered those words, the Dark Night Cat Demon had plummeted from the sky, scattering items across the ground. Simultaneously, Chunghua noticed a striking system announcement flashing across the screen. District 10, first kill of Dark Night Cat Demon, Jun Mo Xiao. Damn it, Chunghua exclaimed, slapping Yixio on the shoulder. You've got some skills. Regardless of his clumsiness, he had achieved a first kill, an accomplishment Chunghua had never managed to attain in her time. Yixio, engrossed in assessing what he had just lost, was caught off guard by her slap, nearly swallowing the cigarette but he had been holding. A cascade of silver ash gracefully fell onto the keyboard. Chunghua, who had been peeking at his operation from behind, leaned in closer, and upon witnessing the scene, forgot all about the hidden boss's first kill. She yanked Yishio's headphones off and shouted in his ear, "Who told you to smoke here?" "Huh?" Yishio protested, the cigarette still clamped in his mouth. He was puzzled by Chunguo's reaction. "Didn't you see the no smoking sign?" Chunguo pointed at the wall. Yishio turned to scrutinize the signs on the wall, his expression bemused. "Are you joking? No smoking in an ETCAF? This is a non-smoking area. You need to go to another section," Chunguo directed towards a corner of the CAF. "Then let us go over there," Yishio suggested. "No, I get a headache from the smell," Chunguo replied. "What should we do then?" Yishio feigned a look of great distress. "Will you die from not smoking one cigarette?" Chunguo snapped. "I can't, but it gives me a headache," Yishio replied. You. Chunguo began to realize she was getting to know this Yishio better. While he could casually accept living conditions akin to a storage room, it did not imply he was an easygoing character. "I'll go to the smoking area myself. You can take a break, boss," Yishio said. "Wait. You still haven't explained how you managed that first kill," Chunguo insisted. "Not much to it. Everyone else in the team died, and the boss had low health. So I seized the opportunity," Yishio replied nonchalantly. "Is there such good fortune?" Chunguo's tone betrayed her envy. While she didn't particularly covet the rewards of a low-level hidden boss first kill, merely a bit more experience and money. With no exceptional gear, the record would forever remain on the leaderboard, becoming a legendary presence within the district. This was a feeling many players cherished. For most ordinary players, the chance to be on such a leaderboard typically came during their novice phase. As they progressed to mid and late game, the difficulty of dungeons increased, making first kills, whether of dungeons or hidden bosses, reliant on a stable, cohesive, high-level team. By the time they reached the realm of the gods, even high-level teams had no opportunity. All the records there were held by professional squads within the esports community. This is the first update. The next one will be around 5 o'clock. Currently, the support for votes is quite strong. We made it to the homepage. Thank you, comrades, and I welcome everyone to keep pushing so I can continue to climb. Chapter 10. The Shameless One's curiosity piqued. Chunguo approached to inspect the spoils dropped by the night cat demon. Among the items were 5 cat claws, deemed worthless, a cat hide chest piece which was passable for wearing, 2 night cat claws, 1 night cat paw, and a night cat eye stone. These were indeed commendable, as they were materials from a hidden boss, promising a lucrative sale in the future. Then there was a skill book. What a stroke of luck, Chunguo exclaimed, her surprise palpable. At the same time, Yishio was equally astonished to discover a skill book from such a low-level hidden boss. It spoke volumes of his fortune. What is a skill book? It is not merely for learning skills, but rather for augmenting skill points. The orange lettering indicated its considerable value, especially since after reaching 4,000 skill points, one would need such items to continue progressing. However, this particular item was non-tradable. Its worth could only be realized through personal luck. The skill book that Junimo Xiao just acquired added a modest 5 points. Yet it was still a remarkable stroke of luck coming from a low-tier boss. The moment the skill book was stowed away, it was promptly utilized. Moreover, the night cat eye stone and night cat claws were essential materials for completing the 1,000 machine umbrella, Yishio's spirit sword, and he casually selected an option that inadvertently caused Junimo Xiao to exit the dungeon. "You're not finishing it?" Chunguo inquired, surprised. Although only Junimo Xiao remained in the team, many novice players could solo such a low-level dungeon. Despite witnessing Yishio's somewhat clumsy gameplay, Chunguo did not hastily categorize him as a novice. After all, defeating her in 40 seconds represented an impressive feat. "I need to change machines," Yishio announced as he prepared to log off. Chunguo was scanning the screen when she suddenly raised her hand to halt him. "Wait, what's going on?" Before them, the chat window was inundated with identical messages, all conveying a singular narrative. Junimo Xiao is shameless, deliberately withholding healing from the team to monopolize the hidden boss. Beware. The repetition was relentless, and amidst the uniformity, there were scattered disdainful remarks and curses. Although the system filtered out profanity, the creativity of the players was boundless. Employing homophones to sidestep restrictions, Yishio scrutinized the messages and recognized the name Yuzhong Mian among the many, even spotting former teammates Yang Guan and a mage. It was evident that this individual had emerged first and was now distorting the truth. "What is happening?" Chunguo queried. With a resigned demeanor, Yishio explained the situation. "How shameless. Do they have no shame at all?" Chunguo fumed. "Indeed, it's utterly shameless," Yishio concurred. "Why aren't you angry?" Chunguo asked, puzzled. "I am angry," Yishio replied. "You seem unfazed. I can't tell at all, Chun Guo remarked, perplexed. Noting that Yi Xiu's expression remained unchanged despite the deluge of slander directed at him. Anger doesn't need to be displayed on one's face, Yi Xiu countered. And rather than being upset, he wore a smile. He logged off the game, powered down the computer, and made his way to the smoking area, which remained his current aspiration. What kind of luck do you have? Your first dungeon run is fraught with drama, encountering a hidden boss and obtaining a skill book, only to make enemies along the way. I'll check in tomorrow to see if you're still alive, Chun said as she departed. Take care, Yi Xiu replied. Heading to the smoking area. The atmosphere here was indeed thick with smoke, and despite the powerful ventilation fan working tirelessly, it could do little to purify the air, merely preventing the smoke from encroaching into the non-smoking area. Even the most seasoned smokers have no affection for secondhand smoke, so Yi Xiu quickly lit a cigarette for himself, blending into the sea of smokers. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that this area was significantly more crowded than the non-smoking section. Night owls rarely functioned without the aid of cigarettes. Fortunately, the internet CAF was spacious enough, and after a brief search, Yi Xiu found an available machine and took a seat without much concern. Xing Xin was a relatively upscale internet CAF, with partitions between computers providing a semblance of privacy. Even if there weren't any, at that moment, everyone wore headphones, engrossed in the world of glory, oblivious to external distractions. Yi Xiu reconnected to the game. Adjusting his headphones, Jun Imo Xiao was still outside the green forest. Despite the throngs of players, the headphones ensured he wouldn't be overwhelmed by noise. It was akin to being in a bustling marketplace where conversations could still be heard clearly. As for the incessant messages, they continued to scroll across the screen. Yi Xiu glanced at the information section and noted that the stream of messages concerning Jun Imo Xiao had ceased. Utilizing the search function, he confirmed the character was offline. Yu Zhongmian was an experienced player, adept at such tactics. Players under level 20 could not leave the novice area, and only upon reaching level 20 would features like World Chat and PK become available. During this period, beneath level 20, they could only engage in verbal skirmishes. However, Yu Zhongmian's methods were particularly insidious in this instance. Jun Imo Xiao was recently recognized for achieving a system announcement for a first kill, making him well known. By disparaging him, Yu Zhongmian easily drew attention. Consequently, Jun Imo Xiao found it challenging to form a party, as all his requests were declined. Players might not have believed Yu Zhongmian's words, yet they began to guard against Jun Imo Xiao. Yi Xiu chuckled in resignation. His intention to form a party was purely to hunt for the hidden boss and acquire materials. Yet, with no one willing to team up, he was left with no choice but to expedite his leveling process. In Dungeons Within Glory, fewer players meant more experience. However, for efficiency, more players were generally preferable. But Jun Imo Xiao was different, wielding a level 5 silver weapon, the 1000 Machine Umbrella. Most ordinary players were still equipped with blue or green weapons, which fell several tiers short of the 1000 Machine Umbrella. In Glory, a level 5 weapon represented a significant tier, equating to a blue weapon at level 20 or a green weapon at level 25. This advantage was remarkably formidable in the early stages, as Jun Imo Xiao's weapon output was comparable to 4 or 5 weapons of the same level. Discounting the character's inherent attributes, Jun Imo Xiao alone was equivalent to 3 players, and coupled with Yi Xiu's skills, he could solo dungeons without losing to a 5-man team, likely completing them even faster than a novice party. As Jun Imo Xiao prepared to solo a dungeon, he suddenly encountered someone blocking his path. Yi Xiu recognized it was Yu Zhongmian, this individual possessing a knack for locating him even in a crowd. Hey, Yi Xiu adjusted his headset, attempting to establish a voice connection. Hey you, Yu Zhongmian retorted rudely. As for the next update, it would arrive around 11 p.m., with a 6-hour gap between updates for generating clicks. During the new book period, while the writing quality remained consistent, the arithmetic skills had remarkably improved. Chapter 11. Adding a player. Yi Xiu unexpectedly smiled and inquired, "Is there something wrong?" His tone was so casual and indifferent that Yu Zhongmian found himself momentarily speechless, unable to reconcile this demeanor with the player he had just been fervently discussing. While the masses might be deceived, both he and Jun Imo Xiao were well aware that this was nothing short of blatant slander. How could this individual remain so unfazed? Had he not seen the barrage of messages? Jun Imo Xiao, a shameless rogue, deliberately withheld healing from the entire team to monopolize the hidden boss, leading to our demise. Everyone, be cautious. Yu Zhongmian hastily sent this warning twice, eagerly anticipating Yi Xiu's reaction. Instead, He heard Yishio ask, still spamming? Aren't you going to level up? I'll show you my prowess. Now you realize that our Moonwheel Guild is not to be trifled with, right? Yu Zhongmian had rehearsed this line. But as he spoke, it felt entirely out of context, akin to a knife plunging into cotton, utterly ineffective. Understood. I can't even form a team now, Yishio replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongmian felt a sense of relief and laughed, saying, that LL teach you a lesson. Yet, Yishio continued, are you short on players? Can you add me? Yu Zhongmian was left dumbfounded. Wow, you really are something else. Sure, let us add one more. Now that we know each other well. How about we cooperate? Yishio unexpectedly sent a team request. Indeed, Yu Zhongmian's group comprised 4 players, though not the original team. These 3 were members of the Moonwheel Guild. Forming a guild would only occur after leaving the novice village, indicating they were all veterans who had transferred to the 10th district for exploration, ending up in the same novice village. As Yu Zhongmian aimed to hunt the boss, teaming up with his own members was inconvenient, so he mingled with random parties. However, he encountered Yishio, resulting in a costly misadventure. He quickly summoned his guild members as reinforcements and attempted to persuade his previous teammates to join in, hoping to tarnish Jun Mo Zhao's reputation on the spot. And what was the outcome? At present, it seemed Yishio was entirely unconcerned with any of this. He had no team and simply applied to join theirs. Staring at the team request, Yu Zhongmian felt uncertain whether to accept or decline. Momentarily perplexed, recalling past experiences, he suspected Yishio was not an ordinary player and that there must be some ulterior motive behind his actions. Just as he hesitated, one of his buddies privately messaged, add him. This guy is asking for trouble. Once we enter the dungeon, we can toy with him. After some contemplation, Yu Zhongmian agreed. With 4 of their own, they had no reason to fear a single player. Thus, Yishio joined the 4 and once again entered the Green Forest. This time, luck was not on their side. Upon entry, they did not encounter the Night Cat. Yishio cheerfully asked, do you still need my healing? No need. Let us all attack together, Yu Zhongmian's group declared, charging towards the monsters. It was evident that these 4 were not novices in glory. Their skills were quite seasoned. With this caliber, 2 or 3 players were enough to clear the Green Forest dungeon, and with a full team, their efficiency soared. Yishio refrained from excessive chatter, directing Jun Mo Zhao to wield his 1000-machine umbrella like a spear and charge into the fray. With skills like Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth, he executed attacks with remarkable speed and precision. Beyond skills, characters also possessed ordinary attacks, which varied based on the player's control over direction and force, producing various forms such as thrusts, slashes, and upward strikes. These attacks sometimes resembled skills but yielded different effects. For instance, Sky Strike was a type of upward attack but had significantly more flotation effect and damage than a standard attack. Meanwhile, Dragon Tooth was a rapid thrust that could induce a brief stun, rendering the target unable to act. At this moment, Yishio relied solely on ordinary attacks, which sufficed to dispatch the small monsters of the Green Forest with ease. Occasionally, while retracting his spear, a monster would be pushed into his path. Yishio merely smiled and accepted the challenge, aware that Yu Zhongmian's group was intentionally funneling monsters towards him to create an illusion of him being besieged. Yet, with his capability to solo dungeons, how could he be fazed by such tactics? At most, he encountered 5 small monsters surrounding him, but with a swift Sky Strike, he sent them flying, followed by a horizontal sweep, expertly dispatching the 5 in a row. Yu Zhongmian's 4 teammates deliberately stood by, watching as Jun Mo Zhao wielded his prowess amidst the chaos, eliciting a twinge of envy from them. This guy has some skills, one named Tianqi acknowledged first. He's quite seasoned, judging by his technique. I believe he could solo the Green Forest without much trouble, another chimed in. He's impressive. Even the ferocious Night Cat fell to his hands. I didn't expect that. His level is at least above mine, Yu Zhongmian remarked. Given his level, he should be invulnerable in the Green Forest, concluded another. Shall we level up to level 10 before heading to the Spider Cave? Tianqi suggested, looking at the others. The Spider Cave was a dungeon for levels 10 to 15, significantly more challenging than the Green Forest. While the Green Forest served as a training ground, players would need to start employing techniques at level 10 in the Spider Cave. The name itself implied that the small monsters would be spiders. Primarily 2 types, those that attacked from a distance, capable of ensnaring players, and melee types, which could inflict poison. The resulting poison would cause continuous damage. Such status-afflicting attacks were only found in hidden boss encounters within the Green Forest. In addition to the regular small monsters, the Spider Cave featured 3 bosses, one range boss, one melee boss, and the Spider King as the final boss. There was also a chance to encounter hidden bosses like the Spider Queen, Spider Warrior, and Spider Lord. Given that leveling from level 1 to 10 was rapid, a true newcomer might not have developed sufficient skills, making exploration of the Spider Cave perilous. Thus, the Spider Cave was never recommended in novice guides. Only seasoned players like Yu Zhongmian and his friends, who possess certain skills, would consider venturing into it. If we send this guy to his doom in the Spider Cave, we'll be left with just 4 of us. Will we manage to clear it? Yu Zhongmian expressed some doubts. It should be fine, provided we don't encounter any hidden bosses, Tianqi reassured him. If we do encounter one, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. The Spider Cave is far more challenging than this, another remarked. True enough. Let us focus on leveling up and head to the Spider Cave at level 10, Yu Zhongmian decided. At that moment, one member who had been relatively quiet interjected. Shall we first level him up? Then we can get rid of him once more? Yu Zhongmian paused, realizing how ludicrous this plan sounded. Yet Tianqi already had an explanation. Let us say we first use him as a laborer and then kick him to the curb. Exactly, that's the idea. Yu Zhongmian replied, feeling quite pleased. As the third update arrived, for the Night Owls, don't forget to cast your recommendation votes after midnight. Chapter 12, The Spider Cave, Part 1. The 4 rascals were quite arrogant, whispering among themselves while leaving Yishio to toil alone. Fortunately, they did not entirely underestimate Yishio. After deliberating, they charged in to assist him in clearing the monsters, all the while justifying their earlier lack of focus, claiming they had been distracted by some guild matters, but were now back on track. Yishio responded with a casual remark, showing no sign of suspicion. The 4 felt a surge of delight, and for a while, they worked in unison. With 4 seasoned players alongside Yishio, a master in his own right, they effortlessly dominated the new player dungeon, each relishing the thrill of battle, appearing entirely oblivious to their ulterior motives. His attack power is astonishing, have you noticed? Whispered Tianqi to Yu Zhongmian. What kind of weapon is that spear? I've never seen anything like it, Yu Zhongmian replied. I have no idea. I never paid attention to low-level spears, Tianqi said. Hopefully, we'll get to loot it once we take him down, Yu Zhongmian mused. What good will it do? Even with high attack power, it's still low-tier gear that won't last long, Tianqi retorted. Yu Zhongmian nodded in agreement. The group maintained a peaceful cooperation, traversing the green forest with remarkable efficiency, regrettably never encountering the hidden boss, the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After several waves of monsters, Jun Mo Xiao was the first to reach level 10, an achievement attributed to his first kill of the Dark Knight Cat Demon, which granted a substantial experience reward. The Green Forest only had this one hidden boss, and this victory propelled Jun Mo Xiao high up on the level rankings of District 10, though it was unfortunate that he was not the first to surpass level 10. That honor belonged to a player named Lan He, who had achieved this milestone for the second time, having also participated in the first kill of the Green Forest alongside the other 4. Seeing Jun Mo Xiao nearing level 10, Yu Zhongmian and the others felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he would hastily pursue his own objectives. Yet, Yishio simply smiled and remarked that he had leveled up, and amid the congratulations, he rejoined the 4 in the Green Forest. The experience from the Dark Knight Cat Demon was not overly generous, but by the end of their adventure, all 4 were at level 10, and each had acquired a considerable amount of gear. Brothers, our cooperation has been excellent. Now that we are all level 10, shall we venture into the Spider Cave? Tianqi suggested to Yishio. Given the past tensions between Yu Zhongmian and Yishio, this sudden camaraderie felt peculiar, prompting Yu Zhongmian to maintain his disapproving demeanor while Tianqi took on a mediating role, occasionally exchanging lighthearted banter with Yishio. Yishio agreed to the proposal, but indicated he needed to learn some new skills first. Skill points were not solely obtained through quests. They were also rewards for leveling up, defeating a certain number of monsters, and completing various challenge tasks, all contributing to a total potential of 4,000 points. Transitioning from level 7 to 10, Yishio had not accumulated many skill points, but reaching level 10 marked a new stage for learning skills. The other 4 also sought to learn and proceeded to find their mentors before regrouping at the Spider Cave. Fewer players lingered at the entrance of the Spider Cave, as this team was among the faster leveling players, and those following beginner guides would typically overlook this dungeon. Only a handful of scattered players were forming parties, and due to the dungeon's difficulty, they were keen to discuss their equipment before teaming up. Yishio and his companions, however, were straightforward, entering the cave without a word. Yet, once again, Yu Zhongmian and his group began to plot secretly. Should we eliminate him right away or assess the situation first? One whispered. Let's observe for now. He is undoubtedly a valuable asset. We can devise a plan for the boss later, Tianqi proposed. The others agreed, having no grievances against Yishio. Witnessing his impressive skills, they were reluctant to see him go, but out of respect for Yu Zhongmian, they felt compelled to proceed. Everyone brought antidotes, right? Tianqi inquired as they entered the dungeon. The others nodded, but Yishio merely chuckled and replied, not necessary. This guy is asking for trouble, Yu Zhongmian thought. Irritated by Yishio's overconfidence. It makes our actions easier, Tianqi remained optimistic. Inside the spider cave, the dim lighting revealed tattered webs, with scattered bones littering the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yu Zhongmian and the others felt a twinge of apprehension. In glory, dying resulted in experience loss, with a 10 chance of dropping equipment in the ordinary world, though the likelihood was lower. In the divine realm, the stakes were even higher, with a 20 experience loss and a significant chance of equipment loss. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Shao strode confidently ahead, wielding his spear as if he were still in the green forest. Seeing him take the lead eased some of the tension for Yu Zhongmian and his companions. Yishio had long forgotten the intricacies of low-level dungeons and vaguely recalled having crafted a guide for the spider cave nearly a decade ago. As he reminisced, a shadow leapt from a crevice, lunging toward Jun Mo Shao. Yishio deftly maneuvered his keyboard and mouse, prompting Jun Mo Shao to roll away from the attack and counter with a powerful strike. The green spider, a melee combatant with poisonous capabilities, was launched into the air after the blow. Seizing the opportunity to attack airborne targets is a fundamental technique in glory, and Yishio would not let it slip by. With a flurry of clicks, Jun Mo Shao lunged forward, delivering a barrage of strikes to the green spider, pinning it against the wall. What the heck? Tianqi exclaimed in shock. A 4-hit aerial combo. Another shouted in disbelief. You can perform a 4-hit aerial combo at level 10? A third questioned. Yu Zhongmian could only stand there, mouth agape in astonishment. The 4-hit aerial combo was a sequence known to many but executed by few, a methodical combination of basic attacks and the Battle Mage's level 10 skill, allowing for a series of precise strikes against an airborne target. I heard only those with a speed of over 170 can pull off that combo, Tianqi noted. That's under the condition of having an attack speed boost after class change to Battle Mage, another reminded. He's just a solo player right now. How significant is the attack speed difference between a solo player and a battle mage? I don't know, it also depends on the equipment. His current gear couldn't possibly provide any attack speed bonuses. Jun Mo Shao's equipment was primarily acquired during their joint adventures. What about his weapon? Is it the weapon that makes the difference? Stop looking for excuses. Even if we all switched to battle mage and donned a full set of equipment that boosts attack speed, could we replicate that aerial combo? A heavy silence followed. If they could, they wouldn't be so astonished. What kind of person is this? The three turned their gazes towards Yu Zhongmian. Chapter 13. The Spider Cave, Part 2. I remarked that it would be prudent not to offend this individual. Tianqi's tone grew somewhat serious as he addressed the three of us, yet his gaze was solely fixed upon Yu Zhongmian. Indeed, possessing a hand speed exceeding 170 is indicative of a formidable expert. Another voice concurred. The figure of 170 is merely a conservative estimate. He is currently executing a 4-hit combo in midair without any equipment, suggesting his hand speed might even surpass 200. A speed of 200. It seems that only our guild leader possesses such prowess. Not only should we refrain from offending him, but we ought to cultivate a good relationship instead. Such a skilled player likely has a substantial background. The group engaged in lively discussion, with only Yu Zhongmian remaining silent. He understood the logic behind their words. After numerous dungeon runs together, his resentment towards Yishio had diminished. If he could manage to eliminate that fellow once more, it would be a complete vindication. However, upon realizing this individual's exceptional skill, the pressure of confronting him reignited the embers of resentment within Yu Zhongmian's heart. He found it difficult to articulate this feeling. Envy, jealousy, and hatred all mingled together. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed his three companions were captivated by Jun Mo Shao as he battled monsters, their astonished exclamations filling the air. Yu Zhongmian turned to see that they had arrived at the spider cave, where this player's technical proficiency was truly on display. The weak monsters in the green forest had not showcased his abilities, and the quick demise of those monsters rendered their skills inconspicuous. The boss had slightly more health, but the overwhelming force of their combined attack made it unremarkable. Now, Witnessing him single-handedly combat a spider with greater vitality, the display of skill was unmistakable. The combo count had reached 17. It had not broken since the initial 4-hit aerial strike. It seemed he had utilized a wall rebound to execute a standard attack upwards. When he performed that heavenly strike, I genuinely thought he might miss. It was simply exquisite. The trio continued to express their admiration, leaving Yu Zhongmian feeling quite uncomfortable. As he approached to speak, Tianqi had already turned to face him. Take my advice. Do not pursue any conflict with this person. If you are displeased, simply ignore him. I shall handle the negotiations. Yu Zhongmian silently nodded, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He understood that Tianqi and the others were preparing to win this individual over. What guild wouldn't he want to recruit such a skilled player? In contrast, he was merely an ordinary member of the Moonwheel Guild, and no one would go out of their way to clash with a player of such caliber on his behalf. That was a splendid performance. The green spider was vanquished by Jun Mo Xiao in a single, fluid motion, prompting Tianqi and the others to gather around in awe. The praise flowed effortlessly, for the player's skill was beyond reproach. Brother, it's only now that I see your remarkable prowess. Tianqi exclaimed. It's nothing. The individual remained nonchalant, seemingly unaffected by the compliments, much like how he had brushed off Yu Zhongmian's previous attempts at sabotage. Are you an expert from another guild? Tianqi inquired, though he privately doubted the likelihood. Guild members rarely operated so independently. This person was likely a lone wolf. No, I'm solo. As expected. Really? You don't belong to any guild? A player of your caliber is hard to find without a guild vying for you. Tianqi feigned surprise. I'm in a new district. There isn't a guild yet. Yu Xiu responded. Tianqi paused, realizing that while there were no guilds in the new district, it was improbable for such a player to be entirely new to the game. He speculated that there must have been some discord with his previous guild, prompting him to seek solace in a new arena. This presented an opportunity. It was perfect to showcase the warmth of the Moonwheel Guild as a family. Which district were you in before? Tianqi began a question-and-answer game. I haven't played in a long time. The evasive response stymied the first question. Oh. Tianqi could only respond with that, racking his brain for a way to initiate conversation. However, the other party evidently showed little interest in chatting, continuing to lead the way. Yet this time, Tianqi and the others closely surrounded Jun Mo Xiao, clearly treating him as the core of their team. Yu Zhongmian felt a pang of discomfort but remained silent. With such a formidable expert at the helm, the dungeon progressed remarkably smoothly. The four of them found their antidotes unnecessary, as Jun Mo Xiao skillfully drew the spider's aggro towards himself, utilizing his adept positioning, rolling, jumping, and other techniques. The group occasionally became so entranced by Jun Mo Xiao's dazzling maneuvers that they momentarily forgot to attack the monsters. I recall there being numerous spiders in this area. Once we eliminate the first mini-boss, they will appear, and the poison and webs are random, presenting a challenge in this dungeon. As Tianqi began, only to notice Jun Mo Xiao had already charged in, prompting him to change his words. All right, let us go. Tianqi's memory served him well, indeed. There were many spider minions in this cave, 7 in total, with 3 poisonous and 4 web-spinning spiders. Their aggro was linked, and as soon as the party approached, all 7 spiders lunged forward in unison. Charge! Tianqi called to his 3 companions. He felt too embarrassed to direct Jun Mo Xiao, knowing his skill far exceeded his own. However, with 7 spiders in total, Tianqi believed that even Jun Mo Xiao could not possibly draw all their aggro alone, especially at level 10 without any area aggro skills. So he rallied his companions to share the burden. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as Jun Mo Xiao wielded his spear, executing a sweeping arc that struck 4 spiders simultaneously. 2 charged forward while 2 others prepared to ensnare. Jun Mo Xiao swiftly leapt back, evading 2 webs while simultaneously spinning in midair. With a flick of his spear, he shot 2 more spiders, landing gracefully and rolling to avoid the webs that the wounded spiders had just released. He then delivered a heavenly strike, sending the 7th spider skyward. Unable to unleash its webbing, the 4 of them were momentarily at a loss. Is this even human? They all wished to voice this thought, but the current voice-chatting glory would make their astonishment audible, which felt inappropriate. Yet apart from this expression, no words could encapsulate their feelings at that moment. A 180-degree sweep, my word. They could only resort to private messages. A backward leap, a mid-air turn, and he still managed to land 2 precise shots. The timing of the rolling heavenly strike was impeccable, maximizing floating potential. This is beyond human capabilities. They unanimously agreed. All these techniques were merely combinations of basic movements. Yet not everyone could execute them. For instance, the 180-degree sweep was simply a standard attack, but its execution relied on the swiftness of the mouse movement. The faster the flick, the greater the arc. It also depended on the character's attack speed and attributes. At level 10, achieving a 180-degree sweep was not something just anyone could accomplish. Here ends the second update. Chapter 14, The Spider Cave, Part 3. The crowd was utterly awestruck, to the point of reverence. Even Yu Zhongyan had to concede that this individual had, through sheer skill, accomplished the seemingly impossible feat of aggroing 7 minor monsters at level 10. It was simply preposterous. Brother, your prowess as a battle mage is truly unparalleled. Tianqi's compliment was devoid of flattery. He felt that if he did not express his admiration, he might suffocate from unvoiced praise. Fortunately, Jun Mo Xiao, despite being encircled by 7 monsters, handled the situation with remarkable ease. Tianqi and the others felt compelled to assist rather than merely observe. As seasoned players, they were adept at managing aggro and ensured that they did not disrupt Jun Mo Xiao's rhythm in drawing the monsters. What initially seemed a daunting challenge was effortlessly resolved. Yet all 4 understood that this smooth resolution hinged entirely upon the extraordinary capabilities of their comrade. Without such a remarkable individual, the situation would have been drastically different. Just as the 7 small spiders were vanquished, an eerie scream pierced the air, heralding the arrival of the first mini-boss. The players did not even see the spider before they heard its menacing sound, followed by a thick cloud of purple mist that surged toward them. It's a venomous spider, Tianqi shouted, but the mist came too suddenly and encompassed a wide area. 2 among them failed to evade it and hastily withdrew antidotes, only to be shocked to find their health still plummeting. "Why isn't it working?" they exclaimed in alarm. "The antidote is too low level," Yushio replied. Damn. Both players cursed in unison. They had not anticipated this issue, thinking they could return at a higher level and effortlessly dominate the dungeon. Back then, their levels suppressed the monsters, and they had never considered the need for antidotes. Now, having meticulously prepared, they found their efforts wasted during a critical boss fight. What a cruel twist of fate. Jun Mo Xiao quickly administered healing to the one with lower health before charging toward the first boss, simultaneously directing Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan, who had not been poisoned. Tianqi, positioned at 1 o'clock. Xiaoyu, take 4 o'clock. Xiaoyu. Yu Zhongyan nearly choked on his indignation, but this was not the time for disputes. Tianqi dashed to his assigned position without question, and Yu Zhongyan hurried to comply as well. The first boss emerged from the poisonous mist, a hulking creature, significantly larger than an ordinary spider. While it was easier for players to strike a larger target, its size conferred advantages as well. Being heavier, it was less susceptible to floating techniques or other displacement skills, with the effectiveness depending on its weight and the attacker's strength. To the current players, this first boss was a colossus. Although Jun Mo Xiao's initial strike landed, it barely stirred, indicating that such a normal attack had negligible effect. Experienced as he was, Yishio had anticipated this. His fingers danced across the controls, and Jun Mo Xiao unleashed 4 successive strikes. The giant spider screeched, rearing its head to expel a dense cloud of mist, but Jun Mo Xiao had already darted away. Despite its size, the boss was no slower than a regular spider and leapt with remarkable agility, aiming to crush Jun Mo Xiao. He rolled aside just in time, while Yu Zhongyan, now feeling sidelined, exclaimed, "Hey, you set us up to watch while you handle it alone? One goes to 7 o'clock, the other to 9 o'clock. Yishio called out. "How far is that?" They shouted while running. "About 2 meters radius," he answered. Once positioned, the 4 formed a small circle, exchanging glances, uncertain of their objective. Observing Jun Mo Xiao engaging the boss alone, they wondered if they were merely audience members in this spectacle. As Jun Mo Xiao skillfully dodged, leading the boss in their direction, the creature suddenly leapt high, aiming to crush Yu Zhongyan. He instinctively attempted to evade, but heard Yishio shout, "Don't move. It's a counterattack." Realization dawned upon Yu Zhongyan, but without a second thought, he rolled aside, only to see Jun Mo Xiao execute a heavenly strike just as the spider boss descended. This specialized floating skill was far superior to a normal attack, causing the descending spider to momentarily stall and change its trajectory. Though the floating effect diminished, the monster was airborne, and its altered direction led it squarely into the center of their formation. Tianqi, front kick. 9 o'clock player, execute a quick thrust. 7 o'clock, counterattack. Xiaoyu, hurry back. Yi Xiao, having spent ample time in this dungeon with his companions, was acutely aware of their respective skills and deftly orchestrated their movements. Tian Qi charged forward with a front kick, a martial arts skill that pushed the boss slightly back, albeit with reduced effect due to its size. The player at 9 o'clock executed a series of thrusts, and the knight at 7 o'clock followed with a counterattack, showcasing a skill renowned for its displacement potential. However, as the boss was pushed toward 4 o'clock, there was no one to meet it. Yu Zhongmian had retreated, fearing he would be targeted. And though he was now racing back, he was already falling behind. The group realized that Yi Xiao intended to utilize their displacement skills to maneuver the boss like a billiard ball, capitalizing on their familiarity with one another. Yet, just as the carefully crafted scenario seemed on the verge of collapse due to Yu Zhongmian's retreat, Jun Mo Xiao's figure unexpectedly appeared at 4 o'clock. The others froze in surprise. Jun Mo Xiao had initially been heading for 11 o'clock, yet somehow appeared here without anyone noticing his movement. They glanced back at 11 o'clock, only to find another Jun Mo Xiao standing there. By the heavens! Tian Qi exclaimed. A ninja's level 10 skill, Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 15. The Spider's Lair, Part 4. The Shadow Clone Technique is fundamentally a skill designed to confound opponents. However, for seasoned players, distinguishing between the real and the illusion is a trivial task. Therefore, its disruptive potential is more pronounced when employed against NPCs. In battles among players, ninjas often utilize the technique as a form of instantaneous movement. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao exemplifies this usage. His clone remains rooted in place while his true self, leveraging the intrinsic nature of the Shadow Clone Technique, swiftly relocates to the 4 o'clock position, which should have been guarded by Yu Zhongmian. The team is still apprehensive, as battle mages at level 10 lacked such mobility skills. How will Jun Mo Xiao manage to redirect the spider boss? Soon enough, they realize their concerns were unwarranted. Though he lacks a skill, he possesses remarkable technique. With a sky strike, he lifts the spider boss slightly off the ground, seizing the opportunity to execute a series of rapid thrusts, causing the spider boss to be propelled toward Yu Zhongmian. At this juncture, Yu Zhongmian has positioned himself at what was originally Jun Mo Xiao's 11 o'clock location, flanked by Jun Mo Xiao's shadow clone. Yu Zhongmian feels quite embarrassed. He wishes Jun Mo Xiao would berate him for his earlier actions, yet the latter remains silent, precisely maneuvering the boss into position. Fully aware of his responsibilities, Yu Zhongmian swiftly follows up with a thrust, sending the massive spider careening away once more. Prepared for the inevitable criticism from the others, Yu Zhongmian is instead met with astonishment. It's bleeding. The blood is not from any player but from the spider boss itself. This bleeding status cannot be inflicted by a mere ordinary attack. It must stem from a weapon's inherent effect or a skill's capability. Currently, no player's weapon possesses such an effect, yet skills with this capability do exist. The skill in question is the battle mage's thrust. However, the bleeding effect is a hidden feature, not a chance-based trigger, and must be executed by the player's own precision. To achieve this, the two segments of the thrust must land precisely on the same location on the target. This does not merely mean striking the same limb. Rather, it implies that if the first strike creates a wound, the second must penetrate that very wound. Accomplishing this activates the bleeding effect. With an estimated probability of around 50%, a figure derived from player testing, as it remains undisclosed in the game's data. This probability is fairly high, contingent upon executing the maneuver correctly. While it is simple against a stationary target, in the chaos of battle, one must possess sharp reflexes and precise timing. Honor of Kings features numerous hidden skill effects that demand exceptional skill to execute. If an average player were to inflict bleeding with the thrust, Tian Qi and others might attribute it to luck. However, witnessing Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao trigger this effect, they unanimously recognized it as a display of skill. They are thoroughly impressed by Yi Xiao's prowess, not only in execution but also in controlling the battle and directing the team. He is a master among masters. Tian Qi feels somewhat hesitant to approach Yi Xiao, as their Moonwheel Guild is hardly noteworthy in the realm of glory, ranking outside the top 50 and lacking any notable dungeon records. This ordinary guild makes Tian Qi feel unworthy of Yi Xiao's exceptional talent. The others may share similar sentiments, as they silently continue their assault. Minor oversights occurred during the fray, yet Yi Xiao promptly offers guidance, preventing any major disasters. And the first boss is defeated without incident. The spoils yield a blue-quality item, while the low-level equipment is of little consequence. The group unanimously insists that Jun Mo Xiao collect it. Yu Zhongmian, though silent, chooses to forego it. Observing this, Yi Xiu retrieves the modest level 10 blue belt, appreciating its value over nothing, and dons it before advancing. Subsequent encounters follow a similar strategy. The second boss, a ranged attacker capable of ensnaring opponents with webs, proves to be quite the nuisance as it skitters about. However, under Yi Xiu's guidance, the five successfully corner the creature. This time, rather than a game of billiards, they systematically employ skills that cause immobilization, and with Yi Xiu's orchestration, they subdue the second boss before it can unleash another web attack. The admiration for Yi Xiu deepens among the four. He serves not only as their tank, but also as their primary damage dealer, occasionally providing healing, all while orchestrating strategies and directing their actions. Words fail to express their reverence. They can only worship him repeatedly. The final boss of the Spider Lair, the Spider King, presents a significant challenge, embodying the traits of both smaller bosses. It can ensnare and poison. Its 8 hairy legs and the grotesque patterns on its abdomen, accentuated by its larger size compared to the previous 2 bosses, are utterly repulsive. Yet, facing this ultimate adversary, Tianqi and his companions feel no trepidation, confident that under Jun Mo Zhao's command, they will prevail against this dual threat. As anticipated, the encounter unfolds without peril. The Spider King, while fatter and equipped with more tricks, proves no match for their coordinated efforts. Yi Xiu expertly directs the team, and they ultimately triumph. First kill. The system announcement prominently displays the names of the 5, Yu Zhongmian, Tianqi, Mu Yunshun, Qian Shengli, and Jun Mo Xiao. First kill of the Spider Lair in District 10. From shock, Tianqi and his companions transition to elation. Their leveling has been steady, yet they never imagined they would secure the first kill in the Spider Lair. They owe this victory to the formidable Jun Mo Xiao. Without him, such smooth progress would have been impossible. Meanwhile, in a novice village, 5 players in the Spider Lair react in unison upon seeing the system announcement. Before them, the final boss, the Spider King, is left with a sliver of health, poised to fall within 10 seconds. Yet, it is precisely within these 10 seconds that they falter. Regret and resentment wash over them as they envision countless scenarios that could have salvaged those precious seconds, yet reality sets in. Their ambitious dreams of their guild achieving the first kills in all of District 10's dungeons come crashing down as they find themselves defeated in the second dungeon. Their hopes dashed. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds lost. Jun Mo Xiao? Is he not the one who previously secured the first kill of the Nightcat Demon? The Spider King lies vanquished, and the 5 have successfully completed the dungeon, yet they feel no joy. Could it be him? Who is this player? He has appeared in the announcements twice already, just like you, Blue River. Update early, then sleep. Everyone wakes up and votes. Chapter 16. The Lord Boss, Part 1. This Blue River is indeed the player who shares the same dual system announcement as Jun Mo Xiao. His background is quite impressive. He belongs to one of the 3 major guilds in Glory, the Blue Stream Pavilion. In the realm of the divine, he possesses the swordsman character Blue Bridge Spring Snow, making him one of the 5 elite players of the Blue Stream Pavilion. However, seasoned players know that top guilds like Blue Stream Pavilion are backed by professional clubs. The 5 elite players are not the pinnacle. The professional players from the clubs behind them are. The Blue Stream Pavilion is supported by the Blue Rain Club's team, whose foremost expert is Huang Xiaodian, known by the account name Night Rain Sound Disturbance. He is a professional swordsman, renowned as the Sword Saint within the Glory community, on par with the legendary character Autumn Leaf, the god of battle. With the opening of the 10th district, Blue River led a group of players from the Blue Stream Pavilion to the new area to explore, aiming to expand the guild's influence and recruit fresh talent. It is unthinkable for someone of their stature to not aspire to dominate all dungeon records in the new zone. Yet, to their dismay, their plan for the first-level dungeon, Spider Cave, failed merely 10 seconds short of success. The brothers were disheartened, and Blue River's mood was not much better. Muttering the name Jun Mo Xiao, Blue River shared a sense of bewilderment with his comrades. The battleground for guilds of their caliber primarily lies within the realm of the divine. After years of competition, they are well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Each guild had sent their top players to the 10th district, and they had gathered intelligence on each other's movements. However, the name Jun Mo Xiao was absent from their reconnaissance reports, raising the possibility that a hidden expert had stealthily entered with an alternate account. Do we have any information on the 4 players in his team? Blue River inquired. None, his brothers replied. Let's reach out to our comrades dispersed across the villages to see if anyone knows anything, Blue River suggested. Since the distribution of novice villages is random, it was unlikely that all the members of the Blue Stream Pavilion would be gathered together, as they were all developing individually while scouting promising newcomers, intending to regroup after reaching level 20 to establish a guild. As the leader of the Blue Stream Pavilion present, Blue River naturally acted as the command center. However, it was improbable for any major guild's members to be evenly spread across all novice villages due to the random allocation. Just as Blue River's team was preparing to charge into the Spider Cave once again for leveling, they finally received some feedback on the situation. Unfortunately, this feedback did not clarify the identities of the opposing team. Instead, it added to their confusion. The information revealed that a player named Moonlit Sleep had publicly accused Jun Mo Xiao of maliciously stealing a hidden boss in a dungeon outside a certain village. What nonsense is this? The group was perplexed. Did Jun Mo Xiao first sabotage others to secure the first kill of the hidden boss, only to then team up with them for the first kill of the Spider Cave? Such a peculiar occurrence left even the experienced five baffled. Let us not dwell on it. Focus on leveling up. We'll have our chance to meet after reaching level 20, Blue River said gravely, continuing to lead the charge. Outside the Spider Cave in a certain village, Tianqi and the other three were still lost in the excitement of their first kill. Compared to a seasoned player like Blue River, they felt several tiers below, thus their understanding of first kills remained at a fantasy level. Never did they anticipate actually achieving one, leaving them so thrilled that they scarcely knew what to say. As for their great contributor, Junimo Xiao, he maintained an air of calmness, simply remarking, "Quite the experience, indeed. Master, we owe it all to you." Tianqi and the others surrounded Jun Mo Xiao. After playing Glory for so long, they finally comprehended what it meant to be a top-tier expert. A top-tier expert could make what should be a daunting dungeon feel as effortless as walking on flat ground. Tianqi even felt that following such a master, even at the cost of abandoning their guild, would be a worthy endeavor. In stark contrast to the trio's jubilance, Moonlit Sleep's mood was notably somber. He watched as his former rival was transformed into a hero in the eyes of his brothers, while he himself had harbored ill feelings during the dungeon run, leading to rising discontent among them. If he didn't speak up soon, his face would be left utterly embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, Moonlit Sleep approached Junimo Xiao. "Your skills are commendable, I acknowledge that, but I vow that one day, I will catch up to you." "Are you serious?" Yishio chuckled. "Yes," Moonlit Sleep replied, his tone dripping with provocation. "Good luck," Yishio offered with 2 words before walking away. How infuriating. Moonlit Sleep was losing his mind. "You look down on me. You disdain me. You mock me. Aren't top experts supposed to respond to challenges like this? How dare you just casually say good luck, as if it's nothing? Come on, Moonlit, don't make a fuss." Tianqi intervened to calm him down. "Who are you calling Moonlit?" Moonlit Sleep retorted angrily. "Let us clear the dungeon first. We need to level up quickly," Tianqi urged. The other 2 brothers, Mu Yunshun and Qian Sheng, soon joined them, rushing to add Jun Mo Xiao as a friend. "Hey, why didn't you call me?" Tianqi exclaimed as he dashed over. Moonlit Sleep, grinding his teeth, unexpectedly received a friend request from Jun Mo Xiao. He rejected it promptly. If he were to send another, Moonlit Sleep contemplated, but that scenario never materialized. Jun Mo Xiao had already entered the dungeon, and Tianqi followed suit. Moonlit Sleep was left outside, and after a while, he received an inquiry from Tianqi. The frustration was palpable for Moonlit Sleep. Upon entering the dungeon, he discovered that his 4 companions had already progressed significantly. Realizing only then that they had just noticed his absence, Moonlit Sleep considered exiting, but then another message from Tianqi came through. Appreciating his brother's concern, Moonlit Sleep realized he couldn't let that guy spoil the camaraderie among them, so he hurried to catch up. Tianqi was adept at fostering relationships. He quickly sensed Moonlit Sleep's displeasure and engaged in a private chat to soothe him, which significantly improved Moonlit's mood. This time, the dungeon run proceeded smoothly, and they swiftly cleared through another round. After a brief pause, they charged into the 3rd round, only to receive a system prompt. "You have inadvertently entered the lair of the Spider Lord. Hidden boss." Tianqi gasped in surprise and turned to Jun Mo Xiao. Without this expert by their side, they would never dare engage the hidden boss under the current conditions. The system was considerate in this regard, ensuring that hidden bosses would not obstruct players from completing dungeons. They were optional, and completion still hinged on defeating the final boss. At this moment, all eyes turned to Jun Mo Xiao, hoping he possessed the means to tackle the hidden boss. "Oh, a hidden boss has appeared," Yishio remarked. "Well, about the hidden boss. Can't we defeat it?" Tianqi and the others felt a bit disappointed. It's not that we can't defeat it. It's just that I have a particular request. The Spider Lord is known to drop powerful spider silk, right? If you could spare that for me, I'll forfeit any other materials or equipment. You may take whatever you wish, Yishio stated. An advertisement might have been inserted here. So let me share two. One is the online game Rebirth of the Law God. Yes, the one that has been advertised many times. The other is Rebirth of the Hunting Stars, a top-rated game that should not be missed. Today's third update will be at midnight, with the aim of enticing everyone to cast their votes for next week's recommendations after reading the update. Well, I've unveiled the scheme. Please show some support. Next week, we aim to climb various rankings, so thank you for your support. Chapter 17, The Lord Boss, Part 2, Absolutely no problem. Tianqi and the others agreed almost instinctively. At that moment, they perceived the value of this master far exceeded the precious materials dropped by the hidden boss. They had been troubled by a lack of means to express goodwill, and it was fortuitous that this master had a need. They would not hesitate to part with all their materials, even the powerful pearl strands. Determined to express their goodwill, Tianqi turned around and said, "Xiao Ye, hand over the team leader to the master. Call me that again, and I shall slay you." Yu Zhongmian gritted his teeth. Quite endearing. Why not embrace it? Tianqi chuckled, but he was careful not to push the joke too far, quickly adding, "If you prefer, I won't call you that. The team leader goes to the master." Yu Zhongmian understood the implication by transferring leadership to the master and allowing him to assign roles. They could eliminate any doubts and establish complete trust among them. At this juncture, Yu Zhongmian realized that Jun Mo Xiao no longer needed to resort to any schemes. If he truly desired to monopolize the spoils, a mere word would suffice, and even her three companions would not object. With resignation, she relinquished the leadership. However, Jun Mo Xiao made no adjustments to the leadership permissions. He simply said, "Let us proceed," and continued to guide everyone onward. Their method of combat remained unchanged, and naturally, everything went smoothly. As they approached a fork in the cave, everyone knew that one path led to the lair of the Spider Lord. Without hesitation, Jun Mo Xiao took the route leading to the hidden lord, followed closely by the others. This passage was absent in standard dungeons, featuring several spider eggs along the way. As players drew near, the eggs would hatch, releasing diminutive spiders that darted about to attack. Although their damage was low, their small size and swift movement made them difficult to hit. The four of them strained their eyes, finding it challenging to land a hit after several attempts. While Jun Mo Xiao effortlessly dispatched them with a single thrust of his spear, clearing them with remarkable speed. Seeing the four in such a disheveled state, he turned back to offer assistance. The four exhaled in relief. Without this master, they might have reached the Spider Lord but would have spent an hour battling through the minions. "Do you think we might become the first team to defeat the Spider Lord?" Qian Shengli mused, filled with anticipation for the future. "That depends on our luck. I wonder if we arrived early enough," Tianqi replied. "A first kill means we are the earliest team to venture into the spider cave. Our pace is also commendable. We are now on the third round. Without any system announcement for a hidden boss first kill, I believe our chances are quite significant," Qian Shengli analyzed astutely. "Without a certain level of skill, one wouldn't dare to engage a hidden boss." Mu Yun sighed. "Thank goodness for the master," Tianqi exclaimed. "Indeed, indeed." The others chimed in. "I must ask, are you all not a bit nauseating?" Yu Zhongmian looked disdainfully at the three, who were constantly trying to ingratiate themselves with Jun Mo Xiao, unperturbed by the possibility of him overhearing. The three felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment, their irritation directed at Yu Zhongmian. "If we have issues, it was you who started it. Why can't you just back down?" Tianqi lectured Yu Zhongmian privately. While Yu Zhongmian couldn't argue against Tianqi's reasoning, he stubbornly held onto his displeasure. Tianqi, growing impatient, declared that if he remained disgruntled after exiting the dungeon, he should leave and stop causing trouble. Yu Zhongmian felt a pang of sorrow and grievance. Was this the moment he was to be cast aside for the sake of a master? Indeed it was. Yishio, always at the forefront, soon spotted another cavern up ahead, realizing it was the dwelling of the Spider Lord. "How do we defeat it?" Tianqi inquired. "Wait a moment. I will check the strategy," Yishio responded. The four were thrown into disarray. Why check the strategy now, at such a critical moment? Was it truly necessary to sharpen their swords at the last moment? "Master, this is..." Tianqi hesitated to articulate. Yishio, however, remained unfazed. As he indeed exited the game to consult the strategy, the four were bewildered. They had already concluded that he was an extraordinary master. But how could such a master act this way? Could it be he has been replaced? Tianqi voiced a horrifying conjecture. I said it. How could such a formidable master not remain in the realm of the gods? Why would he come alone to a new area to start from scratch? Qian Shengli pondered aloud. Damn it. We had a true master helping us before, and now a foe master has returned? Is the boss too difficult to face that he needs to check the strategy? Mu Yun lamented. Master, how could you abandon us like this? Even if we could defeat this boss, it would suffice. The three cried, tears streaming down their faces. Yu Zhongmian remained silent, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that this individual, so unfazed by his actions, was not the same person he had encountered initially? Lost in contemplation, Yi Xiu returned after reviewing the strategy. All right, he announced. Master, have you been replaced? Tianqi cautiously inquired. Replaced? Yi Xiu looked puzzled. Have you been playing this character all alone? Tianqi pressed. Yes, Yi Xiu confirmed. Then I am somewhat confused. Such a talented master needs to refer to a strategy to defeat a boss? Tianqi questioned. This dungeon hasn't been cleared for years. How else would I remember how to fight it without consulting a strategy? Yi Xiu explained. And previously, I also consulted a strategy. Yi Xiu clarified. The four were left speechless. When was that? Tianqi asked. When I was learning skills, I glanced at it briefly. However, it was lengthy, so I did not review the hidden boss section. Yi Xiu elaborated. The four remained perplexed. They had certainly studied the strategy for the spider cave, but none had included the approach taken by Jun and Mo Xiao. What kind of strategy had he consulted? Meanwhile, Yi Xiu began to elucidate the strategy against the Spider Lord. I just reviewed the introduction to the Spider Lord. We can still utilize the method employed against the web-spitting mini-boss, surround it, and coordinate for infinite stuns. However, there is a challenge. The Spider Lord continuously spawns spider eggs, which cannot be interrupted by any skill. The hatchlings are similar to those encountered in the passage, but a bite will impose a mandatory 3-second immobilization on the target. You all understand the immobilization state, right? You cannot move or attack, nor can you be attacked. Although it inflicts no damage, it will disrupt our coordination. So we absolutely must not be bitten by the little spiders. What should we do then? Tianqi asked. I will take care of the little spiders. You can rest assured. Our ultimate challenge lies in whether you four can coordinate to deliver continuous stunning attacks on the Spider Lord. As a new week dawned, the surge of rankings began. Feel free to click on recommendations and such. Chapter 18, The Lord Boss, Part 3. Is this the strategy from the guide? Tianqi and his companions were not novices. They would not be easily deceived. The strategies they had reviewed contained no such tactics. If any guide suggested this approach, the author would surely be subjected to merciless ridicule. Why? Because it existed solely as a theoretical possibility. Maintaining an unyielding stance against the Spider Lord among four individuals was feasible, but could anyone guarantee that a single mistake would not occur when eliminating the small spiders? If just one tiny spider slipped through their control and bit any member of the quartet, their coordination would be disrupted. The Spider Lord was a formidable foe, capable of soaring into the skies, burrowing into the earth, ensnaring its victims in webs, and unleashing poisonous mists. Among the three hidden bosses, it was the most powerful. Should they be engaged in battle and suddenly granted an opportunity for retaliation, they could easily be overwhelmed. What do you think? Is it achievable? Yi Xiu inquired. Hey, shouldn't you be asking yourself that? Can you ensure that not a single small spider escapes? Yu Zhongmian replied. Of course. Therefore, the crux lies with you. With four of you surrounding the highest level Spider Lord, the rhythm of your cooperation must accelerate. Further prompts from me will be futile. By the time you react to my words, it may already be too late. Thus, it is imperative that you four rely on your inherent synergy. What say you? Is there any objection? Yi Xiu asked. Are there alternative strategies? Tianqi posed a question, honestly expressing their lack of confidence. Given your class skill combinations, it seems there are none, Yi Xiu stated. So you devised this strategy after reviewing our class skills? Indeed. The four were astonished once more. They were still perplexed by Yi Xiu's assertion of having reviewed a guide, for their previous encounters in the spider cave had not revealed any such strategy. Now they understood. Yi Xiu's examination of the guide was not for tactical insights, but rather to grasp the characteristics of the spider cave boss. After which he designed a tailored strategy for their team on the fly. Without prior experimentation or rehearsals, he directed them, leading to immediate success. What left the four in awe was not the dazzling maneuvers, not the exceptional awareness, nor the outstanding leadership. It was an extraordinarily profound understanding of the game. At that moment, Tianqi and the others felt that the term expert was insufficient to describe this individual. A more advanced vocabulary was warranted. However, the quartet hesitated. This time, they could not rely entirely on Yishio. They too needed to hold their ground. They were not masters, merely seasoned players, slightly superior to inexperienced newcomers. Could they accomplish what Yishio proposed? Their confidence was lacking. As the four deliberated, Yishio did not rush them. The five stood quietly outside the lair of the Spider Lord. Suddenly, a system message flashed across the screen, announcing the successful first kill of another hidden boss. The Spider Queen. Tianqi gritted his teeth, realizing that this was not only a prime opportunity for a first kill, even in regular dungeons. Few would abandon an encounter with a hidden boss without at least attempting to engage. If they truly could not manage it, they could always retreat swiftly. The novice village dungeons had the advantage that forcibly exiting a dungeon meant that while they would need to respawn, they would not incur experience penalties. The novice village was indeed accommodating to new players. Shall we give it a try? Tianqi glanced at his three companions, who, upon seeing the system notification of the first kill, felt their fighting spirit rekindle and responded in unison. Let us go for it, Tianqi declared on behalf of his brothers, addressing their captain, Jun Mo Shao. The four were poised to execute the strategy, recalling the rhythms from their previous encounters. They merely needed to accelerate the tempo. There was no need to calculate time precisely. They had to rely on instinct. Yishio instructed. Understood. I'll initiate the encounter. Yishio commanded Jun Mo Shao to approach the cave entrance, but instead of entering, he merely raised his weapon and swiftly retreated. You've aggroed it? The four asked in astonishment. Indeed, Yishio confirmed. The four scratched their heads in confusion. How was the monster aggroed? They had assumed Jun Mo Shao was about to enter, only to see him merely stand at the entrance. Such a method of engagement must belong to a ranged class. He must be wielding a gun. As they speculated, a piercing roar erupted from the cave. The Spider Lord, disturbed from slumber, caused the entire cavern to tremble as it prepared to emerge. Spread out, be alert, Yishio shouted, and the four quickly positioned themselves, two on either side. A thick fog billowed from the cave entrance as the Spider Lord spewed venom and charged forth, leaping directly toward Jun Mo Shao. Instead of retreating, Jun Mo Shao surged forward, seemingly poised to be pounced upon. But suddenly he crouched low and executed a swift slide beneath the Spider Lord. See, I told you he was wielding a gun, Qian Shengli exclaimed, recognizing the slide as a fundamental attack maneuver of a gunner. As Jun Mo Shao slid past, he sprang into the air, twisting mid-flight to thrust his spear into the Spider Lord's rear, using the creature's own momentum to propel it into the ambush of the four. Attack! Yishio bellowed. However, the four found themselves slightly flustered. In previous encounters, Yishio had needed some time to draw aggro and set up their strategies. Yet with the mightiest lord, he executed his plan with such decisiveness, immediately leading the boss to its demise. I'll take the lead, Tianqi shouted as he charged forward. Then I shall follow. Mu Yunshin joined in. Me too, Qian Shengli added. Even Yu Zhongyan, who hesitated, had to step up. As a result, after Yu Zhongyan took her turn, Tianqi lamented. My skills are still on cooldown. That was too swift. Yishio's Jun Mo Shao had already dashed back to land a dragon tooth strike, keeping the Spider Lord ensnared in its stunned state. Make the most of your time to acclimate to the rhythm, Yishio instructed, directing Jun Mo Shao to flick his spear and send a newly hatched small spider flying. Tianqi observed that the Spider Lord didn't immediately activate all its abilities upon spawning eggs. It began laying them slowly, indicating they had time to synchronize. This master tactician was more than capable of managing the few small spiders while maintaining their relentless control. It's speeding up. After a round, Tianqi found his skills still cooling down. Don't panic. Maintain the rhythm, Yishio encouraged. It's too fast. Qian Shengli acted prematurely. Still too fast. Still Qian Shengli. Too fast again. This time it was Xiao Yeye. Qian Shengli managed to adjust the rhythm, but you need to keep pace. As Yishio juggled striking small spiders, maintaining their control, and observing who faltered, the Spider Lord's health steadily dwindled. And the number of eggs laid increased from 1 to 2, then 3. That's it. This is the rhythm we need to master. Finally, they synchronized perfectly in one round. Good morning. Remember to recommend and collect. How are you all this morning? Chapter 19, The Lord Boss, Part 4, Rhythm. The four members of Tianqi murmured these words, feeling somewhat mentally fractured. In their eyes, there was no Spider Lord, no target to attack. There was only the need to seize the moment to unleash their skills. After a successful round, another followed suit, and a sense of delight blossomed within them. Had they truly mastered it? Though they could not articulate the sensation, it felt as if, at that moment, they would instinctively release their abilities. Yi Xiao, meanwhile, found himself too occupied to attend to them any longer. After offering a brief encouragement, he began to circle around the Spider Lord, relentlessly pursuing the small spiders. Each shot he fired never missed its mark, dispatching the small spiders with a single blow. This feat was currently achievable only by Yi Xiao. Even if other players possessed the technical skill, their weapons, limited to level 10 in the new zone, could not achieve such one-hit kills on the small spiders. If a small spider required 2 strikes to defeat, then Yi Xiao could not guarantee a complete sweep of the area. Stay focused. Keep it up, Yi Xiao called out as he busied himself, occasionally reminding the 4. He understood that such mechanical repetition could easily lead to a numbing inertia. A moment of distraction could spell disaster. The 4 dared not let their guard down, their eyes fixed on the actions of their comrades. As for Jun and Mo Zhao's progress with the small spiders, they could hardly spare a thought. Even though they were acutely aware that his task was even more challenging and equally fatal upon a single error. The Spider Lord's health had already plummeted to half. Tianqi continued the same operation, maintaining a rapid rhythm, yet their fingers began to feel somewhat stiff, casting doubt upon their endurance. Tianqi, rarely bold, furtively glanced towards Jun and Mo Zhao. He observed Jun and Mo Zhao darting about, noting that the Spider Lord was now laying 6 eggs at a time. 6 small spiders hatched and, without question or animosity, randomly lunged towards their targets. Jun and Mo Zhao's spear, entirely black save for the glimmering tip, danced in the air. And with each strike, the small spiders would emit a shrill cry before meeting their demise. Oh no! A sudden alarm surged through Tianqi as he noticed one small spider speeding towards Mu Yunshun, but Jun and Mo Zhao was still too far to intercept. Just then, a muffled explosion echoed, and the small spider erupted into a shower of sparks, disintegrating in an instant. What just happened? Tianqi felt a moment of confusion, yet he did not forget his mission. His own attacks remained unyielding. It seemed as though a marksman had struck it. Tianqi pondered, though he was too preoccupied watching that small spider to notice Jun and Mo Zhao's actions. Reflecting on the earlier incident of drawing the boss from a distance, it became evident that Jun and Mo Zhao wielded weaponry from other professions as well. With this realization, Tianqi felt invigorated, yet upon glancing at his companions, he saw them all intently fixated on their screens, not even daring to turn their necks. He suddenly discovered that this brief moment of distraction had alleviated the tension in his weary hands. However, he refrained from sharing this insight with his brothers. Who could predict the consequences of a collective lapse in focus? He silently wished for no mishaps to occur. At this moment, Yu Zhongmian felt he was nearing his limit. His hands had grown exceedingly rigid, seemingly devoid of agility, and he was unaware of how he executed each operation during the rounds. His gaze remained glued to the screen, suddenly feeling as though the display was distanced from him, rendering everything unclear. Feelings, remember the feelings. Yu Zhongmian incessantly reminded himself, burdened by immense pressure and a fear of making mistakes. He was aware that his brothers had begun to harbor some criticisms towards him, and he certainly did not wish to be looked down upon by Jun and Mo Zhao. Hold on. Yu Zhongmian gritted his teeth and persevered. The Spider Lord's health, which initially seemed to decline rapidly, now appeared to dwindle at a snail's pace. Why, after all this time, was there still a third remaining? Could he truly endure until the end? While Tianqi found a moment of respite amidst his days, Yu Zhongmian only intensified his pressure. Yet, regardless of their individual struggles, neither made a mistake, maintaining their rigid cooperation. Just then, Qian Shengli suddenly let out a cry of alarm. He had faltered. During the initial phase of their coordination, he had been the slowest to adapt, perpetually struggling to find his rhythm. After holding out for so long, he finally made an error. Just as before, he had executed his move too hastily. In his case, the Spider Lord remained immobilized, allowing Yu Zhongmian to follow suit. But what about Tianqi? He found himself utterly helpless because Qian Shengli's haste had rendered Tianqi's skills uncooled, leaving him without the means to maintain the Spider Lord's paralysis. A sense of despair enveloped the 4. They yearned for that miraculous expert to salvage the situation. To their dismay, they witnessed the Spider Lord raise its rear, coinciding perfectly with the moment it laid 8 eggs. It's over. The 4 despaired. After Yu Zhongmian cast his skill, he could only mournfully look towards Tianqi. Tianqi had no skills left and was entirely at a loss. What actions would the uncontrolled Spider Lord take? They could not foresee any of it. Tianqi dodged. Amidst their despair, a voice rang out, igniting a flicker of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianqi swiftly moved aside as Jun Mo Zhao's spear sliced past him, delivering a precise strike to the Spider Lord. The immobilization was restored, but the 8 small spiders, now uncontrolled, scattered in preparation to attack the group. They were at a loss, uncertain whether to continue assaulting the Spider Lord or to fend off the small spiders. Yet, Jun Mo Zhao, having struck the Spider Lord, stepped forward, and to their astonishment, his spear snapped into 2 segments, one in each hand. With a swift motion, he ensnared the Spider Lord with both arms. With a mighty lift, Jun Mo Zhao hoisted the Spider Lord overhead, executing a backward flip, performing a judo throw that sent the Spider Lord crashing to the ground behind him. This judo skill, known as the back throw, not only inflicted damage upon the target but also generated a localized shockwave upon impact, dealing area damage. The shockwave from Jun Mo Zhao's throw was perfectly timed, encompassing all 8 small spiders within its radius. The small spiders flailed helplessly, meeting their end in a cascade of lifeless bodies. Tianqi, Yushio called out. And Tianqi, already prepared, immediately followed up with a punch, ensuring the Spider Lord's immobilization persisted. Everyone, be cautious. Such a situation cannot always be salvaged, Yushio cautioned. Currently, their ranking achievements were 14th in weekly points, 10th in weekly pushes, and 2nd in the new book rankings. Comrades, put in more effort. Continue to cast your votes and clicks for me. Charge forth. Chapter 20, The Lord Boss, Part 5. As the twilight deepened, the players, Mu Yunxi, Qian Shengli, Yu Zhongmian, each launched their attacks in succession. They were drenched in cold sweat, gripping their mice so tightly that they felt slippery. Yet there was no time to wipe their hands. Their eyes were wide with focus, leaving no room for carelessness. The situation stabilized once more, and the 4 players, too engrossed to reflect on the previous moments, continued their relentless assault on the Spider Lord, whose health dwindled from 1/3 to 1/4, then to 1/5. Be wary. It's nearing red health. Yushio warned. What do we do when it turns red? Tianqi inquired. When the hidden boss reaches red health, it will undoubtedly unleash a powerful attack. I've studied the guide. Once the Spider Lord's health turns crimson, it will enter a state of invulnerability, Yushio explained. Let's go for the kill, he commanded. Surprisingly, instead of feeling anxious, the 4 players buzzed with excitement. They had maintained their current strategy for too long and were eager to switch up their tactics, even if it meant facing death. It's red, Tianqi exclaimed. Step on a small spider, Yushio shouted. Huh. Mu Yunxi, perplexed by the command, instinctively charged towards a small spider lunging at him, as if it had been set up just for him. The small spider sank its fangs into Mu Yunxi, immobilizing him for 3 seconds, but during this time, he was also rendered invincible, impervious even to the Spider Lord's ferocious attacks. Yushio cleverly capitalized on this, allowing the team 3 precious seconds to unleash devastating blows on the Spider Lord. As the Spider Lord raged and unleashed a barrage of eggs, Yushio remained vigilant, ensuring to clear the newly spawned small spiders while avoiding the ones that threatened Mu Yunxi. Realizing the strategy, Mu Yunxi actively sought out small spiders to bite him, demonstrating that although they were not experts, they had become quite adept. Due to their previous assaults on the Spider Lord, the 4 players had accumulated a substantial amount of aggro. As Mu Yunxi dealt the most damage, he attracted the highest level of hostility. Yushio's strategy was to use the small spiders, which the Spider Lord produced to disrupt player coordination, as a reliable shield. This tactic was only viable at this late stage, as Mu Yunxi's aggro had peaked, and it was only now that the Spider Lord had reached its maximum breeding capacity, spawning an ample number of small spiders. Mu Yunxi was surrounded, biting back while remaining invulnerable. Though the small spiders inflicted some damage, it was negligible, and Jun Mo Zhao was quick to heal him, ensuring he remained unharmed. The Spider Lord, employing all its offensive maneuvers, found no success against the 4 players. However, amidst the continuous onslaught, someone eventually surpassed Mu Yunxi in aggro, as the Spider Lord switched targets. Yu Zhongmian had already learned from Mu Yunxi and sought out small spiders to bite. Jun Mo Zhao, responsible for clearing the small spiders, had foreseen this move and strategically left small spiders heading towards Yu Zhongmian in advance. What had begun as a perilous battle against a red health boss had devolved into a playful game. The players laughed and taunted the Spider Lord until they finally vanquished the strongest creature of the spider lair. The system notification chimed. Jun Mo Zhao, Tianqi, Mu Yunxi, Qian Shengli, and Yu Zhongyan had achieved the first kill of the hidden boss, the Spider Lord. Awesome! Tianqi and the others cheered, wishing they could hoist Jun Mo Xiao into the air. They were certain that without him, they would never have succeeded. The relentless immobilization of the Spider Lord had caused considerable pressure, yet managing the small spiders had been the more challenging task. What was truly remarkable was Jun Mo Xiao's timely interventions, his precise control over the aggro of the small spiders, and the overall strategy he designed. Words failed them. They had been playing Glory for so long, and never had they imagined encountering such an extraordinary player. Brother Expert, there are 4 powerful spider silks dropped, Tianqi exclaimed, rushing to inspect the loot from the Spider Lord and promptly reporting back to Yi Xiu, who decided to forego claiming them. The others followed suit, adhering to their agreement and refraining from taking anything. Thank you, Yi Xiu said, collecting the 4 powerful spider silks into his inventory. You all can have the rest. Yi Xiu kept his promise. Take it all. They insisted, their rare humility born from their complete admiration for Yi Xiu, shedding any pretense. Aside from the powerful spider silks, the Spider Lord also dropped 2 spider venoms, a pair of 15-level chestnut-wood boots, light armor with blue text, and an additional 3 points of strength. Most remarkably, a purple weapon emerged, the peachwood blade, level 15, weighing 2.6 kilograms, with an attack speed of 8. Its physical attack stood at 165, while its magical attack was 178. With attributes of strength 10 and intelligence 14, the blade was categorized as a sword-type weapon, optimal for swordsman classes, with a higher emphasis on magical damage. In the world of Glory, weapons typically lean towards either physical or magical attributes, while the Qianji umbrella balanced both. In contrast, the peachwood blade matched the attributes of the Qianji umbrella, and as a level 15 purple weapon, it equated to a level 5 silver weapon. However, the peachwood blade boasted superior attack speed, making it statistically more advantageous than the Qianji umbrella. Seeing the blade, Yi Xiu marveled at his good fortune that day. Blue gear was guaranteed from bosses, and hidden materials were certain drops from hidden bosses. However, the skill books from earlier and this purple weapon were truly serendipitous finds. Although lower-level gear would quickly become obsolete, possessing such a purple weapon at levels 15 to 20 would significantly enhance one's prowess, and due to its purple rarity, it could even be utilized until level 25. For that blade alone, players who initially had no intention of playing a swordsman class during the casual phase might reconsider. The 4 players gulped in unison, particularly Mu Yunxi and Yu Zhongyan, as they were both already playing swordsman classes, making the weapon exceptionally suitable for them. Well, this blade is of no use to me. Whoever wants it can take it, Yi Xiu declared decisively, opting to forego the spider venom and chestnutwood boots, adhering strictly to his prior statements. Brother Expert, you should take it all, Tianqi insisted earnestly. If not for you leading us, we wouldn't have encountered any of this. Indeed, without you, I would have faced difficulties defeating the Spider Lord. Yi Xiu replied. The 4 players fell silent. Did you hear that? He didn't say it was impossible, he merely acknowledged the challenge. Another update is here. Night Squad, raise your votes. Chapter 21. Dawn breaks as the dawn broke. Yi Xiu decisively relinquished his claims, prompting Tianqi and his 3 companions to abandon any pretense of formality. They were all old acquaintances, and the division of spoils unfolded harmoniously. The spider venom was a lucrative item, and whoever collected it mattered little. They would sell it and share the profits. The ordinary blue-grade Lumu boots were hastily contested, ultimately overshadowed by Mu Yunxun's resplendent acquisition of 100 points. As for the Peachwood Saber, it rightfully belonged to either Mu Yunxun or Yu Zhongmian, given their intended classes. Mu Yunxun, having just secured the Lumu boots, willingly chose to forego the saber, acknowledging its inferior value. In the end, Yu Zhongmian claimed the Peachwood Saber, feeling a mix of exhilaration and an odd sense of guilt, having achieved the first kill in the Spider Cave and now vanquished the Spider Lord. Jun Mo Xiao ascended to level 12, with Tianqi and his companions assuredly leveling up as well. Their subsequent encounters with ordinary bosses were familiar territory, swiftly resolved. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yu Zhongmian found himself embroiled in a quandary. He had initially resolved to depart after this venture, but now, having acquired the Peachwood Saber, leaving without a word felt disloyal. To leave would be ungracious. To stay would be embarrassing, especially with Tianqi's prior remarks weighing heavily on him. Ultimately, it was Tianqi's social acumen that prevailed as he approached, casually dismissing their earlier banter as mere jest, thus allowing them to move past it. With Jun Mo Xiao leading the way, they re-entered the spider cave. In contrast to Yu Zhongmian's indecision, the mood was decidedly grim for the Blue Stream Pavilion's Lan He and his group. They had failed to secure the first kill in the spider cave, and 2 of the 3 hidden bosses had already been snatched by others. Now on their 4th foray into the dungeon without success, they were disheartened when yet another system announcement proclaimed that the last hidden boss, the Spider Warrior, had been claimed by someone else. The first kill of the Spider Warrior went to a faction from one of the 3 major guilds, Zhongqiao Tang, while the first to conquer a hidden boss was from another guild, Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. This scenario illustrated the competitive balance among the 3 guilds. However, the emergence of a player named Jun Mo Xiao, who dominated the first kill leaderboard in District 10 with 3 victories, shifted the odds. He also led his team to usurp 2 of the level 10 first kill accolades, leaving the Blue Stream Pavilion feeling quite humiliated. While one might attribute their misfortune in encountering hidden bosses to sheer bad luck, the bitter memory of those fleeting 10 seconds that marked the first kill of the dungeon still lingered painfully. With all first kills lost, Lan He and his companions exited the dungeon, their spirits considerably dampened. What is this Jun Mo Xiao's background, that he has garnered the attention of the villagers over there? Lan He mused irritably. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu and his companions exhibited an invigorated spirit, bustling in and out of the dungeon, reveling in their pursuits. The inaugural night of District 10 unfolded rapidly, filled with both joy and sorrow. Chen Guo awoke to find it already 11 o'clock, nearing noon. Typically, her routine was quite regular, rarely indulging in late mornings. However, after the excitement of District 10's opening and following the new arrival, she had succumbed to a late night. After calculating the time, she realized she had enjoyed a satisfying 8 hours of sleep, stretching contentedly before rising from her bed. Chen Guo resided in the Internet CAF, specifically in a suite on the 2nd floor, sharing a roof with Yi Xiu. Having grown up within the confines of the Xin Internet CAF, she was intimately familiar with her surroundings. Eating, sleeping, and studying had all transpired here. While her peers returned home after school, she would invariably dive into the CAF, leading to frequent misunderstandings. The Xin Internet CAF was her home, a sentiment deeply ingrained since childhood. Her father had meticulously managed the CAF as if it were his own household, a commitment that began when both the CAF and Chen Guo were still quite small. Now, the establishment had expanded significantly, yet she was the sole inhabitant. The year she graduated from high school, her father tragically passed away from a sudden heart attack. Chen Guo had no recollection of her mother. After the funeral, relatives deliberated over the CAF's future and how to care for Chen Guo. Without a second thought, she rejected her university acceptance letter and took the reins of the CAF, continuing her father's legacy amidst the astonished gazes of family and friends. 9 years had swiftly passed. Now, Chen Guo was entirely capable of purchasing a comfortable residence for herself, yet the thought had never crossed her mind. Living in the CAF felt just right. It provided her with a sense of stability and tranquility, perhaps embodying the essence of home. Though she was alone, loneliness eluded her. What splendid weather today, Chen Guo remarked as she gazed out the window, the silvery landscape illuminated by the radiant sun. Dad should join me for some sun, she playfully declared, placing a cherished photograph of her father on the windowsill to bask in the daylight. After dressing and freshening up, Chen Guo wandered through the common area, only to find a storage room door ajar. Peering inside, she found no sign of Yi Xiu. Where could he be? She murmured to herself. Stepping through the door, she entered the bustling Internet CAF, now teeming with patrons drawn in by the grand opening of Glory's District 10. Night owls had relinquished their seats to the early risers, with every screen showcasing the vibrant world of Glory. Gamers, adorned with headsets, engaged in lively banter and spirited shouts. Arriving at the front desk, Chen Guo inquired with the attendant about Yi Xiu's whereabouts. The young woman pointed toward the smoking area. Still playing? Chen Guo exclaimed in surprise, striding toward the area. The smoking section was thick with haze, and Yi Xiu sat amidst it, oblivious to the surroundings. Chen Guo frowned, waving away the smoke as she approached him and pulled off his headphones. Still at it? Are you trying to kill yourself? Yi Xiu quickly turned, acknowledging her with a nod before returning to his rapid-fire gameplay. Chen Guo glanced at the screen, the spider cave. Yes, he replied. What level are you at? 17. Chen Guo gasped, scrutinizing the experience bar on Jun Mo Xiao's screen. Level 17 was already a bygone milestone, and it was certain he would emerge from this dungeon at level 18. With just 20 minutes until noon, achieving level 18 within 12 hours of the new district's launch would undoubtedly mark a record. While the system did not officially track such milestones, countless players and forums boasted of their leveling prowess using similar data. Her attention then shifted to Yi Xiu's teammate, Yu Zhongmian. I feel like I've seen that name before. A moment of recollection struck her. Isn't he the one who spammed your screen last night? She pointed out. Indeed. Yi Xiu confirmed. So why are you still teaming up with him? Chen queried, perplexed. Because he spammed my screen, no one else wants to team with me. Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly. Who asked you for that reason? Chen retorted, annoyed. Am I supposed to duel him over it? I'm not a child. Yi Xiu chuckled. Chapter 22. Yi Xiu's retirement. Part 1. Chen remained perplexed. Even if Yi Xiu did not mind, how could the others possibly accept him into their team? What was truly going on? Chen inquired. I suspect they initially intended to use me as a pawn, but once they saw my skills, they realized I could be of great assistance to them, so they let me off the hook. Yi Xiu replied. Are you really so willing to work for them? Don't you have any ambition? Chen felt indignant on Yi Xiu's behalf. Not much, it's fine. Yi Xiu casually remarked as the screen displayed a spear that struck down the 5 players besieging the Spider King. Chen watched as the information bar filled with a series of orderly system messages, revealing that his teammates, Tian Qi, Yu Zhongmian, Mu Yinxin, and Qian Shengli, had all chosen to forego the equipment dropped by the Spider King. What does this mean? Chen exclaimed in surprise. I'm quite helpful to them. So they insisted that I pick the equipment first. Alas, there is nothing I can do about it. Yi Xiu replied, also decisively choosing to forego the options. With the priority selection, he had already assembled a full set of blue gear, yet these individuals still wanted him to take a look at it. Chen was left dumbfounded. It seemed Yi Xiu's modesty was merely a facade. This was not merely working for them. It felt more like he was taking on the role of a leader. Securing priority in choosing gear after defeating a boss was a privilege reserved for the most pivotal members of the team. Moreover, it typically required a camaraderie built on mutual recognition, allowing the diligent and capable to be prioritized. Yet, the team she observed seemed to have been at odds previously. So how had they all suddenly become his subordinates overnight? Explain to me what is really going on. Chen insisted, refusing to relent until she received clarity. It's simply because I offer significant help. Yi Xiu said. How significant? I led them to achieve the first kills of the Spider Cave and the Spider Lord. Yi Xiu responded. You accomplished 3 first kills in one night? Chen was taken aback. She had played for 5 years and had yet to witness a single first kill. To think he had managed 3 within a mere 12 hours of play. The disparity was glaring. Just luck, Yi Xiu shrugged, stretching and rising from his seat. The group had already exited the dungeon, and faint farewells echoed in his headphones. Yi Xiu seized Chen Gui's headset, shouted a couple of goodbyes into the microphone, and then exited the game. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. Yi Xiu said. Would you like to eat something before you sleep? Chen asked while assessing Yi Xiu. Frankly, she could not discern any signs of fatigue on his face. Despite having pulled an all-nighter, he appeared slightly lethargic. Yet this was how he had looked upon their first meeting. It was hard to tell if the lack of sleep had any detrimental effect on him. No need. I'll eat after I wake up. Yi Xiu shut down the computer and waved as he departed. Chen had given him the key to the suite the day before, and he returned to his modest little storage room, burying himself in sleep. This room was rather conducive to daytime slumber. Once the door was shut, the light from the small window above offered minimal disturbance. Yi Xiu fell asleep quickly, and when he next awakened, the world outside was once again shrouded in darkness. It was hard to fathom how someone who had just experienced significant upheaval in his life could sleep so soundly. Rising from bed, Yi Xiu did not bother to turn on the lights. Instead, he lit a cigarette and savored it in silence before stepping out of the room. Both bedrooms in the suite were locked. Yi Xiu knew one belonged to Chen while the other was occupied by a girl named Tang Rou, who was said to be the longest-serving employee at Xingxin Internet Cafe, having been there for nearly 2 years. However, she had taken a leave of absence recently. The remaining staff members resided in a nearby community, where Chen had rented a suite specifically for the employees. Yi Xiu was currently on standby for a spot there, with Chen assuring him that he would have a chance at a bed if someone left. While using the restroom, Yi Xiu noticed a sticky note on the mirror. Bored, he glanced at it and discovered it was a message addressed to him. Chen had prepared toiletries for him on the washstand. Yi Xiu peeled off the note, feeling a bit bewildered. He hadn't expected his new boss to be so thoughtful. As for feeling touched, such a small gesture hardly warranted it. Gratitude was more appropriate. After freshening up, Yi Xiu checked the time and saw it was already past 9. Having not eaten all day, he needed to find something to eat. Upon stepping out of the suite and into the internet cafe, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Though the second floor was a more upscale area with a higher fee, it seemed uncharacteristically desolate at this moment. Curious, Yishio made his way downstairs, only to find the first floor shrouded in darkness. What happened? Yishio looked around in confusion, realizing that while the lights were off, there were still many people present, some even crowded in the aisles. A massive 200-inch projection screen hung on the southern wall, displaying footage from a projector, the sound reverberating throughout the cafe. Everyone was eerily quiet, whether seated at computers or standing in the aisles, seemingly having forgotten that the cafe was meant for gaming, treating it instead like a cinema as they watched the projection in silence. Soon enough, Yishio discerned the voice of the narrator. With two names he knew all too well echoing repeatedly, Yichio, one autumn leaf. The footage showcased the highlights of his illustrious career in glory, with the narrator passionately recounting the series of achievements and honors he had amassed. 3-time league champion, 3-time most valuable player, 2-time output star, and 1-time one-hit kill. In both team and individual contexts, Yichio stood as a pinnacle within the Glory Professional League, a benchmark for all current players to aspire to surpass. Now, let us collectively reminisce about the brilliant moments brought to us by the God of War, one autumn leaf, the narrator intoned in a deep, sorrowful voice, as the screen began to display the awe-inspiring feats of one autumn leaf. Such scenes were always enough to ignite excitement among viewers. Yet now, the entire internet cafe remained hushed, devoid of cheers or applause. Everyone simply watched in silence as images flickered by, acutely aware that all of this had become a thing of the past since noon that day. At noon, the Jiashi Club held a press conference, announcing the decision of Captain Yichio to retire. This once enigmatic master did not even attend his own retirement announcement. All that was presented was a retirement statement personally signed by Yichio, as stated by the club manager. The manager subsequently claimed that the retired Yichio had declined any offers for other positions within the club and had left Jiashi alone. The footage continued to flash by, battles, bloodshed, records, while the narrator provided timely commentary, gradually revealing the grim current state of Yichio and Jiashi. Among the audience in the internet cafe, faint sobs began to emerge. Finally, there was a cover. I forgot to shout it out yesterday. Thanks to the talented artist Hao, who created the graphics, and to the classmate Half Moon for the lettering, as well as to the enthusiastic watermark contributors like Jia Gu, Xiang Muji Chong, Yeyunjio, by Shuai Shuai, and of course, the actively engaged Butterfly for their valuable feedback. You are all remarkable talents. Chapter 23, Yichio's Retirement, Part 2. The club could invite a new generation of masters like Sun Xiang to reinvigorate itself. However, what of the once mighty king? He must endure the ravages of time alone, choosing to depart in silence. His departure was graceful, yet his heart was anything but willing. He still yearned to fight, convinced that his career had not reached its end. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Accepting the terms to remain as a sparring partner? This seemed a choice laden with humiliation, but Yichio perceived the deeper truth. He understood that the club anticipated his disdain for such an insult, knowing he would choose to leave, which is precisely why they presented him with this option. Should he unexpectedly accept, the club would undoubtedly devise further means to coerce him. It was a cruel reality, yet for the club, it was merely a business decision, devoid of any personal sentiment. The league had grown merciless due to commercialization. Yichio was not yet ready to retire. In fact, even the club recognized this. Offering retirement as a condition was proof of their awareness. They wished to rid themselves of this burden while fearing that rival competitors might seize the opportunity to grow stronger. They would rather see Yichio fade away than allow him to become an adversary. Thus, pressuring Yichio into retirement became their ultimate objective, and undoubtedly, they succeeded. Yichio could see through it all, yet he was compelled to follow their script. A desperate struggle that would lead to mutual destruction? He wished to avoid that, for he still had a path to tread. A year of enforced retirement, this choice, though forced, might also present an opportunity. Sometimes, retreating can lead to broader horizons. Though this step felt rather immense. At that moment, as the credits rolled across the screen, Yichio could no longer bear to watch. The media had deliberately crafted a sentimental program, causing some in the internet CAF to weep openly. Yet, in terms of heartache, nostalgia, and sorrow, who among the audience could rival him? The subject of it all. He squeezed through the crowd and escaped the CAF, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to hear sobs filtering through the door. Turning back, he was surprised to find Chun-Gua hiding outside, her eyes shimmering with tears. They both recognized each other. and not wanting to ignore the moment, Yishio awkwardly greeted, "Boss, are you crying? You beast, don't you feel anything at all?" Chunguo retorted, "Of course I do. That's why I sneaked out." Yishio replied, "Get lost." Chunguo scolded, "Do you have any tissues?" Yishio patted himself down. "Will a cigarette pack do? I'll go get some." Before Chunguo could react, Yishio dashed back inside to find tissues. The sobbing in the CAF seemed to have intensified. Both men and women were affected. This time, Yishio truly could not contain his emotions. Fully aware of whom these tears were shed for, just thinking of this made his eyes well up. He hurried to the front desk for a pack of tissues, and upon emerging, he shoved them into Chunguo's hands, turning away to light a cigarette and taking a deep drag. "What's wrong? Are you crying too? Do you need tissues?" Chunguo seemed to sense something. "How could I? Why would I cry?" Yishio turned around, exhaling smoke that enveloped Chunguo's face. The tears she had just wiped away with tissues began to flow again, stung by the smoke. Chunguo waved her hand to disperse the smoke, surprisingly saying nothing. Handing the pack of tissues back to Yishio before turning to re-enter the CAF. Leaning against the doorway, Yishio finished his cigarette in silence, took a tissue, and forcefully blew his nose before striding toward the small restaurant across the street. When Yishio returned to the CAF, toothpick in mouth and looking well fed, the memorial screening for Yishio had finally concluded. However, the atmosphere in the CAF remained thick with emotion. Many patrons had red-rimmed eyes. Fortunately, most in the establishment shared this sentiment, so there was little reason for embarrassment. Yet, those like Yishio, who appeared unperturbed, might easily be seen as heartless beasts. If he didn't clarify that he wasn't a player of glory, he'd feel awkward greeting anyone. Chunguo was nowhere to be found. So Yishio approached the counter to inquire with the young lady about the special screening. Upon asking, he learned that the Xingxin Internet CAF hosted such live broadcasts whenever there were glory matches. Although there were no matches scheduled for today, the significant event of Yishio's retirement prompted the electronic competition channel to hastily create a special program, leading Xingxin to screen it as if it were a match. Typically, after a match, the viewers would be filled with fervor, leading to a bustling CAF and soaring revenues. However, following today's event, the glory players were unusually subdued. Some headed home to embrace their pillows, while others gathered with friends to drown their sorrows and drink. Naturally, some continued to game in the CAF, as not everyone was a fan of Yishio, and some remained indifferent to his retirement. Nevertheless, under the prevailing somber atmosphere, even those who stayed to play felt a lack of energy. The entire Xingxin Internet CAF felt unusually quiet. At this time, under normal circumstances, glory players would be engrossed in their headsets, either chatting animatedly or shouting in excitement, creating a raucous environment. Just as Yishio contemplated what to do next, Chunguo descended from the second floor, prompting him to quickly greet her. "Boss, am I starting my official shift today?" "Sure," Chunguo replied, "but during your official shift, you can't just sit anywhere. You must stay at the bar." "Can I play games?" Yishio asked. "Yes, just use that one." Chunguo pointed to the computer where the barmaid was currently watching a Korean drama. "What about smoking?" Yishio inquired. Chunguo shot him a glance and reluctantly nodded. "Go ahead, but when I come in the morning, there better not be any smell of smoke. And no ash should fall." "Understood," Yishio replied. Chunguo then explained how to assist customers with starting and shutting down their machines. She concluded, "Most of the customers during this time are night owls. They'll be done by 11 p.m. and the machines will shut down automatically at 7 a.m. So you won't have much to do. Just be present, and if a customer needs assistance, they will ring the bell." "What if there's a machine malfunction?" Yishio asked, aware that while he wasn't an expert, he lacked the skills to troubleshoot. "Restart it," Chunguo instructed. Yishio wiped his brow. "Restarting might not be enough?" "Change the machine," she replied. Yishio felt a bead of sweat trickle down. Just as he was about to ask again, Chunguo interjected, "You're on the night shift. There are plenty of spare machines. Just swap them out. But make sure to note any issues so we can have someone handle it the next day." "Got it," Yishio nodded. "Tonight, we'll finish early. Everyone can head to bed sooner." Chapter 24. Instance record. Not long ago, Chunguo had discreetly wiped away tears over Yishio's retirement. But now she appeared as composed as ever. After providing Yishio with a thorough introduction to the essentials, she casually found a computer to engage in glory. Yishio stood a short distance away, casting a few glances her way. He observed that Chunguo had entered the arena for a player-versus-player match. Yet her mind was evidently elsewhere, leading to several significant blunders, some remarkably elementary. After losing 3 consecutive matches, Chunguo slammed the keyboard and exited the game. Turning around, She noticed Yishio casually picking his teeth, feigning indifference. She shot him a glare before retreating upstairs. Yishio checked the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, the hour for his shift to begin. The barmaid seemed adept at managing time, as the progress bar of the Korean drama was perfectly synchronized. As the episode concluded, the clock struck 11, and the barmaid stood up, flashing a smile at Yishio. "Brother Yi, I'm off work now? Go ahead," Yishio replied. Having waited long enough for the computer, the staff at the Internet CAF were not limited to just her. In the evening hours, it was far from deserted, and one person could not manage it all. Although the employees were not yet familiar with Yishio, they acknowledged him politely before departing one by one. The CAF felt eerily quiet, the sounds of keyboards and mice echoing distinctly, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the newly opened server the night prior. Reflecting on the chaos brought about by his retirement, Yishio sighed softly as he settled down at the bar. He inserted his account card and logged into the game. Upon logging in, a flurry of messages greeted him. He opened them to find greetings from Tianqi and his friends, who were lined up to say hello. "Master brother, you're here." Tianqi, Mu Yunshan, and Xian Shengli all sent similar greetings, except for Yu Zhongmian, who was absent. "Is he not around?" Yishio inquired. "Still sulking?" He thought of the lad. "No, he's just in a bad mood. Didn't Yichio announce his retirement today? He really liked Yichio. So he's feeling a bit down and won't come to play tonight," Tianqi explained. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that the boy was actually a fan of his. If only he knew that Yichio was, in fact, Yishio himself. He would surely be struck by a mix of admiration and disbelief. "We're missing someone. It will be challenging to defeat the hidden boss in the spider cave," Yishio remarked. "Should we find another?" Tianqi suggested. "How about we head to the skeleton graveyard?" Yishio proposed. "Sounds great." Tianqi quickly agreed. The skeleton graveyard was a dungeon for levels 15 to 20, and Tianqi and the others had long desired to explore it, hoping to secure a few first kills under Yishio's leadership. However, Yishio's intentions and needs diverged from theirs. He held no regard for the glory of first kills. To obtain first kills, one must consistently maintain a top-level rank, something Yishio found unfeasible, not due to lack of skill, but rather due to time constraints. When he logged off that morning, his character, Jun Imo Xiao, was ranked among the top 5 in the 10th district at level 18. But now, Yishio checked the rankings again, only to find Jun Imo Xiao's name had vanished, replaced by players at level 22. Why? Because the major guilds were organized in their efforts to level up and secure first kills, with multiple players sharing a single account, keeping their characters online around the clock, employing a strategy of relentless play to compensate for any shortcomings. No matter how skilled Yishio was, he couldn't compete with that. For these reasons, the value of first kills in ordinary servers was generally low. Aside from the aesthetic appeal of having one's name displayed, it merely reflected that the team's leveling speed surpassed their technical prowess. In contrast, a team's technical skill and capability were better demonstrated by their dungeon completion records. These records were time-based, initially established by a system-wide standard. When a team broke a record, their name and new time would be listed. This record-breaking reward could be claimed repeatedly and was significantly more lucrative than that of first kills, which only offered experience and money. The team would receive at least one piece of purple-grade equipment, along with additional random rewards. This honor system was absent in novice zones. Only after reaching level 20 did it become available in dungeons. Yishio casually checked the records, noting that the first kill for the level 20 dungeon, Frost Forest, had long been achieved. The original system record had already been refreshed, indicating the number of times it had been broken. Currently, it had been refreshed 3 times, with the Guild Chaotang's team holding the record at 26 minutes, 12 seconds, and 48 milliseconds, recorded at 6:30 in the evening. Yishio scratched his head, feeling a bit ashamed. He had a vague recollection of the dungeon's circumstances, but knew the record would inevitably be broken again. With the highest level players at just 22, the ultimate achievements would likely be set by a team of level 25 players. If even one player in a team surpassed level 25, their dungeon record would become invalid. "Master brother, we've arrived at the skeleton graveyard," Tianqi messaged at that moment. The levels of his companions remained consistent with when they had logged off, suggesting they, like Yishio, had taken a day to rest. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Yishio quickly directed Jun Imo Xiao towards the skeleton graveyard. Technically, they could have ventured into this dungeon when they were level 15, but Yishio's current need for powerful beads was paramount. He had expressed his requirements to Tianqi and the others yesterday, indicating that he did not plan to switch dungeons after reaching level 15. Yet, the four had ultimately stayed behind, grinding through the spider cave alongside Yishio. They continued this grind, yet the powerful beads remained insufficient. These were guaranteed drops from the hidden boss, the Spider Lord, while the ordinary bosses and lesser spiders had only a slim chance of yielding them. They had played hard until 11 o'clock, encountering the hidden boss 3 times, once being the Lord, which dropped 5 powerful beads. The other 2 were ordinary spider warriors, which did not drop any, along with a few minor bosses yielding a mere 7 beads. Altogether, they had accumulated just 16 beads, falling short of the 40 Yishio required by 24. At the current pace, he would need to grind for another 2 days. Yishio calculated silently, realizing that Tianqi and his team had already leveled up to nearly 18 by sticking with him. Once they surpassed level 20, continuing to grind in the spider cave would mean they were 5 levels too high. In glory, being 5 levels above the dungeon's level was crucial. It impacted equipment, skills, and monster experience. If one exceeded the dungeon's level by 5, the experience gained would diminish sharply, making leveling up impractical. Yishio certainly felt hesitant to drag Tianqi and the others into the spider cave to work for him without compensation. This reliance on luck alone was not a sustainable strategy. Yishio realized he needed to devise another approach. As he pondered this, Jun Mo Shao arrived at the skeleton graveyard. He found Tianqi in his friends list and requested to form a party. After quickly joining, Tianqi messaged him, "Should we add another person? We can manage without." Yishio replied. That said, the skeleton graveyard also had essential materials that he had yet to acquire. The 1,000-machine umbrella had not been a formidable weapon for long and was already becoming a burden. Leveling up a low-tier character was no easy feat. Yishio sighed as he stepped into the skeleton base. Chapter 25. Are you listening to me? Brother expert, do you have any requests? Yishio donned his headphones. Noticing a message from Tianqi, "I need the skeletal warrior's sword," Yishio replied. "The decorative sword?" Tianqi inquired, surprised. "Yes," Yishio confirmed. "Oh, if there's a need, we won't add anyone else. Just the 4 of us will suffice." Tianqi understood the situation well. When prioritizing requests, adding another person could lead to confusion, and they might not even honor their commitment. If you were to appoint a leader for distribution, it could easily scare off newcomers. Who knows if you'd actually allocate roles at that point? Thus, sticking with familiar faces was indeed the safest approach. Agreed, Yishio concurred, appreciating the hassle-free plan. The 3 members swiftly entered the dungeon, collectively chanting, "Let's encounter a hidden boss." "Are you addicted to hunting hidden ones?" Yishio chuckled. The trio emitted gleeful laughter. Since following Yishio, they had developed a penchant for hidden boss encounters. If they didn't find one, they would simply overwhelm the regular monsters without any pressure. "Let us go," Yishio declared, with Jun Mo Shao leading the way, brandishing his spear, while Tianqi and Mu Yunshun followed closely, well practiced in their coordination. The skeletal graveyard was draped in a gentle drizzle, with flickering green, ghostly flames visible in the distance. The sound effects were haunting, with occasional piercing wails that sent chills down one's spine. Wait, it wasn't just chills. Was there a draft brushing against his ear? Yishio, possessing a strong mental fortitude, confirmed that it wasn't merely a figment of his imagination, but an actual breeze. He deftly maneuvered his character, instinctively turning his head to the left, only to find a pale face with 2 black, unblinking eyes staring intently at him, its crimson lips seemingly poised to drip blood. With a swift motion, Yishio slammed his left hand down on the keyboard, stabilizing his character at the cost of pressing 7 or 8 keys simultaneously. Jun Mo Shao began to falter, making a series of blunders. Fortunately, they were only facing minor foes, and Tianqi and the others quickly stepped in to salvage the situation. It was puzzling. Yishio had not made a single mistake during their lengthy dungeon run yesterday. Yet here he was, fumbling like a novice. Was a false expert emerging? But they had already connected via voice chat, and it was undeniably Yishio's voice they heard. At that moment, Yishio spun back around, rapidly regaining control of the situation. Tianqi and the others exhaled in relief, only to hear Yishio say, "Boss lady, why are you up so late? Applying a face mask and pretending to be a white-faced superhero? What?" Tianqi froze, intrigued. "Juicy gossip," said Qiansheng Li, leaning in. The trio immediately fell silent, straining to hear the unfolding drama. "I couldn't sleep, so I came down to sit for a while," Chunghua said, removing her face mask. Tianqi stepped back. Qiansheng Li nudged forward, and Mu Yunshun kept watch in all directions. Yishio directed the battle, Guo observed their skirmish for a moment before suddenly declaring, I believe Yi Qiu should not retire. Indeed, Yi Qiu replied. He is merely in a position where, when any issues arise at Jia Shi, he is the first to face public scrutiny. I've been watching Jia Shi's matches, Guo continued. I believe Yi Qiu and the battle god, one autumn leaf, are not as formidable as they once were, due to various factors. Yi Qiu remained silent. The professional league had matured significantly, teeming with formidable competitors. Players like Gun King, Sword Saint, King of Fighters, and Magician were just as skilled as Yi Qiu, with accounts and characters equally powerful as one autumn leaf. Silence lingered. The era where one could dominate the scene had long passed, yet the public still yearned for Yi Qiu to recreate past glories single-handedly. Such expectations were undoubtedly excessive. Tianqi, pull back a bit. You're too far ahead. Mu Yunshun, stay close to Qian Shengli. I can hold the line here by myself. Yi Qiu instructed, deftly managing the battle. Goodness. Guo erupted in frustration, leaping forward to grasp Yi Qiu's neck, shaking him vigorously while shouting. Are you even listening to me? Are you hearing what I'm saying? All the patrons in the internet CAF perked up. Regulars sneaked glances toward the commotion, eager to ascertain who dared provoke their formidable boss, knowing that such a loud outburst could lead to dire consequences for someone that night. Yi Qiu's headphones jostled and fell, and he could faintly hear the trembling voices of Tianqi and the others. We heard you. We heard you. Despite the chaotic situation, Yi Qiu maintained steady hands, continuing his operations with remarkable focus. In the game, Jun Mo Xiao performed flawlessly, yet Yi Qiu was struggling to breathe. Nearly being throttled, Yi Qiu felt as though he were on the verge of losing consciousness, but Guo finally released her grip. He coughed loudly, his gaze still fixed on the screen, asking Guo, what did you say? While hastily retrieving his headphones and shouting into the mic, Tianqi, fall back, retreat. After issuing the command, he tossed the mic aside and returned to the keyboard with remarkable speed, too busy to even put his headphones back on. The four of them were currently battling a boss, and with one member absent, Yi Qiu's control over Jun Mo Xiao was critically needed. Guo stared at him, exasperated. What could she possibly do? She couldn't just strangle him to death, could she? With a resigned sigh, she returned to her seat and opened the game on the computer before her. Play with me for a while. Yi Qiu glanced back. That's the server. I'm the boss, Guo retorted. Yi Qiu was speechless. This rule was far more binding than any prohibition against using the server. How can I let you play? Yi Qiu asked without turning around, fully engaged in the fierce battle with the boss. I have an account card for District 10, Guo said, brandishing a card at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu merely acknowledged her with a brief, oh, still not turning back. Guo was infuriated, tempted to strangle him and bury him in the backyard. Then you can start the game and take on quests. I'm not doing quests. Take me down to the dungeon. Guo, feeling obstinate, resolved to defy Yi Qiu at every turn. How can you enter the dungeon at level 1? Yi Qiu replied. The Green Forest is the lowest level dungeon, for levels 5 to 10. You cannot enter unless your character reaches level 5. Find a way, Guo insisted. Alright, let me think. Yi Qiu mused, his fingers flying over the keyboard, before suddenly snatching the mic again. Qian Shengli, get back to your original position. You're about to be surrounded. What is wrong with you all? Too many mistakes. After shouting, he tossed the mic down and heard a series of cracking knuckles behind him. Guo gritted her teeth and asked, have you thought of a solution? I have. Yi Qiu replied hastily. Huh. Guo was taken aback. This was a system design issue that seemed insurmountable. How could he possibly have a solution? Forget the quests for now. Let us kill monsters instead. Just level up to 5, Yi Qiu stated. I'll be the one to kill you. Chapter 26. Forgotten to consult the strategy guide, of course. Yi Qiu was not killed by Guo, nor could Guo possibly enter the level 5 Green Forest as a level 1 character. In the end, she could only log into her secondary account in the 10th district and lonely accept quests. After all, this was a faster method than mindlessly slaying monsters. Amidst his busy schedule, Yi Qiu finally spared a glance back, catching sight of the character on the screen. Zhu Yanxia? I feel like I've seen that ID somewhere before. Guo nearly banged her head against the monitor, gritting her teeth as she turned around. That's my main account ID. Oh, that explains it. Yi Qiu's head had already turned away. Guo suddenly realized that since she had sat down, aside from the initial moment when that guy glanced back while she was applying a face mask, she hadn't seen his face directly at all. It was just a skeleton graveyard. Was such intense focus really necessary? But upon reflection, she felt a bit unreasonable for being upset, as it indeed required such concentration. The randomness of the monsters in this dungeon was exceedingly high. Often, a pile of scattered bones would unexpectedly assemble into a skeleton, or a skeleton would emerge from a patch of loose earth. There were no fixed routes or designated targets, making each visit a new experience, which tested the player's attention and reflexes. Moreover, with only 4 members in Yishio's party, focus was all the more essential. In light of this, all of Yishio's actions were completely justified, and Chunghwa felt her annoyance was unwarranted. She could only continue with her novice tasks, albeit with a sense of gloom. At this point, only a day had passed since the 10th district opened, and the novice area was still swarming with new players, causing Chunghwa's progress to be quite sluggish. Even a top-tier expert like Yishio took 2 hours to complete these tasks in such an environment, let alone her. Although the situation was somewhat better than the previous day, with queues and monster competition, the overarching pattern remained unchanged. During the process, she suddenly heard a cold remark drifting over. I knew it would be like this. Chunghwa felt indignation, thinking that this was a mockery of her predicament. However, upon glancing back, she noticed that Yishio had already donned his headphones and was intently engaged in a dungeon run with others. Was he speaking to her? Chunghwa silently grumbled, but ultimately refrained from making a fuss, continuing to strike at monsters. Yishio's team managed to navigate the skeleton graveyard without incident. The process was rather tumultuous, as Tianqi and the others clearly struggled to keep pace with the dungeon, often falling prey to the suddenly emerging skeletons. By the time the boss was defeated, Tianqi and the others were drenched in sweat. If it weren't for Yishio, they would surely have failed had Yu Zhongyan been in charge. This dungeon's difficulty wasn't such that it required a top-tier expert to clear it. Rather, the potential for player damage was substantial, necessitating a dedicated healer. Clearly, this was yet another lesson from the novice village, emphasizing the significance of class cooperation. With Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao present, fulfilling the roles of healer, damage dealer, and tank, they effortlessly bulldozed through the skeleton cave. After exiting, Yishio glanced back and saw Chunghwa still queuing in the novice area, so he paid her no mind and re-entered. Tianqi and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed they might be a burden. With Yishio's exceptional skills, he could easily find partners far stronger than them. What if they performed poorly and incurred his disdain? Thus, this time, Tianqi and the others concentrated their attention 120%, cautious and vigilant, significantly improving their reaction time to the suddenly appearing skeletons, which accelerated their dungeon progress. The skeleton graveyard dungeon also contained 3 hidden bosses: the skeleton warrior, the skeleton mage, and the skeleton lord. However, whether these hidden foes appeared was not indicated upon entry. They could emerge from any shadow at any time, and only then would the system provide a prompt. Many unfortunate teams often realized this too late, with some members already slain by the boss before the announcement. With Yishio in command, such careless mistakes were unlikely to occur. However, after smoothly clearing the dungeon for the second time, the hidden boss still did not appear. Having completed 2 dungeons, Yishio looked back at Chunghwa, who was still engrossed in competing for monsters outside the novice village, and saw that her character had already reached level 4. Soon to hit level 5. Quick, let us run it again. Yishio thought to himself and hurriedly re-entered, with Tianqi and the others following suit without hesitation. Kill. Move. Suddenly, a slanted tombstone in the distance trembled slightly, and Tianqi and the others, oblivious, continued forward. Yishio hurriedly shouted, "Fall back. Now." Tianqi and the others executed Yishio's commands without a second thought, jumping back in unison. Jun Mo Xiao swiftly maneuvered through them. After that slight tremor, the tombstone suddenly burst forth from the ground, hurtling toward the 4. Yishio shouted a warning. The already alert Tianqi and the others quickly dodged, avoiding being struck by the tombstone. As it soared, it revealed half of a skeleton's body. The sight of its remarkably intact bones signaled that this was no ordinary skeleton monster with missing ribs. The system message solemnly announced, "You have entered the resting place of the skeleton warrior." Finally encountered it, Yishio felt a sense of relief. How do we fight it? Tianqi and the others inquired hurriedly. The half-emerged skeleton warrior shot out of the ground like a rocket, demonstrating impressive jumping prowess. In midair, it stretched its skeletal form, and the dust accumulated during its slumber fell like rain, while it brandished a massive sword that appeared battered yet was as large as a person. "This is bad," Yishio remarked. "What's wrong?" Tianqi and the others asked in a flurry. "I forgot to check the strategy guide," Yishio replied. The trio collectively spat blood. "You're truly remarkable, expert brother." Should I go check it for you? Mu Yunduan shouted. No, if it targets you, you'll be dead, Yishio said. As he spoke, the skeleton warrior's lethal strike landed, shaking the ground and generating a vast shockwave. The slower shallow life was directly toppled by the force of the blast. The skeleton warrior's dark eye sockets swept over, seemingly searching for a target. Someone draw its attention. I'll go check the strategy, Mu Yunduan suggested. No need, Yishio replied, taking off his headphones and turning to shout. Boss, boss. What is it? Chen Guo responded curtly, focused on her operations without turning around. Help me look up a strategy, Yishio requested. Strategy? What strategy? Chen Guo turned around, bewildered. The strategy for the skeleton warrior, Yishio replied, while controlling Jun Mo Shao and gesturing at the screen. Chen Guo nearly banged her head against the monitor again. You only start looking for a strategy once you encounter the boss? What were you doing earlier? As the clock struck 3, the night party members prepared their recommendation votes. The countdown of 2 hours and 15 minutes now commenced. Chapter 27, Strategy for 24 Hits Forgotten. Yishio's response was so plain and unadorned that Chen Guo could hardly find any fault with it. She was merely queuing up to seize the monsters. Feeling no urgency whatsoever, and hastily exited the game to search online for strategies regarding the skeleton graveyard. She opened a page and inquired of Yishio. Which boss was it again? The skeleton warrior, he replied. I mainly want to see how to guarantee a 100 drop of his sword. The sword? A guaranteed drop? For Chen Guo, it had been 5 years since she last visited this dungeon at the appropriate level. She recalled the sword because she occasionally guided newcomers, thus had some impression of it. Yet she was entirely oblivious to the detailed strategies, as her memories primarily revolved around overpowering with high-level characters, negating the need for strategies. Yes, just use that as the search theme, Yishio replied confidently. Although he had forgotten the specifics, he was certain such information existed, for he had authored it himself. Chen Guo quickly typed in keywords like skeleton warrior, sword, and 100, and indeed, relevant results appeared. Upon checking the timestamp of the post, she realized it was dated 10 years ago. Upon clicking, she gasped. It's a post by Yishio. The author's name, One Leaf Autumn, was well known in the Glory community. Everyone was aware that before the professional alliance was established, when Glory was merely a pure online game, Yishio had already gained fame under this ID. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eagerly invited to become a professional player once the league was formed. Yes, that one. Check how many hits are needed to strike the sword's ring, Yishio instructed. Huh. Chen Guo had never seen this post, and was momentarily unsure of what Yishio meant. She quickly skimmed through it, and ultimately found the information he sought. 24 hits. And it even includes a diagram of the effective hit zones. Do you want to see it? Enlarge it for me, Yishio requested. Chen Guo clicked on the image and maximized it. Hey, look. Then, Yishio turned around with lightning speed, pausing for scarcely a second before his head whipped back. Finished? Chen Guo asked, astonished. Yishio replied. What else do we need? Nothing more, he continued. He did remember that there were requirements concerning physical attacks. While he couldn't recall the exact figures, with the Qianji umbrella boasting 180 physical attack points, combined with his strength attributes, he trusted that Jun Mo Shao could certainly meet the standards. Tianqi, move to the left. Mu Yun Shun, circle to the back. Qian Li Sheng, retreat a little. The next /S shockwave will hurt you. Yishio began directing the trio's movements while he sought an opportunity to attack. The four had merely been evading, and without Yishio's commands, none had attempted an assault. Tianqi and the others assumed Yishio was devising a strategy against the skeleton warrior. Unaware that he didn't need a strategy to defeat it, he simply sought the method for a guaranteed drop of the sword. This sword was merely a decorative trinket, having no impact on character strength, hence the existence of such a 100 drop method, albeit requiring exceptional skill. At this moment, Chen Guo had abandoned her game and stood behind Yishio, eager to witness how he would achieve the 24 hits on the sword's ring. She had reviewed the strategy, noting that the ring was situated at the skeleton warrior's waist, square and not large. From the game's visual perspective, it was impossible to locate it within a mere 2 meters of proximity. Yet Yishio was already maneuvering Jun Mo Shao toward it. During his healing of the four, the skeleton warrior had already locked onto Jun Mo Shao as its primary target. Jun Mo Shao darted left and right, while Tianqi and the others roamed around, waiting for Yishio to conclude his strategy and commence the attack. However, after reviewing the strategy, Yishio positioned the trio even farther away, oblivious to Yishio's intentions. They simply obeyed. When they saw Jun Mo Shao approach the skeleton warrior, they all tensed, it was finally about to begin. The skeleton warrior charged forward, its bones producing a dull, jarring sound as they scraped against each other. Yi Xiu directed Jun Mo Xiao to advance swiftly, but his gaze was solely focused on the skeleton warrior's waist. Standing behind him, Chen Guo recognized that this practical application was far more challenging than the written strategy. The strategy outlined the ring clearly, yet in real combat, the skeleton warrior swayed, with its movements inadvertently obscuring the ring. As the skeleton warrior, towering and with a long sword, raised its massive blade from a distance of 2 meters, Yi Xiu remained unperturbed. In terms of attack speed, his Qianji umbrella, with an attack speed of 5, certainly surpassed that of the colossal sword, which typically had the slowest attack speed of 1. In terms of attack range, although the skeleton warrior wielded a giant sword, it could not compare to a polearm. With a steady motion, Yi Xiu pushed his mouse, and Jun Mo Xiao thrust forward with a spear strike that landed precisely. In a brief moment of stiffness, the skeleton warrior was caught off guard, allowing Jun Mo Xiao to close in with a skyward strike. The skeleton warrior weighed more than the nightcat demon, but was not as hefty as the bloated spider bosses in the spider cave. After being struck by the skyward attack, it floated neither too high nor too low. Jun Mo Xiao followed through with a sweeping thrust, producing a distinctly different sound upon impact with the skeleton warrior's bony form. "I hit it," Chen Guo exclaimed excitedly from behind Yi Xiu. Just once, Yi Xiu responded casually, flicking his fingers as Jun Mo Xiao completed the thrust and immediately executed a downward slash. The skeleton warrior, having been knocked down by the skyward strike, received another sweeping attack, echoing with a resounding impact as it struck the ring at its waist. Yi Xiu didn't allow greed to dictate his actions. After landing 2 hits, he promptly maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao to retreat. As the downed skeleton warrior rose, it pushed against the ground, unleashing a small area shockwave that radiated 360 degrees. To prevent unscrupulous players from exploiting the knockdown and sweeping attacks, most bosses possess such a shockwave attack upon rising. Watching from behind, Chen Guo initially felt elated that Yi Xiu had struck the ring twice, but upon reflection, she realized the extraordinary skill required to hit such a small target accurately on 2 occasions in that fleeting moment. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard another sound. Jun Mo Xiao's retreat was impeccably timed, narrowly evading the shockwave's edge. As the shockwave passed, Yi Xiu commanded Jun Mo Xiao to charge once more, thrusting his spear directly at the ring. The skeleton warrior raised its hands for a counterattack, but Jun Mo Xiao performed a perfect backward roll, the massive sword barely grazing him. Tian Qi and the others could not discern whether the strike had inflicted any damage on Jun Mo Xiao. However, they noted from their shared view of the health and mana bars that the attack had been entirely evaded. Chapter 28. Professional Standards. Tian Qi and his companions dared not make a sound, fearful that they might disrupt Jun Mo Xiao's battle. At the same time, the trio remained on high alert, poised to receive orders to launch their attack at any moment. To their surprise, despite the perilous clash between Jun Mo Xiao and the skeletal warrior, there was no indication that they were to step forward and assist. Tian Qi positioned himself to the left, one to the right, and another behind the skeletal warrior, all carefully maintaining their distance from the occasional shockwaves of the warrior's attacks. Could it be that he's intending to engage in a one-on-one duel? Mu Yunshin messaged Tian Qi. "Honestly, I have my doubts as well," replied Tian Qi. "A one-on-one with a hidden boss?" The very thought sent shivers down Mu Yunshin's spine. "It's not entirely impossible," Tian Qi remarked. "How formidable must this expert be? I fear our guild leader might not stand a chance," Mu Yunshin commented. "Absolutely not enough," Tian Qi concluded. It was pitiful that the president of the Moonwheel Guild had become the object of reverence due to his hand speed of 200. However, after just 1 day of exploring the 10th district, 3 traitors had emerged from the revolutionary team, casting disdain upon their leader. At that moment, Qian Shengli also sent a message. Could it be that he intends to face the enemy alone? In-game voice communication was limited to the current channel, without any private messaging. Thus, the 3 of them had to rely on voice, ensuring their volume was sufficient to avoid disturbing the expert while they secretly messaged one another. Perhaps, Tian Qi and Mu Yunshin both replied to Qian Shengli's message. "How impressive. Should we record this?" Qian Shengli inquired, noting the game's recording feature. "Well, since the expert hasn't mentioned it, perhaps it's best to refrain," Tian Qi suggested. "Oh," Qian Shengli responded, falling silent as the trio continued to observe Jun Mo Xiao's monster engagement. His spear was wielded with remarkable finesse, dodging and weaving as if choreographed in a martial arts film. Tianqi and the others were thoroughly captivated. In comparison, ordinary players engaging in combat appeared crude, akin to brandishing their chests in a display of brawn. Standing behind Yi Xiao, Chun Gui diligently counted the number of successful strikes. From her vantage point, she found herself at a disadvantage compared to Tianqi and his companions, as she shared the first-person perspective of Jun Mo Xiao. This perspective limited her ability to observe many of his actions, and the rapid shifts in sight left her feeling dizzy. She struggled to follow the swift transitions on the screen, often losing track of the character's direction and the whereabouts of the skeletal warrior. What's going on? Chun-Gui wondered, unable to comprehend why Yi Xiao suddenly required assistance. Did you not see? Yi Xiao inquired, prompting Jun Mo Xiao to glance down. Chun-Gui's eyes widened as she noticed the skeletal warrior's sword lying quietly at its feet, having dropped after being severed in the battle. What happened? Wasn't it supposed to be 24 strikes? Chun-Gui exclaimed, perplexed. Indeed, 24, Yi Xiao confirmed. Then why did I only hear 20? Chun-Gui queried. 4 of those strikes were executed as consecutive hits, resulting in double damage. The speed was so swift that you likely missed them. Add those 4, and it totals to 24, Yi Xiao explained. Chun-Gui gasped. Consecutive hits on the same target? Would that not trigger a hidden bleeding effect? I don't recall witnessing that at all. Were those 4 not counted? Skeletal enemies are immune to bleeding effects, Yi Xiao clarified. Feeling embarrassed, Chun-Gui realized her oversight. Many monsters in the game, including skeletal types, were indeed immune to bleeding effects. Without flesh, what blood could they shed? This was a fundamental aspect of the game, and she, an experienced player, had momentarily forgotten. Cursing herself for losing track due to the dizzying perspective, Chun-Gui returned to her computer, where the novice village was still bustling with players, and competition for small monsters remained fierce. Just then, she heard Yi Xiao ask, Boss, are you planning to stay up all night? Why do you ask? Chun-Gui retorted. If you're going to stay up, I'll go sit in the smoking area. Yi Xiao replied. Then what does that mean for my shift? Chun-Gui snapped. Well, perhaps you could sit elsewhere? I recall you dislike the smell of smoke. Yi Xiao suggested. Chun-Gui felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Though she understood he was considering her feelings, the sensation of being dismissed was disheartening. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had already grasped a pack of cigarettes, signaling to Chun-Gui that it was time for her to make a decision. Either take over his shift or continue playing. Forget it, I'm done playing. I'm going to sleep, Chun-Gui huffed, exiting the game in a huff. Yi Xiao turned to see her off, only to notice that Chun-Gui had left her account card behind on the table. It wasn't forgetfulness. Rather, she treated the internet safe as her home, leaving things around casually. A sudden idea struck Yi Xiao, and he called out, Boss, you forgot your card. Would you like me to help you level up tonight? Do as you please, Chun-Gui replied absent-mindedly. Yi Xiao nodded, and, with nearly 300 strikes per minute, swiftly lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. The encirclement of the skeleton warriors continued unabated, yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed as he conversed and lit a cigarette. His focus on the game remained unwavering, and before long, the skeleton warriors had been vanquished. The sword he sought lay on the ground, and he promptly retrieved it, resolutely discarding other items. Tianqi and the others ceased their shoving and began to distribute the equipment according to their professions, casually sweeping up other materials into their bags. Tianqi remarked, Expert. We plan to keep those high-level materials obtained from yesterday's hidden bosses that you don't need for now. We'll sell them later when the prices rise. The new server is rife with unscrupulous merchants preying on newcomers with low offers. Once the prices stabilize, we'll sell them and share the profits with you. I've already taken my share. Those are yours, Yi Xiao replied. Those capable should take more. Don't be too modest, Expert, Tianqi stated. Yi Xiao chuckled and chose not to elaborate further. The 4 continued to clear the dungeon, and Tianqi inquired, should we add another person to the team? Yi Xiao understood his implication. He had already obtained what he needed. Adding another member might enhance efficiency. Whatever you prefer. However, I plan to level up to 20 today, after which I need to help a friend, Yi Xiao said. All right, do you need our assistance? Tianqi asked. Though it was evident that during Yi Xiao's conversation with Chun-Gui, they had not muted their microphones, and Tianqi and the others had inadvertently overheard much of it. No need. You all carry on with your own matters, Yi Xiao replied. Oh, Tianqi and the others remained taciturn. They had only known Yi Xiao for a day. Although relationships in online games tend to form swiftly, as adults, they were all quite aware of their boundaries. Upon exiting the dungeon, Tianqi began calling for players to join their team. Forming a group in the novice area was exceedingly simple, and after sifting through a long list of applications, he finally selected a level 17 female player to join. Her name was Chunyu, and upon entering the team, she scanned the roster and became exhilarated. Tianqi, Mu Yunshun, Qiansheng Li, Junimo Xiao. Isn't this the team that achieved the first kill in the Spider Cave and against the Spider Lord? I can't believe I'm joining such a skilled group. After connecting to the voice chat, she eagerly conveyed her excitement to everyone. The widespread use of the voice system in Glory had effectively diminished the prevalence of impersonation. When players engaged in activities together, communication was predominantly vocal. If a female character solely typed without speaking, suspicions would arise almost immediately. Of course, if a male voice resembled that of a female, it would be an extraordinary anomaly that could catch anyone off guard. As Tianqi and the others listened to the girl speak, they casually walked a meter in front of her, and Yishio understood they were assessing her appearance. The character models in Glory were limited to two types, male and female. Players could customize their appearance through an editor, either designing their character or opting for a random generation. For those who preferred realism, they could upload their own photos into the editor, which would generate a game character closely resembling them after providing some basic data. Thus, the appearance of female players was a matter of great interest for male players. It was said that experienced players could discern the authenticity of a female player's appearance at a glance. However, Tianqi and his companions seemed devoid of such instincts, having merely assessed the newcomer, Xinyu, and concluded she was unremarkable. Whether she was genuine or not remained uncertain. Xinyu, on the other hand, was enthusiastic, expressing her admiration for the first kill team and her honor at joining them. She was astonished to learn that the skilled members of the team were still at level 18 and ultimately inquired about her chances of becoming a permanent member of the first kill team. Tianqi could only regretfully explain that they originally had another member, but he was absent today, which created a vacancy. Xinyu was disappointed, but did not give up. Since she could not join the main team, she began fervently applying for a substitute position, inquiring about their guild and affiliations. This question left Tianqi and the others in a quandary. Clearly, outsiders viewed them as a revered team of experts. They had not yet entered the dungeon, and neither had Xinyu. However, once they commenced their venture inside, experienced players would quickly realize that Junimo Xiao was the only true expert among them, while the others were hardly noteworthy. Xinyu's questions and expectations fell squarely upon the shoulders of the expert. Now she was inquiring about guilds. Tianqi and the others did have a guild, but currently, they basked in the glory of the expert's prowess. Flaunting their guild's name would be akin to undermining themselves. We should focus on completing the dungeon, Tianqi suggested, steering the conversation away as he hastened inside. Mu Yunshun and the others promptly followed suit. Upon entering the dungeon, Yishio naturally took the lead in directing the team. Just as he began to speak, Xinyu interjected curiously, who was talking? She had just joined the team and had been chattering away with Tianqi and the others, while Yishio was speaking for the first time since they entered. Junimo Xiao, our team's expert. Our success in achieving the first kill was entirely due to him. Without him, our team would be insignificant. Tianqi seized the opportunity to speak candidly, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. All hail the expert. Xinyu typed, adding emoticons in her voice. Let us go. Yishio chuckled, leading the way. As he commanded and dispatched monsters, his expertise became increasingly evident. However, before such undeniable skill, Xinyu exhibited little in the way of excitement. Tianqi and the others quickly discerned that she was indeed a genuine novice. This girl is doomed, Mu Yunshin whispered. Yes, her starting point is too high. As a newcomer, she has encountered such extreme talent. How will she ever mingle with the ordinary players? Tianqi lamented. What a tragedy. Qian Shengli echoed in sympathy. The third update of the day was slightly delayed. Chapter 30. The hidden challenge. Xinyu is undoubtedly a remarkably well-behaved newcomer. From the moment she entered the dungeon, she maintained a quiet demeanor, attentively listening to commands and diligently executing them. Although, as a novice, she inevitably made mistakes, she was always quick to express her apologies, leaving others with little room for criticism. Interestingly, when she erred, Tianqi and the others seemed even more anxious than she was, fearing that the seasoned player, Brother Gao, might grow impatient with her. Many experts tend to lack patience for such inexperienced players. However, as the dungeon progressed past its midpoint, Tianqi and the others began to relax. Despite Brother Gao's exceptional skill, he was not the aloof master they had anticipated. In fact, he displayed even greater patience towards newcomers than Tianqi and his companions. For terms that Xinyu found confusing, Brother Gao would take the time to explain the specialized jargon, yet with an additional newcomer in the mix. The efficiency of their dungeon runs became somewhat hindered. Observing Brother Gao's nonchalance, Tianqi and the others chose to disregard the minor setbacks. They engaged in monster slaying while simultaneously guiding the novice, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon conversing further, they discovered that this was Chunyu's very first experience in a dungeon. She had leveled up solely through quests, having completed all that was possible outside the dungeon. With a plethora of tasks awaiting completion within the dungeon, she felt fortunate to have joined such a prestigious team. Under Brother Gao's guidance, after completing a round of the dungeon, Xinyu had already begun to exhibit considerable improvement. Although she had never played Glory before, she was not entirely unfamiliar with gaming. Eventually, after several rounds in the dungeon, Jun Mo Xiao and Tianqi reached level 20, while Xinyu remained slightly behind at level 19, striving to catch up. Noticing this, Yishio decided to lead a few more rounds, ensuring that Xinyu also reached level 20. During this time, 2 hidden bosses emerged, and under Yishio's leadership, they were easily defeated. However, today yielded no purple or orange equipment, only a collection of rare materials. Unbeknownst to the novice, these materials were actually the most valuable items in a low-level dungeon, and she found herself drooling over the equipment instead. Yet, with Brother Gao present, Tianqi and the others felt too embarrassed to hoard the materials. Thus they explained their true worth to Xinyu. To their surprise, she was exceedingly well-mannered and, citing her status as a newcomer and her inability to utilize the materials, opted to forego them entirely. Instantly, the group's fondness for this young lady surged 100-fold, pledging to remember her and share the profits from any future sales. All right, you all carry on. I'll take my leave now. Yishio waved to the 4 as they exited the dungeon. Aren't you going to change your class? Once you hit level 20, everyone is supposed to do so before leaving the novice village, Tianqi inquired. No rush, you all go ahead. Yishio replied. Then we'll be in touch, Brother Gao, Tianqi said. Farewell, esteemed master. Xinyu had already formed a loose camaraderie with the group. Having listened to their tales of Jun Mo Xiao's legendary exploits, she had affectionately dubbed him the master. Yishio chuckled, bidding farewell to the 4 before heading towards the Green Forest dungeon. He logged into the game with Chunguo's account card, bringing the level 5 character Ji Yinxia into the game. Indeed, while Glory does not allow dual accounts, possessing 2 computers permits a single player to operate 2 characters, a loophole Yishio intended to exploit. As long as there are 2 or more players, it counts as a party, thus providing opportunities to encounter hidden challenges. Yishio still needed to gather materials from the Night Cat Demon. On his first attempt, there was no hidden boss. Yishio wasted no time and exited the dungeon. Both characters entered a precarious state where their health and mana were depleted, and all attributes were reduced by 80, rendering them nearly useless, requiring a 10-minute recovery period. Nevertheless, this was still faster than clearing the dungeon. As Jun Mo Xiao, Yishio had already lost track of experience. Initially intending to train with Ji Yinxia, he decided to proceed casually, as Chunguo had shown no particular preference. After taking a moment to smoke and hydrate, he returned to find both characters had fully recovered. Upon re-entering the dungeon, once again, no hidden boss appeared. Yishio, unfazed, opted to exit again. With each 10-minute interval, he could effectively make 6 attempts in an hour. Otherwise, soloing the Green Forest would take at least 15 to 20 minutes, resulting in a notable time savings. However, this strategy would only work in the novice village, as subsequent dungeons would impose limitations on the number of runs. Daily restrictions could limit players to 5, 3, or even just 1 attempt per day, or weekly runs. During this 10-minute wait, Yishio reviewed strategies, having forgotten quite a bit of the initial content. Relying on memory while inside the dungeon was not practical. As the 10 minutes elapsed, he re-entered the Green Forest, yet again met with disappointment as no hidden bosses emerged. Yishio remained patient, opting to exit and consult his strategies once more. After the 4th and 5th attempts, it seemed that Yishio had exhausted his luck from day 1, as he had yet to encounter a single hidden boss. Finally, on the 6th attempt, the system prompted his long-awaited notification for the Night Cat Demon. With a sigh of relief, Yishio commenced the battle. Theoretically, the presence of Ji Yinxia was unnecessary, and either exiting or leaving her at the entrance would suffice. However, Yishio decided to let her gain some experience, juggling control between the 2 characters. As he maneuvered back and forth, he was thoroughly engrossed in the task. A late-night patron at the internet CAF passing by the counter stopped in astonishment at the sight. Dude, playing is one thing, but running 2 accounts simultaneously? That's insane. Yishio turned and smiled at the onlooker, remaining silent while continuing his operations. Once the night cat demon emerged, the outcome was all but certain. The materials Yishio needed were guaranteed to drop, with luck merely determining their quantity. At the moment the desired drops occurred, his fortune seemed to ignite anew, yielding 4 night cat claws in a single drop. Combined with the 2 from the first attempt, he now had a total of 6, with 8 being his target. One more successful run would suffice. After dispatching the night cat demon, Yishio elegantly exited the dungeon and resumed his infinite 10-minute cycle of seeking hidden bosses. One attempt yielded nothing, then another attempt bore no fruit. As he prepared for a 3rd attempt, he suddenly noticed a pending system message. Upon opening it, he found a request from a player named Blue River, asking to add him as a friend. Blue River? Who might that be? Yishio glanced around Junimo Shao, but found no player by that name nearby. Presumably, they were interested in his level 20 character standing guard outside the Green Forest. Seeking a party for assistance, Yishio casually clicked to ignore the request, only to discover another, and then another, and so on. In a flurry, he clicked through a total of 18 friend requests from this persistent player named Blue River within the span of 10 minutes. Ignoring a request does not equate to a rejection. Messages from ignored requests can be resent. Yishio admired the tenacity of this individual and decided to respond to one of the requests. I'm beginning to admire myself for how early I'm updating. Chapter 31. A True Talent. Greetings, I am Lan He from the Blue Stream Pavilion, also known as Lan Xiao Chun Shui. As soon as I accepted the friend request, the other party wasted no time with trivial pleasantries and introduced himself directly, revealing a confident demeanor. Hello, Yishio replied succinctly. Having navigated the glory circle for a decade, he was well aware of the prominence of the Blue Stream Pavilion, one of the 3 major guilds. However, he was less familiar with the figure of Lan Xiao Chun Shui. If it had been Huang Xiaodian and his sword saint, Yi Yuxing Fan, he would have recognized them without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Lan he was engaging with an individual who far surpassed him in skill. Lan Xiao Chun Shui's reputation in the gaming community was formidable enough to intimidate many. Confident that Yishio already knew who he was, he proceeded with the conversation. What are you busy with, brother? Running a dungeon, Yishio replied, while simultaneously entering the Green Forest with Jun Mo Shao and Zhu Yanxia. Oh, which dungeon? Lan He inquired. The Green Forest, Yishio answered. Lan He was momentarily puzzled, but quickly deduced that he was likely accompanied by friends. Is that so? He said. We're one short for Frost Forest. Would you be interested? Lan He messaged. Oh, why me? Yishio asked. The question gave Lan He pause, prompting him to reflect on the lengthy backstory. Initially, Jun Mo Zhao's team had secured 2 first kills in the Spider Cave, leaving the Blue Stream Pavilion with nothing to show for it. This had caused considerable frustration among their ranks. However, upon investigating Jun Mo Zhao, who had appeared thrice on the leaderboard, they uncovered some unusual insights. The first kill had been achieved alongside a teammate with whom he had previously clashed, Yuzhong Mian, who had publicly accused Jun Mo Zhao of sabotaging his own team to claim a hidden boss, the Night Cat Demon. The fact that Yuzhong Mian was now in the same team as Jun Mo Zhao raised questions about what had transpired in the interim. Despite not knowing the full story, it was evident that this team, capable of securing 2 first kills, was no mere casual group. They were a wild team fraught with internal conflicts. The capacity for such a team to achieve 2 first kills indicated a remarkable level of skill, with Jun Mo Zhao clearly at the center of it all. The fact that this alleged miscreant had been welcomed back suggested a significant reliance on his abilities. Without him, they could not have achieved their triumphs. Moreover, a keen-eyed player from the Blue Stream Pavilion noted a detail about the team's composition during the first kills. The leader's identity had changed. The first time, the leader was Yuzhong Mian, but for the second, it was Jun Mo Zhao. The role of the leader was crucial, with the authority to exclude others and dictate the distribution of loot. The team's willingness to hand leadership to someone with a dubious reputation spoke volumes about their dependence on him. Through careful observation and analysis, the Blue Stream Pavilion concluded that such a talent was rare and should be actively pursued. Thus, Lan He sent out a flurry of 18 friend requests. When the requests went unanswered, he decided to convey sincerity through persistence. His strategy proved effective. Yishio, who initially intended to ignore the requests, eventually accepted. When Lan He asked why he sought Yishio, he simplified the story, stating that the new area had just launched and the team had already secured 3 first kills, indicating he was a skilled player, thus hoping to forge a friendship. To be frank, we are aiming to break the record for Frost Forest's completion time, and we could really use someone of your caliber. If we succeed, the purple gear is yours. Our guild only seeks the record, Lanhe explained. Observing the situation, Lanhe speculated that Yishio might either be a seasoned player from another guild casually exploring the new area or a solitary master uninterested in guild affiliations. The latter would be particularly difficult to engage directly. Therefore, Lanhe opted to invite him to a dungeon, fostering camaraderie through shared experiences. They needed to witness firsthand whether Yishio's abilities matched their expectations. The promise of purple gear served as a token of goodwill. Even if it was merely a level 25 item, better to have than not, as it was not worth lingering over low-level equipment. Upon receiving the invitation, Yishio's interest peaked, and he quickly replied, "No need for the purple gear. If possible, I would prefer some other items." "What do you mean?" Lanhe asked. "Rare materials," Yishio specified. "Haha, you are indeed a discerning individual." Lanhe recognized that Yishio was not interested in low-tier rewards. The most valuable items were indeed rare materials, which would remain relevant even in the later stages of the game. 72 power pearl threads, Yishio proposed. Not a problem, Lanhe readily agreed. Though power pearl threads were considered rare materials, they were farmed in beginner dungeons and could be obtained repeatedly, making them relatively inexpensive. "I also need a silver pendant from the White Witch," Yishio added. "Sure, I can provide that right away," Lanhe responded, amused, as the pendant, like the sword Yishio had acquired from the skeleton warrior, was a non-attribute ornament with little value, primarily favored by women as jewelry. Additionally, "I require 8 white wolf fangs," Yishio continued. "Now, hold on," Lanhe said. "You've already asked for power pearl threads and a silver pendant. Is this not becoming excessive?" His tone revealed a hint of displeasure. As the afternoon waned, the day drifted into twilight, a stark contrast to the morning's brightness, each reflecting the other. Chapter 32. Bargaining the White Wolf and the White, which are both hidden bosses within the Frost Forest. The mithril pendant, being devoid of practical value, does not trouble Blue River. However, the fangs of the White Wolf are indeed precious. The Frost Forest is no longer a mere tutorial dungeon for novices, as each player can only venture in 4 times a day, even within those 4 attempts. Encountering a hidden boss is uncertain, let alone the fact that there is a 2/3 chance that it will not be the White Wolf. If Yishio merely desired the 8 White Wolf fangs, Blue River would not hesitate. Yet, after requiring 72 powerful energy strands and an additional 8 White Wolf fangs, Blue River felt that Yishio's greed was insatiable, truly a shameless individual capable of endangering an entire team for the sake of a hidden boss. Regardless of Yishio's exceptional skills, his character left much to be desired. Would it be wise to recruit such a person into the guild? While Blue River began to waver, Yishio leisurely replied to his message. "Is that too much? I'll forego the mithril pendant, shall I?" Blue River was both amused and exasperated, replying swiftly, "Brother, we are all reasonable people here. I am indifferent to how many mithril pendants you desire. But as for the powerful energy strands and the White Wolf fangs, how many do you deem appropriate?" Yishio inquired, "One or the other." "A difficult choice indeed," Yishio exclaimed. "You cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw, my friend," Blue River advised earnestly. "Then I shall take the White Wolf fangs," Yishio declared. "Very well," Blue River sighed in relief. "But how about a reasonable amount of powerful energy strands?" Yishio pressed further. Blue River nearly choked on his frustration. "How about 40? Yishio asked. "Brother, that's..." Blue River was at a loss for words. 30? 25. "Surely that must suffice?" Yishio suggested. Blue River fell silent, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, struggling to find suitable words. 24? Suddenly, Blue River's heart softened. They had reached the point of bargaining so tentatively. How could the esteemed Blue River Pavilion stoop to haggling over a powerful energy strand? He thumped the keyboard decisively. "All right, let it be settled." Oh, Blue River had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when another message arrived. "Then, how about a few more mithril pendants?" "It's not as if it matters to you, does it?" Blue River fell from his chair in disbelief. What sort of person was this? Even for something as useless as the mithril pendant, he sought to gain an advantage? "What do you need so many for?" Blue River queried, perplexed. "Such items may be of no value to us, yet for some, their worth is entirely different," Yishio replied. Blue River understood that Yishio was referring to those who cherished such adornments, leading him to suspect that Yishio desired them to impress women. Accepting one as a gift might be reasonable, but to request so many? How many women was he hoping to woo? After disdainfully regarding Yishio, Blue River inquired. So how many do you want? You said it was of no concern to you, so I'll take them all. Yishio responded. We hardly have many, just 2. Blue River reluctantly fibbed, regretting his earlier statements of indifference. Indeed, the item lacked practical value, yet it was a rare ornament. A splendid choice for the guild's female members, and parting with them all felt somewhat painful. Yishio replied with a mere ellipsis, leaving Blue River feeling embarrassed. His lie had been terribly transparent, yet having already ventured this far, Blue River steeled himself. So it's settled then? What if a hidden boss appears? How shall we divide the spoils? Yishio asked again. Let us roll for it. Blue River answered readily. Another ellipsis appeared, followed by yet another. Blue River sighed, realizing that a person who relentlessly sought to gain advantage would not easily be swayed. Rolling for it seemed fair, yet Blue River and his 3 companions were close friends. Whereas Yishio was an outsider, making the odds 4-1 in their favor. Yishio was undoubtedly aware of this discrepancy. Haha, just kidding. Blue River hastily chuckled. If a hidden boss were to appear, it would likely be impossible to secure a record. It wouldn't be fair to let his companions toil in vain. If something is hidden, let my brother choose first. How about that? All right, it's settled. Yishio agreed. When will you arrive? Our team is already in the Frost Forest. Blue River inquired. Oh, just a moment. I'm finishing this dungeon, Yishio replied. Very well. Blue River nodded, then glanced at Yishio and his friends list. Brother, do you need to change your class first? No need. Let us proceed as is. Blue River was taken aback. This. I'll discuss it later. I need to focus on clearing the dungeon, Yishio responded. Thus, Blue River quietly closed the chat, feeling that something was amiss. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. What was he thinking? His intention was to invite this individual to join them in a dungeon run to foster camaraderie, yet he had been fixated on negotiating rewards, transforming the nature of their interaction entirely. Was it truly necessary for the Blue River Pavilion to hire outsiders for labor? Contemplating this, Blue River felt a pang of regret over the rewards he had bargained for, as though he was giving away something precious for free. Yet suddenly, he recalled the conditions tied to the rewards, breaking the clearance record. Blue River fell into a stupor. They were merely 1 person short. The notion of breaking the record was merely a pretext. The Blue River Pavilion had brought forth 40 elite players to the new district, and creating a 5-man team could hardly be hindered by a single individual. The absence of 1 player was merely a convenient excuse to invite someone, while the notion of breaking records served as a facade for a common goal, facilitating communication. Frankly, Blue River had never believed that inviting a random person could result in a new clearance record. After midnight, when dungeon attempts refreshed, Blue River had already led the most elite team of the Blue River Pavilion through the Frost Forest thrice, maintaining a consistent gap from the current record held by the Central Herbal Hall. If the arrival of a single individual could indeed alter this, then surely this person's abilities must surpass those of their guild's elite. Blue River considered Jun Mo Xiao to be a talented individual, but he did not perceive him as someone stronger than their guild's elite. Yet, this person had earnestly engaged in haggling over rewards. Was he truly serious? He was only level 20 and had stated he would not change classes first. Did he genuinely believe he could break the record? Blue River. How did your contact with that person go? At that moment, a skilled teammate, Shizhou, inquired. I've secured him. He'll be here shortly. Who will make room for him? Blue River looked toward the other 4 members of the team. Oh, I suppose I'll take a break then. One said. Blue River acknowledged with a hum, and the individual promptly exited the team. The remaining 4 settled near the dungeon entrance, awaiting Jun Mo Xiao's arrival, while Blue River remained engulfed in uncertainty. Later that evening, he checked on the cover issue, which had been delayed. The cover was an accident and would soon revert to its original state. Everyone should remain calm and ignore it. Following the swift dispatch of the Dark Night Cat demon, Yishio collected 3 Dark Night Cat fingernails, bringing his total to 9, satisfying his quota. He was quite pleased. Additionally, he had acquired 4 Dark Night Cat claws, which, while unnecessary for him, would be valuable to others. He anticipated no resistance to bartering these in exchange for assistance in securing the dungeon record. With this in mind, Yishio promptly withdrew Lord Grimm from the dungeon, while Steamed Bun Invasion logged out of the game entirely. After a 10-minute respite to recover from the near-death experience, he returned to the novice village and exhausted his 1255 skill points, acquiring additional abilities. Typically, players reach level 20 with only 1250 skill points, granting Lord Grimm a slight advantage due to his skill book. Having meticulously allocated his skill points, he departed the novice village, officially venturing into the vast world of glory. From this point onward, the system would no longer assist in dispersing players. The expansive Frost Forest was teeming with adventurers. Many glory dungeons lacked a fixed entrance. Frost Forest itself was a dungeon, accessible from any direction. Where are you all? I've arrived in the Frost Forest area. The vicinity of Frost Forest was bustling with activity. As players bid farewell to the novice village, market trading began to flourish, transforming the area outside Frost Forest into a nascent marketplace, where many set up stalls to conduct business. Yishio casually perused a couple of stalls, noting the erratic pricing. Inexperienced players, fearing undervaluation, inflated prices, while more knowledgeable players traded in level 20 equipment, speculating on potential rare materials. However, such equipment only appealed to novice players who had progressed through quests, as the quest rewards were primarily green-grade equipment, inferior to blue-grade items. Lord Grimm, having leveled up through dungeons, was already decked out in a full set of blue-grade gear. After a fruitless search of several stalls, Blue River responded with his coordinates. Yishio hurried to the location, and before long, the name Lord Grimm appeared above his head, catching the attention of Blue River's party of 4, who collectively gasped. This renowned expert from the 10th server, who had garnered their attention, was undeniably eccentric. His mismatched attire was truly baffling. The 4 of them stared in disbelief, attempting to identify Lord Grimm's equipment. Glory lacked features for identifying or viewing character information, relying solely on players' visual assessment of equipment styles and details. Lord Grimm's ensemble comprised cloth, leather, chain, heavy armor, and plate armor, a complete mishmash. While such a style was common in novice villages, it was considered highly unconventional in the wider world of glory. Players typically reached level 20 and chose a class before leaving the novice village. Although class restrictions on equipment weren't absolute, most players opted for equipment types that complemented their class, while occasional exceptions existed for specific requirements. No one would wear a full set of 5 different armor types like Lord Grimm. As the 4 remained bewildered, Yishio guided Lord Grimm to their side, donned his headset, and tested the audio with a hello. We can hear you, Blue River replied. Greetings, Yishio greeted. Hello. Allow me to introduce you. Flowing Brook, Lantern Flower Knight, Thunderous Light, all esteemed experts from our Blue Brook Guild's elite division. Blue River introduced the others. Greetings, everyone. Please bear with me for a moment. Apologies, Yishio chimed in before falling silent. The other 3, before Lord Grimm joined the party, frantically typed messages in the party chat, expressing their disbelief. Are you sure you've got the right person? Lantern Flower Knight inquired. Nonsense. Not even a class change. Thunderous Light questioned. He said he's still considering. Someone like him is going to help us get the record? Lantern Flower Knight was skeptical. If we can't get it, we can't get it. Our main goal is to assess his capabilities, Blue River stated. I don't know about anything else, but I've already figured out his depth, Thunderous Light quipped. What? Lord Grimm? More like don't laugh. This guy's a joke, right? Thunderous Light remarked. Let's not judge a book by its cover. He hasn't changed classes, so this attire is normal, Blue River offered, perhaps attempting to justify his own reasoning. Even he found Lord Grimm's mismatched appearance unsettling. It had been ages since such a free-spirited style had been seen in glory. He's not changing classes. Does he plan to play as an unspecialized character? Flowing Brook, a veteran player, suddenly spoke up, recalling an era when unspecialized characters were prevalent. Unspecialized? That's a thing of the past. Isn't it impossible to level up past level 50 without a class change? Lantern Flower Knight, while knowledgeable, wasn't as experienced as Flowing Brook and only knew of that past. Back then, it was Glory's 3rd anniversary and the opening of the 3rd server. Glory introduced its first level cap increase, raising the maximum level from 50 to 55. To continue gaining experience beyond level 50, characters had to complete a class awakening quest. Unspecialized characters, lacking an awakening quest, remained capped at level 50. 5 levels represented a significant gap in glory, affecting equipment and skills. As the level cap continued to rise, the disparity between unspecialized characters and specialized classes would only widen. It was clear that unspecialized characters had become obsolete. Does he plan to play to level 50 before changing classes? Lantern Flower Knight wondered. Wouldn't that result in a lack of attribute points? Thunderous Light questioned. Each class had different attribute growth rates. The attribute differences between a level 50 swordsman and a level 50 elementalist, even without equipment, would be obvious. An unspecialized character's growth wouldn't match any specific class. Upon reaching level 50, it would become unique. Would the 30 levels of growth between 20 and 50 be corrected upon changing to another class? Who knows? Does anyone even care about that anymore? Lantern Flower Knight responded. The others fell silent. They were experts, elite experts, but they hadn't considered this issue. It wasn't necessary, as no one would remain unspecialized at level 20. It had been years since they'd seen such a person. Why are we guessing? Why not just ask him? Lantern Flower Knight, direct as ever, approached Lord Grimm and inquired. Brother, do you plan to play as an unspecialized character without changing classes? No response. Brother, are you there? Lantern Flower Knight called out. He said to wait a moment. He might have stepped away, Blue River suggested. If he's playing as an unspecialized character, does he have all the weapons? Thunderous Light curiously circled Lord Grimm, who was currently empty-handed. His weapon, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, was being examined in the equipment editor. The moment the equipment was loaded, it transformed from its original appearance into the structural diagram generated by the editor. The complexity of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella filled several screens. Meanwhile, Yishio carefully retrieved the Dark Knight cat fingernails obtained from the Dark Knight cat demon in Green Forest, meticulously placing them onto the tips of the umbrella ribs that supported the canopy in the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's structural diagram. Chapter 34, A Touch of Violence 1, 2, 3. Yishio's expression was devoid of his usual lethargy. His gaze was unwavering, intensely focused. With steady hands, he meticulously inserted the 8 claws of the night cat one by one. After completing the task with precision, he exhaled softly, flexing his right hand. He selected the structural diagram for the umbrella's inverted design and carefully extracted the 8 ribs from the connection axis with the handle. Upon removing the connection axis, which was elegantly crafted, Yishio swiftly cast it aside into a frame, next to which lay the night cat eye stone obtained from the night cat demon. After clicking on a copy option adjacent to the frame, a progress bar appeared, and the night cat eye stone began to rotate and polish itself. Once the progress bar completed, the stone astonishingly resembled the connection axis removed from the Thousand Machine umbrella. Yishio returned the original connection axis to the editor's material library, while the replicated one was reattached to the umbrella's apex. Each rib emitted a faint click as it was embedded, and once all 8 were in place, the structural diagram returned to its original form. After a thorough inspection, Yishio finally sighed in relief. Gazing at the construction diagram in the editor, he lit a cigarette. Lost in thought, the essence of self-made equipment lay in the construction diagram and the research of required materials. Most of the research on the Thousand Machine umbrella had been completed, with only a few gaps remaining, and uncertainties existed only regarding enhancements beyond level 50. After all, during the era when the Thousand Machine umbrella was crafted, the highest level in glory was merely 50. Yishio confirmed the creation in the editing interface, and another progress bar emerged, displaying an animated representation of the umbrella's structure. As the bar finished, the image stabilized, showcasing several minor modifications. The tips of the ribs now protruded from the edges of the umbrella, adorned with the 8 claws of the night cat. Upon closing the editor and returning to the game, he checked the attributes of the Thousand Machine umbrella, finding no changes. With a swift move of the mouse, Jun Mo Shao brandished the umbrella and, with a flick, transformed it into a spear form. The spear's tip, embellished with the 8 claws, glimmered menacingly, exuding sharpness. Upon inspecting the attributes of the Thousand Machine umbrella, they had indeed changed. Thousand Machine umbrella, spear form, level 15. Weight 2. 3 kilograms, attack speed 5. Physical attack 290. Magical attack 220. Compared to the umbrella form, the increase in magical attack was minimal, yet physical attack surged by 110 points. When compared to other spears of the same level, there was a discrepancy of 5 to 25 levels. Jun Mo Shao suddenly unsheathed the weapon, startling the 4 onlookers. Upon seeing the spear in his hands, even the elite players were taken aback. Brother, you're back? Blue River approached to engage in conversation while sending a team invitation. Yishio accepted the invitation. Let's add our guild first. That way, the dungeon record will bear our guild's name. Blue River suggested, sending another invitation. Having left the novice village at level 20, they were prepared and had established the Blue Stream Pavilion immediately. Understood. Yishio confirmed. Becoming a member of the Blue Stream Pavilion. For a party of 5 to have all members from the same guild, their completion records would be attributed to the guild. Shall we begin? Wait. While Yishio spoke, he had already assessed the equipment of the 4, deducing their professions. Blue River, a swordsman, wielding a level 20 purple weapon, the Flame Sun Sword, categorized under the sword class as a light sword. Shizhou, a priest of the Holy Word class, with a level 20 purple weapon, the Holy Light Cross. Denghui, a paladin of the Holy Word class, bearing a level 20 purple weapon, the Justice Guardian Axe, belonging to the Holy Word class. Laming Dingguang, an elementalist mage, holding a level 20 purple weapon, the Purple Copper Staff. Aside from their weapons, the four's gear and accessories were predominantly blue, with some purple pieces, all fitting their professions. Merely a day since the server launch, their equipment was already impressive, clearly a result of the collective strength of their guild rather than individual luck. What is going on? Denghui asked impatiently. If we want to break through the record, I suggest we adjust our class composition slightly, Yishio proposed. How so? Blue River inquired. Let us drop the priest, Yishio stated bluntly. Before Shizhou, the priest, could respond, Denghui retorted, drop the priest? Are you joking? Removing the priest and adding a damage dealer would expedite our progress, Yishio replied calmly. Brother, that idea seems a bit untenable, Blue River remarked patiently. Sure, the pressure is higher, but we're all skilled. If we focus on positioning and dodging, we can manage without healing, Yishio asserted. Everyone does not need healing. That's for the main tank, he continued. Exactly, so I propose we also forego the main tank. The paladin's damage output is limited. Let's bring in someone more aggressive. Hey, Denghui, who had just defended Shizhou, was taken aback. No main tank. What are you thinking? Sure, it might work for small mobs, but what about the boss? Who will control the aggro, you? Yishio replied. What do you mean by Denghui was furious. I'll control the aggro, Yishio stated. The entire team fell silent. With Yishio now part of their guild, there was nowhere to speak privately. Blue River frowned. You mean to assemble a team of 5 damage dealers? Precisely. That's the fastest configuration for clearing dungeons, Yishio replied. You think this is the novice village? Denghui exclaimed. Regardless of the dungeon, full damage output is always the quickest, Yishio maintained. That may be true, but can we survive the dungeon with all damage dealers? Blue River questioned. Of course, but I would prefer to lead, Yishio asserted. Blue River felt the sting of Yishio's words, and after kicking 2 people out, he was still vying for command. All right, Denghui shouted suddenly. I want to see just how capable you are. Shizhou, leave the team and call someone else. With that, Denghui exited the team, leaving Shizhou hesitating. Laming Dianguang called out to Denghui, Hey, you think you can just leave the team and not suffer any losses? Look at you. Denghui scoffed at Laming Dianguang, urging Shizhou. Hurry up and leave the team. I'm calling someone else. After receiving 2 phone calls in the afternoon, both requesting him to replace a gas line. What is going on here? Chapter 35, A Streamlined Approach, Part 1. Shizhou was evidently not as impulsive as Denghui Yi. Remaining still within the group while sending a message to Lan He. What should we do? What do you think? Lan He replied with a question of his own. I am quite curious, yet regrettably, I have been excluded and cannot witness it firsthand, Shizhou remarked. So you don't think he's just boasting? Lan He inquired. Not likely. Perhaps it is precisely because he has not yet changed classes that he dares to go without a priest. In times of urgent need, he can temporarily fill that role. Shizhou explained. Indeed, I believe he has no need to waste our time, so let us give it a try. Lan He agreed. In that case, I will withdraw. Shizhou stated as he departed from the group. Yun Gui arrived. Most members of the guild had already exhausted their attempts. Denghui Yi remarked. Yun Gui was originally part of their elite team. Having temporarily stepped aside to make room for Jun and Mo Xiao, he was now returning. Finding another person in the elite hall was proving to be quite a challenge. The elite hall was filled with skilled players, all eager to tackle dungeons. At this hour, aside from Lan He and his companions who had specifically waited for this opportunity, everyone else had either completed their runs or were engaged in their final attempts. As a result, when the skilled players noticed Denghui Yi calling for assistance, they were naturally curious. Everyone knew that Denghui Yi's team already had the 3 strongest damage dealers in the guild online, so why were they still calling for more? Is there anyone who hasn't yet ventured into the Frost Forest? The more aggressive, the better. Come quickly and challenge the record. Denghui Yi did not provide explanations, merely flooding the guild channel with messages. I'll join. At last, someone responded. Denghui Yi recognized it was Ji Yuqing Cheng. She was a girl, and the ratio of female players was quite low in the elite hall filled with such skilled players, making her presence feel like a treasure. Teams scrambled to include her, turning the next dungeon run into a privilege, resulting in many skilled female players lacking a stable team. Qing Cheng, please come over. Denghui Yi was chatty and sent over the location. Yun Gui and Ji Yuqing Cheng arrived swiftly, joining Lan He's team. Yin Gui was already familiar with the situation, but Ji Yuqing Chung appeared somewhat bewildered. This team lacked both a main tank and a healer. And now there was an unfamiliar individual without a class. God, do you think these two are suitable? Deng Huayi remarked with a hint of sarcasm to Jun Mo Xiao. Thus, Yi Xiu genuinely scrutinized the two. They will do. Yun Gui was also an elementalist, wielding a level 20 purple weapon, the Water Spirit Staff. The Water Spirit Staff and the Purple Copper Staff were similar in basic attributes, differing only in their additional effects. One enhanced the Flame Burst skill level, while the other boosted the Frost Snowball skill level. The choice of staves indicated that the two elementalists followed different elemental paths. As for Ji Yuqing Chung, she was a mage scholar, a member of the mage class often referred to as the scientists of mages, utilizing a plethora of magical tools in battle while possessing some melee combat capability. She wielded a level 20 purple weapon, the Crystal Wand, rather than the mage scholar's exclusive broom. Thus, Yi Xiu could not determine her skill path from her weapon alone and had to ask, "What specialization do you follow?" "The Dark System Body Technique path," Ji Yuqing Chung replied. "Does it include the skill Ru Lu Ru?" Yi Xiu inquired. Ru Lu Ru is a skill for provoking and drawing aggro. It levels up with the character, Ji Yuqing Chung answered. "Oh, splendid," Yi Xiu remarked. "Is the god satisfied?" Deng Huayi asked from the side. "Yes, that will suffice. Let us prepare to enter," Yi Xiu announced. Ji Yuqing Chung still had not grasped the situation when she heard Lan He declare, "Everyone, listen. This dungeon will be commanded by Jun Mo Xiao. You will lead?" Ji Yuqing Chung was taken aback. "Yes," Yi Xiu affirmed. "Why?" Ji Yuqing Chung was puzzled. For the sake of the record, Yi Xiu stated as he stepped into the dungeon. Hey Lan, he shouted, but he had already vanished into the forest. Having clearly entered the dungeon, Lan He felt quite frustrated. They should have discussed the strategy outside the dungeon. Once inside, the timer began, and explaining then would waste precious time. The god has already entered. What are you waiting for? Hurry in and tremble, mere mortals. Deng Huayi laughed heartily. I'll find you later, Lan He cursed, hastily entering the dungeon along with the four others. The small monsters in the frost forest were goblins with green skin and blue noses, featuring ranged attackers, melee fighters, and even magic users, showcasing a variety that was no longer monotonous like the novice village. Moreover, all the goblins looked identical, making it impossible to discern their types until they struck. Once the four of them entered the dungeon, the timer officially commenced. They did not linger at the entrance but hurriedly advanced while listening to Yi Xiu's commands. With a mage scholar, we can handle this easily. We will execute a streamlined approach. Lan He was taken aback. How do we execute a streamlined approach? You don't know what a streamlined approach is? Yi Xiu seemed even more astonished than Lan He. Of course I know, in glory. A streamlined approach means to draw all the monsters out at once and then wipe them out in one go. However, this strategy is only viable when there is a certain level of suppression in the dungeon and a strong main tank present. I have never heard of using a streamlined approach in a dungeon of the same level. A streamlined approach is I understand. I just don't see how we can employ a streamlined approach. Lan He exclaimed. I will draw the monsters, and then Ru Lu Ru will gather them. Fire Mage will use Flame Impact. Ice Mage will unleash Blizzard, and then your explanation is no different from saying nothing at all. Just go and draw the monsters. We will execute a streamlined approach. Lan He felt tears streaming down his face. He certainly knew this basic process. But the key to a streamlined approach lies with the person initiating the draw. Whether or not they can return alive with a horde of monsters was the crux of the matter. The casual phrase I'll go and draw the monsters encapsulated the most critical issue, and Lan He realized that saying more was merely a waste of time. Fine. If death is inevitable, so be it. Lan He sent an exasperated emoji to express his current feelings. Seeing Lan He in such a state, the other three resigned themselves to the situation, following suit with exasperated emojis. Only Yi Xiu concluded with a smile, calling out, Let us go. Jun Mo Xiao sprinted ahead, and as Lan He and the others gazed at his retreating figure, they felt it epitomized the notion of a valiant hero embarking on an irreversible journey. It must be said, he was quite gallant. I admire him, they quipped amidst the banter. Keep up, a voice called from ahead. The four of them, sporting exasperated expressions, stepped forward, soon spotting Jun Mo Xiao approaching two goblins. One began hurling stones while the other conjured ice arrows, prompting the four to exclaim in unison, What a tragedy. We're starting off with two ranged monsters. As stones and ice arrows flew, Jun Mo Xiao's body seemed to sway slightly. and the stones and arrows zipped past him. No way. Is he zigzagging? Lonnie gasped. It's 3 o'clock. I trust everyone is still awake this weekend? Of course, don't forget to vote. Chapter 36. A Surge of Momentum. Part 2. The Z-shaped jitter is merely a directional maneuver while in motion, shifting left and right, yet persistently advancing forward, ultimately tracing a Z pattern. However, when executed with remarkable speed, the movement becomes almost imperceptible, rendering the character's direction change to appear as nothing more than a slight tremor. While many players may swiftly achieve a jittering effect, those who can apply the Z-shaped jitter in actual combat are undoubtedly exceptional masters. Relying solely on such minimal movements to evade attacks speaks volumes about the precision of their judgment and execution. Not only Blue River, but also Thunder and Lightning recognized the skill involved, their astonishment palpable as they watched Jun Imo Xiao dash towards 2 goblins, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike, sending forth a wave of energy that sent the goblins hurtling away with a resounding crash. This was the Battle Mage's level 15 skill, Falling Blossom Palm, renowned for its formidable knockback effect. With their small stature and lightweight bodies, the goblins were propelled several meters by the strike. Without a moment's pause, Jun Imo Xiao surged towards another set of 2 goblins. As soon as a player entered their aggro range, the goblins brandished their clubs, preparing for melee. This time, Jun Imo Xiao refrained from closing the distance, opting instead to charge forward. The 2 goblins he had knocked back were scrambling to their feet, one preparing to hurl a stone while the other conjured an ice arrow. Yet, just 2 meters away, Jun Imo Xiao had already unsheathed his spear, swiftly dispatching both goblins before they could launch their attacks. His next target lay ahead at the 10 o'clock position, where 2 more goblins stood, one wielding a club and the other summoning an ice arrow. As the arrow was released, Jun Imo Xiao leapt into the air, soaring over the goblin with the club. Mid-flight, he thrust his spear, interrupting the goblin conjuring the ice arrow. Upon landing, he swiftly maneuvered behind it. One goblin turned to pursue, while the other raised its club. Jun Imo Xiao, unfazed, executed another Falling Blossom Palm, knocking both goblins back, and they collided with the previously struck ranged goblins, who fell helplessly to the ground before they could unleash their skills. Thus, the goblins stationed or patrolling nearby were stirred into chaos by Jun Imo Xiao's actions. The melee goblins, brandishing their clubs, gave chase, while the ranged ones busily prepared their attacks, turning the Frost Forest into a veritable battleground. Blue River and the others trailed behind, filled with uncertainty. It was undeniable that Jun Imo Xiao possessed remarkable skills. However, the tumult he created in the dungeon resembled that of a team of elite players overwhelming the instance. At this moment, Blue River and his companions could no longer see Jun Imo Xiao. Before them loomed a mass of goblins, all shrieking and pursuing. As for Jun Imo Xiao, Blue River could ascertain his survival through 2 indicators, the party list, which showed that Jun Imo Xiao still had a significant portion of his health remaining, and the occasional glimpse of him leaping into the air, only to be obscured by the goblins. Is that over 20 now? Yun Gui's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of chaos created by a player in their 20s. Aren't we going to eliminate them? Ji Yuqingcheng was already preparing to deploy Shu Ruru. I'm curious to see how he plans to return. Thunder and Lightning gazed at the goblin horde blocking their path, admiration lacing his tone. He doesn't expect me to just toss Shu Ruru out there, does he? That one gather enough. Ji Yuqingcheng fretted. The goblins had split into 2 groups, one pursuing relentlessly with clubs raised, while the other maintained their distance, waiting for Jun Imo Xiao to step out of their ranged attack zone before advancing. What is going on? Are you all asking me? I have no idea, Blue River remarked. Just as he spoke, Thunder and Lightning began leaping, eager to discern the situation behind the goblin pile. This comedic display failed to elicit laughter from the other 3, and Blue River quickly inquired, "What is happening?" "The goblins are clustering perfectly," Thunder and Lightning exclaimed. Oh, Blue River felt an impulse to jump as well, but as one of the top 5 experts of the Blue Stream Pavilion and the president of District 10, he maintained a semblance of dignity and casually asked, "How are they clustering?" "How would I know? They're just grouped together," Thunder and Lightning replied, bouncing as he spoke. Suddenly, they all heard a series of thunderous claps. Falling Blossom. Wow, that palm strike was exhilarating, Thunder and Lightning shouted, while the others watched in awe as the goblins were thrown into disarray. Countless goblins were sent reeling, colliding with their ranged counterparts, resulting in a significant number toppling over. The 4S field of vision cleared, revealing Jun Mo Shao with his spear raised in one hand and his other hand poised in front of him. His garments flowing elegantly, maintaining the stance of falling blossom palm, surrounded by a tangle of fallen goblins. This moment, though fleeting, left an indelible impression on the minds of the four. Yet, in the next instant, the disarrayed goblins were back on their feet, undeterred and ready to charge once more. Jun Mo Shao soared into the air, prompting thunder and lightning to seize the moment to quip, "What is he doing? Preparing to fly over here?" And indeed he flew. He truly flew. Thunder and lightning exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Facing them, Jun Mo Shao leaped, performing a 180-degree turn midair, and suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as he propelled himself towards them. Blue River and his companions, recognizing the maneuver, realized he was employing aerial mobility techniques used by marksmen, utilizing the recoil of his firearm to soar through the air. The greater the recoil, the further he could fly backward. Jun Mo Shao had evidently utilized a weapon of at least rifle caliber, soaring directly over the goblin horde and landing behind the four. The goblins pivoted in a frenzy, charging forward like a tidal wave, only to be met by Blue River and his companions. All four were drenched in sweat when they heard Jun Mo Shao's voice. "Mages, prepare to attack. Release Shu Ru Ru." The four exchanged alarmed glances, realizing in that instant that the horde of goblins charging back, ranged attackers standing still to cast their spells and melee attackers rushing forward, had gathered as one, creating the perfect opportunity for a group attack. The first wave of chaos is upon us. Special thanks to Slacker for lending me the game account. Chapter 37. The Wave, Part 2. Quick Attack. Lanhe urged anxiously. The most challenging aspect of drawing the monsters in a wave had surprisingly been accomplished by this unclassed individual. However, annihilating the horde in one fell swoop was no simple task. It was certainly not something that could be achieved with merely two mages casting their respective spells. Thunder and Lightning and Yun Gui did not dare to delay. One unleashed a fire strike, while the other conjured a blizzard. Although both spells belonged to different elemental schools and were of the same level, their effects varied significantly. The fire mage emphasized explosive power upon casting Fire Strike. A fiery array ignited beneath the goblins' feet, erupting in a tremendous blaze that soared over 3 meters high. The goblins were propelled into the air, shrieking and tumbling in the wake of the fiery onslaught. Yet this skill was not a mere firework display. The flame surged momentarily before the goblins began their descent. At that very moment, the blizzard unleashed by Yun Gui descended vehemently, with hailstones the size of dumplings ruthlessly pelting the goblins. The fire strike delivered a singular, formidable blow, while the blizzard persisted for 4 seconds, raining down ice and snow at an average of 1 strike per second. In terms of total damage, the blizzard proved superior. Yet the instantaneous output of the fire strike was undeniably more potent. This illustrated the distinct characteristics of the ice and fire elements. "Shu Lulu," Yishio called out, as Ji Yuqing Chung had already prepared, promptly tossing the Shu Lulu into the midst of the monster horde. This Shu Lulu resembled a doll and had a taunting effect on monsters within a 2-meter radius, compelling them to focus their aggro on it. However, this was not unconditional. First, the level of Shu Lulu could not be lower than that of the monsters, and secondly, it was ineffective against elite monsters, bosses, or lords unless enhanced through a passive skill. Currently, Ji Yuqing Cheng's level was insufficient to learn the enhancement, but her Shu Lulu scaled with her level, thus posing no issue. Once deployed, all the goblins converged towards Shu Lulu. "It can only hold for a little while," Ji Yuqing Cheng shouted after throwing it. The effect of Shu Lulu lasted an impressive 20 seconds, but the doll itself had little health. The monsters drawn to it did not merely observe, they would attack. With such a multitude of goblins, Shu Lulu would be shattered in no time. The fire strike and blizzard had cooldowns as well, 6 seconds for one and 8 for the other. At this moment, both were casting their respective single-target spells, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of goblins. "Enough," Yishio declared, prompting Jun Mo Shao to charge forward. With the effect of Shu Lulu, the goblins became more organized. The melee attackers gathered around Shu Lulu while the ranged ones began their assault. The doll lasted only a second before being reduced to fragments. However, Jun Mo Shao had already plunged into their midst, wielding 2 eastern staffs. Seizing a goblin and executing a suplex, the impact sent shockwaves through the ground, toppling a cluster of goblins. The swordsman prepares for Silverlight Descending Blade. "Release," Yishio commanded. Blue River, who had yet to contribute, was momentarily taken aback by the order but quickly grasped its intent, brandishing his luminous sword and rushing forward. As the goblins were rising in unison, Blue River leapt into the air, precisely targeting the small monsters, thrusting his sword forward as if soaring on a blade, descending rapidly into the mass of creatures. Swordsman skill, silver light, descending blade. The higher the jump, the greater the power, and the wider the resultant shockwave. As one of the 5 elite players of Blue Stream Pavilion, Blue River understood the directive immediately upon hearing Yi Xiu's command. His execution of silver light descending blade was flawless, and as the shockwave radiated outward, the goblins that had just risen were once again sent crashing to the ground. The continuous area attacks did not require excessive damage. They merely aimed to keep the gathered goblins incapacitated and unable to retaliate. However, both the suplex and silver light descending blade had cooldowns. Relying solely on these 2 skills would not suffice to maintain control of the battlefield. The cooldown for Shu Lulu was even longer, at 30 seconds, rendering it unreliable in the short term. Does this guy possess any area skills from his class? Blue River pondered, recalling any similar skills from his past class transitions that resembled the suplex or silver light descending blade. Suddenly, he heard the next command, Shadow Cloak. Oh, of course, Blue River realized. As Ji Yuqing Chung stepped forward and waved her hand, a dark purple cloak emerged from her sleeve, swiftly enveloping numerous goblins. The cloak then constricted, squeezing the goblins together, causing them to fall in unison once more. The cooldown seems to be nearly over. Blue River calculated the cooldown times of several skills, only to hear the next directive, Fire Strike. The cooldown for Thunder and Lightning's Fire Strike indeed concluded, and upon command, it was unleashed. As the spell charged, the goblins, having just regained their footing, were once again engulfed in flames. The fire erupted skyward, causing the goblins to tumble through the air before crashing back down, 2 seconds passing in the process. Blue River suddenly realized that even this could be considered a crowd control skill. Masters. Truly masters, capable of utilizing skills not inherently meant for crowd control to achieve effects akin to it. Completing a wave flow in a dungeon at this level of play was truly impressive. Blue River recognized that at this juncture, as long as no operational blunders occurred, this wave flow would indeed succeed. He understood that the others felt the same way. Filled with astonishment, under Yi Xiu's direction, skills were executed one after another, while the goblins struggled continuously between rising and falling. Once various items littered the ground, the 4 of them regained their senses, miraculously. Over 20 goblins had been swept away in a single wave. Hurry, we must continue. Yet, it seemed the others did not perceive anything extraordinary, immediately urging onward. The 4 of them hastily followed, casting casual glances at the scattered items, dismissing anything of little value. There was no time to waste on such trivialities while recording their completion time. Just then, a message from Lantern Flower Knight arrived. How's it going? Still alive? Master. You truly are a master. Blue River replied. What are you talking about? A wave flow. A wave flow. Lantern Flower Knight responded, bewildered. We are pushing through the dungeon in a wave flow. Blue River clarified. Are you joking? Lantern Flower Knight expressed disbelief. Just wait for us to appear on television. Ha ha ha. Glory players vividly referred to system announcements as appearing on television. Lantern Flower Knight stared blankly, closing the message window, while Shizhou inquired. What is going on? They are pushing through the monsters in a wave flow, Lantern Flower Knight replied. A wave flow? Shizhou was taken aback as well. Sanjiang has recommended it. Everyone can vote for full-time expert in the Sanjiang channel as this week's most enduring book. Additionally, today marks the final day of the week, and the 3rd update will be released around midnight, continuing the push for the next week's rankings. Chapter 38. What is output? The speed at which the copies advanced was astonishing, and Blue River was filled with joy. Yi Xiu felt quite relieved as well. This quartet, compared to Tian Qi and Yu Zhongyan, was far superior in both equipment and technique. After directing the first wave, he hardly needed to give further instructions. Once these 4 grasped the intent, they could assess the situation and take precise actions at the most opportune moments. In just 2 waves, all the minor monsters on the path to the Frost Forest first boss were obliterated. Blue River glanced at the clock. It had taken less than 5 minutes. The minor monsters were no longer a concern. What lay before them now was the boss. The first boss, the Goblin Guard, was sturdier than the ordinary goblins, wielding a spiked mace with formidable physical attacks. While this boss lacked flamboyant skills, its straightforward yet powerful mace strikes left many teams at a loss. The reason was simple. When the main tank, MT, drew aggro using conventional methods, they had to endure the high damage of such a boss, relying solely on stacking defense and health. If one could not meet these standards, technical skill was required. However, skill is not something that can be summoned at will. Thus, in the absence of the requisite data, only the adept could cope, while average players could only watch helplessly as they collected equipment. In terms of technique, Blue River no longer harbored doubts about Jun Mo Xiao. A level 20 character could maneuver over 20 goblins effortlessly. Anyone who claimed such a player lacked skill would not find any agreement from Blue River. However, facing the boss, he was not concerned about Jun Mo Xiao's technical prowess failing against the Goblin Guard. Rather, he worried whether aggro could be maintained. A single misstep could result in the guard's heavy mace descending upon the mage, leading to a swift demise. I'm engaging the boss. Everyone, output to the fullest, Yishio declared. Wait a few seconds? Blue River inquired professionally, noting that typically, the MT would strike first to build some aggro, preventing others from inadvertently drawing it away with a powerful attack. No need to wait. Just go in as soon as I engage, Yishio replied. Go in as soon as you engage. The four exclaimed in surprise. We need to secure the record. Time is of the essence. Go. Having said this, Yishio began typing, prompting Jun Mo Xiao to charge forward. Blue River and the others paused momentarily, yet they did not dare to take it lightly. Having saved considerable time on the minor monsters, they felt it prudent to approach the boss with caution. Thus, all four synchronized their actions, refraining from using their most powerful abilities, as Jun Mo Xiao lunged at the Goblin Guard, piercing it with his spear. Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, continuous thrust, a regular uppercut. A straightforward strike, another Sky Strike. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing the shout, Blue River and the others snapped back to reality, though they were somewhat at a loss. From the moment Jun Mo Xiao engaged the boss, the Goblin Guard was sent tumbling through the air in a spectacular display of endless airborne combos. The four couldn't help but wonder just how many hits Jun Mo Xiao could land before the boss fell. Yet as the shout rang out, they realized this was not a moment for admiration. They hastily began chanting spells, rummaging through magical items, and drawing their swords, charging in with fervor. Fire, ice, star bullets, and sword light surged forth in a harmonious assault, each attack meticulously coordinated to avoid obstructing one another's paths, all while harboring a sliver of trepidation, fearful that their overwhelming strikes might provoke the boss's ire. Though Jun Mo Xiao urged them to output to the fullest, he was, after all, not a professional MT. A dedicated MT, like a knight, would possess numerous aggro control skills upon class transition, not to mention those skills obtained before level 20 that also included aggro-related effects. Jun Mo Xiao could learn similar skills, but his abilities lacked such aggro effects. Thus, the four tempered their attacks, holding back to maintain aggro control. Suddenly, Jun Mo Xiao interjected, output with all your might. We won't lose aggro. Seeing his confidence, the four felt it inappropriate to withhold their efforts, gritting their teeth to unleash their full potential. In glory, there were no auxiliary indicators for aggro calculations. Output and healing statistics were only tallied after the dungeon was completed. All four, being skilled players, had their own well-honed techniques. Initially, they had been cautious to avoid losing aggro, but deep down, they found themselves hoping to provoke it, as if not doing so would diminish the value of their output. Yet, surprisingly, the Goblin Guard showed no interest in any of them. Its attention remained fixed solely on Jun Mo Xiao. He moved with remarkable speed, and what was more impressive was that his mobility did not impede his offensive capabilities against the guard. He never stood still, perpetually circling around the goblin. Blue River, being a melee class, became increasingly alarmed as he observed Jun Mo Xiao's tactics. The system's bosses responded swiftly. The Goblin Guard kept turning to follow him, regardless of the direction, ensuring it could only dodge Jun Mo Xiao's attacks. However, in a player-versus-player scenario, such tactics would undoubtedly leave average players feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. It was evident that Jun Mo Xiao was also adept at PvP. Finally, the Goblin Guard collapsed, but the four received no accolades. They felt somewhat embarrassed to label this an unfair fight. While they had indeed surrounded and exerted effort, it seemed the boss was oblivious to their presence. Brother, how can you maintain aggro so effectively? Blue River could not restrain his curiosity. He thought that even a professional MT like Deng Hua you would have lost aggro multiple times under such overwhelming damage. As long as my output is higher than yours. That suffices, Yishio replied. Blue River was left speechless. Yun Gui was astonished. Jiu Qing Chung was at a loss for words, and Lei Ming Dianguang lamented. So he's not an MT, he's just a more violent outputter. The four were left in tears. Indeed, it turned out that their opponent was merely a more ferocious outputter than themselves. Without missing a beat, Jun Mo Xiao charged towards the next wave of minor goblins, prompting the four to whisper among themselves. His output surpasses ours, Yun Gui murmured, and by a significant margin. Otherwise, aggro wouldn't be so stable, Ji Yuqing added. I acknowledge his skill, but to maintain aggro solely through output, his attack must be formidable. Does anyone recognize that spear of his? Blue River inquired. No, it looks odd. Like a giant garlic, Lei Ming Dianguang replied. Is that how your garlic looks? Yun Gui retorted. Do you understand artistic exaggeration? Lei Ming Dianguang countered. Get lost. Yun Gui scoffed. Enough chatter, we're engaging the boss. Focus, Blue River asserted. Up ahead, Jun Mo Xiao began drawing in the next wave of goblins. The four remained vigilant, aware of the risks. Even a slight miscalculation could result in several goblins slipping through their grasp, with dire consequences. Drawing, gathering, exterminating. Each person's performance was impeccable, and after 2 waves, all the minor monsters before the second boss were eradicated. Faced with the second boss, Blue River and his companions held nothing back, unleashing their full might from the outset. The result was that once again, they found themselves silently trailing behind Jun Mo Xiao as he initiated the next wave of monsters. How fast? We're definitely going to break the record. Lei Ming Dianguang suddenly exclaimed with awe. And by a considerable margin, Blue River responded with satisfaction. So exhilarating. Yun Gui appeared equally pleased. Ji Yuqing was at a loss for words. Output and such matters were no longer worth discussing. Last week, with the tremendous support of comrades, we ranked 6th for weekly points, 6th for weekly pushes, and 2nd for new books. Thank you all. A new week has arrived. Comrades, pick up your mice, click, and vote for recommendations. Continue to wield your influence without hesitation. Forward, forward, forward. Chapter 39. Frostsane, the ultimate boss of the Frost Forest, is the Goblin Lord. Frostsane. The very fact that he possesses a name signifies that this dungeon boss is regarded with greater importance than the hidden bosses in novice villages. In terms of stature, Frostsane does not appear much different from an ordinary goblin, yet his menacing visage reveals a cunning and treacherous nature. At least he lacks the conspicuous comical blue nose that characterizes typical goblins. His entire skin is a striking shade of azure, and when he turns away, he resembles a charming pet, albeit one that all players are acutely aware is anything but endearing. The ice dagger held in Frostsane's right hand is nearly the same height as his diminutive frame. When swung, it conjures chilling winds, extending its range far beyond what players perceive. Owing to certain unique attack methods employed by this creature, the primary tank, MT, frequently finds himself under control. Thus, strategies for conquering the Frost Forest typically recommend that teams consist of 2 tanks, significantly alleviating the pressure when facing the primary boss, the Goblin Sentinel, and Frostsane. As for Yi Xiu, he is no ordinary player following strategies. Upon seeing his 3 companions approach, he simply declared, "Charge," and urged Jun Mo Xiao to spearhead the assault. This was, in part, due to the high caliber of his teammates. Had he been with a less competent group like Tianqi and his crew, he would have had to provide a lengthy explanation and offer more guidance during the encounter, far less burdensome with the likes of Lan He. The quartet from Lan He followed suit without much discussion, with Jun Mo Xiao leading the charge and swiftly capturing Frostsane's attention. This goblin's movement speed far surpasses that of an ordinary goblin, his short legs moving with the swiftness of wheels, quickly closing the distance to Jun Mo Xiao. In the blink of an eye, Frostsane was sent soaring into the air. Impressive. The 4 from Lan He observed in silence, silently praising the feat. Although it appeared to be a single strike, considering Frostsane's speed and agility, landing such a blow is a formidable challenge. Confronting this boss, even spawning minions presents difficulties. For instance, during their last venture into the Frost Forest, Lan He's MT, Lanternflower Knight, only managed to land a hit on the 3rd attempt, establishing enmity with a series of successive strikes. This achievement was already commendable. In contrast, less experienced teams often find their tanks incapacitated without establishing proper enmity, unwittingly transferring hostility to the healers instead. As Jun Mo Xiao sent Frostsane airborne, he followed up with several skills, executing a series of aerial combos. However, as a named boss, Frostsane possesses countermeasures against potentially infinite aerial assaults. Suddenly, a flash of blue light enveloped him midair, and he vanished from sight. The members of Lan He displayed no surprise. Frostane was known to possess a teleportation skill. While searching for the location to which he had relocated, the four heard a piercing sound, and upon glancing over, they saw Jun Mo Shao's spear repeatedly stabbing at Frostane's invisible form. Lan He and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to discover that Jun Mo Shao was still present at his original position, a shadow clone. The four recognized the technique instantly. They had witnessed such skills numerous times and were unfazed. What astonished them was how swiftly Jun Mo Shao managed to track Frostsane's teleportation. They recalled that Frostsane exhibited certain telltale signs before teleporting, akin to a mage casting a spell, where the positioning during the incantation could provide clues as to where the spell would manifest. However, given the instantaneous nature of the spell, the warning was but a fleeting moment, yet Jun Mo Shao still managed to discern Frostsane's new location, a feat that seemed improbable in theory. Frostsane's teleportation, of course, had a cooldown period. After his initial attempt failed, he was subjected to a relentless barrage from Jun Mo Shao, swiftly finding himself at a disadvantage. It seemed that in all his time as a boss, he had never been so thoroughly outmatched, desperately attempting to wield his weapon and cast spells, only to be consistently thwarted by his adversary. Everyone attack. Lan He noted that his companions had begun to enjoy the spectacle of a one-on-one duel, and he quickly urged them to join the fray. The battle against Frostsane was, in essence, a precarious dance on the edge of enmity. For a skilled team like Lan He's, with only one MT, it was crucial to carefully gauge the enmity between the MT and Frostsane to avoid overthreat, OT. Yet now, under the powerful output of Jun Mo Shao, who would not waste a single opportunity against Frostsane, that concern dissipated. Even if Frostsane's primary enmity was not directed at them, there would inevitably be moments where they missed their targets. Frostsane's speed was astonishing, and he was no foolish boss that would remain stationary and engage in a stalemate with the MT, teleportation. He teleported again. Lan He and his companions grumbled, aware that Frostsane would teleport again as soon as the cooldown was over, but today he faced a worthy adversary. Jun Mo Shao's shadow clone teleportation matched his speed. Ultimately, the four of them found themselves frustratedly adjusting their positions to pursue him once more. This scenario had played out repeatedly. Be careful, he's nearly in the red, Yishio suddenly warned. Indeed, the four acknowledged, having already noticed the grave situation. When Frostsane entered his critical health state, his spells would be cast in a state of invulnerability, rendering him immune to standard interruptions, and his casting speed would increase. He possessed a spell that unleashed multiple ice tornadoes, which were particularly lethal to players surrounding him. Fall back. Lan He observed a fierce glint in Frostsane's eyes. His massive ice dagger began to swirl in a flurry of strikes, and he was about to unleash the ice tornado. He quickly called out and retreated from Frostsane's vicinity. The other three, not being melee attackers, were less alarmed but still remained vigilant, adjusting their positions accordingly. The ice tornado would target no specific foe, scattering chaotically once unleashed. Unexpectedly, with a resounding crash, Frostsane was sent crashing to the ground instead of summoning the tornado. A back throw. Jun Mo Shao had executed a back throw, a skill capable of breaking invulnerability. Why are you running? Didn't you learn the shattering wave slash? Yishio inquired, bemused. Lan He recognized that the remark was directed at him. The shattering wave slash was a skill of the magic swordsman class, also capable of breaking invulnerability. As it was a skill below level 20, Lan He, who had transitioned to the swordsman class, could learn it as well. Generally, swordsmen would acquire it at least at level 1, not for damage, but specifically for breaking invulnerability. While skills that break invulnerability can indeed interrupt spell casting in an invulnerable state, the question remained. This was Frostsane, the Frostsane who frequently redirected enmity toward healers during encounters. Who would dare gamble the entire team's fate on the accuracy of their invulnerability breaking skill? Lan He was not entirely without confidence. However, the potential for his single misstep to jeopardize the entire battle led him to adopt a cautious approach, resulting in being called out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he sheepishly replied, I haven't learned it. A chorus of disapproval erupted, yet the other three understood Lan He's predicament and did not jeer for long. You should learn it. Breaking invulnerability is quite useful, Yishio remarked. I know I don't have enough skill points right now, but I'll allocate one level to it later. Lan He replied, his face flushed, realizing he was being schooled on fundamental knowledge. Currently, our weekly ranking and push are third. The top two are the formidable tomato and potato, so the pressure is immense. Let us all put in some effort and give it a try? If it doesn't work out, I might as well change my name to Chili Pepper. Chapter 40. Record refresh. Blue River reluctantly returned to continue the assault, intending to execute a wave slash to redeem himself when Frost Shown unleashed another powerful move. However, he regretted having just claimed he and T learned the skill. How could he explain suddenly using it again? Had he inadvertently learned it without noticing? It was utterly embarrassing. Even the mere thought made Blue River flush with shame. The greatest threat posed by the rampaging Frost Shown had been neutralized by Jun Mo Xiao's unparalleled confidence. With no new tricks up its sleeve, it finally succumbed under the relentless attack of the five, collapsing to the ground. Equipment dropped, but Blue River and the others were indifferent. Their eyes fixated on the system message window. Congratulations to the players of Blue Lattice Pavilion, Blue River, Thunderous Lightning, Jun Mo Xiao, Cloud Return, and Ji Yuqing Cheng for breaking the dungeon record of Frost Forest, achieving a time of 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. The four of them had intimately experienced the entirety of this dungeon run. Even during the elimination of the first wave of monsters, they had realized that as long as they did not make any mistakes, breaking the record was inevitable. They should not have been surprised by the outcome. Yet the magnitude of the record-breaking achievement still left them exhilarated. The previous record was held by the Herbal Pavilion at 26 minutes, 12 seconds, and 48 milliseconds, and they had surpassed it by over 5 minutes in one go. Such a significant leap in record-breaking was virtually unheard of. As seasoned players, they understood that records were rarely improved by more than a minute, making their 5-minute enhancement seem utterly outrageous. In contrast, other players were left in complete shock upon seeing the system notification. Tianqi and others, who had just transitioned from Novice Village at level 20, were struggling in the Frost Forest dungeon. Halfway through their run, they were startled by the announcement. Tianqi's companion, Chunyu, exclaimed, "Look, it's the Great God. The Great God is on screen." New players were quick to grasp this novel phrase. Indeed, Tianqi and the others replied despondently, feeling a twinge of bitterness. They were aware that Blue Lattice Pavilion was one of the 3 major guilds in Glory, and only such a prestigious guild could boast a player of such caliber as Jun Mo Xiao. As for their second-rate guild, they felt fortunate to have appeared on screen with the likes of him even twice. While the trio wallowed in their melancholy, Chinyu continued to mutter, "Frost Forest? Isn't that the dungeon we're currently tackling?" "Yes," Tianqi responded. 20 minutes. We've also been at it for 20 minutes. But where are we now? Halfway, Tianqi replied, feeling frustrated. See, this is the toxic influence of associating with a master like Jun Mo Xiao. In comparison, our achievements are on an entirely different plane, which could lead to doubts about our gaming perspective. That is quite serious. Their 5th party member, a priest named Yi Wei Yang, who had been focused on healing and had said little, suddenly interjected, "Is your record for the first kill primarily due to that person?" Tianqi was taken aback. The 3 had indeed been on screen before. For instance, when Xinyu joined their team, they had all basked in the glory together. This added pressure when recruiting new players. If someone like Chunyu were to join and see their names, thinking they had joined a divine team, how awkward would it be if they failed to live up to such a reputation without Jun Mo Xiao? Yi Wei Yang had not previously expressed any astonishment, merely engaging in ordinary small talk and coordinating during battles. Tianqi and the others believed he had not noticed their prestigious status in the first kill team, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. Little did they know that he had been acutely aware of their identities all along. Given that it had taken them 20 minutes to clear only half of Frost Forest, while Jun Mo Xiao had shattered records in the same time frame, it was evident, in the first kill team, Jun Mo Xiao was indeed a genuine expert, while the others were merely mediocre. The anticipated awkwardness arrived, and Tianqi and the others helplessly acknowledged, "Yes, it was all thanks to that brother." "Right, I thought so. After 20 minutes with you, I can't see where your expertise lies," Yi Wei Yang remarked. "You're being too direct." The candidness only heightened the awkwardness, leaving Tianqi and his companions displeased. "All right, everyone, follow my lead." Yi Wei Yang suddenly became animated. "Why?" the others inquired. "I am the expert Yi Wei Yang from the Dominating Ambition Guild. I refrained from voicing my opinions earlier to assess your capabilities, but I must say, I've held back long enough. Your commands are all over the place." "Let me take charge," he declared. "Seriously? What kind of person boasts about being an expert?" Tianqi lamented, feeling frustrated. Compared to Jun Mo Xiao, who was humble and let his actions speak, This was quite the contrast. Come on, we need to finish this dungeon quickly. I have other matters to attend to. Yue Yang insisted. Let me handle this. Please, I implore you. Fine, you take the reins. Tianqi relented, feeling disillusioned by this so-called expert. Next, follow my command. In the blink of an eye, Yue Yang had even swapped out his equipment, now wielding a dazzling silver crucifix pendant, clearly not an ordinary item. Goodness, this guy was just putting on an act. The realization dawned on Tianqi and his companions. As Yue Yang began issuing commands, he simultaneously messaged his guild. I misjudged. The first kill team has only one true expert, Junimo Xiao, while the rest are imposters. It was too late. Junimo Xiao had already been snatched up by Blue Lattice Pavilion. A 5-minute improvement in the record was astonishing. It could only be attributed to his presence. Oh dear, Yue Yang sighed. What are you doing? I'm stuck in this dungeon with a bunch of wannabes, he replied. At the same time, the original record holders from Herbal Pavilion were also in an uproar upon hearing the news. 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. This is absurd, exclaimed Che Qianzi, the guild leader who had previously led the record-breaking team. Blue River lacks the capability for this. It must be that Junimo Xiao. His presence has undoubtedly bolstered their strength, chimed in the skilled player, Pang Dahai. Let me ask Blue River, Che Qianzi said, sending a message. Being high-ranking experts from the 3 major guilds, they were acquaintances in the realm of divine territory and had added each other as friends. Hey, what else with you guys? You've brought in such a top-tier expert. Che Qianzi messaged Blue River. Haha, are you convinced now? Can you break 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds at level 25? Blue River replied, feeling a mix of pride and slight embarrassment in front of these experts. But overall, he reveled in the glory. The updates kept coming late. It felt like racing against time. Chapter 41. A decisive withdrawal as Lan He and his companions emerged from the dungeon. Shizhou and Deng Hui were still waiting outside. They had been utterly impressed during the Team's televised performance. After all, they were original members of the team and were fully aware of its strength. They could unequivocally attribute the remarkable 5-minute record improvement to the prowess of Junimo Xiao. Deng Hui, who had previously harbored doubts about Junimo Xiao, now felt a twinge of embarrassment and finally mumbled, truly a master. I bow in reverence. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Meanwhile, Shizhou inquired about the dungeon strategy from Laming Dingguang, who animatedly recounted his experiences, causing Yun Gui and Ji Yuqing Cheng to exchange skeptical glances. Come on, are you trying to embellish the story? At this rate, the dungeon should have been completed in 10 minutes, they thought. Well, the record has been shattered, Yishio remarked to Lan He. Indeed, truly impressive. Lan He responded enthusiastically. Brother Yishio hesitated. I'm here. About the items, Yishio stated. What items? Oh, I was so thrilled I forgot. Lan He realized that Yishio was asking for the promised items. Shizhou, where are the items? Lan He had not brought the items himself. It was Shizhou whom he had summoned to retrieve them after confirming the record could be broken during the dungeon run. In the game, a character's mobility, jump, and attack speed are greatly influenced by their load. So during crucial moments such as breaking dungeon records or engaging in player combat, players typically aim to travel light. Shizhou approached Junimo Xiao with the items and submitted a trade request. After Yishio accepted, the items appeared in the trade window. A staggering 72 power pearl threads, 2 mithril pendants, and 8 white wolf fangs. What is this? Yishio was puzzled. This was clearly his original asking price, not a negotiated sum. This directly enhances the record by 5 minutes, saving us an incredible amount of effort, Lan He explained. Oh, I see now. Yishio chuckled, bemused. He was not after the money for these materials. They were solely intended for crafting the 1,000-machine umbrella. He had initially requested only 24 power pearl threads, inflating the number to 72 merely to allow for bargaining. Now, however, Lan He had willingly provided him with the full amount. Who would refuse such a generous offer? Yishio accepted without hesitation. Moreover, Lan He's statement held merit. A 5-minute record improvement indeed alleviated a considerable burden, sparing them from countless competitive encounters with other guilds. Thank you. Yishio expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Brother, you see. Lan He began to speak, but suddenly felt exasperated. He has already left. How could he exit so quickly? Lan He exclaimed, realizing that Yishio had withdrawn from the guild immediately after receiving the items. He had intended to persuade Yishio to remain with their guild, as the generous offer was partly due to the significant record improvement and also because they recognized him as an extraordinary talent worth cultivating. I knew it. Lan He thought in frustration. Negotiating a price turned this into a mere transaction. Recruiting such a master should have been about building a rapport. What are you looking at? Yi Xiao, who had already exited the guild, asked Lan He, who was still pondering his unfinished sentence. Let us keep in touch and collaborate more in the future. Lan He responded weakly. All right, Yi Xiao replied. Brother, do you want to run a dungeon? Need more players? Just say how many, and I'll gather them for you. Lan He offered. Oh, not for now. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave, Yi Xiao stated. Okay, goodbye, Lan He said, tears welling in his eyes as he watched Jun Mo Xiao depart. Laming Dianguang, Shizhou, and the others had already seen the system message announcing Yi Xiao's exit from the guild in the guild channel, and they were astonished. They quickly returned to the conversation. Why did he leave? Yun Gui inquired. The task is complete. Why would he stay? Lan He retorted. Why not convince him to stay? Shizhou asked. His skills are so advanced that he could exit the guild faster than I can speak, Lan He replied. Is speed in operations even a factor? Everyone stared in disbelief, wondering if Lan He had been driven to folly by frustration. To recruit such a master, mere benefits were insufficient, given his level of expertise. Having him assist in any endeavor would certainly justify the advantages offered. Thus, they believed that establishing deeper connections and fostering relationships was essential. Exactly, that is precisely what I was thinking. How could this have turned into a mere transaction? Lan He lamented, reflecting on how he had squandered an opportunity to forge a bond through their dungeon activity. Perhaps we should employ the beauty strategy. Quickly inform the leader to send over a few charming ladies, Laming Dianguang suggested. Cough, cough, someone cleared their throat. Then let us coordinate with Ji Yu, Laming Dianguang added. Ji Yu Qingqing merely gazed at the fading silhouette of Jun Mo Xiao, seemingly unfazed by the banter. Ji Yu, why do you keep staring in that direction? Do you Denghui circled around Ji Yu Qingcheng? Are you itching to take action? Ji Yu Qingcheng, however, ignored the inquiries and calmly said, Don't you think that person is excessively strong? The group fell silent, momentarily taken aback. We must be considered among the elite players in glory, right? Even if we aren't, surely Lan He is, they mused. Yet, the level of this individual appeared to surpass even theirs, raising the question of what tier of mastery he belonged to. Cough. I haven't played my alt account in ages, Lan He admitted. We're all on our alt accounts, Ji Yu reminded. His weapon is superior to mine. I suspect it could be an orange tier item, Lan He speculated. He hasn't even changed classes yet, Ji Yu interjected, emphasizing that everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. All right, I concede. That person's skill likely exceeds my own. Lan He acknowledged, resigning himself to the reality that the vast community of glory players housed many hidden talents. Such extraordinary individuals were not entirely unexpected. They had encountered similar players before, such as Rounding Shore Willows. Upon hearing that name, the group fell into a contemplative silence, for they were all aware of the unease it brought to Lan He. This individual had recently gained significant recognition within their guild, Lan Shigu, though previously lacking fame. He had recently showcased exceptional prowess in various battles and dungeons, prompting the guild to take notice and improve his equipment. There were even whispers circulating within the guild suggesting that the leadership was intentionally sidelining Lan He to allow Rounding Shore Willows to rise to prominence. Everyone is amazing. We actually reached the top ranking. Thank you. We're still third in recommendations, so don't forget to vote daily. Chapter 42. Waiting for the right price. Lan He is a person who values his pride. Being ridiculed by Ruan and Chui Yang in the guild has left him feeling quite embarrassed. Ultimately, he took the initiative to challenge Ruan and Chui Yang, proposing a friendly duel in the arena. Ruan and Chui Yang eagerly accepted, having awaited such an opportunity. While it is quite common for guild members to engage in sparring matches in the arena, the stakes of this particular duel were far more significant. The outcome would determine who among them deserved to be recognized as one of the 5 foremost experts of Lan Shigu. However, the duel never materialized, as the guild leader intervened at that moment, instructing Lan He to lead a team to explore the 10th district. Lan He temporarily stepped away from the realm of the gods to immerse himself in the activities of the new area, setting aside his displeasures for the time being. Yet, a suddenly emerging expert reminded him of Ruan and Chui Yang, leaving his friends at a loss for words. Just as the silence hung in the air, Lan He received a message from Che Qianzi of Zhongchaoteng. How is it that you just broke the record, and the expert has already withdrawn from the guild? Lan He was taken aback, then filled with rage. You shameless person. Have you infiltrated our guild again? Che Qianzi retorted, Don't be so hypocritical, as if you haven't done the same in our guild. I haven't done it yet, Lan He replied defiantly. While the practice of planting undercover agents was indeed common, Lan He had not yet had the chance to engage in such tactics since the new area had only just opened. Let us be clear. Don't insert your agents indiscriminately, Che Qianzi messaged. A sudden inspiration struck Lan He, and he responded, Heh, if you actively recruit our members, you can only blame yourself for being blind. Che Qianzi was taken aback by this message. What do you mean? Lan He chose not to reply. TCH, I know you're just trying to scare me. Come on, old Lan. Such childish tricks won't work, Che Qianzi said. I have no time to deal with you. I'm off to level up, Lan He replied. As Lan He busied himself, Che Qianzi found himself in a quandary. After reporting back, he learned that Jun Mo Xiao had withdrawn from Lan Shigo, which delighted him. He began preparing to woo Jun Mo Xiao, while also planning to mock Lan He. Unexpectedly, Lan He sent a cryptic message implying that Jun Mo Xiao was intentionally let go for the larger guilds to recruit. Che Qianzi suspected Lan He was merely trying to create a FAAD, but lacked the confidence to be certain. The presence of undercover agents in the game is difficult to guard against, and overthinking it would only lead to unnecessary stress. However, a character of Jun Mo Xiao's caliber was an entirely different matter. Such a formidable expert, if indeed an undercover agent, could spell disaster. In the world of glory, a powerful guild had once fallen due to an undercover agent. The expert they valued most turned out to be an infiltrator sent by a rival guild. Eventually, the undercover faction matured, revealing its true nature, and absconded with a group of followers and resources, leaving the guild severely weakened. The most devastating blow came when, during the recovery phase, a key figure was also discovered to be an undercover agent, leading to a catastrophic loss of power for the guild. Following this incident, guilds in glory became exceedingly cautious regarding aspiring experts, especially larger guilds. The last major infiltration event had involved a renowned undercover agent who had taken advantage of the opening of a new area, embedding themselves within an exploring guild and gradually working their way up. This individual's resilience earned them the title of the king of undercover agents in glory. And now, what of Jun Mo Xiao? He had suddenly emerged in the 10th district, attracting more attention than anyone else. Such a figure would undoubtedly be a coveted target for all major guilds. Would he be an undercover agent as well? In this day and age, are infiltrators operating so ostentatiously? Che Qianzi pondered, yet he ultimately decided to reach out to Jun Mo Xiao. As long as he maintained vigilance and control, he could navigate the situation carefully. Having departed from the Frost Forest, Jun Mo Xiao was now en route to Bulls. The Frost Forest lies at the southwestern border of the Glory continent, with Bulls being a nearby small town. Regardless of the district, it serves as the first stop for newcomers after leaving the novice village, always bustling with activity. After leaving the novice village, Jun Mo Xiao dived straight into a dungeon in the Frost Forest, neglecting to register at Bulls. In Glory, one's respawn location is determined by where they registered. Though modest in size, Bulls is equipped with all necessary facilities. Yi Xiu directed Jun Mo Xiao to visit the warehouse first, where he stored the newly acquired powerful beads. Upon seeing 88 powerful beads in the storage box, Yi Xiu shook his head with a smile. After setting aside 48 powerful beads, he transferred the remaining items into the materials library of the equipment editor. Just as he was about to enter the equipment editor, a message popped up. It was Tianqi. Congratulations, expert brother. I just saw that you broke the record in the Frost Forest dungeon. Impressive. Tianqi's message read. It's nothing. Have you joined Lan Shigo? Tianqi inquired. Not really. I just temporarily joined them to help set a record. I've already withdrawn, Yi Xiu replied. What? Tianqi exclaimed. How many times have you run the dungeon? Yi Xiu suddenly asked, twice. Do you need someone? I still have 3 runs left, Tianqi responded, realizing that they could use the additional help. Yes, of course. Tianqi was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. It was fantastic that the expert was willing to run the dungeon with them. I'm on my way. Yi Xiu instructed Jun Mo Xiao to leave the warehouse and head back toward the Frost Forest. Tianqi and his group were just ordinary players, lacking the expertise of the Lan Shigo members. Running the dungeon with members from Lan Shigo would certainly yield better efficiency. However, Yi Xiu preferred to team up with Tianqi and his friends. He recognized the larger guild's intentions to recruit him, and he understood that Lan Shigo had the resources to provide him with the 1,000-machine umbrella. Nevertheless, joining a guild would impose certain responsibilities and obligations. The guild would assign teams for dungeon runs, grinding levels, and completing quests. Conversely, this would require him to assist others in their dungeon runs, level grinding, or tasks. which Yi Xiu was keen to avoid. For someone of his exceptional skill, remaining outside any single guild meant he could collaborate with any guild at will. Having assisted Lan Shigu in breaking a record today, he could just as easily help Zhong Chao Tang next time. Anyone with a discerning eye would recognize his value. And every guild eager to create records would seek his assistance. Thus, waiting for the right price, rather than tying oneself to a single guild, was undoubtedly a more appealing option. The first update has arrived. The next update will be around 4 in the afternoon. Your votes are welcomed. Chapter 43. No priest Tianqi and his companions had just emerged from the dungeon, under the command of the player known as Yi Yang. The latter part of their adventure had indeed been smoother, showcasing his superior skills and vast experience. However, rather than idolizing him, Tianqi and his friends remained oblivious to the fact that they had already fallen under the influence of elite players. Although Yi Yang was quite adept, he did not captivate their attention at all. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yi Yang stood by, exuding an air of confidence, as if inviting praise without reservation. To his dismay, he received a system message. You have been kicked from the team. Furious, he exclaimed, why was I kicked? You had something to do, didn't you? Hurry along. Tianqi replied. I'm free now, Yi Yang retorted. Sorry, but there's no room. We have friends coming over, Tianqi said. Hearing this, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Could it be Jun Mo Xiao? He asked eagerly. That's none of your business, Tianqi shot back. Yet, Yi Yang stubbornly refused to leave, lingering around the 4 of them. Tianqi felt exasperated. Although he harbored thoughts of eliminating this pesky player, he refrained. Recognizing Yi Yang's prowess, what could be his ulterior motive for sticking around? Tianqi could venture a guess, but it only deepened his annoyance. Competing with such a skilled player was futile. Their own abilities were mediocre at best. Having the chance to team up with a seasoned player was already a stroke of luck. If there was a chance to join an elite team, would the skilled player still choose to associate with them? They had only known each other for a day, lacking any significant camaraderie. In the midst of his vexation, the figure of Jun Mo Xiao approached. God! Shen Yu exclaimed loudly. In the game, the louder one's voice, the further it traveled. And it was evident that Shen Yu was shouting at the top of his lungs, whether at home or in an internet CAF. If others were around, it would indeed seem quite foolish. Jun Mo Xiao raised his spear in acknowledgement, signaling them. As Tianqi and the others prepared to step forward, Yi Yang dashed ahead like a hare, eager to introduce himself. You are Jun Mo Xiao? What an honor. I am Yi Yang, a skilled player from the Ba Qi Xiong Tu Guild, he proclaimed. Hello, Yi Xiu responded, turning to the gathering group. Are these your friends? Yes. I am Tianqi's close companion, having just completed a dungeon together. Yi Yang said. Who are you? Tianqi thought, astonished by the shamelessness of this individual. Come on, Tianqi, don't forget your friends after leaving the dungeon. Yi Yang insisted. Tianqi, on the verge of kicking him out, hurriedly sent an invitation to the elite player while calling out to Yi Yang. We're heading into the dungeon. You should be on your way. Take me with you, please. Yi Yang pleaded, his demeanor resembling that of a desperate novice from an old server begging for help. There's no space. Tianqi replied tersely. Come on, let a brother have a spot. Yi Yang shamelessly targeted the team's vulnerability, pestering Shen Yu. Being a newcomer and unfamiliar with such a bold character, Shen Yu was at a loss, teetering on the brink of acquiescence. Just then, Yi Xiu stepped in. Are you a priest? Yi Xiu inquired. Yes, I possess excellent skills. Yi Yang boasted, producing a radiant silver cross pendant. Tianqi and the others were unaware of its significance, but they could tell it was valuable. Ice crystal cross, an orange weapon. Yi Xiu remarked. Wow, indeed a skilled player. Take me with you. Yi Yang praised. We do not require a priest, Yi Xiu stated. Instant kill. That's an instant kill. These 6 words silenced the once boisterous Yi Yang, leaving Tianqi and his companions in awe of the elite player. We do not require a priest. What an imposing statement. If it were anyone else standing at the entrance of the Frost Forest dungeon declaring they didn't need a priest, even Tianqi would have scoffed at such arrogance. But when it came from the elite player, it was clear there was no need for a priest, and they could carry on without one. Let us enter the dungeon, Tianqi called out, ignoring Yi Yang, who resembled a statue. The 5 entered the dungeon in line. Elite player, how do we proceed? Tianqi entrusted the team leader position to Jun Mo Xiao. I'll draw the aggro. You all focus on dealing damage, Yi Xiu instructed. While the primary challenge of a one-wave strategy lay in the tank's ability to gather monsters, it also placed significant demands on the others. Yishio felt uncertain if they could achieve success with this group, but with the elite player leading, Tianqi and his companions felt a sense of tranquility as they progressed through the dungeon. However, Xinyu, unfamiliar with the protocol, asked the elite player, God, can we break the record? Wasn't that a self-deprecating question? They could not break any records. The issue lay not with the elite player, but with their own lack of skill. Feeling embarrassed, Tianqi and his companions hurried to provide a more appropriate response to alleviate the awkwardness. The dungeon proceeded smoothly, and when the boss dropped equipment, Tianqi and the others willingly allowed Yishio to select first. However, when it came to gear specific to their classes, Yishio would still defer to them. After swiftly clearing 2 runs without encountering a hidden boss or spectacular gear, Yishio was still able to enter another dungeon, while Tianqi and his friends had exhausted their attempts and could only leave with regret. Upon exiting, they found Yi Wei-Yang waiting outside, having initially left after the first run. Seeing the 5 of them, Yi Wei-Yang immediately rushed over. No more attempts left? He asked cheerfully, provoking Tianqi's desire to punch him. Yi Wei-Yang, having experienced the dungeons with them, was well aware of their limitations. I still have 1 left. Yishio replied honestly. How coincidental. I have 1 left too. Yi Wei-Yang exclaimed. Is that so? Yishio smiled. And even more coincidentally, I see 3 friends over here, all of whom also have 1 attempt left. Isn't that a stroke of luck? Yi Wei-Yang said, as 3 players approached, all bearing the guild title of Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. That is indeed fortunate, Yishio acknowledged. Since it's so fortuitous, why don't we take this opportunity to run it together? Should we aim to set a record as well? Yishio inquired. Absolutely. Yi Wei-Yang cheered. To set a record, there are 2 conditions, Yishio stated. Go ahead, Yi Wei-Yang urged. First, there will be a fee, Yishio said. Well, that is negotiable. Yi Wei-Yang replied. And the second? We do not require a priest, Yishio chuckled. Second one coming soon. The third will be live around 11 o'clock. Chapter 44. Various charges. Laughter erupted from Tianqi and the others, their mirth so exuberant that it bordered on madness. Previously, they had mocked Xinyu for referring to Yishio as a deity, yet now their laughter reached a level that made onlookers question their sanity. Many players outside the dungeon turned their perspectives to witness the commotion, only to find a player named Yi Wei-Yang flooding the current channel with over 20 cartoonish expressions depicting faces charred to black ash. What transpired? The players inquired amongst themselves, yet none had the answer. Cautiously, they maneuvered their avatars closer, hoping to glean some information. It seemed that the exuberant Yi Wei-Yang was gritting his teeth while speaking. What class equipment do you require? 3 fire element mages with spell power exceeding 430, and 1 shadow-cloaked mage scholar above level 22, adept at shadow cloaks. Skills must be exemplary, with precise execution and 0 margin for error, Yishio stated. Yi Wei-Yang was taken aback. Assembling 3 mages constituted a team with an overwhelming offensive capability. Mages possessed low defense and fragile health, while the mage scholar was merely clad in leather armor, somewhat stronger but still vulnerable. The entire team was characterized by extreme offensive strength and weak defense, where a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Indeed, this was a team that allowed for no mistakes. The implication of 0 margin for error meant that even a single blunder was intolerable. Yi Wei-Yang was not particularly surprised by such stringent demands, for the current record hung high on the leaderboard, 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. To shatter such a formidable record required exceedingly austere measures. A team that faltered would inevitably squander time merely attempting to rectify their errors, and thus such a team was destined to remain estranged from the record. Such a team might not even be feasible at present, Yi Wei-Yang remarked. In truth, it would be a while before they could assemble such a group. Moreover, not only Ba Qi Xiong 2, but any guild currently could not possibly muster 3 fire element mages with spell power exceeding 430. A spell power of 430 necessitated a level 20 purple staff. How easily could one acquire a purple staff? Even if it were to drop, it may not necessarily be suited for fire mages. Currently, Ba Qi Xiong 2 had only 3 purple elemental mages, and regrettably, none were fire mages. That's fine. We can reconnect when the time comes, Yishio replied. Are there alternative options? Yi Wei-Yang inquired. At level 25, Yishio suggested. At level 25, a new phase unfolds, new equipment, new skills, and a significant boost in all players' capabilities. Records in dungeons like the Frosty Forest, which cater to levels 20 to 25, were consistently set when the entire team was at level 25. Alright then, let us add each other as friends. Yi Wei-yang proposed. Agreed. Yi Xiao and Yi Wei-yang exchanged friend requests. Once their formalities concluded, Yi Wei-yang's demeanor shifted. Now we need not pursue any records. We are short one member for our team, so feel free to join us for the next round. Wow. Tianqi and the others gasped. This individual was indeed an unyielding and tenacious character. Certainly, Yi Xiao agreed, but the charges can be adjusted downwards. Is there a charge for this? Do you require compensation to join them? Yi Wei-yang questioned. Not in monetary terms, but the equipment is allocated by the team leader, and I am the leader. Yi Xiao clarified. That is acceptable. We operate the same way, Yi Wei-yang replied readily. The others, including Tianqi, were left feeling disgruntled. Their team indeed prioritized expert allocation of equipment, yet they understood that the expert was fair-minded and had never competed with them for gear. During the Spider Cave incident, he had even relinquished a purple weapon, and Yu Zhongmian had held a grudge against him. Make no mistake, I haven't even switched classes yet. I require all equipment, Yi Xiao remarked. It's merely a few pieces of equipment. Let us be off, Yi Wei-yang urged. With that, Yi Wei-yang repeatedly sent invitations to join the team, yet they were automatically declined by the system due to the others still being in a party. Eventually, Yi Xiao exited his team and added Jun Mo Xiao to Yi Wei-yang's party. They formed a standard team composition of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. After joining, Yi Wei-yang passed the leadership to Jun Mo Xiao. Then let us proceed. Yi Xiao directed Jun Mo Xiao into the dungeon. Onward. Yi Wei-yang led the other 3 in pursuit. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. He was not in a hurry for records, but rather eager to witness Jun Mo Xiao's capabilities. Within the frosty forest, snowflakes danced in the air, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The 5 stood in a row, motionless and speechless. This static tableau persisted for approximately half a minute. Hello? Hello? Yi Wei-yang seemed to be testing his headset. What are you asking? Yi Xiao responded. Is anyone speaking? I haven't heard anyone say anything, Yi Wei-yang declared. Indeed, no one is speaking, Yi Xiao replied. The other 3 confirmed his statement. Why is there no conversation? Yi Wei-yang pressed. Whom are you asking? Yi Xiao countered. You. Why should I speak? Yi Xiao retorted. To issue commands. Yi Wei-yang insisted. I'm to give commands? Yes. Command fee. The barrage of cartoonish expressions depicting faces charred to black ash flooded the screen, leaving the other 3 in disarray. Come on, man, this is excessive. Huh. Yi Xiao chuckled. How shall I calculate the command fee? Yi Wei-yang realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today. What a predicament it was to be the one seeking favor. He felt a twinge of frustration. 10 white wolf hairs, Yi Xiao proposed. Brother, you are rather audacious. The 4 exclaimed in unison. White wolf hair was a rare material dropped by the hidden boss in the frosty forest, not to be confused with a brush. You need not command me, Yi Xiao remarked. After contemplating, Yi Wei-yang concluded that understanding a master's quality and level necessitated listening to his commands. Therefore, he grit his teeth. Fine. But I must retrieve them. They're not on me. Will he honor his word? Yi Xiao inquired of the others. Major guilds rarely go back on their promises. For instance, after a verbal agreement with Lan He, Yi Xiao had no doubts about the other party's integrity. Yet, Yi Wei-yang's tenacity was perplexing and warranted skepticism. He will keep his word, the other 3 assured. Very well. Yi Xiao acquiesced. Let us hurry, Yi Wei-yang urged. All right. Tank, pull the mobs, damage dealers. Engage, and healer, keep an eye on the tank, Yi Xiao commanded. The 4 stood in stunned silence. Another half-minute of static ensued. Is that it? Yi Wei-yang asked. Bewildered. Of course, Yi Xiao replied. What sort of command is this? Yi Wei-yang despaired. You are all experts. You understand what to do, Yi Xiao stated. Yi Wei-yang realized he had perhaps been misled. If the approach was merely a rote execution of orders, their team could indeed function autonomously. This would not suffice. He had to justify the 10 white wolf hairs as a command fee. No, this one do, Yi Wei-yang insisted. You need to guide us step by step. Fine, Yi Xiao conceded. Tank, head towards the 2 goblins at the 10 o'clock position. There are 3 scenarios. If both are ranged, approach with utmost speed and, just as they are about to attack, use the falling phoenix hammer to leap over the attack and knock them down, then engage in melee to establish aggro on one of them. If one is ranged and the other is melee, use the falling star hammer to interrupt the ranged attack, and when the melee approaches, use a knockback effect to prioritize establishing aggro on the ranged. If both are melee, initiate with the falling phoenix hammer, knock one back, and then establish aggro on the remaining one. Do you understand? The tank was in tears. Must you guide me so explicitly? Am I a fool? The third update has arrived. The third installment is complete. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Chapter 45. Original strategy 30 minutes, 8 seconds, and 71 milliseconds. This was the result of Yi Xiu's final completion of the dungeon alongside Yi Wei Yang and his 3 companions. It was a rather standard achievement. A typical 5-man team usually clears the Frost Forest in around 30 minutes. While the result itself was unremarkable, Yi Wei Yang was left grinding his teeth in frustration throughout the process. The guidance from the commander was truly invaluable. From start to finish, Jun Mo Zhao's instructions never ceased. Yet, much like the commander himself, he merely reiterated the most basic strategies in a straightforward manner. If accompanied by 4 fledgling players, this dungeon run could have been immensely beneficial for them. However, for Yi Wei Yang, this expedition felt like a futile endeavor. As he discerned no remarkable prowess from the so-called expert, the outcome left the 4 under his command feeling particularly stifled. They were skilled players in their own right, yet the tactics employed, along with the command, were pedestrian at best, rendering them almost foolish. Yi Wei Yang suspected that Jun Mo Zhao was deliberately feigning ignorance, perhaps attempting to elicit some latent brilliance from them. The so-called expert patiently explained to Yi Wei Yang the mistakes he had made and how he should proceed differently. Hearing the muffled laughter of his 3 companions, Yi Wei Yang realized he was indeed perceived as a fool. The only hint of superiority he could glean was that Jun Mo Zhao had not switched classes. Yet he maintained output levels on par with the other 2 in the team. His weapon must be formidable. But what was this spear? Yi Wei Yang had never seen it before. "Brother, are you leading us astray?" he remarked as they exited the dungeon. "Why do you say that? Was my command incorrect?" Yi Xiu inquired. Yi Wei Yang was at a loss for words. While the command was basic, it was impeccable, lacking any detail that could be critiqued. If not for Yi Wei Yang's intentional missteps, following his guidance would have led to no mishaps. This at least indicated that the man's fundamentals were exceedingly solid. Yi Wei Yang struggled to accept this, striving to convince himself that this dungeon run had not been in vain and that he had indeed gleaned something from it. "Should I retrieve the white wolf hair?" Yi Xiu asked. Yi Wei Yang was nearly in tears. Now that's a real achievement. After acquiring the white wolf hair, Yi Xiu took his leave. Yi Wei Yang remained seated at his computer, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone poked him twice from beside him. Turning, he saw that it was one of his teammates from earlier, now gesturing towards the computer screen. What he displayed was not a game interface, but rather a post on the Glory Game website. Leaning closer, Yi Wei Yang overheard the man saying, "I kept thinking his commands sounded so familiar. So I came to check." After a quick glance, Yi Wei Yang felt as though he might spew blood onto the screen. To hell with those fundamentals. To hell with the impeccable execution. That idiot's command was simply a recitation of a strategy guide, word for word, leaving no detail overlooked. "We've been played," the man lamented. 8 pieces of white wolf hair, and all we got in return was a strategy post that surpassed 1,000,000 hits. Yi Wei Yang felt utterly helpless. He had brought this upon himself. No one had insisted he join the dungeon run. He had stubbornly pursued it. No one had commanded him. He had insisted on guidance. Initially, no one had recited the strategy. He had demanded step-by-step commands. "Step by step, my foot." With the quality of this team, I've never heard of needing such meticulous guidance. To even suggest such a thing was absurd. Look where that got us. "Beast." Yi Wei Yang gritted his teeth and quickly typed a message to Jun Mo Zhao. "Brother, that was rather unscrupulous. Using a strategy guide to fool us?" "Not at all. That strategy was my original work," Yi Xiu replied. "Is that so?" Yi Wei Yang quickly turned to his companion. "Who authored that strategy?" The man, evidently unaware of the situation, flipped back a page and read aloud. It was written by Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Wei Yang was furious, pounding the keyboard. "What are you bragging about? That strategy belongs to the great Yi Qiu." "Indeed. That's me. Shameless. Utterly shameless." Yi Wei Yang was left speechless. "I have to step away for a moment. I'll get back to you." Evading the matter, what a cowardly act. At 3 in the morning, what could possibly be so pressing? Yi Wei Yang pondered. In the Xinhui Internet CAF, Yi Xiu was busy delivering a few bottles of cola to the customers. The night passed without incident. At 7 in the morning, as the guests began to leave, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Zhao finally reached level 21. Upon departing the novice area, leveling up became less rapid than in the starter village. The required experience surged dramatically, and the frequency of dungeon runs faced restrictions. Although level 20 players could seemingly refresh the skeleton graveyard infinitely, They would soon discover that it had been nerfed to the equivalent of a dungeon 5 levels lower in terms of experience. Post-level 20, players needed to rely more on quests and defeating wild monsters to level up. In the rankings of Zone 10, Yishio spotted names like Lan He and Yi Wei Yong, all at level 24. Clearly, they had achieved such results by remaining online for 24 hours since the opening, cultivating characters that stood in stark contrast to the average player. The disparity between this elite group at level 24 and the vacuum of levels 22 and 23 was striking, with only a small fraction of players occupying those tiers. Meanwhile, levels 20 and 21 were filled with those who had fought diligently since the opening, like Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Qi, whose gaming hours were already quite extreme. Many players, at this point, had yet to even leave the novice village. Morning, Brother Yi greeted the early shift staff at the Internet CAF, including the cashier and the younger attendants, as they arrived for work punctually. Morning. Yishio exited the game and vacated the computer at the counter. Everyone's busy, I'm off. After bidding farewell, Yishio stretched and returned to the suite on the second floor. Upon opening the door, he heard the television blaring in the living room. Boss, you're up so early? Yishio remarked as he entered, only to find the TV on while Chunguo lay sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, devoid of any covering, curled up like a shrimp. Boss, why not head back to your room to sleep? Yishio approached and gave her a couple of gentle nudges. Chunguo turned away, her face contorting in disgust at being disturbed from her slumber. Yishio felt helpless, noticing that Chunguo's room door was ajar. He entered to find something to cover her with. Glancing around, he noted that while the flooring, walls, and ceiling were quite new, the furnishings appeared rather antiquated. Yishio didn't dwell on this for long. He retrieved a blanket from Chunguo's messy bed and draped it over her, turned off the television, and retreated to his meager storage room to rest. The consequence of sleeping for just 5 more minutes was waking up to find it was already past 9. A tragedy. Let this serve as a warning to all. 5 more minutes is simply unacceptable. Chapter 46. Effortless glory. Chunguo could hardly recall how many times she had dozed off on the sofa while watching television, only to be jolted awake by the cold and silently crawl back to bed. This time, however, upon awakening, she found herself cozily wrapped in a familiar blanket, unmistakably her own. Still in a state of drowsiness, Chunguo assumed she was in her bed, and as she turned over, she tumbled off the sofa with a thud. Clutching the blanket, she took a moment to gather her thoughts, realizing she was still on the sofa. The fall was harmless, given the sofa's modest height, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and amusement. Rising with the blanket in tow, she noticed the storage room door was closed. Knowing it was the new arrival, Yishio, who had orchestrated this. After returning the blanket to the bedroom and freshening up in the bathroom, Chunguo was interrupted mid-task by a knock at the door. With a toothbrush in her mouth, she opened the door to find a cheerful girl, Tang Ro, laden with bags. Hey, Xiaotang, you're back, Chunguo exclaimed, her mouth frothy with toothpaste. Yes. Why are you only just getting up? Tang Ro asked, struggling to manage her load of bags and unable to reach for the keys. I stayed up late last night, Chunguo replied, still attempting to engage in conversation despite the toothbrush in her mouth. Maybe you should brush your teeth first. Tang Ro laughed, pushing Chunguo gently into the bathroom as she dropped her things on the floor. I heard you hired someone new? Tang Ro leaned against the doorframe, glancing at the closed storage room door. Yes, did they mention it to you? Chunguo continued brushing her teeth. Uh-huh. I heard he has no place to stay. So you let him sleep there? Yeah, Chunguo confirmed. He has been quite the handful since he arrived. Tang Ro seemed to have gathered quite a bit of gossip during her time downstairs. Chunguo sighed inwardly. It was more than just a handful. Last night, she had even contemplated throttling the guy. But despite his infuriating antics, he had also been kind enough to drape her in a coat and cover her with a blanket, taking on both the good and the bad. What's the matter? Tang Ro asked, noticing Chunguo's silence. Nothing. It's just that he is remarkably skilled at glory, Chunguo remarked. How skilled? Is he as good as you? Tang Ro teased. Such a brat. Chunguo rolled her eyes, feeling a twinge of frustration at the mention of the topic. Tang Ro had never shown much interest in playing glory. Chunguo had attempted to entice her into the game, showcasing its allure while engaging in combat with Ji Yinxia in the arena, juggling both tasks. Chunguo suffered a humiliating defeat. Yet, Tang Ro, intrigued, expressed a desire to try, much to Chunguo's delight. In their first match, Tang Ro also faced a crushing defeat, but promptly inquired about some operational techniques. The second match ended in another loss. So Chunguo offered tips on strategies against their current opponent. By the third match, however, Tang Rou turned the tables and decisively won. Is it really that simple? Tang Rou remarked, her earlier enthusiasm waning. Chunghwa stood in stunned silence. A complete novice, she had merely familiarized herself with the controls and strategies. Yet she was already able to dominate others. Chunghwa was at a loss for words. She borrowed an account of a player with the same class as the previous opponent, though she primarily played as a gunner. While she had some knowledge of other classes, it paled in comparison to someone with only 3 matches under their belt, combined with Tang Rou's remarkable dexterity. To her disbelief, she too was soundly defeated. Chunghwa, determined to continue, dragged a reluctant Tang Rou into several more matches, though they managed to scrape a few wins. The losses piled up as Tang Rou grew increasingly adept. Eventually, Chunghwa came to realize the reason behind Tang Rou's astonishing performance: her innate speed. This girl possessed extraordinary reflexes, leaving Chunghwa, who prided herself on her 3 years of experience in glory, feeling utterly ashamed. Such talent. It was a shame not to channel it into glory. Chunghwa doubled her efforts to coax Tang Rou into the game, but her attempts were largely in vain. Despite her animated descriptions of the enchanting world of glory, Tang Rou merely responded with yawns. After 2 months of relentless persuasion with little success, Chunghwa faced a crushing defeat with the challenge of the divine domain. To enter this realm, players needed to complete a series of tasks, including standard monster hunts, boss battles, material gathering, and victories in arena combat. However, the most daunting were the skill challenge tasks. These required not only defeating opponents, but also achieving specific operational criteria, such as the number of combos, total damage from back attacks, and aerial pursuit counts. Countless players found themselves stuck at this juncture, unable to progress. Chunghwa was one of them, firmly ensnared by the skill challenge, unable to meet the requirements. In a twist of fate, it was Tang Rou, after a few days of studying Chunghwa's account, who successfully completed the skill challenge for her. Chunghwa was left speechless, finally understanding why Tang Rou showed no enthusiasm for the game. What others struggled to achieve through hard work and practice, she accomplished effortlessly. Glory, by its very name, sought to instill a sense of pride in players for their equipment, skills, and records, all hard-won through perseverance. But for Tang Rou, the skill challenges that left so many in despair were mere trifles for her, devoid of any sense of glory. Chunghwa felt despondent, but refused to give up. Whenever a formidable opponent appeared, she would recruit Tang Rou to test her skills, only to be met with Tang Rou's incredulous, "It's that easy." Such remarks left Chunghwa feeling humiliated. As the months passed, Chunghwa found herself less inclined to engage in such activities. Yet, the mention of Yishio reignited a long-buried thought. With a sudden determination, she tossed her towel aside, tousled hair and all, and declared, "I'm going to wake him up and let you see for yourselves." "Oh, let us not." Tang Rou quickly stopped her. "Isn't he just getting off a night shift? We should wait until he is awake." "All right, that makes sense," Chunghwa conceded, returning to her towel and preparing to continue washing. Suddenly, she recalled something. "By the way, his hands are just as beautiful as yours." "Fine," Tang Rou responded with a laugh. "Classmates, remember, if you sleep for 5 more minutes in the morning, do not sleep for another 5 in the afternoon. Or else Chapter 47. I play as a solo player while you make my bed. I'll leave breakfast for you." As Yishio arose to freshen up, he caught sight of a sticky note on the mirror. After tidying up, he emerged into the living room, only to be met with a profound sense of disbelief. At 3 in the afternoon, what was he to do with cold soybean milk and youtiao? Nonetheless, it was a gesture from the boss, and he felt compelled to show appreciation. Yishio grabbed a youtiao and stuffed it into his mouth, leaving the house with it still in hand. The internet CAF buzzed with the fervor brought on by the new season of Glory, yet with the vastness of the Xinhui establishment, it was rare to find it completely full. After a brief stroll, Yishio sought an empty spot in the smoking area, only to discover that his pocket was devoid of cigarettes. This realization was far more distressing than the cold youtiao. To make matters worse, he was out of money as well. How was he to sustain himself? Yishio pondered the possibility of requesting an advance on his wages from the boss. Considering that his meals were minimal, averaging just 1 or 2 a day, he wondered if the savings could be converted into funds for cigarettes. However, recalling Chunghwa's disdain for smoking, he doubted that this idea would come to fruition. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, prompting him to turn around. It was Chunghwa, and as he turned, the youtiao nearly brushed against her face. Chunghwa, visibly annoyed, began her tirade. "You're holding a cigarette, and now a youtiao. What can't you hold? Can't you use your hands for once?" This reminded her of how lovely Yishio's hands were. It was a pity to see such beautiful hands sullied by smoke and grease. Was it truly acceptable to munch on youtiao and smoke? Shaking her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts, she glared at Yishio before declaring, "Follow me." Yishio trailed behind Chunguo toward the front desk, where Tang Rou was seated. Upon seeing Chunguo approach with Yishio, she stood up with a smile. "Tang Rou, this is Yishio," Chunguo introduced them. "Hello." Tang Rou extended her hand, and Chunguo eyed it with envy. Yishio's hands were indeed attractive, but being a man, they were slightly larger than what would be considered feminine. In contrast, Tang Rou's hands were undeniably those of a woman, delicate and elegant, fitting the poetic descriptions of beauty. "Hello, hello," Yishio responded, his mouth still filled with youtiao, leading to a garbled greeting. As he reached out to shake Tang Rou's hand, he was met with an attentive gaze that briefly flitted to his hands before returning to meet his eyes. Their hands withdrew almost immediately after the handshake, and while Yishio maintained his usual demeanor, he felt a sense of surprise. He hadn't expected someone like Tang Rou to be so remarkable. Her appearance and figure were striking, but it was the aura she exuded that truly distinguished her. Everything about her, her posture, attire, and demeanor, was impeccably pleasing. She was indeed a legendary beauty, captivating from every angle. Although her short hair might seem unconventional at first glance, upon closer inspection, it radiated a refreshing charm. However, what puzzled Yishio was why such an exceptional young woman would settle for nearly 2 years of part-time work at an internet CAF. Despite the scale of Xinhua internet CAF, the only one truly benefiting from it was Chunguo. For ordinary employees, the compensation might be slightly better, but it hardly promised a prosperous future. Positions such as a network administrator or cashier were seldom regarded as lifelong ambitions. They were merely temporary gigs to make ends meet. Most people would find such work tiresome after 2 years, let alone someone as talented as Tang Rou. Come, let us play a game." Chunguo interrupted Yishio's musings, eager to get to the point. She had been waiting all day and had resisted the temptation to drag him out of bed. "What are we playing?" Yishio inquired. "Glory, of course. What else?" Chunguo replied. "Oh, you play Glory too?" Yishio asked Tang Rou. "No, I don't know how to play," she laughed. Chunguo frowned at this. "You don't know how to play? What does that make me?" "You really know how to play." "I just dabble," Tang Rou said modestly. "What does dabble mean?" Yishio asked, puzzled. "Don't listen to her modesty. She's actually quite skilled," Chunguo chimed in as she led them to separate machines. "You can use my Zhu Yanxia, Tang Rou," she said, then turned to Yishio. "What about you? You reached level 20 last night, right? Which class did you switch to?" "Not yet," Yishio replied. "Why not switch?" "I'm playing as a solo player," he stated. "A solo player?" Chunguo exclaimed, taken aback. The era of solo players was something she had only heard of from older players, described as legendary. "How does a solo player level up after level 50? She asked. "It used to be impossible, but now it is," Yishio answered. "How do you level up?" Chunguo pressed. "Through the realm of the gods," he replied. "Are you joking? You think you can tackle the realm of the gods at level 50? Chunguo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impressive, right?" Yishio grinned. "Impressive, my foot," Chunguo retorted, trying to assess the difficulty of such a feat, but finding it difficult to articulate due to the myriad challenges involved. "If you want to see it, don't you dare fire me," Yishio joked. "You must be out of your mind," Chunguo concluded. Yishio chuckled. Logging into his account as he said, "My character is only level 21. I can manage against your level 70 in the correction arena. You want to use that pathetic character?" Chunguo's eyes bulged. "What else am I supposed to use?" Yishio asked, bewildered. "What class do you want to play?" "I can lend you an account," Chunguo offered. This was exactly what she had asked earlier about his class switch. With so many regulars at the CAF, it was quite feasible to borrow an account temporarily. Solo player. Get lost. Tang Rou watched the exchange with interest. Confirming what she had heard, Yishio had a knack for riling Chunguo up. "Just play casually. There's no need to take it so seriously," Tang Rou suggested. "Exactly," Yishio concurred. "How can a level 21 compete with a level 70? Chunguo questioned. "In the correction arena," Yishio replied confidently. Chunguo was left speechless. The correction arena was merely a practice ground, where victories and defeats did not affect the character's evaluation. In the correction arena, the system adjusted all character attributes and equipment. Even after adjustments, a level 21 character would still lack the skills available to characters beyond level 20, which could not be compensated for. A level 21 character would still be at a disadvantage against a level 70, even in the correction arena. "Don't forget, I'm a solo player. The level doesn't matter," Yishio asserted. Chunguo soon realized that as a solo player, it truly did not matter, as solo players naturally lacked mid to high-level skills beyond level 20. Chapter 48. Ever-changing well. Today I shall open my eyes and witness the legendary sower of chaos. Xinguo remarked, recalling that this playstyle had become extinct since she began her journey in glory. Let us create a room. Let us select the smallest map, she commanded, placing her hands on her hips as she positioned herself behind Tang Rou. The Arena of Glory operates on a shared server, allowing cross-regional competition. Characters are identified by their server names, enabling clear distinction even among those with identical names. Invite him, Jun Mo Xiao. Yes, those 3 characters, Xinguo instructed. As Tang Rou sent the invitation, the system promptly responded. The player you invited is not in the competition zone. What are you doing? Hurry up, Xinguo urged. Hold on a moment. I need to allocate my skill points, Tang Rou replied. Jun Mo Xiao had leveled up the previous night, completing dungeons and quests, yet had yet to utilize the accumulated skill points. Stop dawdling, Xinguo muttered impatiently. However, Tang Rou remained unhurried. Examining the equipment worn by Zhu Yanxia. Have you acquired any good gear recently? Although she did not actively play, her understanding of Zhu Yanxia was no less than Xinguo's, as Xinguo loved to share such details. None, it's not that easy, Xinguo responded, glancing over at Yi Xiu with a hint of annoyance, only to find him beckoning to her with a mischievous gesture, signaling her to approach. What is going on? Xinguo murmured, walking over with a questioning gaze. She specifically wants me to face her in a duel. Is there any particular reason? Yi Xiu inquired quietly. What do you think? I have no idea. Isn't that something you should know? Xinguo replied. Should we really let her? Yi Xiu asked. Let. You can win against her first. Xinguo retorted. Oh, I see. Yi Xiu nodded, teleporting Jun Mo Xiao into the arena. All right. Tang Rou invited. Yi Xiu accepted. And Xinguo hurried back behind Tang Rou. However, Yi Xiu did not rush to prepare, instead craning his neck to inquire. Are we just going to fight like this? Shouldn't we have some stakes? What stakes? Xinguo questioned, puzzled. Perhaps a wager for a pack of cigarettes? Yi Xiu suggested. Xinguo nearly burst with frustration. But just as she was about to shout, Tang Rou cheerfully chimed in. That sounds good. But I don't smoke, nor do I have any. How about a wager of $100? Sure. Yi Xiu responded enthusiastically. Then let Guo be the witness. I'm betting $100, Tang Rou said, pulling out 100 and handing it to Xinguo. Are you too serious? Xinguo asked in astonishment. We're just playing around. Tang Rou laughed. Fine. Xinguo agreed, accepting the bill and turning to Yi Xiu. What about you? Well, I have a pack of expensive cigarettes here. Yi Xiu trailed off. Are you out of your mind? Xinguo exclaimed, both amused and exasperated, pulling out 100 of her own to wave it in front of him. I'll borrow this from you. I'll deduct it from your salary. All right. I'll pay you back immediately, Yi Xiu assured her. Feeling confident, are we? Let us begin, Tang Rou declared. Let us start. The scene shifted as both sides entered the arena, the map being the smallest combat stage, with each combatant taking their position in opposite corners. Xinguo assumed the role of the external advisor. He hasn't changed his class. This is called Sower of Chaos. The variations in skills are quite diverse, and by observing the weapon he wields, one can infer the type of class skills he will employ. Oh, Tang Rou acknowledged. Although she had never officially played Glory, she had participated in numerous PK matches over the past year, guided by Xinguo, and had encountered various classes. What weapon is that in his hand? Tang Rou pointed at the screen. This. Xinguo squinted, unable to identify it, and directly asked, what weapon are you holding? Cheeky, aren't you? Yi Xiu responded, amused. Isn't it obvious? It looks like an umbrella. Tang Rou maneuvered Zhu Yanxia a few steps forward to zoom in on the camera. An umbrella? There's no such weapon. It's a broom, I believe. Xinguo leaned in for a closer look. I'm coming, Yi Xiu declared, already having Jun Mo Xiao dash forward in a straight line towards Zhu Yanxia. Tang Rou's reflexes were impressively swift. As soon as Jun Mo Xiao moved, she swiftly adjusted her mouse and fired a shot, yet in a blink. Jun Mo Xiao dodged the projectile with a skillful maneuver. Xinguo recognized the technical term for this operation, Z-shaped dodging, a straightforward principle but challenging to master in practice. Having successfully avoided the shot, Jun Mo Xiao closed the distance significantly, lowering his stance to execute a sliding tackle aimed at Zhu Yanxia. Cunning, Xinguo marveled, noting that while the sliding tackle belonged to the gunner class, it was a physical skill, rendering the weapon irrelevant. This attack still concealed the identity of the weapon he wielded. True to Xinguo's expectations, Tang Rou's speed was remarkable as the sliding tackle struck. Zhu Yanxia rolled aside and promptly rose, preparing to retaliate with a physical skill. Her evasion, positioning, and attacks were executed with impressive speed. However, in a startling turn, Jun Mo Xiao's right hand drew a gleaming sword from the unknown weapon he had been holding in his left hand. This flash of silver was not merely the extraction of a weapon, it was the swordsman's skill. Blade draw. This unexpected strike caught Chen Guo completely off guard. Even she would have struggled to react in time. Unlike Tang Rou, who had already pressed 2 keys with her left hand while her right hand pushed the mouse, causing Zhu Yanxia to leap back just as the blade draw was unleashed. With an upward motion, she prepared to fire back. This maneuver not only evaded the blade draw attack, but also initiated a counterattack. After firing a shot, the recoil propelled her backward, creating distance. It was a masterstroke. And Chen Guo was about to commend her when she realized that Jun Mo Xiao had already sheathed his sword after the blade draw and was now pursuing Zhu Yanxia with both sword and sheath in hand. This rapid transformation caught Chen Guo off guard. She barely had time to contemplate the attack from the swordsman with the sheath when Jun Mo Xiao's weapon suddenly unfurled like an umbrella, its canopy flipping inside out and its ribs bending backward, resembling a colossal spearhead that pierced Zhu Yanxia with a swift thrust. Following this, Jun Mo Xiao twisted his hand, sending Zhu Yanxia sailing in a half-circle, flipping her onto the ground. Chen Guo was taken aback. This was no ordinary attack. The skill was called Circular Staff, a technique belonging to the Battle Mage class. While it was not uncommon for a sower of chaos to wield such a skill, the perplexing aspect was that Jun Mo Xiao had just utilized the blade draw with a swordsman weapon. How could he so swiftly transition to a mage's spear? Tang Rou's astonishment lay not merely in the unexpected weaponry, but in her own performance. After several exchanges, her reactions were slightly delayed, an outcome she had not anticipated. Given that Glory employs an immersive first-person perspective, skills like Circular Staff create a disorienting experience that is more daunting than the damage inflicted. Chen Guo, an experienced player, was not easily flustered. However, Tang Rou, who only occasionally played, struggled to maintain her bearings amidst the sudden shifts in perspective, leading to a lack of judgment. In a hurried attempt to regain her footing, Zhu Yanxia was unable to rise, and upon glancing upward, she saw Jun Mo Xiao's foot pinning her to the ground, the unknown weapon reverting to its original form. At last, they discerned that it was indeed an umbrella, its tip now aimed directly at Zhu Yanxia's head. Before the two could fully process the revelation, the umbrella's tip erupted with a flurry of fire, gunshots ringing out as they struck the grounded Zhu Yanxia. This was the gunner class's skill, step shooting. Ha! I sent it early enough today. Those who have not yet risen should feel deeply ashamed. Chapter 49. Truly unskilled. What on earth is this? Chen Guo stared in astonishment. The weapon in Jun Mo Xiao's hands was actually a trinity weapon, capable of transforming into a sword, spear, or gun. In contrast to Chen Guo's shock, Tang Rou, who had limited knowledge of Glory, was not overly intimidated. Her fingers danced swiftly over the controls, and Zhu Yanxia executed a spinning kick on the spot. Jun Mo Xiao leaped back to evade. But Zhu Yanxia immediately retaliated with an anti-tank cannon. Tang Rou's execution was rapid, the skill activated quickly, and the close range meant Jun Mo Xiao was hit squarely, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Both Tang Rou and Chen Guo were taken aback. Not only was it impossible to eliminate someone in the arena with such a single strike, but even if one were to be killed, they would leave a corpse, not vanish like smoke as if ascending. Panic struck Tang Rou as she realized too late that a spray of blood erupted from Zhu Yanxia's neck. The assassin skill, throat slit. This skill required a back attack, boasting a significant damage bonus, and though it was a low-tier skill, its damage was considerable. As for the Jun Mo Xiao who had turned into smoke earlier, both understood now that it was the ninja skill shadow clone. When Jun Mo Xiao leaped back to dodge her spinning kick, she had executed the skill, leaving a clone in front while her true self positioned behind Tang Rou to execute the deadly throat slit. Having sustained consecutive blows, Tang Rou's expression turned serious. With a flurry of keystrokes, Zhu Yanxia dashed through the blood spray and executed a swift 180-degree turn, showcasing her remarkable agility. As her mouse darted about searching for a target to fire upon, she suddenly found herself confronted by a flash of steel and a cloud of blood. The swordsman skill, mountain-crushing strike. Though the skills learned by casual players lacked the professional modifications and enhancements, their inherent effectiveness remained intact. The mountain-crushing strike sent Zhu Yanxia crashing to the ground, causing a brief moment of suspension upon landing. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jun Mo Xiao executed a knee strike, propelling Zhu Yanxia into the air, and with a flourish of the thousand mechanisms umbrella, unleashed a barrage of fire upon her airborne form. This skill, known as barbecue, was well known to both Chun Guo and Tang Rou. As Zhu Yanxia plummeted to the ground, scorched by the gunfire, she swiftly regained her footing, only to find Jun Mo Xiao's presence had vanished. Instead, she faced a swaying green-skinned goblin hurling stones at her, prompting a simultaneous breakdown from both Tang Rou and Chun Guo. This was a summoned pet from the summoner class in the mage category. With a swift shot, Tang Rou eliminated the goblin, only for Jun Mo Xiao to descend from the sky, landing atop Zhu Yanxia and delivering a flurry of strikes. The martial artist's skill, eagle's tread. At that moment, Tang Rou had long abandoned her initial nonchalant attitude. Having been struck down, Zhu Yanxia aimed her cannon skyward, preparing to bring Jun Mo Xiao down. However, Jun Mo Xiao's umbrella once again targeted her, and a stream of fire erupted, resulting in another bloom of blood above Zhu Yanxia's head. Jun Mo Xiao utilized the recoil from the shot to elegantly propel herself away. Close combat was inherently disadvantageous for gunners, and while Tang Rou had sought to create distance with her flying cannon, this time the opponent had taken the initiative to retreat. Zhu Yanxia, having endured relentless assaults, found her health dwindling, yet she had not even grazed the hem of Jun Mo Xiao's clothing. Tang Rou showed no signs of surrender. As she prepared to continue her assault, she heard Yi Xiu from the opposing side remark, "Shall we stop fighting?" "Why?" Tang Rou inquired. "It seems you truly lack skill," Yi Xiu replied. At that moment, Tang Rou was at a loss for words. Beyond the snippets of information Chun Guo excitedly shared with her about glory, she was utterly ignorant of the game. Yet, despite this, her rapid reflexes had allowed her to assist Chun Guo in defeating numerous opponents whom Chun Guo could not conquer, even mastering the challenging techniques of the divine domain that stumped many players. Tang Rou might claim ignorance of glory, yet she was undeniably formidable. This very reason compelled Chun Guo to go to great lengths to draw her into the game. However, it was also this reason that left Tang Rou perpetually disinterested in glory. Many might find themselves effortlessly navigating a new endeavor, but Tang Rou, in stark contrast, could not summon the seriousness for something she could easily accomplish. After much effort, Chun Guo had come to recognize Tang Rou as a fiercely competitive individual. When faced with challenges, she would instinctively muster her strength to overcome them, much like when she initially struggled with the divine domain's techniques, eventually succeeding after numerous failures. During that period, her passion for the game appeared 100-fold greater than Chun Guo's. Chun Guo had believed that this time she could sway Tang Rou, but upon completing the technique challenge, Tang Rou swiftly lost interest in glory once more. Farming equipment and similar endeavors, which required a stroke of luck, were never of concern to her. Ultimately, to Tang Rou, glory was simply a trivial pursuit. To pique her interest, her perception needed transformation. Thus, Chun Guo sought an opponent Tang Rou could not easily defeat to help her recognize the game's challenges. Unfortunately, the opposite occurred. The skilled opponents Tang Rou encountered in the arena were quickly vanquished by her. Chun Guo had recounted the renowned figures and true masters in the professional circuit to Tang Rou more than once, but Tang Rou would merely chuckle dismissively. It was clear that only reality could speak louder than words, yet finding such masters proved elusive for Chun Guo. It was not until Tang Rou returned in the morning that Chun Guo suddenly conceived the idea of having Yi Xiu give it a try. While Chun Guo could not precisely gauge Yi Xiu's strength, she knew he had experience in the professional circuit, likely surpassing that of an ordinary player. If worst came to worst, he would simply be dismissed by Tang Rou as being overly simplistic. That was Chun Guo's initial intention. However, engaging with Yi Xiu quickly led to her frustration, causing her to forget her original thoughts and instead root for Tang Rou to defeat Yi Xiu and vindicate her. When Tang Rou found herself powerless against Yi Xiu's onslaught and he remarked on her lack of skill, it finally snapped Chun Guo back to reality. Unskilled? Chun Guo thought this assessment to be somewhat excessive. If this constituted a lack of skill, what could be said of the many who had fallen before Tang Rou? Moreover, Yi Xiu's prowess was rather extraordinary. He had maintained a complete dominance over Tang Rou throughout the encounter. Observing matches and recordings had never conveyed such an overwhelming advantage. It appeared that the disparity lay in the opponents. Professional players were evenly matched against one another, but facing a casual player like Tang Rou, the outcome was clearly decisive. Yi Xiu stood up and nodded, commenting, "Your operations are indeed swift, but the coordination between your hands is utterly lacking. Your adaptability and judgment during rapid perspective shifts are virtually non-existent. Your understanding of equipment and skills is far from adequate, and your practical experience is minimal. Your tactics are rigid. Is this what you consider skill? At this level, if you wish to defeat me, you may as well wait 100 years. Have you been waiting long? The second update is here. If you've read this, please cast your vote, and then it will be time for a meal. Life is truly delightful. Chapter 50. Again, hey, you've gone too far. Chen Guo exclaimed, her annoyance evident. While she had intended to provoke Tang Rou, she was taken aback by Yi Xiu's harsh criticism of her friend. Was such excessive negativity truly necessary? Oh, my apologies, Yi Xiu replied, acknowledging his overstep. When I mentioned a century, it was merely an exaggerated expression. It doesn't actually take that long. Chen Guo was initially surprised that he was admitting fault, but upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her frustration peaked. Could you not say something nice? Chen Guo shot a glance at Tang Rou, lamenting her own predicament. She often sought to incite Tang Rou, yet now that she had succeeded, she feared it might be too much. The operations are quite swift. As I mentioned, Yi Xiu said. And what else? Chen Guo pressed. Also, she is rather pretty, Yi Xiu added, casting his gaze elsewhere. Chen Guo felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. Was that supposed to be a compliment? In the context of their discussion about gaming, his remark only underscored Tang Rou's lack of skill. Tang Rou was visibly agitated, her lips pressed tightly together and her hand gripping the mouse with determination. If it were Chen Guo in her place, she might have resorted to smashing the keyboard. However, Tang Rou remained composed, simply stating, let's talk after the match. No need to continue. I was merely holding back. Otherwise, after a few moves, you would have already been defeated, Yi Xiu remarked. Then why didn't you keep going? Tang Rou retorted. That would mean I won, and I'd have to take your 100 yuan. But you clearly don't know how to play. It wouldn't feel right to claim such a victory, so let's forget it, Yi Xiu said, turning to Chen Guo. Boss, that 100 is mine. You can deduct it from my salary, as agreed. You. Chen Guo was infuriated, crumpling the 100 yuan and tossing it at him. Take it. Thank you, Yi Xiu quickly caught it. Though his pockets weren't empty, he treated smoking as a fixed expense, requiring prudent budgeting. Losing was losing. There was no need for pity. He would accept the 100. Tang Rou stood and retrieved the 100 yuan she had wagered, offering it to him. Really? I feel bad accepting it, Yi Xiu insisted. Take it. Chen Guo glared at Yi Xiu. She understood Tang Rou's temperament well. The girl was both proud and earnest. If Yi Xiu stubbornly refused the money, it could lead to an awkward situation. To her surprise, Yi Xiu suggested, then why not give it to the boss? I'll pay her back. You scoundrel. You've just passed the ball back to me, Chen Guo fumed. Yet, seeing that Tang Rou showed no inclination to escalate the matter, she reluctantly took the money. Then consider this settled. Let's play again. Tang Rou returned to her seat after her brief statement. Chen Guo could only feel overwhelmed. Recognizing that Tang Rou would never argue like she would, she was an action-oriented person, a firm believer in letting results speak for themselves. As this was a practice match, scores did not count, and players could freely enter and exit. Tang Rou immediately selected to play again, placing another 100 yuan on the table without waiting for Yi Xiu to respond. Still 100. I may not play well, but I hope you take this seriously. Yi Xiu glanced at Chen Guo, who shrugged, indicating that she was no longer in control of the situation. All right. Yi Xiu said nothing further and took his seat. The new match commenced, with Chen Guo standing silently behind Tang Rou, merely observing without further commentary. The circumstances mirrored those of the previous round, with Zhu Yinxiao failing to touch the hem of Jun Mo Xiao's attire. The only difference was that this time, Jun Mo Xiao showed no mercy, swiftly depleting Zhu Yinxiao's health. Again, Tang Rou declared, without hesitation, slapping down another 100. Still she lost. Again, another defeat. Again, and another loss. Yi Xiu remained silent, while Chen Guo could not discern his expression from behind the computer. She could only tell that Jun Mo Xiao was playing with unwavering seriousness, shrewdly seizing every opportunity without remorse. As the match continued, more patrons in the internet CAF began to take notice. Regulars, recognizing Tang Rou, gathered around to watch. They were aware that she did not typically play Glory, yet her skills were undeniably impressive. Bills continued to pile up on her table, leaving the onlookers astounded. As for her opponent, some patrons who had only recently worked a night shift as a moderator were still unfamiliar with him. However, after a brief observation of the match, one exclaimed, Jun Mo Xiao, that's Jun Mo Xiao from District 10. Really? Where? This revelation sparked excitement among the crowd, drawing in even those who had initially ignored the match. They crowded behind Tang Rou, straining to catch a glimpse of her opponent's ID. Both Tang Rou and Yi Xiu remained unfazed, focused intently on their match. Chen Guo, noticing the crowd's reaction to Jun Mo Xiao, pulled a nearby patron aside, asking, "What is the deal with Jun Mo Xiao? He is the hottest character in District 10 right now. He has 3 first kills in the Novice Village, holds the record for the Frost Forest Dungeon, and has already joined Blue Creek Pavilion." Really? I know some people from Blue Creek Pavilion. Jun Mo Xiao helped them break a record yesterday, then withdrew from the guild. Wow, Blue Creek Pavilion isn't even good enough for him. What does he want? Sure, he's right across from us. What? That one over there. Uninformed patrons were still oblivious to the fact that the person Tang Rou was challenging was right in front of her. Ah, lost again. How many matches has it been? Not sure. I arrived just as it started. There's at least 500 on the table, right? Yes, definitely. Wow. She just slapped down another bill. Go Tang MM. Thus, Tang Rou consecutively lost 10 matches. While it could not be said that she had not grazed Jun Mo Xiao at all, to the spectators, it was evident that she had no realistic chance of victory. The encouragement she had initially received had turned into discouragement, and some began to criticize Jun Mo Xiao for being overly ruthless. Again, Tang Rou called out, seemingly unfazed. But as she reached for her wallet, she froze. She had no money left. The third update is here. Today came early. Everyone can sleep sooner. Chapter 51. An inescapable weapon. Yi Xiu heard Tang Rou call for another round and remained steadfast, firmly gripping the mouse, prepared to eliminate this young lady once more. However, after her call, the match did not commence. Yi Xiu rose to glance over and noticed Tang Rou's deflated, empty wallet on her desk. Has she finally run out of money? Yi Xiu chuckled. This person, is she truly planning to exhaust her funds before conceding? Tang Rou abruptly stood. Wait for me to get more. Forget it, Tang MM. The people around, familiar with Tang Rou, urged her to reconsider. Xiao Tang. Chen Guo hurried over to intervene. Knowing Tang Rou's competitive spirit, she had no doubt that the girl would continue to lose until she faced bankruptcy. The most exasperating was that Yi Xiu, even in victory, offered no way out. Then they heard Yi Xiu from across the table say, "Just give it up." Such reckless bravado serves no meaningful purpose. Still taunting, Chen Guo fumed, turning to retort, only to hear Yi Xiu continue. "You should take this opportunity to learn. At least understand the magnitude of the gap between us. Glory cannot be won by mere skill alone. If you wish to challenge me, there will be opportunities." Chen Guo froze. His reasoning struck a chord, and for once, he spoke like a sensible person. Yet, could Tang Rou, already ignited with determination, truly take it to heart at this moment? Tang Rou's footsteps halted, lost in thought. A palpable silence enveloped the room, as if everyone awaited a significant outcome. Chen Guo suddenly sensed a movement beside her and turned to see Yi Xiu gesturing at her, signaling her to pass the money over. Chen Guo seethed. Yet she knew that with Tang Rou's temperament, the money she had prepared would certainly not be returned. Ignoring Yi Xiu, she waved to the onlookers. "What are you all staring at? It's over, disperse." The crowd, seeing that Tang Rou seemed unlikely to continue, did not leave. Instead, they flocked to Yi Xiu. "Hey, what weapon do you have?" This question was one that any player of Glory would inevitably find intriguing. Once posed, even Chen Guo perked up her ears, torn between wanting to hear the answer and calming Tang Rou, leaving her utterly occupied. "Ah, it's nothing much. Just a toy I made myself," Yi Xiu replied. "Self-made weapon?" Someone quickly grasped the implication behind those words and exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Self-crafted equipment was a realm far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Glory had been operational for 10 years, and the methods for crafting self-made gear that had been disclosed online merely yielded items of orange rarity at best. The legendary silver equipment, surpassing orange, had only been witnessed in professional leagues. How could these professional clubs possibly reveal the crafting methods for their prized weapons, which were their tools of competition? "Can we take a look?" Someone inquired near Yi Xiu. Of course. Yi Xiu smiled, showcasing the Qinji umbrella. Chen Guo, wrapping an arm around Tang Rou's shoulder, urged her. "Come on, let us go take a break," while instinctively craning her neck to see what fascinating item Yi Xiu held. Seeing Chen Guo's eagerness, Tang Rou couldn't help but smile. "If you want to see, just go ahead." Chen Guo turned back, surprised to find Tang Rou no longer brooding, and felt a wave of relief. She continued to guide Tang Rou upstairs, boasting, "Humph, I'll look again later. If he doesn't show me, I'll make him regret it." The onlookers examined the attributes of the Qianji umbrella with astonishment. They were all knowledgeable players, and many were currently playing in a new area, familiar with lower-tier weapons, and immediately recognized that this was true silver equipment, the legendary silver weapon that surpassed orange rarity. Wow, how did you make this? Someone blurted out. Yi Xiu smiled without answering, and no one pressed further. Even the one who had spoken out felt a twinge of embarrassment. Each piece of self-made gear was a labor of love, not something to be casually inquired about. What a pity. It's only level 5. Just open the area. With the materials available now, you could still craft something for level 70? No way. I heard that self-made weapons rely solely on materials, regardless of their level. Come on. If you understand, then you should try making one yourself. The players engaged in lively discussion while Yi Xiu merely listened, refraining from participating. Such advanced topics were beyond the comprehension of most players, who could only grasp the superficial aspects. However, the mere presence of a legendary self-made silver weapon was enough to captivate the crowd, with everyone adding, "What a shame it's only level 5. A level 5 weapon, no matter how extraordinary, held little value." Everyone understood this principle. Although many players were aware that self-made weapons could be upgraded through an editor, the challenge of upgrading was akin to crafting, where even a slight misstep could ruin the weapon. Level 5. Such a low starting point left immense room for improvement. Players instinctively felt that enhancing this item would be less worthwhile than crafting a higher-level weapon outright. Can you craft silver weapons for other classes? Someone astutely grasped the crux of the matter. In comparison to a single silver weapon, a person capable of crafting such weapons held greater value. None left. This was just a haphazard creation from a pile of materials, Yi Xiu replied. If you can craft more, I'll provide the materials, just name your price. Others remained unwilling to give up, marveling at the prospect of self-made equipment, something they had always deemed unattainable, now so close at hand. I truly cannot. If I could, would I be sitting here? Yi Xiu said. The persistent inquiries fell silent. Indeed, those who could craft self-made weapons were rarer than even the most skilled players. They could either thrive in solitude or secure a position in professional club technical teams. Want to run a dungeon together? Someone extended an invitation to Yi Xiu. Clearly someone from the 10th district. I'm out of attempts, Yi Xiu chuckled. Perhaps next time. The polite exchanges gradually dispersed the crowd. Yi Xiu exhaled deeply. In truth, self-made weapons were far too valuable to be flaunted. In glory, players couldn't view others' equipment through the system, which favored secrecy. However, the Qianji umbrella was exceptionally unique. What other weapon in the game could transform in form? Any player with a modicum of understanding could surmise it was self-made. Yet, this was also the weapon's greatest value and characteristic, making it impossible to conceal in practical use. Yi Xiu sighed, just closing the equipment interface when Chunghua, with the speed of a flash, darted down from the second floor, rushing to Yi Xiu's side. What weapon? What weapon? A self-made weapon. Take a look for yourself. Yi Xiu, exasperated, reopened the interface. Chunghua admired it, her mind buzzing with questions like other players. But she also recognized that some inquiries were inappropriate. Is this weapon why you intend to play as a casual? Chunghua asked. Smart, Yi Xiu commended. You are quite elusive. Chunghua realized she needed to reassess Yi Xiu. This individual, once discarded by the professional circle, was more profound than she had imagined, though she herself was unsure just how profound the professional realm truly was. Have I concealed anything? Yi Xiu countered. The first update arrived, and he suddenly remembered he had neglected to solicit votes these past few days. Was there anyone who inadvertently forgot to cast theirs? Be alert. Chapter 52. Career choices. After Chunghua toward the 1,000-machine umbrella, Tang Rou had already returned from upstairs. Yi Xiu and Chunghua exchanged glances at her. A silence enveloping the room. Why was the money just lying there? Tang Rou approached her original position, naturally stacking the money that lay on the table, and then handed it to Yi Xiu. Chunghua sighed, realizing that the girl was indeed serious and wouldn't treat her words lightly. At this moment, Chunghua merely wished for Yi Xiu to take the money quickly and avoid unnecessary complications. Yi Xiu did not disappoint her. He stood up and accepted the money. Although this was what Chunghua had hoped for, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon witnessing his action. How dare you take it? Chunghua exclaimed. Why shouldn't I? Yi Xiu and Tang Rou replied in unison. Chunghua felt defeated, realizing she was left with no place in this situation. I will win this money back sooner or later, Tang Rou said as she handed the money to Yi Xiu. I can responsibly inform you that it will be far more challenging than you anticipate, Yi Xiu replied with a smile before pocketing the money. casually exiting the game after greeting the two women. Is this guy trying to infuriate someone? Chen Guo gritted her teeth and said to Tang Rou, relax, just relax. Ironically, it was the one being looked down upon who was providing Chen Guo with solace. You should practice diligently and then teach him a lesson to diminish his arrogance. Chen Guo suggested. How significant do you think the gap between us really is? Tang Rou inquired. Chen Guo blushed slightly. Even if Tang Rou was not yet adept at the game, such a statement could only be made by Yi Xiao. In Chen Guo's eyes, Tang Rou was already a skilled player. With both Yi Xiao and Tang Rou surpassing her, how could she discern the depth of their abilities? It was needless to say how vast the difference was between them. If she could gauge their levels, she wouldn't approach the idea of introducing a PK between Yi Xiao and Tang Rou with such a casual mindset. I truly cannot discern it, Chen Guo admitted. Tang Rou lowered her gaze at the screen, where Zhu Yin Xia remained logged in. After a moment, she remarked, it seems he was right. I can't even identify the extent of the gap between us. I must undertake a comprehensive study. At that moment, Chen Guo felt a sense of secret delight. Tang Rou was finally beginning to take an interest in Glory, just as she had wished. However, she maintained a serious demeanor and continued, coincidentally. A new district just opened the day before yesterday. I will fetch you an account card. Oh, Tang Rou's compliance made Chen Guo's heart bloom with joy. As a proprietor of an internet CAF, she had an abundance of Glory account cards and recharge cards. She quickly retrieved one for Tang Rou and accompanied her to create a new character, naming and entering the game. The beginner tasks in the novice village were the simplest content in the entire game. On a regular day, such trivial tasks would have Tang Rou tossing them aside in half a minute. Yet, surprisingly, she was unusually earnest this time. Even meticulously reading through the beginner guides that Chen Guo deemed entirely unnecessary. This girl had finally channeled her seriousness into Glory. Chen Guo felt a sense of accomplishment and eagerly began discussing a significant issue with Tang Rou. What profession do you want to play? I'm not sure yet. Tang Rou replied. No need to rush into a decision. Before level 20, you can learn the initial skills of all professions. You can try them all and see which one feels most comfortable for you, Chen Guo advised. Is it like this? Just level up without changing professions. Becoming a free player like Yi Xiao? Tang Rou asked. Yes, just playing around. You shouldn't emulate him, Chen Guo exclaimed, startled. Playing around? Tang Rou asked, confused. Once a character reaches level 50, they must complete a class awakening quest to continue gaining experience and level up. However, a free player without a class transition does not have an awakening quest, meaning they cannot level past 50. This was the very reason why the free player style had entirely vanished. Didn't Yi Xiao just say that you can continue leveling in the realm of the gods at level 50? Tang Rou questioned. Please, the realm of the gods. The challenge tasks you helped me with were so difficult. How could a level 50 account possibly succeed? Chen Guo responded. Then Yi Xiao, he must be insane. Chen Guo interrupted Tang Rou abruptly. If he can do it, doesn't that mean he is stronger than me? Tang Rou insisted. Chen Guo paused for a moment before promptly stating, if he can do it, you should try as well. Anyone can start the challenge tasks in the realm of the gods at level 50. There is no restriction on that. And also, Chen Guo continued, do you remember Yi Xiao's weapon? That's why he chooses to play as a free player. That guy actually has a self-made weapon. And it's only been 2 days since the district opened. I can't fathom how he managed to acquire it. As she spoke, Chen Guo found herself puzzled once more. This was a mystery that lingered in her mind, yet she hesitated to voice it directly. A self-made weapon? Is that the kind of powerful equipment you often mention that only professional players possess? Tang Rou asked, revealing her status as a novice in Glory. Indeed. Moreover, it's quite impressive. Although it's only level 5, it's a genuine silver weapon that surpasses orange weapons. I believe he has the means to upgrade that silver weapon further. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose to play as a free player for just a level 5 silver weapon. Chen Guo explained. How does one create a silver weapon? Tang Rou inquired. Sister, this topic is far too advanced. I wish I knew. Chen Guo replied. Why don't you play as a gunner, like me? You've played on my account multiple times. This profession is what you're most familiar with. So you'll surely pick it up quickly. Chen Guo was reluctant to delve too deeply into the topic of self-made equipment with Tang Rou. She feared that discussing the complexity of the system might ignite the girl's competitive spirit, leading her into an obsession with it. The self-made equipment system was exceedingly intricate, and many had perished in their attempts to challenge it. Chen Guo did not want Tang Rou to squander her energy on such matters. Gunner, Tang Rou pondered. Though she had previously shown little interest in Glory, she had played it enough to gather some experience. She was not particularly drawn to the gunner profession. She preferred melee combat roles, feeling they demanded greater skill. However, Chen Guo was quite fond of the gunner profession, and Tang Rou did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. Just then, she suddenly recalled another profession Chen Guo often spoke of. Right, the one you frequently mention, the one you say is the strongest. What was it called? Blade God, one autumn leaf. Chen Guo blurted out, but her expression dimmed instantly after uttering the words. I had some matters to attend to this afternoon and couldn't finish the update, so this is the second update. The third one is being hastily prepared and should be posted before midnight. Additionally, many people mentioned the level issue regarding the 1000 Machine Umbrella in the previous chapter. The overall level of the 1000 Machine Umbrella remains at level 5. It only reaches level 15 when transformed into spear form. For those with questions, you're penalized to read chapter 34 100 times. Is it perhaps due to the lengthy word count in each chapter, causing everyone to skim through anxiously? Chapter 53. The Battle Mage indeed, that legendary title, the Dual God. What profession does it embody? Although Tang Rou had not quite memorized the name of the Dual God, one autumn leaf, it had lingered in her mind due to Chen Guo's frequent mentions, leaving her with a slight sense of familiarity. More prominent in her thoughts, however, was the gunner, Mu Yu Chung Feng, which was the direct reason for Chen Guo's own choice to play a gunner. She was her first idol, a character she often spoke of. As Tang Rou spoke, she turned her gaze towards Chen Guo, only to notice a shadow of melancholy on her face. What's wrong? Tang Rou inquired, startled. Having known Chen Guo for 2 years, she was accustomed to her anger, but this display of sadness was a first. Yi Qiu has retired, Chen Guo lamented. Yi Qiu? The one who controls one autumn leaf? Tang Rou asked. Yes. And one autumn leaf? Is it still active? One autumn leaf remains. But Chen Guo struggled to articulate the nature of their relationship. In the cold realm of professional gaming, characters and players were starkly divided into two realms. For enthusiasts of glory, some envied the powerful roles of the professional level, while others admired the exceptional skills of the players. Consequently, the title of Dual God was initially attributed to one autumn leaf by some, while others contended it rightfully belonged to Yi Qiu, the maestro behind the character. This stirred considerable debate. Yet gradually, such controversies began to assign titles predominantly to the characters themselves. This was because characters were steadfast, while players were transient. Players might seek transfers, experience declines, or even fade from the limelight, ultimately retiring, yet characters endured. As long as a club was willing, a character could be continually nurtured, gaining strength over time, accumulating skill points, and wielding increasingly formidable gear. The most illustrious characters in Glory today were nearly all established in the first server, existing for nearly a decade. Their controllers had changed countless times, yet their renown had never waned since its inception. Flowers may bloom again, but youth does not return. A powerful character, under the command of a skilled player, could unleash extraordinary prowess. Conversely, in the face of nature's immutable laws, no one could triumph over the relentless passage of time. Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf were a rare exception. Their partnership spanned a decade, an unparalleled feat in the league, while other characters underwent shifts in their controllers. With players vanishing from the scene, leaving their titles to the characters, the Dual God remained shared by Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf. From the moment the title was proclaimed, it had belonged to them both. Regrettably, One Autumn Leaf was ultimately a character, and Yi Qiu was still a player. It was inevitable that players would depart first, allowing the character to eternally inherit the title. While other characters had witnessed multiple transitions, the Dual God had only just begun its journey. Thus, many players would shed tears, and Chen Guo would grow somber at the mere mention of the Dual God. For the moment Yi Qiu departed, the title felt irrevocably incomplete to her. What had once carried immense emotional weight was suddenly torn asunder. Tang Rou could not fathom Chen Guo's sorrow. She could only sit silently beside her, holding her hand without uttering a word. Yet, Chen Guo was Chen Guo. She had grieved deeply the day before, and wallowing in sorrow was not her style. After a brief moment of melancholy, her spirits soared once more as she turned to Tang Rou and said, "The profession of the Dual God is the Battle Mage. What, do you wish to play?" "Absolutely. Who knows, I might one day become the master of One Autumn Leaf, and then I could be the new Dual God," Tang Rou exclaimed. "Ah, that ambition is 1,000 times loftier than defeating Yi Qiu. Little Tang, you must strive for that goal." Chen Guo laughed. "Sure." Tang Rou nodded, smiling. "Shall I tell you about the Battle Mage profession now?" Chen Guo inquired. "Yes," Tang Rou affirmed with a nod. "The Battle Mage belongs to the Mage class and engages in close-quarters combat, by enhancing oneself through magic. They are proficient with two weapon types, the staff and the spear. The staff typically boasts an attack speed of 8, allowing for rapid strikes, while the spear has a slower attack speed of 2 but delivers higher damage over a broader range. Personally, I prefer the spear for its commanding presence. How could one be called a dual god without it? After all, one autumn leaf wields a spear as well. Once, Gua. Tang Rou gently reminded her that she was straying off topic. Oh. Gua coughed lightly and continued. The primary characteristic of the battle mage is the magical runes that enhance their attributes, and the fighters will learn upon awakening. In particular, the fighter's will is a passive skill that significantly boosts a character's capabilities based on the player's skill. If you see a battle mage growing stronger as battles progress, do not be surprised. One autumn leaf is revered as the dual god precisely because of Yi Qiu's exceptional gameplay. Gua. Tang Rou interrupted, exasperated. All right. Let us watch a video while I explain, shall we? Gua suggested. Tang Rou nodded. Gua didn't even need to search online. She had an abundance of dual god videos. Not knowing how many she had collected, she clicked on one. Her excitement palpable as she began to share her insights with Tang Rou, who was soon left in awe. Look at this. Wow, 88 consecutive back attacks. Do you know how much this enhances the fighter's will? That fool just ran into it. Gua. Tang Rou sighed for the third time. Don't you think I should start with something more basic? You're throwing me into the deep end with the top-tier battle mages. Tang Rou said, feeling overwhelmed. Oh, I see. Let me find something suitable. The two young women immersed themselves in the study of the battle mage until a staff member approached, asking them to join for a meal, only to be impatiently dismissed by Gua. Then, a voice that had recently invigorated Gua rang out behind them. Oh, learning about the battle mage? Yi Qiu. Gua turned around immediately. What do you want? Is it any of your business? Little Tang wants to play the battle mage? Yi Qiu inquired. Yes, Tang Rou nodded. I can teach you. Yi Qiu offered. Humph, no need. Gua scoffed dismissively. Boss, do you realize what you just turned down? Yi Qiu said, feigning seriousness. Please. I have no interest, Gua retorted, turning back to Tang Rou. These are the strategies for the battle mage written by Yi Qiu himself. Look, I've organized them for you, from basic attributes to skills to gear, practical techniques, experiences, tips, methods of practice, and even these accompanying videos. An exhilarating compilation. Tang Rou nodded repeatedly. Honestly, why refuse real guidance? You insist on self-learning? Yi Qiu grumbled. Just go away. Your advice pales in comparison to these strategies, Gua replied. You might come to regret this, Yi Qiu sighed. You're so annoying, Gua shot back without looking. Tang Rou, however, turned to Yi Qiu with a smile and said, I will ask you if I have questions. You will have plenty soon enough. The guide you're reading is from 9 years ago. Over the past 9 years, there have been systematic adjustments and advancements in player skills. While the guide is still relevant, there are 4 areas that need your attention. The content referenced there is completely unsuitable for today's battle mage, Yi Qiu remarked. Finally, the third update was completed. Here it is. Apologies for the delay, it's past midnight. Additionally, an advertisement interjected. Rebirth of the Undead World, book number 187-7957, a new work by the Foolish Prince. Readers who enjoy online games will surely recognize this author. Chapter 54. Tang Rou was still a novice in this regard, completely unaware of the situation. As for Gua, she was a seasoned gunner. While she had watched numerous exhilarating videos about battle mages, she had never truly studied the profession. The strategy guide they were perusing was something they had unearthed together online that afternoon. Without hesitation, Gua had searched for topics related to battle mages, pulling up anything authored by Yi Qiu or Yi Qiu. Upon finding relevant materials, she hastily compiled them for Tang Rou. However, as they began reading the first piece, Yi Qiu pointed out that the guide contained outdated information. Indeed, it had been 9 years. How many updates had Glory undergone? Every profession had surely experienced adjustments. Could it be that there had been no changes in the last 9 years, and players had made no progress in their skills? If that were the case, Glory would not be as popular as it is today. A game must have room for development. Is that really true? Gua asked Yi Qiu. Yes, he replied. What are those for areas? Tang Rou inquired. You two should go have a meal. I'll make some slight modifications to the guide, Yi Qiu suggested. The two of them, one engrossed in game types, and the other determined to immerse herself fully, had been so focused on researching battle mages that they had forgotten about their meal. At Yi Qiu's prompting, they suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Shall we go eat first? Gua asked Tang Rou. All right, Thank you for your trouble, Tang Rou said, directing her gratitude at Yi Xiao. Go on, go on. Yi Xiao urged them to leave. Shortly after they sat down, Chen Guo exclaimed, Why is dinner so extravagant tonight? Who ordered this? When everyone chimed in that it was courtesy of Brother Yi, Chen Guo shot Tang Rou a disdainful look, saying, You really know how to take advantage of someone else's generosity. Hee hee, Tang Rou laughed. Honestly, after losing so much, you don't seem to care at all, Chen Guo remarked, noting how little Tang Rou seemed to mind the 100 yuan she had lost. Although she had worked at the internet CAF for 2 years and Chen Guo had deliberately raised her pay, the nature of their work was not markedly different from others. In such a place, what else could a girl do but manage the front desk? Thus, her salary was not exceptionally high. For Tang Rou, 100 yuan was still a significant sum, yet her nonchalant demeanor rivaled that of Chen Guo, the CAF owner. Chen Guo's internet CAF had reached a certain scale, ensuring a net income of at least 100,000 yuan even in the slowest months. She truly had no need to fret over a sum like that. However, it had not been easy for her to build the CAF to its current state, establishing a steady stream of customers. She did not have a habit of spending extravagantly. Losing over 1,000 yuan in just a few rounds of glory PK made even Chen Guo feel a twinge of sympathy for Tang Rou. One must accept the consequences of their wagers, Tang Rou replied. With all that lost, what will you eat this month? Chen Guo asked. Isn't it your responsibility to ensure I eat well? Tang Rou laughed. Chen Guo sighed. Her all-inclusive treatment at the internet CAF had fostered a group of spendthrifts. Quickly eat up. Afterward, let's see what that guy has concocted, Chen Guo urged. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao quickly revised the outdated guide. He then glanced at the teaching materials Chen Guo had compiled for Tang Rou. It was evident that Chen Guo had a strong brand awareness. Anything attributed to Yi Xiao or Yi Xiao was promptly included. Yi Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated, meticulously eliminating unnecessary, repetitive, and outdated content, striving to refine the material. Just as he was engrossed in his work, Chen Guo and Tang Rou returned from their meal. Chen Guo immediately noticed Yi Xiao had opened one of her painstakingly sourced guides, scanned it, and then tossed it into the trash bin. What are you doing? She demanded. Much of this is redundant and useless. I'm just tidying it up, Yi Xiao replied. Is that so? Chen Guo was skeptical. Although Yi Xiao often irritated her, she knew that in terms of glory skills, he was indeed far more proficient than she was. Are you sure? These are posts from the great Yi Xiao, Chen Guo exclaimed. Of course. If he knew, he would appreciate the opportunity to reorganize it, Yi Xiao assured her. Not all of it can be discarded. I want to inspect what you've thrown away, Chen Guo insisted. If you can comprehend it, then go ahead and check. Yi Xiao chuckled. Chen Guo was exasperated. Truth be told, she had never played a battle mage, and after skimming through the intermediate and advanced content in those guides, she was only partially informed. For those sections, she would have to rely on Tang Rou to explore for herself. However, seeing Yi Xiao's professional demeanor, she couldn't help but ask, Can you truly teach? Absolutely. You know everything about battle mages? Indeed. Are you not afraid that if you teach her, she might get defeated? Ha. Yi Xiao laughed. It's not that simple. Have you heard the saying, a master leads you through the door, but the journey is up to you? The principle remains the same. Whether one can practice successfully relies primarily on themselves. Even if I don't teach, the guides are publicly available. Those willing to invest the time can certainly learn. My instruction merely saves them time and helps them avoid unnecessary detours. Well articulated. Then tell me, how can I improve my hand speed? Chen Guo inquired. Are you referring to absolute hand speed or operational hand speed? Yi Xiao asked. Clearly, operational hand speed, Chen Guo replied. Absolute hand speed means pressing keys with your left hand while maneuvering the mouse with your right, eyes closed. That is fast, but it's not applicable in real combat. Therefore, operational hand speed, which focuses on purposeful actions without unnecessary movements, is far more important, Yi Xiao explained. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, handing it to Chen Guo. Here, play with this. What is this? Chen Guo asked as she examined the item, a palm-sized plastic board featuring 3 rows of circular heads resembling moles. It was a miniature whack-a-mole game. Chen Guo felt incredulous. Is this a joke? Yi Xiao turned to her. Just give it a try. Try what? The switch is underneath. You can adjust the level. Start with the easiest setting. I've modified it. I assure you'll love it, Yi Xiao encouraged. Skeptical yet intrigued, Chen Guo flipped the switch. The 10 mole heads lit up, and an electronic sound prompted her to select a level by pressing one of the heads. After pressing the first mole head, a brief electronic tune played, and the mole heads began flashing rapidly. Xinghua had played similar mini whack-a-mole games before, where one would hit the illuminated moles. However, the speed at which these moles flashed exceeded her expectations. She hurriedly pressed them, but within 10 seconds, all the heads flashed simultaneously, accompanied by a mocking sound, declaring the game over. Hand speed of 120, I presume? Yishio chuckled. Xinghua was taken aback. A speed of 120 can barely hold for 5 seconds. Take it and play. Practicing will enhance your reflexes, Yishio advised. If operational speed doesn't improve, it's mainly due to lagging reflexes. It wasn't even noon yet. It was still morning. Everyone agreed, didn't they? Chapter 55, Beyond Strategy. Xiao Tang, would you like to give it a try? Xinghua offered the mini whack-a-mole game to Tang Rou. No, thank you. This doesn't help me much, Tang Rou replied. My current operational speed is probably around 200, but my lack of familiarity with the game and experience hinders my judgment, which in turn limits my reaction speed. There's still room for improvement, but I need to hone my skills gradually within the game. And what about you? What is your operational speed? Xinghua inquired. As for me, I have long surpassed the phase of chasing operational speed. A speed of 60 is sufficient to handle you, Yishio replied. Xinghua was suddenly reminded of the first time she witnessed Yishio's seemingly clumsy movements, yet he managed to single-handedly defeat the Dark Knight Cat Demon. At that moment, she found it quite remarkable. Now, upon hearing that Yishio could effortlessly defeat her with just a speed of 60, she felt no anger. Instead, she increasingly recognized Yishio's exceptional talent. The ability to control one's speed with such finesse was indeed the most significant distinction between professional players and casual gamers. How long until you finish organizing the strategy? Xinghua asked Yishio. It will take a little longer. Yishio's strategy isn't entirely comprehensive. There are other well-crafted strategies by different players that I will incorporate as well. However, it's not advisable to read the strategy before experiencing the game yourself. It's best to have a certain foundation before consulting the strategy guide, Yishio explained. Why not? Following a strategy can help avoid a lot of detours. Xinghua argued. Strategies are merely summaries of others' experiences. What they contain reflects only the present moment. A strategy guide, after a year or two, or even just a few months, may become outdated as players discover better approaches. This isn't solely due to game updates. More importantly, players' skill levels are constantly improving. Such records exist to be surpassed. The pinnacle always lies in the future, not the past. Strategies should serve as references, not rigid templates. Otherwise, one cannot achieve further breakthroughs. Yishio clarified. Xinghua was taken aback, struggling to believe these profound insights came from this disheveled recluse. The reasoning seemed to dismiss even her idol, the esteemed Yishio. Under normal circumstances, she would have argued passionately, but at that moment, she felt unable to muster the same fervor. I suppose I'll just play the game then, Tang Rou interjected. Taking the conversation forward as a machine beside, Yishio began processing her account. Yishio nodded and turned to Xinghua. Am I supposed to play whack-a-mole? In that instant, Xinghua couldn't help but question if she was being teased. Whack-a-mole merely enhances your reaction. Real skills must be practiced in the game, Yishio remarked. Ah, Xinghua acknowledged with a nod. All right, you can carry on, Yishio said. Understood, Xinghua replied, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she realized the audacity of his attitude. Who exactly was the boss here? She glanced back, only to find Yishio diligently focused on his strategy, devoid of his usual lethargy. Xinghua stood frozen, feeling a sudden shyness about interrupting him. Turning her gaze to Tang Rou, she noticed her completely engrossed in the game. Xinghua glanced at the whack-a-mole game in her hands and ultimately walked away quietly. Xiao Tang possesses talent. Yishio already possesses formidable strength. What about me? Xinghua pondered at the front desk. She also enjoyed the game and aspired to excel, yet she realized she could never reach the level of challenging the past and breaking through, as Yishio described. At 27, in the realm of esports, it was an age more reflective of the past than hopeful for the future. Tang Rou entered the game with high spirits, but soon found herself disheartened. Despite her operational speed of 200, she struggled with the challenges at hand. This dilemma was one Yishio had faced, and Xinghua had encountered while playing her alternate account the previous night, the issue of overcrowded new zones. After much effort, she finally managed to obtain a quest. Yet the monsters eluded her grasp. The area outside the novice village was teeming with players, no matter how quick her reactions or agile her hands. She could hardly engage the monsters. After a half-hour of frustration, Tang Rou finally leveled up from level 1 to level 2. With a sigh of relief, She glanced over at Yishio, who remained engrossed in organizing the strategy. His level of concentration astonished her. As she watched, she noticed Yishio's left hand delve into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. With a flick, he brought one to his lips without ever diverting his gaze from the screen, his right hand deftly maneuvering the mouse the entire time. Just as he prepared to light it, he was nudged by Tang Ro. "You can't smoke here. Guo will get angry," Tang Ro cautioned him. "Oh." Yishio realized he had unconsciously placed the cigarette in his mouth, a habit formed without thought. However, the spot was relatively secluded, far from the front desk. With no one around except for him and Tang Ro. They won TC. "Just one puff. Keep it quiet," he insisted, lighting the cigarette discreetly and then turning to offer, "Would you like one?" "No, thank you," she replied. "Have you ever tried?" he asked. "I have. But I didn't quite like it," Tang Ro admitted. "Ah," Yishio nodded, leaning over to glance at her screen. "What level are you now?" "Level 2, she answered. "Keep it up." "Is this Jun Mo Xiaoyu?" Tang Ro suddenly inquired. Yishio looked at the dungeon records displayed on Tang Ro's screen, where Jun Mo Xiao's name prominently appeared in 4 rankings. "Are you planning to break my record?" Yishio chuckled. "First kills like that are beyond reach now." "Aren't they?" Tang Ro questioned. "Indeed," Yishio nodded. Tang Ro's gaze shifted to the record for the Frost Forest dungeon. "That record cannot be broken by one person alone," Yishio remarked. "I see. It requires 4 partners, right?" Tang Ro responded. "And there are also records for 10-person and 20-person groups, among others," Yishio added. Tang Ro fell silent, deep in thought. "Is the strategy organized? Where should I place it?" Yishio finished compiling the strategy just as he finished his cigarette. "On the desktop is fine, but it should be done like this." Tang Ro approached to demonstrate. The Internet CAF's computers had an automatic restoration feature, but their staff could bypass it through the admin channel for operations. Simple as it was, Tang Ro's nimble hands revealed her proficiency. "How did you practice your speed?" Yishio suddenly asked. Tang Ro's movement hesitated ever so slightly at his question, and Yishio, skilled in micromanipulation, noticed it clearly. "I haven't practiced, it just comes naturally," she replied. "Is that so?" Yishio chuckled, saying no more. He stood and offered his chair to Tang Ro. "You can continue here. If you have any questions about the strategy or the game, feel free to ask me." "Thank you. And what about you?" Tang Ro asked, noticing Yishio's intention to leave. "I'm heading to the smoking area. It's safer there," he replied. "By the way, has everyone had dinner yet? If not, it's still not evening. I haven't eaten yet." Chapter 56. Leveling up is not easy. As Yishio passed by the front desk, he noticed Chen Guo engrossed in fiddling with a mini whack-a-mole game, seemingly lost in thought. He decided against greeting her and made his way to the smoking area to find a machine. Nowadays, Yishio was not only renowned as Jun Mo Xiao within the game, but had also gained a degree of fame in the Internet CAF. Almost everyone playing Glory knew that Jun Mo Xiao was the CAF's manager and possessed a custom-made silver weapon. The smoking area was particularly crowded with Glory players. Many had been playing since the afternoon after watching a match. They greeted Yishio warmly as he arrived, and he casually responded to those who called out to him. Lighting a cigarette, he swiftly immersed himself in the game, only to be immediately bombarded with messages. Within 5 seconds of logging in, the notifications began to flash incessantly. Upon checking, he found the usual greetings. "Hey, Master Yi, welcome." A salute from Shinyu. An invitation to level up from Lan He of Lan Shigo. And reservations for the early morning dungeon activity from Yiwei Yang of Ba Chi Xiong Tuesday. Yishio responded to each one, sending a smiley face to Tian Chi and Shinyu, while politely declining the leveling invite from Lan He and the dungeon reservation from Yiwei Yang. The players approached Yishio with utmost caution in their wording. After replying to everyone, he fell silent, only to be inundated with a slew of friend requests shortly thereafter. "Have I really become this famous?" Yishio scratched his head. It was just a record-breaking dungeon run. Surely, it didn't warrant such reverence, did it? Lost in thought, Yishio ignored the system messages until someone nudged him. "Hey, buddy, want to add each other as friends?" Turning around, he realized that many patrons in the CAF were looking his way, waving and calling out, "Come on, let us be friends." It turned out they were all from the same CAF. Yishio felt a bead of sweat form, since it was a newly opened server. The proportion of players from the 10th district in the CAF was quite significant. Most were absorbed in their own gameplay, but some enjoyed making friends and connecting with skilled players, especially since they could meet in real life, strengthening their bonds. Consequently, many patrons approached Yishio to add him as a friend. "Oh, what is your name?" since they were all from the same CAF. It felt somewhat impolite to outright refuse. Yishio inquired about their game IDs and added them one by one. In no time, Junimo Zhao's friend list swelled to 37 members, all online, aside from Tianqi and Xinyu, whom he had met just a couple of days prior. The rest were patrons of the Xinhui Internet CAF, primarily from the smoking area, with a few even traveling from the far end of the CAF just to invite him as a friend. A long list of names appeared, and Yishio found it hard to match them with real-life faces. Riding the wave of excitement, someone jokingly suggested, since we're all from the same CAF, why don't we form a guild together? This proposal elicited only a few awkward chuckles. The suggestion fell flat. With only 10 districts in glory, encountering players from the same district in the same CAF was hardly unusual. Yishio's popularity, aside from his dungeon record, was amplified by the fact that these players were aware he possessed a silver weapon. Such an item was far more attention-grabbing than mere dungeon records. If Lan He and the others knew that Junimo Zhao had such an ace up his sleeve, they would surely be even more eager to befriend him. The guild proposal was met with a few polite chuckles, and the initiator of the suggestion fell silent, returning to his own game. Everyone donned their headsets and became engrossed in the gaming world once more. Meanwhile, Yishio proactively sent a friend request to another player, Han Yenro. This was Tang Ro's character name. Yishio was unsure of its significance, speculating it might be a combination of Yen, from Zhu Yanxia, and Ro, from Tang Ro's name, with some random characters added. He sent the friend request, but received no immediate response. Yishio guessed that this girl was perhaps not very familiar with the game and likely overlooked such system messages. Sending multiple requests wouldn't change the fact that one notification would flash just like 18 would. Deciding not to dwell on it, he gathered his belongings and prepared to venture out to hunt monsters and level up. The primary issue in the novice village at this moment was the sheer number of players, but once outside the novice village, the most pressing concern for level 20 players remained the same: overcrowding. While the novice village had temporary systems in place to alleviate the pressure, once players left, they all converged onto the same land. Although this land was vastly larger than the novice village, the influx of level 20 players created a situation reminiscent of the village's overcrowdedness, particularly in Bull's Town and its surrounding areas. Last night, Yishio had seized the opportunity of fewer players online in the early hours to complete some quests. Now, during peak hours, undertaking quests would only add to his frustration. There were queues for accepting and submitting quests, and competition for killing monsters was fierce. Rather than struggle with quests, it would be more prudent to find a reliable spot to grind monsters and level up. What kind of leveling area would have fewer players at this stage? Naturally, it would be a higher level area. The game's mechanic of losing experience upon death made players hesitant to take risks, preferring to wait in line for quests and fight for monsters instead. For high-level areas, it was not that skilled players lacked the ambition. Rather, they were deterred by the potential risks involved. In Glory, dungeon runs were the fastest way to level up, followed by a well-planned quest route, with monster grinding being the least favorable option. However, given the current circumstances, with limited dungeon runs available and quest queues, grinding monsters became the optimal choice. Difficulty was not a concern for someone of Yishio's caliber. With his top-tier skills, as long as the NPCs weren't excessively overleveled, he would face little challenge. Experience gained from defeating monsters in Glory operates within a level range, typically defined by 5 levels. Monsters that are 5 levels above or below a player yield minimal experience. Within the standard range, higher-level monsters provide more experience. Thus, monsters that exceed a player's level by 5 levels offer the most experience. While 5 levels might not seem significant, in Glory, even a 1-level difference can introduce issues of level suppression. The game's mechanics don't merely define player level. They also influence physical damage, magical damage, bleeding, immobilization, and other statuses, all of which are subject to level considerations. In the absence of explicit level indicators from the system, these attributes default to the player's level. This means that, at present, Junimo Zhao's damage level is 21, and the hidden bleeding inflicted through his skillful maneuvers is also at level 21. When dealing damage to monsters at level 22 or above, the effectiveness is diminished. The greater the level difference, the more pronounced the reduction in effectiveness becomes, a phenomenon referred to in Glory as level suppression. The advantage of higher levels extends beyond the superior attributes and equipment. The hidden calculations of level suppression further compound the difficulty of challenging higher-level foes. Before noon, today's third update, the Great E continues his journey. Chapter 57. The Burial Ground. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao had reached level 21, with a maximum level cap of 25, and was thus battling monsters at level 26 to gain experience. However, the increase in experience was not as substantial as one might expect. For each level gained, experience increased by 2%, and for every 5 levels, it rose by 10%. Yet the difficulty presented by those additional 5 levels was far more complex than a mere 10% increase. Solo players faced considerable risks, and the experience gained in a unit of time often failed to reflect that 10% advantage, with the possibility of earning even less. Under the current circumstances, Yishio's intention to engage monsters beyond his level was not merely to acquire that small amount of experience, but rather to seek a tranquil place for leveling away from the throngs of players. After organizing his belongings, Yishio directed Jun Mo Xiao to the area designated for levels 23 to 26, the Burial Ground. The Burial Ground was not only a name for a leveling zone, but also the title of a dungeon. This was akin to the Frost Forest, where the outer region catered to levels 20 to 23, teeming with wild creatures, and stepping into the forest would lead one into the Frost Forest dungeon, where players could engage without interference. In the Burial Ground, there existed a dungeon of levels 23 to 27. Players like Lon He from the Blue Creek Pavilion had already conquered the Burial Ground dungeon. The leaderboard displayed that the first team to conquer the Burial Ground was the Dominant Alliance, and Yishio noticed a player named Yi Wei Yang among them. The other 3 members from the previous day's team were not listed elsewhere, indicating that they were not top-tier players. Furthermore, the completion record for the Burial Ground had been reset 4 times, with the most recent achievement held by the Herbal Pavilion. As for the 3 hidden bosses in the Burial Ground, the Blue Creek Pavilion had remarkably managed to secure 2 of them. Such dungeon records seemed perpetually circulated among these 3 major guilds. Yishio chose not to dwell on these matters. Soon enough, Jun Mo Xiao arrived at the Burial Ground, and indeed, the number of players was significantly reduced. Yishio's level 21 was currently the mainstream level among players, with most players diligently competing for monsters in the Frost Forest, where they could encounter level 22 and 23 creatures that would overpower them. The Burial Ground was even more daunting. Selecting a prime location for monster respawns, Yishio commanded Jun Mo Xiao to transform his 1000 Machine Umbrella into a spear form and charged forth. The 1000 Machine Umbrella had been equipped with 8 Night Cat Claws, effectively upgrading the spear's tip, and with the replacement of the connecting axis, the spear's level had risen to 15. Other forms and weapon categories remained at level 5, making their output clearly inferior to the spear form. The minor monsters in the Burial Ground, akin to those in the Skeleton Tomb, were dark, necromantic beings, zombies, skeletons, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages, all ranging from levels 23 to 26. Their primary characteristics included high attack and defense, albeit with sluggish movements. With Yishio's prowess, NPCs had never posed a threat. He maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao to navigate through the selected area, dispatching monsters with ease. Yishio's approach was casual. He did not overly pursue critical strikes, combos, aerial assaults, or backstabs. To execute such technical maneuvers required heightened concentration, rapid reflexes, and enhanced micromanagement, which could be taxing both mentally and physically. After all, he was merely leveling up and had no intention of treating this as a championship match in the professional alliance. He alternated between attacking and pausing. While Jun Mo Xiao's monster-slaying speed may not have been exceptionally swift, it was consistent. Rather than focusing solely on offense, Yishio prioritized careful evasion, ensuring he never needed to rest for health recovery, only retreating to recuperate once his mana was entirely depleted. In the realm of glory, recovery items included food and potions. Food had no cooldown, but could only be consumed outside of combat, offering substantial and rapid recovery. Potions, while less effective than food, could be utilized mid-battle and could prove life-saving in critical moments. However, the more potent the potion, the longer its cooldown, and there was a shared cooldown among potions of the same type, making it nearly impossible to consume multiple potions of different tiers simultaneously. Both food and potions could be purchased from NPCs, but only the most basic varieties were available at exorbitant prices. Aside from monster drops, culinary professionals could craft food, and alchemists could brew potions. Each player could learn 2 crafting professions, but could only select one for career awakening. Indeed, crafting professions also had awakening quests, and only upon reaching level 50 could they continue their progression. With the new server having launched only 2 days prior, aside from the major guilds intent on fostering talent, No one had begun to learn crafting skills. The chefs and alchemists within the guilds were still struggling to meet their own demands, leaving them unable to sell goods on the market. Players could only grit their teeth and endure the system's harsh exploitation. The meager earnings from monster hunting and dungeon running were primarily spent on medical expenses in these early stages. Yi Xiu was no exception. Such initial investments were indispensable. Fortunately, due to his exceptional skills, he managed to save significantly on health-related food and potions, primarily incurring expenses related to mana consumption, which he had minimized compared to the average player. After approximately an hour of monster farming, Jun Mo Xiao disengaged to drink a potion and recover mana. Yi Xiu took a moment to light a cigarette, enjoying a brief respite, when he noticed a notification. Han Yanro has accepted your friend request. After an hour, Tang Rou finally noticed Yi Xiu's friend request and sent a message. Sorry, just saw this. Tang Rou was indeed quite different from Chenghua. Unlike Chenghua, who was eager and proactive in forging connections, Tang Rou maintained a more reserved demeanor. She was neither overly enthusiastic nor cold. When speaking, one could sense her attentiveness. Conversely, when she spoke, it felt as if she were addressing you directly. If Chengua's approach to interaction was akin to street smarts, Tang Rou's was more refined, subtle, measured, and polite. Aside from her initial display of competitiveness and seriousness after losing to Yi Xiu, she had shown no flaws in her demeanor. Yi Xiu was certain that she hailed from a respectable background, as her poise and grace reflected a solid educational foundation. Moreover, her dexterity was remarkable. When Yi Xiu inquired about her training methods, she hesitated, leading him to believe her skill was a result of practice rather than innate talent. This was evident in her hands, which, like his own, exhibited meticulous care and attention. Yi Xiu was convinced that her hands were not merely honed for gaming. Typically, gamers have distinct left and right hand functions, as players use their left hand for the keyboard and their right for the mouse, employing two entirely different methods. However, Tang Rou's hands displayed an extraordinary balance and stability, which paradoxically resulted in a lack of coordination and speed between her left and right hands during gameplay. If his judgment was correct, Yi Xiu believed those hands had been trained through piano practice. It's all right. If you have any questions, just message me. Yi Xiu recognized Tang Rou's uniqueness, but was not particularly interested in delving into her backstory. Frankly, he needed to clarify his own direction at this moment. Closing the chat with Tang Rou, Yi Xiu prepared to resume hunting monsters when he suddenly heard the swift sound of footsteps. A figure darted past Jun Mo Xiao. Wielding a staff that effortlessly intercepted a monster, Jun Mo Xiao was about to attack. Chapter 58. Monster Snatching Boredom. Such was Yi Xiu's assessment of the malicious monster snatcher. In the graveyard of the fallen, where players were scarce and monsters plentiful, this individual deliberately chose his targets to attack. This behavior, often stemming from a desire to flaunt one's prowess, was rather distasteful. The man wielded a battle staff, with magical ripples at his feet, indicating he was a bona fide battle mage post-class change. The magical ripples were the signature effect of his enhanced skill, Radiant Pattern, which bolstered his combat capabilities. Radiant Pattern was triggered by various skill attacks from the battle mage, with 5 distinct types available. The patterns floated around the mage for 30 seconds, during which they could be launched at an enemy, inflicting damage while bestowing a 20-second buff on the character. A level 20 battle mage could learn the first pattern, the neutral Radiant Pattern, triggered by the Dragon Tooth attack, which held the lowest attack power among the 5 patterns and increased the character's movement speed. At level 1, it granted a 1 boost, capping at 20 by level 20. Radiant Pattern was the hallmark of the battle mage class. The notion of using magic to enhance one's combat strength stemmed from this very feature. Although Jun Mo Xiao had also reached level 20, he had not encountered the option to learn Radiant Patterns within the mage skill set. The battle mage displayed considerable skill, effortlessly launching a small monster into the air, swiftly maneuvering behind it, and delivering a Dragon Tooth strike that executed a mid-air follow-up and back attack. A neutral Radiant Pattern coalesced at the tip of his staff, shimmering beside him. The effectiveness of the patterns varied based on the execution of the attack, classified into large, medium, and small categories. While the buffing effects remained unchanged, the damage dealt varied significantly. The battle mage was a class that was easy to pick up but challenging to master within the world of glory. The utilization of Radiant Patterns and the stringent operational demands of the awakened will of the fighter made it a case of easy to learn, difficult to excel. This individual, upon turning, faced Jun Mo Xiao directly, continuing to flaunt his prowess after stealing a kill. Yi Xiu observed that this man held an inflated sense of self-worth. Not to mention the ostentatious display of his skills. Just the act of uploading such an incongruous visage as his character's appearance was telling. What an utterly discordant face. The game's appearance editor, whether using defaults or haphazard combinations, could never yield such a jarring result. Yishio shook his head, not intending to get embroiled in a trivial dispute over a mere small monster with such a braggart. However, just as the show-off turned to flaunt his skills before Jun Mo Xiao, he suddenly made a blunder, causing the previously airborne monster to plummet to the ground. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle, preparing to have Jun Mo Xiao depart, but he heard the man call out his name. Jun Mo Xiao? Upon hearing his name, Yishio redirected Jun Mo Xiao's viewpoint, finding the man approaching, scratching at by a small monster. So it's you, the other said. Who are you? Yishio glanced at the man's ID, Qian Cheng, and found it unfamiliar. Perhaps he was a recent addition to the friend list from the same internet CAF? As Yishio opened his friend list to check, the man continued, I've heard you're quite formidable. Come, let us have a duel. Who are you? Yishio replied, quickly scanning his friend list of over 30 names, failing to spot Qian Cheng. That's not the point. The point is I'm challenging you, Qian Cheng insisted. Yishio remained silent, and Jun Mo Xiao simply turned to leave. Hey, don't go, Qian Cheng exclaimed hastily. Yet the small monster he had been battling continued to scratch at him. He executed a sky strike, launching the small monster into the air, then followed up with a falling blossom palm. The monster spun and flew away, directly toward Jun Mo Xiao. Once leaving the novice village, system protection ceased, allowing players to engage in PvP. As the small monster appeared poised to collide with Jun Mo Xiao, he suddenly turned, thrusting his spear and striking the airborne creature, sending it crashing to the ground with a seamless circular motion that deftly neutralized Qian Cheng's attack. Impressive, Qian Cheng conceded. But I suggest you accompany me to the arena, lest you lose experience out here. Yet, his words went unanswered as Jun Mo Xiao executed another sky strike against the fallen monster, followed by a falling blossom palm that sent the creature hurtling back. This time, however, his execution was swifter, launching the monster into the air before it could rise too high. Humph, Qian Cheng scoffed. Wielding his battle staff to mimic Jun Mo Xiao's maneuver, preparing to execute a circular motion to counter the airborne monster. The staff was elegantly extended, as Qian Cheng contemplated the most stylish direction to swing, when suddenly, the monster that had been sent flying unexpectedly descended back to the ground, causing his thrust to miss entirely. Qian Cheng was taken aback. If this was not mere coincidence, it meant Jun Mo Xiao had perfectly gauged the force behind his falling blossom palm and anticipated that Qian Cheng would respond with a circular motion, thus launching the monster just beyond the reach of his staff. What a terrifying display of microcontrol. You still have a long way to go. Jun Mo Xiao's voice cut through his thoughts, prompting Qian Cheng to lift his gaze, only to find Jun Mo Xiao had already moved on, leaving him to contend with the small monster now clawing at him. Don't go. A show-off was naturally most afraid of losing face, and Qian Cheng, feeling both mocked and belittled, pursued Jun Mo Xiao once more, sending another monster flying as he rushed forward. Jun Mo Xiao struck again, unleashing a dragon tooth that slowed the approaching monster mid-flight, following with a sky strike that sent it spiraling higher, culminating in a rapid advance that had the creature lunging at Qian Cheng. Whoa! The overzealous Qian Cheng was caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated Jun Mo Xiao would toy with the monster for so long before sending it back. The spinning monster barreled toward him, and through his first-person perspective, he was met with a grotesque view of rotting flesh. Qian Cheng was toppled by the zombie-esque charge. As he shoved the creature off, he quickly rose, only to find himself ensnared by its grasp, sharp, decaying teeth gnashing at him. He swung his battle staff in a desperate attempt to fend it off, finally defeating the zombie. But the unsettling sound of bones grinding echoed in his ears as he unwittingly entered the aggro range of a skeleton monster, which approached him wielding a large sword. Enjoy your monster snatching? Jun Mo Xiao called out, beckoning him. Qian Cheng glanced over, realizing that in the brief interval, Jun Mo Xiao had gathered 4 monsters. With a falling blossom palm unleashed, all 4 creatures came crashing down upon him. The third update will be around midnight, as part of the strategy to climb the leaderboard next week. I hope everyone will support. Chapter 59. How to Entertain a Child. For diminutive monsters, each stationed at a different cardinal point, accompanied by a menacing skeleton wielding a blade, left Qian Cheng with no avenue for escape. The notion of boasting had long since fled from his mind as he found himself tumbling to the ground amidst a chaotic melee of skeletal and putrid creatures. The undead were sluggish, taking their time to rise, and Qian Cheng was the first to regain his footing from the heap of bodies. To his surprise, Jun Mo Shao had not departed. Instead, he was charging forward brandishing a war spear. Caught off guard, Qian Cheng instinctively leapt backward, only to be consumed by regret. Why had he chosen to retreat? Hadn't he been yearning for a chance to test his mettle against this individual? As the slow-moving monsters began to rise, Qian Cheng noted that although they had initially targeted him, their ire had shifted to Jun Mo Shao, who had just taken a blow from the four diminutive creatures. The skeleton's original target was Qian Cheng, but now, having been toppled by the four monsters, it too had redirected its wrath towards Jun Mo Shao. As the five creatures scrambled to their feet, they charged at Jun Mo Shao. Qian Cheng had intended to suggest that they first eliminate the minor monsters before engaging fully, but before he could voice his thoughts, Jun Mo Shao's spear had already struck one of the monsters, initiating a fierce confrontation that left Qian Cheng largely ignored. Was it possible that Jun Mo Shao had no intention of targeting him at all? Was he less valuable than the five undead creatures? Hey, Qian Cheng called out. You want a monster? Here, take one and play with it. Jun Mo Shao deftly thrust his spear, sending one of the minor creatures careening towards Qian Cheng's feet. Qian Cheng stood there, stunned. He had never experienced such a sensation before. In past encounters, when he had snatched a monster from another player, the victim would invariably be incensed, even drawing weapons against him, only to find themselves bested. That feeling was exhilarating. Yet now, the response from Jun Mo Shao felt patronizing. As if he were saying, be a good child and don't cause a fuss. Uncle has some candy for you. Qian Cheng remained frozen in place, watching as the creature at his feet, still harboring its animosity toward Jun Mo Shao, clambered back into the fray. What, you don't want it? Jun Mo Shao inquired, seemingly amused. Qian Cheng was overwhelmed by the urge to join the skeletal creatures in attacking Jun Mo Shao. Once you've finished with the monsters, let's have a proper duel, he stated, his tone suddenly serious, devoid of the earlier bravado. No need, Jun Mo Shao replied dismissively. Why not? Qian Cheng blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Jun Mo Shao had already made it clear that Qian Cheng was far from his match, and he had just given him another opportunity to look down on him. I have no time, was the curt response. Tears welled up in Qian Cheng's eyes. How childish he felt, clinging to the hope of competing with an adult. The adult, in turn, was telling him, Uncle is busy. Be good and play by yourself. The parallel between his current predicament and that of a neglected child was striking. With no clear course of action, Qian Cheng resolved to simply wait until Jun Mo Shao dealt with the monsters. However, taking on 5 creatures simultaneously would not be a quick task. Should he intervene to assist? No, that would undermine his position. Instead, he opted to engage one of the lesser monsters to pass the time. After dispatching his foe, he glanced over to see that Jun Mo Shao was still occupied with 5 creatures. Let me take down another, he thought, but upon finishing, he discovered that Jun Mo Shao still faced 5 monsters. What was going on? Just how skilled was this individual? Qian Cheng felt puzzled until he noticed that the 5 monsters currently facing Jun Mo Shao were not the same ones from before. His suspicion was confirmed when a skeleton monster was pierced by Jun Mo Shao's spear, shattering into a pile of bones. Jun Mo Shao then moved on to summon another creature, continuing his onslaught against 5 monsters. Qian Cheng felt a surge of frustration. He had been anticipating a duel after these creatures had been vanquished, only to realize that Jun Mo Shao was solely focused on leveling up. Enraged, Qian Cheng resolved to interfere, not to assist, but to disrupt. He would continue to snatch monsters until Jun Mo Shao could no longer tolerate it. Charging forward, he began to stab at the 5 creatures Jun Mo Shao had gathered. Jun Mo Shao glanced in his direction before sending Qian Cheng a party invitation. Why would I want to team up with you? I'm here to steal monsters. Qian Cheng seethed, rejecting the invitation and continuing his assault. The 5 monsters fell even faster. Yet when he checked the experience points distribution, he realized his efforts had been in vain. In such a scenario, when 2 players slay a single monster without teaming up, the experience is divided. The first and last hits take a significant portion, leaving the remainder to be divided based on total damage dealt. Qian Cheng had not landed the first hit and had aimed for the final blow, only to find that he had not secured a single last hit. His damage output was also inferior to Jun Mo Shao's, resulting in a meager share of the experience. Moreover, any loot dropped was entirely claimed by Jun Mo Shao, leaving Qian Cheng with nothing. To make matters worse, by the time the 5 monsters had been defeated, Jun Mo Shao had already summoned new ones, ensuring a continual stream of foes to vanquish. Qian Cheng fought fiercely to seize another monster, but the outcome was just as dismal as before. His attempts only served to increase Jun Mo Zhao's efficiency in dispatching monsters, with Qiansheng left to scavenge the scraps of experience. Clearly, he was losing his composure. After that round, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and summoned a monster himself, bringing it back to Jun Mo Zhao. This time, however, Jun Mo Zhao simply moved on with the creature Qiansheng had summoned, leaving the one he had spawned for Qiansheng to deal with. Qiansheng was left in tears, pondering what he was doing with his life. He quickly eliminated the creature in front of him and called out, "Hey, I'm going to fight you alongside the monster." "Enough of that. Focus on leveling up," Jun Mo Zhao replied coolly. Grinding his teeth, Qiansheng raised his weapon, preparing to strike Jun Mo Zhao when a voice interrupted him. "Oh, why are you two leveling together?" Qiansheng turned to see a group adorned with the Blue Stream Pavilion Guild insignia approaching, with the speaker being Lan He, the guild leader of Area 10. Panic set in, and Qiansheng instinctively withdrew his weapon, ready to flee. "Where are you going?" Lan He called out. Qiansheng was on the verge of tears. "Guild leader, are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm not displaying my guild title? I'm trying to keep my identity hidden." As he ran, he messaged the guild. "The leader mistook me for someone else." "What is happening?" Lan He asked, perplexed. "I've offended Jun Mo Zhao," Qiansheng admitted. "What did you do?" Lan He inquired, clearly familiar with Qiansheng's tendencies. "I was trying to steal his monster," Qiansheng lamented. It was infuriating. He had provoked someone without gaining any satisfaction from it. With robust support from everyone, he had achieved first place for weekly points last week. Third, in recommendations. First for the new book. What an impressive feat. Immense gratitude to everyone for their diligent clicks and votes. This week, the recommendations are not as prominent as last week's, so we truly need everyone's steadfast support. Let us not be timid. Unleash a barrage of clicks and recommendations to break records. Forget about healers and tanks. We need sheer output. Chapter 60. Wild Map Boss Qiansheng is a member of the Blue Stream Pavilion. Despite being humiliated in front of Yi Xiao, he is regarded as a rare expert among players. In terms of strength, he is not necessarily inferior to the so-called 5 top players. The title of the 5 top players indeed requires substantial skill, but it also demands considerable popularity. When many players support someone, they become one of the 5. As for Qiansheng, he has a bit of popularity, but he is notably afflicted by a severe flaw. He has a penchant for stealing monsters. The Blue Stream Pavilion is one of the 3 major guilds, and as such, the expectations for its members are exceedingly high. While they do not demand that everyone be overly humble, behavior such as monster stealing is explicitly forbidden by guild regulations, and members have no objections to this rule. A guild that boasts a few skilled but arrogant members who band together to monopolize monsters is destined for stagnation due to the poor quality of its members. Yet, Qiansheng possesses this troublesome hobby, and he is indeed a rare expert. The guild is reluctant to part with such a talented individual despite his faults, ultimately turning a blind eye to his behavior. Fortunately, Qiansheng is somewhat tactful. When he engages in his mischief, he never does so under the guild's banner. And many players he has wronged do not hold the Blue Stream Pavilion accountable. During the guild's expedition in the 10th district, Qiansheng unexpectedly expressed a desire to participate. Although he had not yet brought any controversy to the guild, he was still perceived as a ticking time bomb. Upon seeing that he was eager to venture into the new area, the guild leader enthusiastically endorsed his participation, showering him with praise and subsequently passing the responsibility of managing this bomb onto Lan He, instructing him to keep a close watch. Lan He was nearly in tears. The new area was a time when monster hunting and leveling up were rampant, and this bomb was akin to being roasted by a furnace. Fortunately, the new area was crowded at the outset, with everyone busy competing for monsters, allowing Qiansheng to blend in without standing out too much. As for the future, Lan He contemplated keeping this individual in his party during leveling sessions to monitor him and reduce the chances of him stealing monsters. However, barely a day into the new area, the bomb exploded. Ironically, it was not just any victim, but the very talent he valued most, Jun Mo Zhao. Lan He felt a surge of frustration. He had clearly warned the guild that this talent was someone they should cultivate, encouraging others to build rapport with him. Qiansheng should have understood this, yet his method of fostering relationships was, alas, through monster theft. Lan He recognized that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Since Jun Mo Zhao was someone he aspired to recruit, Qiansheng's actions were certainly a matter for the Blue Stream Pavilion to address. Pretending not to know him and sneaking away would serve no purpose. What a fool. Muttering a few curses under his breath, Lan He swiftly approached Jun Mo Xiao and greeted him with a hearty laugh. What a coincidence to see you here. Leveling up, I presume. Indeed, Yi Xiu replied. Ah, don't mind that guy. The other day, everyone in the guild was speaking highly of you, and he probably felt a bit sour. Intentionally seeking to stir up trouble, Lan He explained. Lan He's handling of the situation was quite astute. He skillfully downplayed Qian Cheng's malicious monster stealing, framing it as jealousy over the prowess and fame of a top player. This explanation was easier to accept, and he subtly conveyed the guild's admiration for Jun Mo Xiao, flattering him without overtly fawning. Regrettably, Yi Xiu was fully aware that Qian Cheng had engaged in monster stealing first and only recognized Jun Mo Xiao afterward. The jealousy and challenge came after the act of theft. Yet, Yi Xiu was disinclined to dwell on such trivialities. With a casual smile, he remarked, That child is rather mischievous. Indeed. Look, he's already run off. Afraid I'll scold him, Lan He noted. If it had been anyone else, they might have approached to apologize. But Qian Cheng was exempt. If he were the kind to listen, he would have been persuaded to abandon his thieving habits long ago. By the way, would you like to join us? Lan He inquired. No, I prefer to level up on my own, Yi Xiu replied. Actually, we're not here just to level up. Lan He continued. Oh, Yi Xiu's interest peaked. The day was drawing to a close, and it was unlikely that Lan He and his group had completed their dungeon runs yet. If they weren't there to clear a dungeon or level up, could it be the blood gunner Yage? Indeed, Lan He confirmed. As expected, Yi Xiu's suspicions were validated. The blood gunner, Yage, was a wild map boss. While wild map bosses refresh at 100% rate, they are even rarer than hidden bosses, as they only respawn 3 times a week, with both time and location being random, albeit within the confines of the burial grounds. Wild map bosses also have honor rankings, first kills, and kill counts. Only one individual or team can claim the first kill, while the kill count will list the top 3 names and their scores, similar to dungeon completion records. To date, no wild map boss had been slain in the 10th district. Currently, there were only 2 wild map bosses within the player's reach, the blood gunner, Yage, and the goblin merchant, Lolan, in the Frost Forest. The novice village had no wild map bosses. Yi Xiu had an interest in the wild map boss, yet such opportunities are rare, and he had not expected to pursue it alone. His initial plan was to acquire items from the market. However, encountering the opportunity fortuitously, he felt it was worth a try. Yet, the essence of defeating a wild map boss lies not merely in slaying it, but in seizing the opportunity. The players who also seek to hunt the wild map boss are often more formidable adversaries than the boss itself. Though the wild map boss presents a significant challenge, it is ultimately a system-generated creature, familiar to players who have honed their skills in combat. However, no encounter with a wild map boss is without casualties, as chaos ensues from the competition. Even with the ability to take on foes single-handedly, Yi Xiu could not hope to claim the boss from the collective power of a guild. The boss's ownership is calculated differently than that of ordinary monsters. Wild map bosses possess the most formidable health among all boss-level creatures, requiring prolonged and significant output. If the first and last hits could easily claim 2/3 of the ownership, no one would willingly undertake the arduous task of dealing damage in between. Thus, the ownership of wild map bosses is entirely determined by the strength of output. No individual could outmatch a coordinated team. Brother, are you interested in joining us for a look? Lan He continued. Sure. Yi Xiu readily accepted. Lan He laughed heartily and sent an invitation to join the party. Once Jun Mo Xiao was added as a member, Lan He expressed a hint of regret. If only I had known you would leave the guild beforehand. In the game, the rule dictates that once a player exits a guild, they cannot join a new one for 5 days. Rise and shine, outputters. Click recommend and dive into the new dungeons awaiting your exploration. Okay, I will refine and translate the text you provided, removing irrelevant content and enhancing the language. Here is the improved English version. Chapter 61, The Hunt for Yag, Part 1. A glory team is capped at 10 members, and teams can form groups, with a limit of 10 teams. Upon joining, Yi Xiu noticed the team was at full capacity with 10 members, most of whom he recognized. Lan He, Shizhou, Deng Huayi, Lei Ming Dianguang, Zhiyu Qingcheng, and Yun Gui were all present. They were familiar with him as well, greeting him warmly. There were 3 unfamiliar faces: Lu Yun Chue, a grenadier, Xian Luwan Zhang, an artillerist, and a rather dubious character named Sheng Guang Moni, a cleric. Lan He introduced the 3 newcomers. He opted not to introduce the other 2 teams of 20 players. While a 10-person team would suffice for hunting the Bloodhand Shaman Yag, The presence of 30 players indicated the true objective, contesting the wild boss. Bluebrook Guild had deployed its elite forces, with these 30 players ranking among the top in the 10th server. Yi Xiu surveyed the assembled group and remarked, "Did I displace Qiansheng?" Lonnie was taken aback by Yi Xiu's attention to detail. Qiansheng had indeed been invited to hunt Yag, but the unexpected arrival of Lord Grimm presented an opportunity. Lonnie stated magnanimously, "Don't worry about him. Let's proceed." "When does the Bloodhand Shaman spawn?" Yi Xiu inquired. "We received the notification 5 minutes ago and immediately gathered the brothers leveling in this area. Reinforcements are en route," Lonnie replied. "Are so many people necessary?" Yi Xiu questioned. Even for contesting the monster, such a large number was excessive. With everyone swarming the target, many would lack the space to inflict damage. "We must prevent unforeseen circumstances," Lonnie lamented. Yi Xiu knew the concern wasn't about the boss, but rather the players. In the game, the most formidable adversaries were not NPCs, but other players. If we received the notification, the guilds of Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition likely did as well, Lonnie observed. Besides vying for dungeon records, the top 3 guilds monitored the spawn times of wild bosses, cautioning their leveling players to be vigilant. "They're already here." Yi Xiu scanned the surroundings, spotting a group sprinting in the same direction as Bluebrook Guild's forces. "Damn it." Lonnie identified the approaching group as members of Herb Garden. Yi Xiu admired Lonnie's ability to discern the identities of players from the chaotic mess of titles and IDs. Their long-standing rivalry had fostered a deep familiarity. As Lonnie recognized their opponents, the same recognition dawned on the Herb Garden side. Lonnie swiftly received a message from Herb Garden's 10th server leader. "Che Qianzi, old Lon, show some decency. It's obvious we arrived first." Both sides knew the location of the Bloodhand Shaman, and Herb Garden's current position was marginally closer. With comparable levels and identical gear, Bluebrook Guild had little hope of overtaking them. "Get lost," Lonnie retorted. There was no such thing as first come, first served with wild bosses, but Che Qianzi enjoyed arguing semantics. "How many people did you bring?" Che Qianzi asked. "About the same as you," Lonnie replied. "Care to cooperate?" Che Qianzi proposed. "Cooperate how?" "You and I are here. Tyrannical Ambition is likely close behind. Have some of your men delay them. And then we'll compete for the boss based on our respective strengths. How does that sound?" "Sure," Lonnie agreed casually. "How many men?" "Half, perhaps." "Agreed." Half a minute passed. "Where are your men?" Che Qianzi inquired. "Where are yours?" Lonnie countered. Another half-minute of silence ensued. "I see you don't trust me." "I'll seek cooperation with Tyrannical Ambition," Che Qianzi threatened. "Go ahead. I've already informed Tyrannical Ambition to ambush you up ahead." "Be careful," Lonnie replied. Che Qianzi seized communication. Both sides were resigned. After years of interaction, the top 3 guilds understood each other well. Genuine cooperation required extensive negotiation, making such a swift agreement impossible. No one trusted anyone. Overt and covert sabotage, skirmishes, and large-scale conflicts were commonplace. Such was the nature of the game, painful yet enjoyable. Bluebrook Guild lagged slightly behind Herb Garden, but the difference was negligible. Even if Herb Garden arrived first, they wouldn't risk engaging immediately, wary of being ambushed. Despite their cordial exchange, no one would hesitate to strike when the time came. The 2 groups maintained their distance, arriving at the Bloodhand Shaman's location in quick succession. However, they found a group already present, Tyrannical Ambition having arrived first. Yet, Tyrannical Ambition remained inactive. Observing a group of random players engaged in a futile struggle against the Bloodhand Shaman, Lonnie assessed the situation as a hopeless endeavor. The Bloodhand Shaman Yak, clad in white leather armor, possessed a pale, expressionless face, typical of the undead. Wielding a revolver, he moved with swiftness, firing upon the haphazard group of players, who were easily overwhelmed. Tyrannical Ambition had arrived early but observed the situation from a safe distance. Herb Garden and Bluebrook Guild mirrored their behavior, indifferent to the fate of the other players and focused on each other. A member of Tyrannical Ambition approached Bluebrook Guild. "Negotiations?" Lonnie mused, glancing at Herb Garden, who remained motionless, observing the approaching figure. As the figure drew near, Lonnie prepared to greet them, but was interrupted by a shout. "Lord Grimm, what are you doing here?" "Just watching the spectacle," Yi Xiu replied. Someone capable of such shamelessness could only be Yi Wei Yang. Lonnie was infuriated, feeling utterly ignored. "Bad position? What nonsense. This is a desolate graveyard with only withered trees, weeds, and broken tombstones. There's no good or bad position here." Chapter 62. The Hunt for Yage, Part 2. Isn't it all the same? Yi Xiu's response was decidedly straightforward. However, there might be some developments here shortly. So it would be wise to keep a distance, said Yue Yang. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Lan He. Her words were evidently directed at them, the members of Blue Creek Pavilion. On the surface, it seemed to suggest that the Tyrant's Majesty and the Chinese Herbal Hall had already formed an alliance, making it impossible for Blue Creek Pavilion to emerge unscathed today. Oh, I've heard that your position is rather precarious, remarked the representative from Blue Creek Pavilion. A psychological battle ensued, a game of counter-psychology. The rivalry among the three major guilds often entailed such intricate entanglements. Lan He found this vexing. He preferred to remain passive, allowing others to handle the convoluted matters. Oh, is that so? Could it be that the fellows from the Chinese Herbal Hall are plotting against both our guilds? Perhaps we should join forces, suggested Yue Yang. The question of whether to ally or not weighed heavily on Lan He. He felt an immense frustration, promptly sending messages to both guild leaders. What's the deal? Get over here. The leader of the Chinese Herbal Hall, Che Qianzi, replied, I'm not doing anything. The leader of Tyrant's Majesty, Yi Du Handan, responded, haven't I already sent someone over? Both were uncooperative, leaving Lan He exasperated. He secretly hoped the three guilds would send representatives to resolve the matter through rock, paper, scissors, but he knew that was unrealistic. Even if everyone superficially agreed, they would inevitably turn on one another, and the winner would end up like the cicada caught by the mantis, awaiting a knife in the back. Such scenarios had repeated countless times. In the end, the ones who triumphed were always cautious, and the endless back and forth left everyone bewildered, revealing that agreements held no more weight than mere words. What was the point of wasting time? The three guilds were publicly conscious of their image, known for their integrity and esteemed reputations. Yet, when it came to competition among themselves, any form of deceit was permissible. Credibility and promises became mere illusions. Their true interests lay in the rivalry itself. Even if the outcome depended solely on strength, Lan He dared not trust it. He was certain that the losing side would resort to trickery. He knew all too well that each raid on a wild boss cost countless lives. In that moment, Lan He longed for the simplicity of dungeons. Compared to the chaotic hunt for wild bosses, even the most challenging dungeon seemed welcoming. True cooperation was never genuine. Only mutual probing and wariness prevailed. This epitomized the relationship among the three guilds. As he watched Yue Yang continue to chatter, Lan He prepared to draw his sword. His invitation to the two guild leaders had not stemmed from good intentions. After all, they were all shameless. If they dared to come, he would seize the opportunity. Yet, only Yue Yang remained, and Lan He felt the urge to eliminate him altogether, as their relationships were quite clear. Suddenly, he heard Yi Xiu speak. Isn't that Qiancheng? Lan He paused, shifting his gaze to see a figure, foot poised on a magical wave, wielding a battle staff, charging into the fray and immediately attacking the boss without a word. Lan He dismissed him. This was a person devoid of organization or discipline. I must assist him, he thought. To his surprise, Jun Mo Shao suddenly declared this before rushing in, a move he felt helpless to counter. Hey, where are you running off to? I haven't finished speaking, Yue Yang called out. Lan He unsheathed his sword and aimed a slashing blow at the young man. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang had already anticipated his move, leaping back to evade the strike. The esteemed guild leader resorts to ambush? Yue Yang mocked. As Lan He made his move, several individuals nearby prepared to engage, but Yue Yang had already retreated. Members of Tyrant's Majesty swiftly approached, prompting Blue Creek Pavilion to withdraw as well. They had no intention of clashing with Tyrant's Majesty, especially with the Chinese Herbal Hall lurking in the background. The three guilds restrained one another in a web of entanglements, hesitant to act rashly, while the players within the arena suffered greater losses. Originally a 10-person team, only 5 remained, half of them fallen. Why are you just standing by? Hurry up and fight, Jun Mo Shao urged as he approached, hearing the remaining 5 cry out. Clearly, they were oblivious to the complexities surrounding them, unaware of the guild's intricate dilemmas. Yet, regardless of the situation among the three guilds, the fate of these 5 was destined to be tragic. They could not defeat the Blood Gunner and would perish. Even if they could conquer him, their demise was inevitable. The three guilds refrained from targeting them solely because they belonged to the former category, lacking the strength to contend with the Blood Gunner. Join the team. One of the 5 shouted toward Qiancheng. Qiancheng was the 6th player, rushing into the battle, but the opposing side immediately invited him to join their team. An invitation he ignored. Add me in, Jun Mo Shao called out, swiftly withdrawing from Lan He's team. What is he up to? Lan He pondered. bewildered by Jun Mo Zhao's sudden advance and subsequent withdrawal. If Jun Mo Zhao is the one attacking the boss, should we not compete? The representative from Blue Creek Pavilion suddenly suggested. Lonnie was taken aback. Could it be that this individual intended to exploit the esteem held by the major guilds to secure the boss for himself without contention? Such a notion seemed rather naive. The three guilds indeed valued him and were willing to make concessions, but only when they initiated the offers. In this instance, if he forced the guilds to yield through such calculations, it would be an entirely different matter. No one would acquiesce to such coercion, especially not the three guilds. Though they appeared humble and respectful, who would tolerate such schemes? Qiancheng navigated the battlefield, seeking an opportunity. The 5 players were essentially being chased by the Blood Gunner. Upon joining the fray, Jun Mo Zhao transformed the dynamics. The rapidly moving Blood Gunner, surprisingly, was within his precise grasp, and with a single strike, he toppled the foe, a feat that Qiancheng had failed to achieve despite his prolonged efforts. Falling Blossom, the Blood Gunner rolled away, a wild boss far more formidable than a hidden dungeon boss. The strike had not launched him high, and if another had taken control, achieving an airborne follow-up would have been uncertain. In midair, an apparition appeared, revealing 2 figures of Jun Mo Zhao. One remained in place while the other dashed behind the Blood Gunner. Shadow Clone, the one behind, a mere illusion, seized the Blood Gunner and hurled him away. The members of the Chinese Herbal Hall erupted in astonishment. Why was the Blood Gunner drawing ever closer? Why can't we climb the recommendation chart? Is there any chance of a full output from passersby? Join our team. Chapter 63, The Hunt for Adger, Part 3. The enmity of the Blood Marksman could not possibly be directed towards the players of the Zongkete. In fact, it had yet to endure any significant assault. At this moment, a surge of animosity erupted within the Blood Marksman after being struck down by Jun Mo Zhao's 3-stage attack. Upon landing, it executed a roll, immediately rising to its feet. This skill, known as recovery, is a universally applicable passive skill among players, akin to sprinting or rolling. Once learned, it can be utilized by rolling just as the character is about to hit the ground, allowing them to rise swiftly instead of falling. This maneuver requires a certain level of skill, as one must roll in the direction of the fall at the precise moment of impact. Additionally, some skills negate the effect of recovery, such as the Battle Mage's whirling staff, Judo's back throw, and the sharpshooter's foot shot. The Blood Marksman is capable of executing recovery, albeit with a degree of chance. After absorbing Jun Mo Zhao's 3-stage attack, it performed a recovery roll and raised its gun, ready to fire. With a resounding gunshot, the Blood Marksman swung its right hand back, and sparks erupted from the barrel as a second shot rang out. A startled cry emerged from a player in Zongkete, who quickly crouched down as the bullet narrowly grazed his scalp. However, the second shot found its mark, striking another player squarely in the forehead, causing a spray of blood and forcing him to stagger back several steps, his health plummeting by half. The Zongketang's priest rushed in to provide aid, and for a moment, no one could comprehend how the Blood Marksman had suddenly fired upon them. Yet, from the perspective of the Blue Stream Pavilion, the situation was clear. Just moments before, Jun Mo Zhao had tossed the Blood Marksman, and somehow, a long gun had appeared in his hand. The first shot had not been from the Blood Marksman, but from Jun Mo Zhao himself. That shot had struck the Blood Marksman's right hand, causing it to inadvertently fire backward. Was this mere coincidence, or intentional? The members of Blue Stream Pavilion were uncertain. They simply recognized that this action had simultaneously attacked the Blood Marksman and deflected any potential counterattack. As the Blood Marksman's errant shot struck a player from Zongkete, the members of Blue Stream Pavilion found themselves surprisingly elated. What could his intention be? Amidst the laughter directed at the Zongkete players struck by the Blood Marksman's misfire, Shizhou furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Jun Mo Zhao's purpose. Was he truly attempting to challenge the Blood Marksman in front of him? Lantern Flower Knight muttered as the two approached Blue River. Remarkable. Aerial whirling staff. Blue River exclaimed with approval as the two arrived. Shizhou and Lantern Flower Knight shared a moment of disbelief. Was he truly so entranced by the skillful display? Upon awakening Blue River from his reverie, he lamented. If the other guilds remain inactive, how can we proceed? Shizhou paused. Could it be that he intended to exploit the mutual restraint among the 3 guilds, rather than our hesitance to contend for his monster? Blue River glanced towards Zongketang on his left and Baki Xiongtu on his right, observing the peculiar movements of their respective guild leaders as they too scrutinized the actions of the other 2 guilds. Indeed, during such a standoff, none of the 3 guilds dared to advance. Those who did would only find themselves ensnared like a mantis, with a lurking yellow bird waiting in the wings. Blue River realized the awkwardness of the stalemate. He hastily sent messages to Zhang Keitang and Baki Xiongtu. Gentlemen, are we truly to stand idly by as the boss is taken down? Old Blue, have you learned to be devious? Replied Che Qianzai. Why not have your Blue Stream Pavilion swiftly seize the boss while we, Baki Xiongtu, provide cover from outside? Responded Yidu Handan from Baki Xiongtu. Blue River was at a loss for words. Both Zhang Keitang and Baki Xiongtu clearly harbored significant doubt in him. The primary factor influencing their judgment was their lack of understanding of Jun Mo Xiao's capabilities. They did not believe he could handle the Blood Marksman. However, even Blue River, upon reflection, found this to be a pressing concern. Although he had previously raided dungeons alongside Jun Mo Xiao and possessed a more direct understanding of his prowess, he recognized that no one could single-handedly confront the Blood Marksman at this level. Even the most elite of professionals would struggle, as the mana simply would not suffice. Given the Blood Marksman's health and the output capabilities of players at this level, it was inconceivable to vanquish the Blood Marksman without depleting one's mana. Even with an inventory full of potions, it would be futile. Observing Jun Mo Xiao's rapid output style, it was clear that the basic potions from the novice village could not replenish mana fast enough. Without mana, skills could not be utilized, and relying solely on ordinary attacks would prove ineffective against a boss. Skills, in addition to their superior power, often provide crowd control effects, such as the high lift of Sky Strike, the brief stun of Dragon Tooth, the knockback from Falling Flower Palm, and the invulnerability to recovery from Whirling Staff. These unique effects, not found in ordinary attacks, exert a degree of control over the opponent's actions. Upon contemplating these factors, Blue River found solace in the realization that Zhang Keitang and Baki Xiongtu were, at this moment, the more crucial adversaries. Unable to resist, he glanced left and right once more. The 5 ordinary players within the circle continued to be regarded as mere casualties. Blue River had not even considered that Jun Mo Xiao's advance would have any bearing on them. Even as Jun Mo Xiao departed from the team, he could not intervene, instead beckoning Qian Cheng to join. The only one who seemed to notice the presence of these 5 was Yixiu. After a relentless assault, achieving feats that the 5 could not even fathom, Yixiu suddenly commanded Jun Mo Xiao to execute a whirling staff, sending the Blood Marksman crashing amid the 5. Still watching? Attack! Yixiu shouted. The 5, jolted from their stupor, immediately raised their weapons in unison. Do not strike recklessly. Follow my lead. Yixiu called out, while Jun Mo Xiao's relentless assault continued unabated. The 5, still in a daze, finally realized something profound. Jun Mo Xiao. This individual is Jun Mo Xiao. It was not only the 3 major guilds who took note of Jun Mo Xiao. Players within the Xingxin Internet Cafe were equally astonished upon witnessing his illustrious name. Those who had merely sought to invite Jun Mo Xiao to their ranks now turned their attention to the fierce battle between him and the Blood Marksman, only then noticing the ID hovering above his head. The Jun Mo Xiao who had achieved 3 first kills in the novice village. The one who had led Blue Stream Pavilion to set the record for the Frost Forest dungeon. Berserker Cross / Yixiu exclaimed as Jun Mo Xiao landed a Dragon Tooth on the Blood Marksman. The Berserker was quick to respond, swinging his heavy sword with precision. With a swift motion, the Blood Marksman, caught in a moment of brief immobilization, could not evade, and a cross-shaped wound erupted, spraying blood in its wake. Rogue Sand Throw. As Yixiu called out this command, a Sky Strike sent the Blood Marksman into a slight float. Congratulations to the team for completing the dungeon for the first time. Chapter 64. The Hunt for Yage, Part 4. The rogue belongs to the combat class, wielding skills that are often the underhanded tactics of street thugs. At this moment, the act of throwing sand is merely a despicable maneuver to soil an opponent's clothing. As soon as this rogue hears Yixiu's summons, he promptly hurls a handful of sand at the blood gunner. Yixiu, taken aback by the rookie's naivety, hurriedly advises, wait until the sand-throwing skill is off cooldown, and aim directly at the face. That is the true essence of sand throwing. The hidden effect of sand throwing is that when aimed at an opponent's eyes, there is a chance to blind them. Though the probability and duration of blindness are not explicitly defined in the system, players have determined that even the most basic sand-throwing skill possesses a 50 chance of blinding for up to 4 seconds. When fully leveled, this skill can achieve a 100 chance of blindness lasting 8 seconds. This effect was indeed terrifying. In the early days of glory, rogues wielded sand as their weapon of choice, flinging it at anyone they found displeasing. In a state of blindness, a player's screen becomes pitch black, rendering them unable to see anything. Rogues would seize this opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, a truly despicable tactic. However, players have since discovered numerous countermeasures against sand throwing. The simplest method involves changing one's viewpoint when sand is thrown, upward, downward, left, or right. Any direction suffices. While sand throwing does inflict some minor damage by soiling clothes, it pales in comparison to the terrifying hidden effect, which is bearable for anyone. Yet, the most formidable counter to sand throwing is a piece of equipment, glasses. Much like the secret pendant Yishio has acquired, glasses bear no attributes and serve purely as decoration. However, this ornament nullifies the blinding effect of sand throwing. Among rogues, glasses are despised above all else. Fortunately, NPCs do not shamelessly don glasses to appear refined. NPCs affected by blindness lose their sense of direction, unable to locate their intended target, making them vulnerable to player attacks. Yishio's goal was to encourage this rogue player to trigger the blindness effect. But he was so inexperienced that he threw the sand at the blood gunner instead, raising questions about how he managed to reach level 23. 2 levels higher than Yishio. Brick Strike. Yishio continued to patiently instruct the rogue. Brick Strike is the official name of the skill, and fearing the rookie might not know the colloquial term, he used the standard nomenclature. Among players, this skill is commonly referred to as brick. Indeed, the ubiquitous brick, often utilized as a weapon in street battles. In Glory, a rogue's brick can be used for both direct strikes and throws, proving quite formidable. Additionally, this skill has a special effect, a 50 chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. However, to achieve this effect, the brick must strike the head. And there is a hidden effect. If the brick strikes the head from behind, the stun chance increases to 100, lasting 4 seconds. Yishio was pressed for time and unable to provide a detailed explanation to the rogue, but fortunately, the fact that striking the head with a brick induces a stun is not a hidden mechanic. It is clearly outlined in the skill's description. The rogue player seemed to have grasped this, aiming his brick directly at the blood gunner's head. Regrettably, his throw resulted in a flying brick. The damage was halved, the stun chance halved, and the stun duration halved. Moreover, the brick veered off course. Fool, you should strike the back of the head, someone else advised, as the rogue hurriedly nodded in agreement. Flame Impact. Yishio summoned the elemental mage. A burst of flame erupted, and Yishio nodded in satisfaction. At least this mage was not as green as the rogue. Yet, against the boss blood gunner, the low-level flame impact seemed insignificant. Nevertheless, Yishio had already orchestrated a follow-up attack. Mountain Collapse. Ghost Sword. Unleash your Soul Blade. Sand Throwing. Flame. Ghost Slash. Yishio commanded succinctly. The 5 players, initially destined to be mere fodder, suddenly realized that defeating the blood gunner was not so arduous after all. The foe, whom they had struggled to reach, now resembled a stationary target, with their strikes, bricks, and spells landing unerringly. The more experienced players recognized that this seamless execution was the result of Yishio's coordination. He expertly maneuvered their attacks to keep the blood gunner within their range, ensuring that each subsequent assault flowed effortlessly into the next. The blood gunner, while not without the ability to retaliate, consistently aimed his strikes at Yishio, who had already anticipated the boss's patterns, dodging each attack with precision and without endangering his teammates. The once chaotic group of 5 now expertly melded into a cohesive unit. While the 5 players reveled in their newfound synergy, Yishio felt no relief. He was acutely aware that any slight misstep in skill execution or tactical judgment could rapidly alter their fortunes. Meanwhile, the 3 major guilds, each boasting dozens of players, stood dumbfounded. They watched as this impromptu 6-member team hunted the boss without daring to intervene, their unease palpable as they exchanged glances, feeling utterly foolish. Look, this is the commanding style I wish to see, Yi Weiyong exclaimed from the Baki Xiongta Guild. Is now truly the time for celebration? President Yi Dehanton replied, exasperated. This Jun Mo Shao is remarkably formidable. The Zongkeatang Guild, which had merely contemplated Jun Mo Shao's capabilities, now bore witness to his power, leaving President Che Qianzi astounded. At this rate, the blood gunner might genuinely fall to this individual. From the Lanqi Pavilion, Deng Huaya called out to Lan He. Thus, the 3 guild leaders began their peculiar dance, shifting their positions, observing the reactions of the other 2 guilds. Unspoken among them, the course of action was clear. Eliminate the others, but do not touch Jun Mo Shao. If they turn their weapons against him, we must assist. Lan He commanded. Assist whom? Someone queried. Is it not obvious? Shall we aid those 2 fools? Lan he retorted. Understanding dawned upon the others. Which team has open slots? We must immediately add Junimo Shao. Lan he instructed. A somber determination settled over the group. There were currently no available slots, but that would soon change, as some would inevitably fall. Those who fell would return to the town, automatically disbanding from their teams. Simultaneously, the members of the 3 major guilds sprang into action. I observed that the data for the recommended dungeon is dwindling alongside the boss. One student exclaimed, Everyone, intensify your output. Vote, vote. Bring it down, bring it down. Let the loot rain down. Chapter 65, The Hunt for Yage, Part 5. Ah, it seems those individuals are coming to assist, the rogue player exclaimed. His tone surprisingly filled with excitement. Yushio sighed. This fellow was utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. How could these guilds be here to help? They were merely here to claim the monsters for themselves. Their earlier inaction was simply because they deemed this disorganized group unworthy of attention, as the blood gunner could easily eliminate them. Retreat. Yushio commanded in a hushed tone. What? The rogue player was baffled. The other 4 players were also newcomers. Had they been seasoned, they would have recognized the might of the blood gunner and would not have foolishly gathered in such a manner. However, they were not as naive as the rogue player and had sensed something amiss. The guilds had chosen this moment to act, just as they were successfully battling the boss. Assistance? That would be akin to a timely rescue. In this chaotic situation, who could ascertain their true intentions? If we don't flee, we shall meet our demise. Yushio insisted. Does that mean our efforts were in vain? The berserker in the team remarked, having realized the precariousness of their situation. But if they fled now, what was the point of all their hard-fought battles? Uncertain, Yushio replied. The 5 players were engulfed in confusion. Make haste, or it will be too late. Yushio warned, all the while continuing his relentless assault as Junimo Shao. The 3 major guilds advanced rapidly, their ranged gunners preparing their weapons to take aim. Scatter. At last, one among the 5 took the lead, turning to flee. The 3 guilds hardly regarded this group, and with their mutual wariness, they did not immediately pursue. Rather, they assessed the movements of the other guilds, their primary adversaries. The 3 guild leaders simultaneously called for a halt. Over 100 players abruptly stopped, exchanging bewildered glances. The blood gunner loomed close, yet charging forward to engage the boss would leave them vulnerable to ambush from the other guilds. The 3 leaders shared the same concern. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The 5 fleeing players, having run a distance, suddenly realized that Junimo Shao had not followed. They turned back to see him still entangled in combat with the blood gunner. What does he mean by this? The 5 were perplexed. They were merely inexperienced in the game, not devoid of intelligence. This individual urged them to flee yet remained behind, his actions bizarre and leaving them uncertain of his intentions. Thus, they hesitated, coming to a stop. Move further away. It's dangerous here. Yushio suddenly sent a message through the team channel. But they aren't here to kill us. The rogue player protested. Trust me, Yushio replied, typing only 2 words. These newcomers were utterly lacking in perception. Had a player of Blue River's caliber been present, they would have been left speechless. Engaging in such a fast-paced and intense battle with the blood gunner while still managing to type required extraordinary speed. The rogue player, against his better judgment, began to run, calling to his companions, run quickly. 2 of the other 4 hesitated but eventually followed the rogue player. The remaining 2, however, remained rooted in place, still skeptical of Yushio's words, suspecting he intended to abandon them. Yushio noticed the differing reactions among the 5 and felt regret for the 2 who doubted him. He had no time to explain, as his mouth was occupied directing the battle. He could barely afford to type. The previous 2 messages had already been typed at the risk of hindering his actions. Shouldn't the ranged players attempt to strike first? Blue River inquired, seeking input from his subordinates. They should not advance, but rather let the ranged players initiate some damage. But we cannot guarantee we won't hit Junimo Shao by mistake, the ranged players murmured, drenched in sweat. The blood gunner was swift, and the battle was a flurry of movement. Who could predict where their attacks would land? What on earth is this fellow doing? Blue River was vexed. Meanwhile, from the other side, Che Qianzi stepped forward, exclaiming, Good sir, join your team with my guild. All loot shall belong to you. How cunning. Blue River silently cursed Che Qianzi. If their team merged with his guild, all their prior contributions would be absorbed into the larger group. Why had he not thought of this strategy? Mo Shao, join us, Blue River urged. Believing he was somewhat closer to Junimo Shao, and that there was no reason for him to decline the offer. Join us, and all rewards will be yours. Plus an additional 20 pieces of white wolf hair, Night never ends from the Baki Xiong guild chimed in, evidently believing that Yi Xiu had a particular fondness for the item. Don't trust him, Blue River quickly interjected. They've only cleared the Frost Dungeon a few times to possess 20 pieces of white wolf hair. We have 20 pieces on our side, Che Qinzi retorted. Shizhou muttered to himself, is this truly his ulterior motive? Blue River was equally troubled. This person was entirely devoid of emotional engagement, determined to turn every matter into a transaction. Yet, Jun Mo Xiao continued to engage the monsters with indifference, prompting the three guilds to feel their offers were insufficient and to raise their bids. The two players who had not fled were utterly dumbfounded. The mere prospect of all loot belonging to them had their hearts racing, and the promises made by the three guilds seemed like treasures they had never even heard of, yet were evidently valuable. They were anxious, wishing they could speak on behalf of Jun Mo Xiao. However, they quickly realized that Jun Mo Xiao's agreement was moot. Currently, their team leader was not Jun Mo Xiao. The authority to accept or request a guild invitation rested solely with the team leader. They hurriedly checked the team list, discovering that the leader was the rogue player. In a flurry, they messaged the team channel. Come back. Why aren't you running? The rogue player queried. Run? What nonsense. These guilds are making offers to join them, granting us their equipment and valuable rewards. Team leader, come back. They were so excited that their words tumbled over each other. Such an opportunity. The rogue player, ignorant of the situation, became starry-eyed at the mention of equipment and promptly turned to return. The other two, seeing the messages in the team chat, were equally excited. Only Jun Mo Xiao remained unaffected. The leaders of the three guilds gathered around him, extending invitations to join their guilds, only to realize with a sudden epiphany, wait, even the team leader. There was nothing to be done. The other 5 players were simply too forgettable. Where has the team leader gone? The guild leaders began to concern themselves with the individual who had previously escaped their notice. At that moment, Jun Mo Xiao suddenly spoke, be cautious. What? Everyone was bewildered. Then, with a swift motion, Jun Mo Xiao sent the blood gunner sprawling, causing it to emit a ghastly wail as a crimson light enveloped it. Has it entered a frenzy? The 3 guilds were seasoned players, knowledgeable and experienced. What a farce. What is its health status? The over 100 players collectively gasped in shock. Chapter 66. The Undead Legion. When life descends to 10, a crimson hue envelopes the character. And in that state, the boss enters a frenzied rampage, a timeless law within the realms of glory, under the vigilant gaze of seasoned veterans. How could a team allow the life of a blood gunner to wane to the perilous 10? Yet, paradoxically, it was not the crimson-tinged blood gunner that succumbed to the rampage, but rather one in full health. As experienced players, they were acutely aware of the devastating abilities that accompany the blood gunner's rampage. Had they been engaged in combat, they would have undoubtedly prepared themselves before reaching the critical threshold, but no one anticipated that the blood gunner would enter a rampage at such an unexpected moment. Crimson health is not the sole condition for rampage, Shizhou suddenly announced. Blue River's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, there exist certain bosses that can trigger a rampage through means beyond just the crimson state. Rampage, in essence, is a desperate self-preservation instinct at a moment of peril. High-tier wild map bosses like the Blood Gunner do not solely perceive the crimson state as a signal of danger. Other conditions may compel them to unleash their rampage to resolve the crisis. 200 consecutive hits? Blue River blurted out. By the time they realized this, it was already too late. As the Blood Gunner emitted a chilling cry, the ground trembled beneath them, and the earth began to upheave. Leaning gravestones and remnants of stone coffins appeared to awaken and stir. The Blood Gunner's rampage summoned forth his undead legion, with the number of summoned entities proportional to the players within his aggro range. Tragically, the leaders of the 3 major guilds found themselves within this range. Having just invited Jun Mo Xiao into their party, the 3 leaders did not represent mere individuals. They embodied the entirety of their respective guilds present. In a standard encounter with the Blood Gunner, the leader would certainly be the first to exit the aggro range before reaching the crimson state. Over the years, this setup had led to countless underhanded tactics among the 3 guilds, and they were all too familiar with the Blood Gunner's ultimate move. The Blood Gunner's cries continued as a horde of zombies and skeletons emerged from the earth, gravestones, and coffins. The numbers were staggering, over 100. Maintain formation. Protect the healers and mages. The commands from the 3 guild leaders were nearly identical. The newly summoned Undead Legion would not inherit the Blood Gunner's aggro. They were programmed to attack indiscriminately, targeting anyone in their vicinity. In an instant, a grand battle unfolded in the burial grounds. with the undead summoned by the Blood Gunner engaging in a fray against the players. Although the zombies and skeletons summoned were not more formidable than the ordinary monsters found within the burial grounds, their level posed a significant threat. All were of level 26, the highest in the burial grounds, imposing a level disparity that made it challenging for the players to contend with them. The suddenness of their appearance and their random distribution caught everyone off guard. Within moments, members from the three guilds found themselves surrounded and perished in an instant. The expressions of the three guild leaders darkened. They understood that this was undoubtedly a result of Jun Mo Zhao's deliberate execution of a 200-hit combo. This combo statistic was not calculated based on the attackers, but rather the defenders, and when the Blood Gunner was subjected to a relentless onslaught, it was easy to surpass the 200-hit mark. This was a mechanic designed to prevent players from overwhelming a single opponent. In a typical encounter with the Blood Gunner, this would be a point of caution. After all, interrupting a combo is far easier than chaining hits together. Yet, Jun Mo Zhao had orchestrated a 200-hit combo precisely when the three guilds had surrounded him, clearly intending to provoke the rampage to entangle them. The objective, of course, was still the Blood Gunner. What of the Blood Gunner at this moment? His aggro remained steadfastly on Jun Mo Zhao, and upon entering the rampage, he unleashed a barrage of fire, instantly reducing Jun Mo Zhao to a wisp of smoke. The players from the three guilds did not find satisfaction in this. The one taken down was merely Jun Mo Zhao's shadow clone. Where was his true body? As the shadow clone dissipated, another display of the gunner's swift prowess was unleashed, sending him flying a considerable distance. The Blood Gunner relentlessly pursued. While the players from the three guilds were preoccupied with the undead legion and could not afford to intervene, the trio of Rogue Little White stood in shock, having returned eagerly to join the fray and claim their rewards, only to be caught off guard by this calamity. They watched helplessly as two of their teammates were swiftly torn apart by the undead legion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they halted, finally grasping the nature of the danger Jun Mo Zhao had alluded to. They then witnessed Jun Mo Zhao vaulting away, closely followed by the astonishingly swift Blood Gunner. The three were left bewildered, uncertain whether Jun Mo Zhao was fleeing or pursuing some other goal, only to see his command within the team move. Where to? The trio inquired. Hide and kill the boss, Yishio replied. The three, still disoriented, turned and ran. This way, Yishio directed them. The three major guilds observed with mounting frustration, unable to spare personnel, their leaders fuming in outrage. That guy is luring the Blood Gunner away, they shouted. Blue River was exasperated, sending a message to Jun Mo Zhao. Brother, that's rather underhanded. At that moment, Jun Mo Zhao was merely fleeing, occasionally stopping to thwart the pursuing Blood Gunner. Yet he had time to respond to Blue River's message. What's wrong? He replied. What do you mean? What's wrong? Blue River fumed upon seeing the message, preparing to respond again, only to find himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? What have we done? We merely designed a strategy to seize the Blood Gunner. Was this really underhanded? In Glory, such tactics were commonplace. Wild map bosses were always up for grabs, though typically, they were snatched by the three major guilds amongst themselves. Was it now deemed underhanded simply because a player outside their ranks had succeeded in taking it? Blue River fell silent. Besides him, Night Unending also sent a message. You're ruthless. Hee, Yishio replied. But don't get too smug. With your meager numbers, can you truly defeat the Blood Gunner before we wipe out this trash? Do you think once we VE run far enough, we won't be able to track him down? Night Unending retorted. Then you'd best hurry. Yishio replied with a smile, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Where are we running to? Rogue Little White inquired. Before Yishio could respond, another voice called out. Huh? Someone's coming toward us. Don't panic. Hand me the lead, Yishio commanded. Without hesitation, Rogue Little White transferred the lead to Jun Mo Zhao. System prompt. Player Tian Qi has joined the party. Player Qian Sheng Li has joined the party. Player Mu Yunshun has joined the party. Player Yuzhong Mian has joined the party. Player Qin Yu has joined the party. Attack! Yishio shouted, leaving Rogue Little White and the others dumbfounded as they watched a throng of players charging forward. Some calling him God and others expert brother, all converging upon the Blood Gunner. Chapter 67. Accelerating brother, your loyalty is commendable. Tian Qi and the others exclaimed excitedly as they rushed forward. You all have quite the audacity, Yishio chuckled, fully aware of the precarious situation they were in. He had informed them of the risks involved, but they came without hesitation. Even the young girl Xinyu had joined, likely unaware of the gravity of the situation. What's there to fear? Yu Zhongyan shouted, swinging her weapon vigorously. Having missed a day of play, she was slightly behind but had practiced diligently, managing to reach level 21. Are all these people you called? The trio of rogue Xiaobai stood by, still in shock. Indeed, Yishio affirmed. When did this happen? Rogue Xiaobai inquired. When I joined your party, Yishio replied. Did you have a plan then? The trio was taken aback, realizing the depth of his foresight. Yishio smiled, refraining from elaborating further, and began directing their positions and skill coordination, even meticulously instructing them on how to consume potions effectively. The timing of potion consumption was crucial, as it could significantly impact their endurance in battle. At that moment, it appeared as though 9 individuals were engaged in combat, yet the other 8 acted like puppets, following Yishio's commands. Initially, there was some confusion. After all, he could only issue one command at a time. However, after a brief period, Tianqi and the others, though not experts, quickly adapted to the situation, while Rogue Xiaobai and his companions began to perform adequately. Yishio carefully assessed each person's output capability, contemplating whether they could eliminate the Blood Gunner before the 3 major guilds dealt with the Undead Legion. His conclusion was swift. Merely standing and attacking would not suffice. Thus, he revised his strategy, creating space. The Blood Gunner, like a wounded sheep, was being driven away, bleeding and suffering greatly. At this juncture, Yishio would no longer seek to achieve a 200-hit combo to complicate matters. However, the inevitable frenzy at 10 health was unavoidable, yet for him, it posed little challenge. As the Blood Gunner's health plummeted, Yishio calculated the time on both sides. The 3 major guilds were likely finishing their task, while the Blood Gunner still had 20 of its health remaining. Despite creating some distance, time was still tight. Yishio shifted his gaze towards the direction from which they came. The grave of the fallen had no obstructions, offering a clear view. A large number of players appeared to be converging towards their location. Indeed, the 3 major guilds had concluded their endeavors. Their output had reached its maximum under Yishio's guidance, and unless they acquired superior weaponry, which was evidently impossible, he considered alternatives. Brother, they are approaching. Tianqi suddenly remarked, evidently aware that time was running short. Yes, we need to speed up, Yishio replied, acknowledging that they could no longer afford to be passive. What should we do? The 8 asked. Increase our speed. Everyone focus, Yishio instructed. At that moment, the only viable option was to enhance their speed. Yishio himself had no issues. He had deliberately controlled his speed to accommodate the others. Now, to eliminate the Blood Gunner within the limited time frame. The entire team's rhythm had to accelerate. Given that many in the group were novices, this posed a challenge, but there was no alternative. Speed could not enhance a character's attack speed, which depended on the profession and equipment, a fixed value. What could be improved was the operational speed. A quicker operational speed would lead to faster skill deployment, allowing for swifter movements, dodges, attacks, and seamless transitions. Yishio aimed for an increase in operational speed, which required effective hand speed. The screen displayed 2 points, A and B, requiring the cursor to move from A to B. A professional player's ability lay in their capacity to move the cursor from A to B with maximum speed and accurately halt at B. In contrast, ordinary players had to reduce their speed to ensure precision at point B, which could lead to inaccuracies if forced to accelerate. Fortunately, they did not need to improve dramatically. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to achieve professional-level speed instantly. Yishio estimated that a 20 increase would suffice. Based on his observations, some individuals, like Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan, could manage this enhancement comfortably. The others, Mu Yunshin and Qian Xingli, were more conventional. Their ability to concentrate would determine their success. As for the remaining 4 novices, he held little hope for Shunyu, who struggled and frequently made errors. Surprisingly, Rogue Xiaobai displayed commendable speed, executing commands accurately without deviation. The other 2 were better than Shunyu, but not as proficient as Rogue Xiaobai. Let us go all out. Speed up, Yishio shouted, accelerating his own actions. His call prompted the others to follow suit. As anticipated, Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan quickly kept pace, while Mu Yunshin faced minor difficulties. Qian Xingli lagged slightly, and Xinyu was in disarray. Rogue Xiaobai, to Yishio's delight, demonstrated exceptional accuracy, surpassing both Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan. The last 2, however, fell into confusion, with their attacks becoming erratic. Stay focused, don't panic, Yishio commanded, assessing the situation. Aside from Xinyu, who was beyond saving, Qian Xingli and the 2 others still had potential. This isn't working. Xinyu's frantic attempts led to missed attacks. Just attack. Use your skills as soon as they're off cooldown. Yi Xiu urged. Xinyu, struggling with her proficiency, had chosen the high-demand profession of assassin, where speed was crucial for success. An unskilled assassin was a tragedy, easily outmatched in player-versus-player encounters. Thus, Xinyu became the casualty of this endeavor, as Yi Xiu shifted his focus to the remaining 7 players, who were performing admirably. Qian Xingli had caught up in speed, and the two brothers were becoming less frantic, albeit with occasional mistakes, which Yi Xiu managed to rectify. Having only increased their speed by 20, Yi Xiu compensated with a staggering 200 efficiency, correcting errors as they arose. If Chunghua were behind Yi Xiu at that moment, she would certainly retract her remarks about the handicapped players. Yi Xiu's speed was now at least 160. If he were truly incompetent, Chunghua would be utterly defeated. Faster, 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 Tianqi chanted, urging everyone on, motivating those around him. Though his own increase was minimal, the rest unconsciously kept pace, and Yi Xiu noted this unexpected advantage, enhancing their chances of success. We're nearing red health. Tianqi suddenly shouted. Increase output. Let us take down the blood gunner, loot the gear, and make the leaderboard. Chapter 68. The first kill of the blood gunner, Yi Xiu acted swiftly, directly transferring command to Tianqi. Everyone, retreat. Tianqi and the other seasoned players had never faced the blood gunner, but were familiar with the tales surrounding this boss. Understanding the nature of its rampage, they promptly withdrew from the fray. The 3 newcomers, now more enlightened, followed orders without hesitation and turned to leave as well. Yi Xiu, of course, comprehended the situation far better than Tianqi, so there was no need for reminders. Once the 8 players, under Tianqi's lead, exited the blood gunner's aggro range, Yi Xiu unleashed a flurry of skillful attacks. With a dazzling display of abilities from his character, Junimo Shao, the blood gunner's health plummeted to a mere 10%. With a sinister glow, the blood gunner began to summon, but thanks to the player's vigilance, only one remained within its aggro range, and it was not the captain. A boss that had been thoroughly understood was destined to be toyed with mercilessly by the players. Yi Xiu's task was to keep the blood gunner from charging into the crowd during this summoning phase. Such a feat was as effortless for Yi Xiu as eating a meal. After the summoning was complete, a solitary skeleton appeared, looking pitifully frail. Tianqi and the others did not act. Although they had reviewed strategies against the blood gunner, they had never experienced such a pivotal phase of a wild boss encounter. They were uncertain whether they could engage immediately after the blood gunner's rampage. Attack! Came the command from Junimo Shao. The 8 players rushed back to strike, shattering the summoned guardian into pieces, for it was too lonely to survive. The assault continued. Isn't that the only summon? Tianqi inquired. Yes, but there will be another at 5%, and a final barrage just before death, Yi Xiu replied. Boss is quite the trickster, isn't it? It will shoot indiscriminately at level 26, Tianqi remarked. Everyone, be sure to dodge. The final barrage has a high critical hit rate. Getting hit multiple times will definitely lead to death, Yi Xiu cautioned. Dodge? How? Yu Zhongmian questioned. For you. Just keep your distance, Yi Xiu answered. The atmosphere remained lighthearted, as the players recognized their advantage in swiftly dealing with the blood gunner. At 5% health, the 8 players once again distanced themselves from the aggro circle, and the blood gunner summoned a lonely zombie, which was instantly turned into mush. The players from the 3 major guilds were rapidly approaching, and Yi Xiu received a message from Yi Wei Yang, who was gloating. Haha, still fighting? You're working hard. Why not join our guild now? Yi Xiu ignored the taunts. At this critical moment, the focus was on defeating the boss. Facts were paramount. As the 3 guilds drew nearer, the blood gunner's health had yet to reach 0, and Tianqi and the others began to feel urgency, sensing a potential delay. Their judgment was not as clear-cut or confident as Yi Xiu's. They could almost hear the sound of guns being loaded from the approaching guilds. Scatter! Yi Xiu shouted suddenly. Without looking back, Tianqi and the others retreated. The players from the 3 guilds instinctively halted upon witnessing this scene. Here they come again, someone exclaimed. How coincidental. Another voiced disbelief. Everyone follow me. Lan He decisively commanded, transferring leadership to another captain and charging ahead with his elite team of 10. The other guilds, such as Ba Qi Xiong Tu and Zhong Chaotang, made similar decisions, each mobilizing 10-man teams. Even if the blood gunner went berserk again, it could only summon 30 minions, allowing them to manage the undead while simultaneously taking down the blood gunner. The 3 teams raced forward, competing against one another, momentarily disregarding those still battling the blood gunner. This was a habitual response. 3 from each guild, Eliminate those guys. Lonnie shouted. They could not allow that team to remain intact. Even if they did not kill them, they had to force them into a disengaged state to clear their damage output. As for Jun and Mo Xiao, Lonnie felt regret. If they did not cooperate, it would indeed become troublesome. He hesitated. Meanwhile, the president of Ba Chi Xiong Tu had already sent 3 from his team forward. Lonnie glanced toward Zhong Chao Tang, where players had emerged, but he did not see Che Qianzi. Where's Che Qianzi? Lonnie inquired. The players from Zhong Chao Tang looked embarrassed. He-s dead. Dead? Lonnie was taken aback, then burst into laughter, finding it hilarious. In the chaos of the undead army summoning, it was not surprising that someone had fallen. Yet, Che Qianzi was no novice. His equipment was surely not lacking, and he should have been able to endure longer than many others. One could only imagine how desolate and helpless he must have felt at that moment. Lonnie's laughter left the players from Zhong Chao Tang feeling frustrated. But their frustration was soon eclipsed by what was to come. What's so funny? Asked Yidu Han Tan from Ba Chi Xiong Tuesday. Che Qianzi is dead. Lonnie responded. Is that so? Congratulations. Yidu Han Tan replied nonchalantly. Mutual congratulations, Lonnie said, while the players from Zhong Chao Tang felt like they were bleeding internally. At that moment, those rushing toward the blood gunner heard Jun Mo Xiao shout. Everyone, be careful. Lan He, buoyed by the news of Che Qianzi's death, cheerfully said, Don't worry, brothers, we can hold our ground. That is good, Yishio smiled. Wait, Qianqing suddenly shouted. This player, who reveled in competing for kills, had an innate sense for the boss's health, and, sensing something amiss before they were fully engaged, felt an ominous premonition. What's wrong? Lan He asked. Oh no. The blood gunner began to glow ominously and emit a terrifying cry. This time, it struck a pose, legs apart, arms crossed over its chest, the left hand lifting the right, which wielded the gun. Chaos shooting. The experts were distraught. The chaos shooting commenced. The blood gunner's voice echoed as its right hand transformed into a blur, unleashing countless bullets in nearly every direction at once. Although it still wielded a revolver, it fired more than 6 bullets without reloading. This was a skill. The players from the 3 guilds charging in were caught off guard, instantly seeking cover. 3 players fell immediately due to the close proximity and rapid fire, leaving no room to evade. They crouched, lay down, and twisted away, disregarding their appearances, desperate to survive. But the first to be struck was none other than Jun Mo Xiao. Yet, all that the others witnessed was a wisp of smoke. Another shadow clone. This time, the real body did not appear from any of the 360-degree angles, but directly above. Jun Mo Xiao descended, executing the martial artist's skill, Eagle's Step, landing atop the blood gunner's head. 1 kick, 2 kicks. The spear struck with a flourish. Though the blood gunner was in a rampaging state, the circular kick was a grabbing skill that ignored such invulnerability. The spear swept through the air, tracing a near 270-degree arc around the blood gunner. As Jun Mo Xiao landed, he slammed the spear into the ground, pinning the blood gunner beneath it. The chaos shooting ceased, and the experts from the 3 guilds felt as if they had been granted a second chance at life. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao had already unleashed a series of devastating attacks. The blood gunner let out its most anguished cry. System announcement. Tian Qi, Jun Mo Xiao. Bao Zi Ru Qin. Mu Hua, Liang Liang Jun. Mu Yun Shun. Yuzhong Mian, Qin Sheng Li, and Qin Yu have achieved the first kill of the blood gunner. The faces of the players from the 3 guilds turned ashen, and Yishio quickly messaged his team. Let me have the bloodstained rifle. You can take care of the rest. Chapter 69. Relentless Pursuit. Wow. Whether or not Yishio had secured the blood-red rifle was still unknown to him, but he suddenly found himself amidst a cacophony of gasps. Even Chen Guo, who had been engrossed in her game at the front desk, was startled by the commotion. Many patrons in the Xinhua Internet CAF rose from their seats, all gazing intently in a particular direction, while several abandoned their games to rush over. What is happening? Chen Guo inquired, peering towards the source of the noise. Jun Mo Xiao has achieved the first kill, exclaimed an excited customer. Why are you so thrilled about that? Chen Guo replied, somewhat bemused, before asking, first kill of what? The blood gunner, came the response. Wild map boss. Chen Guo gasped in astonishment. Securing the first kill on such a creature was even more challenging than in a dungeon. She had once witnessed the intense battle against a wild map boss, where various guilds engaged in fierce combat, all while scheming against one another. It was difficult to discern whether they were fighting the boss or waging a guild war. Such grand spectacles were beyond the reach of lesser guilds. They would simply perish in the fray, and solo players stood no chance at all. Although the Blood Gunner was a low-level boss, this was merely a matter of prestige within the game, unrelated to its level. Chun-Gua joined the throng rushing to Yishio's station, only to hear him shouting in a rather undignified manner, "Run, run, run. Hurry up and run." A hush fell over the crowd. This rallying cry seemed a bit peculiar. Clearly, there was something amiss with this first kill. Soon, players from District 10 began to gather, sharing snippets of gossip. "I heard it was snatched from the hands of the 3 major guilds." "Wow, that is impressive." The crowd marveled. Suddenly realizing that Yishio's frantic calls to run were inconsequential, he remained a paragon of bravery and intellect. All eyes were fixed on Yishio's screen, where his character sprinted desperately, occasionally glancing back to see a large contingent of pursuers, players from the 3 major guilds, hot on his heels. Stealing a boss is no easy feat. The spectators lamented. "Are there any members from the 3 major guilds in District 10 here?" Someone inquired, a hint of mischief in their tone. No one replied. Perhaps they're too furious to respond. Another joked, "Boss, go check if anyone has fainted in front of their computers. Call 120. The onlookers teased Chun-Gua. Chun-Gua remained silent, as did many others, all fixated on the screen, anxious to see if Yishio could escape the impending danger. The 3 major guilds were not to be trifled with. To offend all 3 at such a low level was not an act of bravery and cunning, but rather sheer folly. What fate awaited such a fool? That was the concern of many. As for Chun-Gua, perhaps only she was not merely a spectator, for as she watched Yishio furiously tapping away at the keyboard, she felt a pang of anxiety for him. "Go ahead, I'll hold them off for a moment." Suddenly, everyone saw Yishio type this quick message in the team channel. "Wow, what a true man." The crowd cheered. Through Yishio's screen, they noticed that his teammates were all significantly faster than him, and no one could fathom how this situation had arisen. Jun Mo Xiao turned, and fortuitously, for players had just caught up to him. With a swift sweep of his spear, the 4, clearly unprepared for Jun Mo Xiao's sudden counterattack, were caught off guard. With a quick jump, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing the Silver Sky Falling Blade, which struck the 4 players with a shockwave. Such rapid execution. An onlooker gasped. The Silver Sky Falling Blade was a skill that could only be performed while airborne, and Jun Mo Xiao had barely leaped before unleashing it, almost rendering the descent imperceptible. Among the 4 players, 3 fell, while 1 managed to execute a successful recovery, rolling forward to avoid the fall and launching a heavenly strike in the process. Qiancheng. This guy is indeed a high-level player. Though recovery was a fundamental skill, mastering it was no simple task. The other 3 players, in that fleeting moment, may have wished to recover as well, but whether it was Jun Mo Xiao's Silver Sky Falling Blade being too swift or their timing being off, they all failed. Only Qiancheng not only succeeded in his recovery, but also initiated a counterattack. However, before he could fully execute his heavenly strike, Jun Mo Xiao swiftly grounded him with a kick, breaking the move. Breaking a move is a form of attack judgment, akin to combo hits, aerial pursuits, and back attacks. As the term implies, it interrupts the opponent's attack. At that moment, Qiancheng attempted to unleash a heavenly strike, only to be thwarted by Jun Mo Xiao's kick, resulting in a break move attack. Haraha! The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of Qiancheng being trampled. Yet, some seasoned players did not share in the laughter. To successfully recover from such a swift Silver Sky Falling Blade indicated that Qiancheng was no novice. His quick forward roll into a heavenly strike was a rapid counter. But he was still thwarted, suggesting Jun Mo Xiao's prowess was superior. If it were themselves, what would have transpired? Many found themselves unable to laugh at that thought. In an instant, the 4 combat mages who had rushed in were all downed. They had relied on their speed advantage from their Class S innate attribute. But in a new zone with new characters, they had yet to reach the point of selecting gear to enhance their stats, making their speed relatively equal. Although the 4 were down, Jun Mo Xiao had no opportunity to finish them off. Observers noted that he was completely out of mana. No more chasing. Jun Mo Xiao suddenly crouched down, as if whispering in Qiancheng's ear, prompting a chuckle from the audience. This was a bluff. With no mana left, he was merely attempting to intimidate them. Jun Mo Xiao stood and continued to run, while the audience grew anxious, eager to know if the 4 would pursue him. But Jun Mo Xiao did not look back. They knew he wore headphones and could hear the footsteps behind him. His calm demeanor suggested he was indeed managing to intimidate them. How could he not? Those familiar with Jun Mo Xiao's strength understood far better than the patrons of the internet CAF. 3 players had been easily defeated, and even the skilled Qiancheng had been knocked down. The four had no choice but to regroup before attempting to confront him again. Have they caught up? Blue River inquired just then. Qian Chung replied, frustrated, they've caught up, but we can't win. Then, let us retreat for now, Blue River suggested. Qian Chung watched as Jun Mo Xiao gradually distanced himself, remaining motionless. The three players beside him shared a similar sentiment. Breakfast, clicks, and recommendations are of utmost importance. Chapter 70. Replication and Enhancement. At last, the members of the three major guilds ceased their pursuit. Yishio exhaled a sigh of relief, removed his headphones, and glanced back at the throng of players behind him. Bro, impressive. They all praised in unison. Yishio chuckled modestly. Just luck, just luck. Did you get anything good? Someone inquired with curiosity. I acquired a blood-red rifle, Yishio responded. Upon seeing the item drop, he immediately claimed it, prompting Tianqi and the others to adopt a more cautious stance. They certainly wouldn't contest with the skilled player, but what about the three newcomers? In Glory, equipment is not bound to specific players. Thus, even if one cannot utilize an item, it can still be sold for profit. Consequently, when it comes to random dungeon groups, chaos reigns. If one is focused on acquiring gear, joining a random group is hardly advisable. Those with specific needs should turn to guilds or friends. As such, teams tend to prioritize roles. Random groups are merely venues for gaining experience and making money. Therefore, upon hearing Yishio's expressed need, while they did not attempt to contest, they did not abandon hope either. They were keen to observe the attitude of the three strangers. If any of them were to concede, they might seize the opportunity to reclaim the item for their skilled companion, as they had the numbers on their side. However, they were overthinking the situation, as the three newcomers promptly relinquished the blood-red rifle. After Tianqi and the others followed suit, the rifle finally found its way into the possession of Jun Mo Xiao. The rest of the loot had yet to be examined in detail, as their skilled companion was urging them to keep moving. Everyone hastily rolled the dice, hardly paying attention to who had claimed what before they dispersed. The outdoor boss, which could only be challenged 3 times a week, dropped equipment with gratifying abundance. They had just received 4 blue items, all of level 25. In truth, the luck had not been particularly stellar, for outdoor bosses could also drop orange items on occasion. Nevertheless, the thrill of a first kill was unparalleled. Observing the frenzy among the members of the 3 major guilds, it was clear that their excitement was not merely due to the 4 blue items being snatched away. Tianqi and the others could hardly contain their delight as they admired their names on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Yishio found himself the center of attention. But after a few brief exchanges, the crowd began to disperse, as they were not particularly familiar with one another. Only Chunguo remained standing there. Boss, Yishio called out, glancing at the time and hastily logging off to shut down his computer. It was nearly 11 o'clock, signaling that it was time for him to take over the night shift. Chunguo, noticing Yishio's demeanor, refrained from revealing that her intention was not to summon him for his shift, but rather to indulge in the gossip surrounding him. At 11 o'clock, the internet CAF became significantly quieter. Many who had gathered around Yishio had logged off. Although the excitement surrounding the new Glory server persisted, people still had their studies and work to attend to, and those who could indulge in gaming all night were never numerous. As the staff changed shifts and departed, Chunguo felt the CAF growing even emptier, with Yishio sitting alone at the front desk. Upon closer inspection, she found that he had already logged back into the game, her disdain for his gaming obsession deepening. While Chunguo scorned him, she wandered to another corner of the CAF. There, she spotted Tang Rou, engrossed in her game, the screen-esque glow flickering across her face, her eyes unwavering. Chunguo approached her and noticed that Tang Rou was diligently pursuing her quest. The girl was rather unfortunate to be tackling her tasks during peak hours, making progress painfully slow. However, with fewer players online now, the situation had improved somewhat, and she was making good headway. Chunguo tapped her shoulder, prompting Tang Rou to turn and exclaim, "What is it?" Chunguo removed her headphones, stating, "It's 11 o'clock. What? It's already 11? Tang Rou exclaimed in surprise. "What level are you?" Chunguo asked. "Level 6. Due to the peak hour, Tang Rou's progress had indeed been sluggish. "Are you not going to sleep?" Chunguo inquired. "You go ahead. I'll stay a bit longer," Tang Rou said, putting her headphones back on and returning to her game world. "I'll head out then." "Get some rest," Chunguo said, but Tang Rou showed no reaction, clearly unable to hear her words with the headphones on. As Chunguo left, she felt a sense of confusion. She had once been the most devoted player of Glory in the CF. But with Yishio's arrival and Tang Rou's subsequent enthusiasm, she found herself losing her own sense of dedication. Lost in her thoughts, She retreated to the second floor to rest. The internet CAF had become devoid of idle chatter, with everyone focused intently on their games. Once Yishio logged back in, Tianqi and the others promptly bombarded him with questions, concerned about their skilled companion's sudden disconnection. "I'm fine, but you all should be careful," Yishio reassured them. "Whatever." Tianqi and the others dismissed his concerns. Truth be told, their newfound confidence was largely due to their association with Yishio. Previously, they had idolized the experts of the three major guilds, but after joining Yishio on several occasions, they realized how narrow their previous perspectives had been. In comparison to their skilled companion, they had no right to regard anyone as a deity. Now, having successfully aided Yishio in seizing the outdoor boss from the three major guilds, they felt an exhilarating sense of superiority, far outweighing any worries they might have had. As for Shen Yu and the others, the newcomers were still clueless about the complexities of the situation. They were simply thrilled to have acquired some equipment. "I'll head back to town now," Yishio announced to the group. "Okay, take care, skilled brother," they all replied eagerly. "Be cautious." Yishio reminded a few of them before maneuvering Jun Emo Xiao back to Bull's town. Within the safety zone of the town, he could not be attacked, allowing him to relax as he tossed aside Jun Emo Xiao and opened the equipment editor. He immediately imported the newly acquired blood red rifle into the editor. The past few days had been fruitful in gathering materials, and he had several components ready for upgrading the 1000-machine umbrella. After opening the blueprint, he began to meticulously disassemble the canopy, which comprised 8 segments connected to the umbrella ribs. Selecting a single segment, he placed it into the replication template. While in the material slot, he inserted 5 powerful spider silks. Replication commenced, and upon completion, the 5 spider silks were woven into the shape of the canopy. He repeated the process 7 more times, creating a complete canopy from the 8 powerful silks. With the new canopy reassembled, he turned to the rifle and the hidden sword components. The umbrella handle was divided into 2 parts, the shaft and the concealed sword within. Both components would serve as replication templates. For the replication of the shaft, he added the blood red rifle and the sheath of the skeleton warrior's sword as materials. The concealed sword was crafted using the skeleton warrior's sword. After clicking replicate and completing the process, he carefully reassembled the new components back into the 1000-machine umbrella. Throughout the entire process, Yishio worked with meticulous attention, though it appeared quite manageable, save for the disassembly and reassembly of the umbrella. It was merely a matter of clicking on replication. However, without the original template of the 1000-machine umbrella, where would the replication capability have originated? Here comes the second update. Today's second update arrives rather early, doesn't it? Students who have finished their afternoon break, please cast your votes. Chapter 71. Weapons and Skills. Yishio glanced at the materials box within the equipment editor, noting the collection of rare materials he had recently gathered, though they were of no immediate use. Exiting the materials box, he confirmed the modifications to the 1000-machine umbrella. Once the progress bar concluded, he exited the editor and returned to the game, unfurling the 1000-machine umbrella to observe the effects of the new changes. The original form of the umbrella remained at level 5, yet the sword and gun forms had ascended to level 15. Its weight remained unchanged at 2.3 kilograms, and the attack speed persisted at 5. However, the physical and magical attack attributes diverged significantly from those of the level 15 spear form. In the sword form, the 1000-machine umbrella boasted 240 physical attack and 265 magical attack. In the gun form, it exhibited 238 physical attack and 210 magical attack. The distinctions among the spear, sword, and gun, each representing different weapon types, naturally led to variations in attributes. Even within the same class, weapons often emphasize different aspects. For instance, in the sword category, the heaviest swords typically offer the highest physical attack, but have a slower attack speed of 1, while the highest magical attack is found in short swords, which generally have an attack speed of 5. The fastest attack speed is associated with light swords, which average around 9. Additionally, there are 2 other types, the great sword, which leans towards physical attack but is outclassed by the heavy sword, and the katana, which favors magical attack, albeit slightly faster at a speed of 7. Thus, sword wielders must choose their weapons according to their individual habits and requirements. For example, magic swordsmen and ghost swordsmen prioritize magical attack, making heavy swords an unlikely choice. Conversely, berserkers and swordsmen focus on physical attack, typically disregarding short swords unless they possess exceptional effects. The light sword category, however, is a unique entity. It is solely wielded by swordsmen, as game mechanics dictate that only those who pursue the ultimate sword mastery can harness such swift light swords. Due to its speed advantage, the attributes of light swords are akin to those of katanas, though slightly inferior in both physical and magical attack. At this moment, the Thousand Machine Umbrella's sword form attributes leaned towards katana specifications, yet its shared attack speed of 5 aligned it with the short sword level, rendering it somewhat less formidable compared to katanas of the same tier. However, upon examining the spear form of the Thousand Machine Umbrella, which held a physical attack of 290, it became evident that it was the most potent among the physical attack weapons in the mage category, akin to the heavy sword status in the sword category. While the spear originally shared the same attack speed of 1 as the heavy sword, it now operated at a speed of 5, making the Thousand Machine Umbrella's spear form superior to comparable spears. Yishio meticulously reviewed all forms and confirmed the edits were accurate before proceeding to examine the skill list for Junimo Shao. At level 20, skill points could be reset once, and although Junimo Shao was a free agent, he too could avail himself of this opportunity. Other classes would receive another opportunity to reset their skill points at level 50 during their class awakening, a privilege not granted to free agents. Thus, from this point onward, the allocation of skill points had to be approached with caution. However, with 10 years of experience in glory, Yishio was lauded as a textbook example. He was already well-versed in all skills and merely needed to clarify Junimo Zhao's skill combination strategy. For free agents, the skills available were now laid out before him. Glory consisted of 6 major categories, each with 4 job advancements, totaling 24 professions. On average, each profession possessed around 5 skills below level 20, culminating in a total of 120 skills available to free agents. While the sheer number was impressive, the low-tier skills lacked the potency of more advanced abilities. Despite this, the selection of these 120 low-tier skills required careful consideration, as skill points were indeed limited. Although the skill points required for low-tier skills were minimal, generally under 30, certain skills posed level constraints, necessitating thoughtful combinations. It was imperative to strategize effectively, for even a full allocation of skill points would only yield 5,000 points, rendering it impossible to max out all 120 skills. Yishio had yet to finalize his plan, opting instead to learn the skills he deemed essential while deferring the allocation of levels until he could test them in combat. As he scrutinized the skill list for any omissions, a waft of tea aroma unexpectedly caught his attention. Startled, he looked up to find Tang Rou standing at the front desk, holding a teacup. Yishio paused momentarily, recalling his long-standing habit of late-night gaming. In the past, Su Muching would often brew him a cup of green tea during his nocturnal sessions, convinced that those who burned the midnight oil needed to consume more green tea. Now, he observed Tang Rou sipping from the cup. Yishio felt a twinge of self-importance. He had mistakenly assumed that Tang Rou was delivering tea to him, as Su Muching once did. "What are you doing?" Tang Rou inquired. "Just reviewing skills," Yishio replied. "Oh, I can learn skills too," Tang Rou remarked. "Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth?" "Indeed. Both are quite useful, but the choice of levels will depend on personal preference. Familiarize yourself with these 2 skills first," Yishio advised. "All right," Tang Rou said, departing with her cup, leaving the lingering aroma of tea that momentarily bewildered Yishio. He then silently lit a cigarette, returning to his contemplation of skills. At this moment, He gazed at the online status of Junimo Shao in his friends list, feeling an unprecedented sense of conflict. The encounter with Bloodgunner had caught him utterly off guard. He's initial intention in inviting Junimo Shao was merely to engage in some activities together to foster friendship. He had not anticipated Junimo Zhao's contribution to the hunt for Bloodgunner. After all, this was a massive inter-guild boss raid. How much could one individual truly accomplish? To his astonishment, Junimo Zhao's performance had shocked the entire arena, leading a group of players, most of whom were likely unfamiliar to him, to defeat Bloodgunner and leave the 3 major guilds in disarray. The president of the Zhong Chaodang Guild, Che Qianzi, had even sacrificed himself. He was uncertain of the 2 guilds' current stance towards Junimo Shao, but he found himself increasingly admiring this individual. He had fully acknowledged that Junimo Zhao's skill surpassed his own, at least in that moment. He was acutely aware that he lacked the capability to lead the charge against Bloodgunner, even if he had exploited the discord among the 3 guilds as effectively as Junimo Shao had, especially during their confrontation with the Undead Legion. Their team had nearly toppled Bloodgunner, with their output efficiency surpassing that of their guild's elite team. This was likely due to Junimo Zhao's adept leadership. However, admiration aside, Lan He felt an undeniable sense of displeasure. The loss was trivial, but the matter of face bore greater weight. It was important to note that Lan He had been the one to bring Jun Mo Xiao into the fray, only to end up with nothing to show for it. He felt that Jun Mo Xiao's actions had been somewhat inconsiderate, lacking regard for his face. Determined to address the situation, Lan He resolved to have a word with Jun Mo Xiao. He opened the messaging window to Jun Mo Xiao and sent a message. Brother, that was a bit unseemly today, wasn't it? This chapter took quite some time to write. Apologies for the delay. Chapter 72. A culinary journey across the world. The response from Jun Mo Xiao arrived swiftly. Indeed, somewhat. Damn it. How could he be so candid? Lan He felt a whirlwind of emotions. How was he to respond? To continue the accusations would reveal his pettiness, while letting it go would leave him feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. In an instant, he felt as though he had been utterly defeated. Fortunately, this was merely a message conversation, providing a means to express his exasperation. Lan He quickly replied with a flurry of ellipses and an emoticon depicting a bead of sweat trickling down. Next time, you must strive harder, Yishio replied. Lan He felt as if he were spitting blood. The other party clearly had not taken the matter to heart. It was true that in the wild, bosses were often besieged by a swarm of players. If one was unwilling to accept being robbed, then one should retaliate. Complaining about right or wrong was the behavior of a novice. Yet, he was not merely troubled by the failure to secure the blood gunner. It was the blatant disregard shown by this person that left him discontented. The crux of the issue was that he had invited Jun Mo Xiao, only to have his own blood gunner taken from him without any benefit to himself. Observing the guild channel, the general dissatisfaction towards Jun Mo Xiao also stemmed from this incident. As for the boss being snatched away, that was merely a matter of tactics. If the boss had been killed by either Zhong Chaodang or Ba Qi Xiong Tu, although it would have been frustrating, it would have been a different kind of vexation, one devoid of entanglement. Perhaps the reason for his current turmoil was that Jun Mo Xiao was unlike those two guilds. If they had stolen the boss, Lan He could muster the strength to retaliate. But what could he do about Jun Mo Xiao? Lan He tugged at his hair, realizing that this was where his confusion lay. What do you think about Shizhou? Lan He decided to cease messaging Jun Mo Xiao and instead privately consulted with the guild regarding Shizhou. I don't think we can win Jun Mo Xiao over, Shizhou replied. Oh, regarding the blood gunner, I believe his stance is quite telling, Shizhou continued. How so? All three major guilds are vying for him, yet he offers assistance to none. He casually brought along a random group outside the three major guilds and effortlessly eliminated the blood gunner, Shizhou explained. Are you suggesting that he believes he does not need to join a guild? Lan He inquired. I would say it is more accurate to assert that the guilds need him, but he does not require their support, Shizhou clarified. Lan He was taken aback. In simpler terms, he merely wishes to work, to lend his skills to all guilds, Shizhou elucidated. Given his prowess, such actions indicate that he possesses grand aspirations and significant demands, Shizhou remarked. Is he a professional player intending to profit from this? Lan He queried. That is a possibility, Shizhou acknowledged. But if this continues, there will eventually come a time when he exhausts his business opportunities. First kills, dungeon records, these achievements have limits. What will he do when no one seeks his services anymore? Lan He pondered. He could always start anew in a new server, Shizhou suggested. Lan He facepalmed, realizing he had overlooked that possibility. In that case, we should monitor the older servers to see if such a person exists. If there were such a person, he would likely have been noticed long ago, Shizhou replied. What then is his true background? Lan He mused aloud. I do not know. His strength is unfathomable, and his background remains a mystery. Even now, he has not transitioned to a professional player, Shizhou remarked. What attitude should we maintain towards him? Lan He asked. Maintain contact and observe, Shizhou advised. Perhaps we should continue our attempts to win him over. As our previous assumptions were just that, assumptions, Lan He suggested. Indeed, Shizhou concurred, adding, even if we cannot win him over, establishing a good relationship could place us in a favorable position in his eyes. It seems we are the ones currying favor with him. Lan He reflected wistfully. Shizhou also found the situation perplexing. Typically, guilds sought to recruit top-tier players for their own gain. Yet with Jun Mo Xiao, it felt as though everyone was circling around him, waiting to receive favors. There seemed to be something fundamentally amiss in this dynamic. With his mental turmoil dissipated, Lan He took a deep breath and resumed communication with Jun Mo Xiao. Brother, are we running instances at midnight? Lan He inquired. As the instances would refresh at that hour, and everyone would soon be busy. Let us see, Yishio replied. Let us go together. Lan He urged. No need. Yishio responded, sweat trickling down his brow. This individual displayed remarkable tenacity, still eager to recruit him even after having had a boss stolen from him. Yi Xiu's earlier theft of the boss was indeed a subtle statement of intent. He did not wish to be entangled with the three major guilds, as that would lead to everyone desperately trying to curry favor with him. Even if he resisted their advances, over time, the accumulated favors would be burdensome. Brother, no need for formality, Lan He remarked. I already have plans with someone else. Faced with Lan He's usual demeanor, Yi Xiu was compelled to devise an excuse. Who? Lan He suddenly grew alert. Had someone from his guild already seized the opportunity before him? A friend, Yi Xiu replied. Lan He wanted to ask who this friend was, but sensed that prying too deeply would be overstepping. He could only helplessly respond, perhaps next time. Next time, Yi Xiu replied dismissively. Lan He reluctantly withdrew from the conversation. Just as he did, an idea struck him. Brother, you must assist me with the first kill of the Goblin Merchant. The Goblin Merchant was a wild boss located in the Frostwood Forest, yet it had not yet made its appearance. I've already made arrangements with someone else for that, Yi Xiu stated. So, the previous statement was merely a ruse. Lan He felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. Who? Ba Qi Xiong too, Yi Xiu replied. Damn it. Lan He slammed his hand on the keyboard. What was he entangled in? Look at this. Someone had already beaten him to the punch. He regretted his indecisiveness. Glancing at the chat window, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Truly, Junimo Shao was as Shizhou had analyzed. He aimed to partake in all guilds' fortunes. Yet, the members of Ba Qi Xiong too were quite bold, while he was still mired in uncertainty. They had already moved past their doubts and sought to utilize Junimo Shao. Sighing, Lan He ultimately retained his composure and replied, Then we shall be at odds when the time comes. Indeed, do not hold back, Yi Xiu affirmed. Brother, for all future wild bosses and instance records, I am reserving my place now. If that is permissible, Lan He proposed. Let us discuss that later. My level cannot keep pace with your progress. Yi Xiu replied. Brother, you must level up quickly. Lan He observed that this indeed posed a problem. Presently, at level 24, he would surely reach level 25 after a few instance runs tonight. However, Jun and Mo Xiao remained at level 21. As their levels diverged further, they would soon be challenging level 30 instances while he would still be toiling away in the lower tier content. At that point, not only would they have reset their previous records, but Lan He and his companions would find themselves unable to turn back. As the clock struck, the wait was over. It was time to dive into the next chapter. Chapter 73. Sand-throwing techniques. The reactions of the three major guilds genuinely surprised Yi Xiu. They displayed a remarkable level of composure and maturity, truly deserving of their long-standing status as prominent guilds. The guild dominants responded the quickest. Not long after the incident with the blood gunslinger, a message arrived from Yi Wei Yang, who, without mentioning the previous matter, directly invited them to hunt the Goblin Merchant. While the terms were agreeable, the primary condition was, of course, that dominants must secure the first kill of the Goblin Merchant. Yi Xiu had no objections, as he too had a vested interest in the Goblin Merchant. Initially, he had hoped to rely on the market, but now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was eager to seize it. As for the 1000-machine umbrella, its enhancement required an extensive range of resources. He was now level 21, yet the 1000-machine umbrella had not yet reached level 15. Fortunately, it was a silver weapon, otherwise, he would have felt quite left behind. Dominance was prompt in their actions, while the Blue Creek Pavilion was somewhat slower. From Blue River's words, Yi Xiu could sense his inner conflict, which he fully understood. Unfortunately, in moments of emotional turmoil, one risks losing the advantage. As for the Herbal Hall, Yi Xiu had not received any updates from them. They had never directly contacted him. The Goblin Merchant's spawn was random, making it difficult to predict its appearance. However, over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to handling such situations. They would proceed with their tasks and, upon discovering a wild boss, would be ready to engage if possible. Thus, as the clock struck 12, everyone was still organizing their dungeon runs. Yi Xiu received a message from Tianqi, inquiring if he would join them in the Frost Forest. The skilled player, Brother Gao, had taken the initiative to reach out to them, which excited the group and made them feel closer to him. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock and their dungeon runs had reset, they quickly made contact. Do you need an extra hand? Yi Xiu inquired. Yes, we're one short. Tianqi replied. Oh, I'll be right over. Yi Xiu responded, as dungeon runs were a daily necessity, providing both experience and economic benefits. Even without Tianqi's invitation, Yi Xiu would have certainly sought out a random party. Being with this group allowed him to prioritize his needs when they arose, which was quite advantageous. Upon arriving in the Frost Forest, Yishio was unexpectedly greeted by the newcomer, the rogue Bun Invasion. "What brings you here?" Yishio asked in surprise. Noticing that Moonlight Nap was absent. "Is that little brat still holding a grudge against me?" Yishio wondered, as he had no connection with Moonlight Nap. "It's me. I'm here to learn from the big brothers," Bun Invasion replied humbly. Yishio recognized that, despite being a newcomer, this player exhibited considerable skill. Moonlight Nap played all day and logged off. "Sister Chunyu said she couldn't pull an all-nighter anymore," Tianchi explained. "Ah, I won't be able to either tomorrow," Mu Zhongshin expressed regretfully. "What about you, Brother Gao?" Tianchi seized the opportunity to inquire about Yishio's schedule, noting that he had been staying up late for the past few days. "I still prefer to roam at night," Yishio replied with a smile. After forming their party, the five began their dungeon run. Despite being a newcomer, Bun Invasion was the highest level among them at level 23. As they chatted, they learned that this player had played nonstop for 24 hours on the day of the server launch, only taking a brief rest the following day before jumping back into battle. In the 48 hours since the server went live, he had spent merely 6 hours eating and sleeping, dedicating 42 hours to gameplay, a schedule rivaling that of top guilds. With a mix of admiration and disbelief, they engaged in monster hunting. Yishio commanded the central position, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. After throwing sand, it was best not to immediately charge in for an attack. This applied to monster encounters, but it was more crucial in PvP scenarios. Experienced players, upon being blinded, would instinctively execute sweeping attacks or similar controlling maneuvers. While offering guidance to Bun Invasion, Yishio advised, "So, what should you do? Should I circle around?" Bun Invasion humbly asked. "Exactly, since they can't see you." Tianchi chimed in, eager to share advice. "Circling around is one approach," Yishio acknowledged, though he noted that it required time, wasting precious seconds of the blinding effect. The best strategy was actually to avoid initiating with sand throwing and instead incorporate it into a combo attack. During combat, one could use sand throwing for a surprise assault, ensuring that even without achieving blindness, alternative options were available. "Does this mean we can't rely solely on the blindness for our follow-up attacks?" Bun Invasion queried. "Precisely," Yishio confirmed. "Starting with sand to induce blindness and then attacking is an outdated tactic. Aside from newcomers, few would fall for it now. What if we initiated with a sneak attack instead? Can we still use sand throwing?" Bun Invasion asked. "That could work," Yishio replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The new generation was indeed becoming increasingly cunning. Yet we still shouldn't depend entirely on the blindness for our subsequent offense, right? Bun Invasion summarized. "Correct," Yishio affirmed. "Understood." Bun Invasion beamed, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he began to practice using sand throwing during their monster hunts. NPCs, being less adept at dodging than players, were easily blinded by Bun Invasion's tactics. "Brother Gao, when will you take us to defeat the Goblin Merchant?" Tianchi and the others inquired, their greed evident. "Ah, well, I promise to assist Dominance in their hunt," Yishio replied. "Dominance?" Tianchi and the others were puzzled. "Are you joining them?" "Not at all. I'm merely helping them take down the Goblin Merchant," Yishio clarified. "Are you working for them?" Tianchi asked. Familiar with the term, as they often encountered players hired for dungeon runs in mid-tier guilds. These guilds, lacking sufficient strength, would occasionally recruit skilled players to bolster their teams. However, hiring players was virtually unheard of among the three major guilds. What kind of boss could they not defeat? They were the pinnacle of gaming prowess, and if they struggled, no outsider would be able to assist them. Yet now, Brother Gao had been invited to work for one of the major guilds, a scenario reminiscent of a celebrity being paid for a special appearance. Tianchi and the others were filled with envy and admiration, reflecting on their initial attempts to recruit Brother Gao for their Moon Cycle Guild, feeling utterly ashamed. Even the three major guilds were willing to pay for his services, while their Moon Cycle Guild, ranked far below, would barely qualify to offer him a position. As they continued their discussion mid-battle, a message notification flashed before Yishio. He opened it to find a message from Yi Wei Yang. "The Goblin Merchant has spawned." "In the dungeon," Yishio lamented. "Yes, we're all in the dungeon. Contact us when you're out," Yi Wei Yang replied. And thus, with another update in progress, he continued to weave the tale. Chapter 74, Mastering Information at 12 o'clock. While not all players above level 20 were engaged in dungeon runs, the vast majority certainly were. It was the third day of the new server, and everyone continued to maintain their fervent enthusiasm for leveling up. As for players below level 20, they remained confined to the novice village, entirely detached from the happenings in the Frost Forest. the precise moment the goblin merchant was discovered, who made the initial find, and how many players were involved. None could provide a definitive answer. Nevertheless, the guild dominance had received the news and promptly notified its members. Those not in a dungeon hurried over, while those inside hastened their progress. Naturally, Yishio received this notification as well. The goblin merchant has respawned. Let us move quickly. I must get there, Yishio urged, directing his team to accelerate. Tianqi and others, envious of his leadership, did not lag behind. Under Yishio's adept guidance, they swiftly toppled the Frost Sane in just 28 minutes. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yishio contacted Yi Wei-Yang, who informed him that their side had also cleared the dungeon and was now en route to the goblin merchant's location. After confirming the coordinates, Yishio commanded Jun Mo Xiao to hasten their journey. Tianqi and the others expressed their desire to witness the excitement, and Yishio did not deter them. The dense woods of the Frost Forest served as the dungeon, while the expansive outer areas were designated as leveling zones. Along the way, Yishio noticed numerous players racing in directions remarkably similar to Jun Mo Xiao. After all, the Frost Forest was not akin to the burial grounds. It had a much broader player base, and aspirations for defeating outdoor bosses were not limited to the three major guilds. Many other guilds actively participated in this endeavor, with several achieving notable successes. The rivalry between the three major guilds often provided opportunities for others to exploit, and Yishio was not the only one aware of this. I see you. Yishio abruptly received a message from Yi Wei-Yang. Scanning his surroundings, he indeed spotted her. An invitation was sent, and upon accepting, he joined a party led by the guild's president, Yi Du-Han-Tan. Welcome, Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Wei-Yang typed in the party chat, accompanied by a clapping emoji. A flurry of players echoed the applause, and Yishio reciprocated with a fist salute emoji. Once they regrouped, they transitioned to voice communication. There are a lot of players here, Yishio noted. Indeed, this time it's not just the three major guilds. Many others have come to join the fray, Yi Wei-Yang replied. Aside from Zhong Qiaodang and Lan Shigu, which other guilds pose a competitive threat? Yishio inquired. Zhao Wang Chao, Luin Hui, Yin Yu Lu, Tapasu Kong, Bai Hua Gu, and Hua Xiao Shan Zhuang, among others. Yi Wei-Yang began to list. All right. Yishio interrupted, noticing her tendency to elaborate endlessly. It's merely the goblin merchant. There are far too many capable of defeating him. In response to the complex situation, Yi Du-Han-Tan asked, what do you think is the most crucial factor, Jun Mo Xiao? Aggro management, Yishio replied succinctly. Whichever side can stabilize the goblin's aggro will seize the initiative. But you must understand, the individual managing the aggro effectively holds the attention of all players present. Yi Du-Han-Tan explained. Therefore, there cannot be just one person managing it, Yishio asserted. Not just one, Yi Du-Han-Tan echoed, intrigued. Indeed, form a team of high-damage dealers, ensuring their output is fully controlled, allowing any member to instantly take over aggro upon command, Yishio elaborated. How fond are you of high-damage teams? Yi Wei-Yang teased. Wouldn't tea that lead to numerous casualties? Yi Du-Han-Tan questioned. By strategically utilizing the forest as terrain, it's quite possible to minimize deaths, Yishio replied. What is the plan? Yi Du-Han-Tan asked. Provide me with 5 players wielding weapons of purple quality or higher. Is that feasible? Yishio requested. No problem. Everyone in this team has purple weapons. Yi Du-Han-Tan confirmed. I possess an orange weapon, Yi Wei-Yang boasted. Keep your pride in check, Yishio replied. What classes do you require? Yi Wei-Yang inquired. Ranged classes would be ideal, Yishio stated. I'll summon them. Yi Wei-Yang began. Clearly unable to bring 5 ranged attackers to the team. They're on their way, Yi Wei-Yang reported after reaching out. Weapon details? Yishio prompted. Please wait a moment. Yi Du-Han-Tan responded, gathering the information before relaying it. The sharpshooter class specializes in ranged attacks, while mages and magic swordsmen also possess some ranged capabilities. The 5 players Yi Du-Han-Tan assembled included 3 sharpshooters, snipers, gunners, and ammunition experts, and 2 elemental mages and magic swordsmen, all equipped with suitable purple weapons. After reviewing the details, Yishio asked, what about their skill levels? Yi Du-Han-Tan hurried to gather this information, soon presenting the skill choices and levels for the 5 players. Is there anything else you need to know? Yi Du-Han-Tan lamented, exasperated by the repetitive inquiries. I primarily wish to ascertain the output capabilities of these 5 individuals, Yishio clarified. You should have mentioned that earlier. I could have just had them show their character panels, Yi Du-Han-Tan lamented. Output capabilities, not just output data. What special effects do their weapons have? Are there any additional skills on their gear? What is the damage of their skills? Are these details available on their character panels? Yi Xiu asked. I admit my mistake. Yi Du Han Tan sighed, heading off to inquire once more. After gathering the necessary equipment details, Yi Xiu remarked, now that we have this information, is it still necessary to examine the character panels? Isn't it unnecessary? Yi Du Han Tan mused, uncertain if this was a rhetorical question or a genuine inquiry. Let us have the 5 players get into position. Yi Xiu commanded. And what about our team? Yi Du Han Tan queried. Our team will be responsible for managing aggro. You all will focus on dealing damage, Yi Xiu explained. Yi Du Han Tan felt exasperated, as if he were a novice himself. Look, the goblin merchant, Yi Xiu exclaimed, having gathered information while advancing. They finally reached their destination, witnessing a bustling scene where players clamored to capture the goblin merchant. This goblin merchant, clad in green fabric, did not share the sly demeanor of the goblin monsters found in the forest or dungeons. Instead, he appeared quite amiable, with a large backpack slung over his shoulders. He nimbly darted through the woods, occasionally reaching into his bag to produce an item and toss it behind him. Firecrackers, grenades, bricks, and bottles, all manner of items were possible. It appeared that the players had not discovered the goblin merchant for long, as there was still no effective encirclement. The goblin merchant led the players, mumbling in an unintelligible language. After tossing a grenade that ignited a fiery blaze, the goblin merchant deftly leaped over a tree stump. A flash of sword light cut through the dim forest, the blade's energy stirring the fallen leaves into a swirling dance. The airborne goblin merchant was struck by this precise blow and plummeted to the ground. The swordsman's skill, draw slash. Emerging from behind a tree was Lan He. All right, the long-awaited 3rd update has finally arrived. There should be night parties on the weekend, right? Let us hear some applause. Chapter 75. The complete defeat in the monster battle. Lan He was indeed a rare expert. His swift sword draw was precise and well-timed, striking the goblin merchant mid-air with a beautiful aerial assault. If it were Tian Qi and the others, they would likely struggle to execute such a flawless maneuver. Lan He followed up with a 3-hit slash, a skill that combined both offense and mobility. His character glided forward with remarkable speed before the goblin could fully land. 3 brilliant arcs of light erupted, accompanied by splashes of crimson. With an upward thrust, Lan He aimed to launch the goblin into the air. Suddenly, a peculiar spear appeared at his side. Recognizing the odd weapon, Lan He felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, it was Jun Mo Xiao. A sword and a spear converged upon the goblin merchant. Who would strike first? Lan He believed that his sword's edge and Jun Mo Xiao's spearhead would reach the goblin simultaneously, yet the goblin was propelled even higher by the impact. The spear pierced through, and the goblin merchant was yanked into a half-circle, crashing down beside Jun Mo Xiao. Their skills both struck true against the goblin merchant, but unfortunately, Jun Mo Xiao's was a grappling technique, and as the goblin was flung aside, he inadvertently blocked Lan He's path. Jun Mo Xiao was mere inches from him, yet his character's expression remained inscrutable. Lan He could not fathom Jun Mo Xiao's emotions at that moment. All he knew was his own calmness. Without hesitation, he executed a horizontal slash aimed at Jun Mo Xiao. In a swift leap, Jun Mo Xiao evaded Lan He's strike, landing behind the prone goblin merchant. A sudden attack lifted the goblin into the air, followed by a devastating palm strike. The goblin soared directly towards Lan He. It was astonishingly rapid. Engaging directly with Jun Mo Xiao, Lan He finally grasped the sheer speed of his opponent's maneuvers. Had Jun Mo Xiao's backward jump concluded just as he executed the aerial strike? How could he so precisely hit the fallen goblin? The subsequent palm strike was even more outrageous. Had the goblin already been airborne? If it were still down, the palm attack would have no effect on it. The sweeping attack was a form of additional assault and glory, targeting downed foes. The palm strike was a direct frontal attack. A down target could not be struck. By executing the aerial assault first, Jun Mo Xiao ensured that the goblin merchant was in a floating state, allowing the palm attack to land. To Lan He, it seemed that Jun Mo Xiao's backward jump, aerial strike, and palm strike were executed with unbelievable speed. He barely registered whether the goblin was hit or not before it collided with him. Yet, Lan He was no slouch. The moment the goblin crashed into him, he instinctively blocked. The goblin collided with his sword, causing him to slide back a step, but he remained on his feet. At that moment, the priority was not to contend with Jun Mo Xiao, but to secure the goblin merchant. Lan He's thoughts were remarkably clear. However, he lacked a skill like the circular staff that could lift the goblin and create distance from Jun Mo Xiao. His only option was to increase damage output and generate enough threat to draw the goblin towards him. He leaped, silver light cascading from his blade. Unfortunately, the swordsman was a class devoid of sweeping skills. Just as he leapt and drew his sword, a soaring arc of sword energy approached with a speed that seemed inferior to his, yet carried an overwhelming force. He felt a burst of blood erupt from his chest, propelled backward midair, consumed by a singular thought. This is impossible. He distinctly observed that when Jun Mo Xiao executed that sword draw, he did not switch weapons from his inventory, but instead drew a sharp blade from the peculiar spear in his hand. The gleam of the sword vanished in an instant. And when he looked again, Jun Mo Xiao no longer held a sword. Was he imagining things? Despite his disbelief, he was bewildered by the rapid sequence of events. He did not fall. Instead, he rolled upon landing, employing defensive techniques to prevent being grounded. At that moment, he was further from the goblin merchant, and feeling a sense of urgency, he dashed forward. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as he was flung backward once more. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. This time, it was his own blunder. In his rush to approach the goblin merchant, he forgot that the boss would create a shockwave when rising from a down position. Otherwise, being surrounded while down would mean he would never get back up. The shockwave sent he flying, yet he managed to land without falling. He observed Jun Mo Xiao skillfully retreating to evade the shockwave, already charging towards the goblin merchant and executing a throw that sent the goblin reeling further away. Meanwhile, several players from the BQ Shi NGT faction surged forward. In this brief struggle for the boss, he faced total defeat. Nevertheless, he understood that the battle was far from over. All present, including their Blue Stream Pavilion, would not allow BQ Shi NGT to easily claim the goblin merchant. Had the others not arrived yet, Yi Xiu, controlling Jun Mo Xiao, dashed back into the BQ Shi NGT ranks, unleashing a flurry of attacks to draw the goblin merchant's aggro towards himself. They have arrived. Yi Du Handan was more anxious than Yi Xiu. The goblin merchant had already been lured in, yet Yi Xiu's needed reinforcements were still not in position. Only an ammunition expert and an elemental mage from his team were required, and under Yi Xiu's command, they were intensifying their assault on the goblin merchant. A multitude of players surged toward the commotion, but upon seeing the goblin merchant in the hands of BQ Shi NGT, many hesitated momentarily. It was not that they wished to concede the boss. Rather, they hoped for someone else to take the first risk, as deep down, they were reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with BQ Shi NGT. However, not all players were so hesitant. The members of Blue Stream Pavilion were undeterred. The Blood Gunner incident was still fresh in their minds, and the issue had arisen from the indecision of the three factions. This time, he was exceptionally resolute. Without a moment's thought, he led the charge forward. Behind him, over a dozen players from Blue Stream Pavilion had joined, matching the current number of BQ Shi NGT members present. Scatter. At Yi Xiu's command, Yi Du Handan and the others spread out according to his strategy. The goblin merchant was struck once again by Jun Mo Xiao's palm attack, sending it flying. The ammunition expert and elemental mage maneuvered sideways, primarily concealed behind trees, emerging only to unleash their skills upon the goblin merchant as soon as they cooled down. Yi Du Handan led a group of melee fighters who did not engage in a full assault, but rather focused on positioning. Whenever the goblin merchant passed by a tree, someone would suddenly appear from behind it to deliver a punch or a slash. He was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a method of battling a boss. Ahem, this chapter is a high-tech update. Thank you for your effort in the review section. Chapter 76. Controlling the boss's movements within the forest. Could scarcely catch more than a glimpse of the goblin merchant, its rear end protruding as it hurriedly pursued. The formidable members had scattered behind the trees, transforming into lurking shadows. How strikingly carefree the goblin merchant appeared when tossing items to strike ordinary players. Yet now, confronted by, it seemed to struggle immensely. Just moments ago, a grenade was hurled, only to be deftly knocked back mid-air, detonating upon its own head. A truly foolish blunder. What kind of timed grenade was that? It was clearly a trigger type. Nevertheless, to return the grenade with such precision to the goblin merchant's head required not only speed, but also remarkable finesse from. As chased fervently, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene. After all, was burdened with the goblin merchant, and thus could not maximize his speed, and his companions would soon catch up. Behind them, a throng of players from various factions trailed closely, eagerly positioning themselves as opportunistic spectators. Was all too aware of the nature of those following him. But the lesson learned from the blood-soaked encounter with the blood gunner was fresh in his mind. If they did not take the initiative, would seize the advantage. Intercept him from the front, commanded. Why me? Retorted, vexed. You're a battle mage. If not you, then who? Your enhanced speed from the dazzling runes gives you an edge. What about? Suggested, referring to another battle mage present. Your skills are superior, replied. Unperturbed by the notion of offending, as prowess was widely acknowledged. In that fellow's eyes, my skills are trivial, lamented. You've only clashed with him a few times, countered. I refuse to believe you can't recognize his formidable techniques. Enough quarreling. We've already caught up, interjected. As the two continued their bickering, the goblin merchant had entered range. He stepped forward, casting the spell Flame Impact. Hitting a target as a mage is no simple feat. One must be acutely aware of their spell's casting time, accurately judge the target's movement and speed, and calculate the necessary lead time. Being an adept, excelled in these aspects. With a broad area of effect, the Flame Impact offered a higher margin for error. He positioned the spell precisely at the 3 leading locations of the goblin merchant, initiating the casting. Ammo. Dispatched a message within the team. The channel fell silent, all wary of interfering with his command. The ammunition expert wasted no time and fired a light attribute bullet from his chamber. The bullet crackled with electricity as it struck the goblin merchant, coursing through its body and causing it to shudder momentarily before abruptly veering towards a nearby tree. Mother of Mud was left dumbfounded. He had completed the incantation, ready to unleash a pillar of flame that could have bought them precious seconds. Who could have anticipated that the goblin merchant would suddenly shift its aggro and sprint in the opposite direction, rendering his Flame Impact utterly ineffective? Do you even have any skill? Are you a novice? You've gone off target at a critical moment, exclaimed in frustration, directing his ire at the tree. Shut it. A rogue player from interjected, tossing a brick in annoyance. Though the brick's impact would be halved, it was aimed at the goblin merchant's rear, increasing the probability of a hit. Thus, the chance of triggering a stun was notably high, potentially buying them some time. However, just as the brick flew through the air, a gunshot rang out, shattering it into a myriad of fragments, much to the rogue player's astonishment. Mother of Mud, he cried, bewildered. Is this some kind of trick? Do you have such skilled players? No one responded, as those with keen eyes had already noticed standing ahead. Smoke wafting from the peculiar weapon in his grasp. Look, its weapon, cautioned, sensing something amiss. Is it the design? Someone speculated. No. Struggled to articulate his thoughts. Let us first capture the goblin merchant. Despite the failure of their attempts to impede the goblin merchant's progress, the players were drawing ever closer. Just as the goblin merchant reached the tree, it was not an ammunition expert that emerged, but a judo practitioner who seized the goblin merchant and hurled it back toward. The judo player was a specialist in grappling, enhancing all effects. This throw was swifter and farther than its usual toss. The players have found themselves running an unnecessary distance, their frustration mounting. Meanwhile, advanced, swiftly re-establishing aggro on the goblin merchant after a few quick strikes. With a combination of twirling staff techniques and throws, the distance between the goblin merchant and the players have quickly widened once more. Wait a moment, said, beginning to discern a pattern. That previous aggro shift may not have been a coincidence. It could have been a deliberate setup. What do you mean? The others gasped in surprise. They intended to control the goblin's movements actively, evading our pursuit, seizing the opportunity to capture the goblin merchant, explained. Is such a thing even feasible? The group pondered, bewildered. The evidence lay before them. It all hinges on his command, affirmed. What should we do? Someone inquired. Split into pairs and take them down one by one. Ordered. We can't let them take the spoils. Expressed his concern, glancing back anxiously. These miscreants are hardly a threat. Where are the members? I haven't seen them. Remarked. That garbage truck leader is undoubtedly up to something sly. We must remain vigilant, cautioned. Where are our people? Why haven't they arrived yet? They're here, suddenly exclaimed. Turned to see, indeed, a throng of figures stirring in the opposite thicket. Though their names were obscured, S. extensive experience allowed him to instantly recognize them as members of. They've taken the back route, noted. That garbage truck leader must have received intelligence from an insider, scoffed. While he distracts, we'll reclaim the boss, strategized. Onward, bellowed. Here comes the second update, neither early nor late. I beseech you for votes, as it has been several days since my last request. Chapter 77. Direct flight forward as the members of Blue Creek Pavilion pursued from behind. The figures from the herbal hall unexpectedly materialized ahead. leaving the imposing Baki Xiongtu caught in a precarious predicament of being sandwiched. Element, Yishio shouted. The elemental mage promptly hurled a fireball, resulting in yet another undeniable overthreat. The goblin merchant leaped towards the elemental mage concealed behind the tree on the right. It was indeed intentional. Lonnie was completely certain of this. Was the plan to escape the encirclement from the east? Shijo speculated. To the east. Lonnie directed his team to veer towards the eastern route, aiming to seize a preemptive advantage. Do not hold back when encountering members of Baki Xiongtu, Lonnie instructed. We absolutely won't. The team echoed in unison. As they angled towards the eastern path, everyone remained vigilant, hoping to encounter a member of Baki Xiongtu to warm up against. However, throughout the journey, they could only encounter ordinary goblin miner monsters, with not a single player from Baki Xiongtu in sight. Whenever a member of Baki Xiongtu did appear, they were further away than the goblin merchant. Blue Creek Pavilion altered their trajectory, and the Herbal Hall players ahead were equally relentless, seemingly racing against Blue Creek Pavilion as they charged towards the eastern route. Upon witnessing this shift from both factions, Shijo was immediately taken aback. Could it be a feigned retreat? Lan He, sensing the need for caution, instructed, you take some players to flank west. Shijo quickly designated several players, as Blue Creek Pavilion split into two groups, one heading east to intercept, the other veering west in preparation to intercept. The Herbal Hall swiftly responded in kind, sending part of their players to the westward flank. Uninformed observers might easily mistake these two factions for allies. In reality, neither wished for the other to make even a single miscalculation. As the goblin merchant sprinted towards the elemental mage, he was unexpectedly struck back from behind a tree, sliding a short distance, followed by the crack of a gunshot. The goblin merchant hesitated momentarily before turning around. Indeed, it was a feigned retreat. Players from Blue Creek Pavilion and Herbal Hall noted this scene, and the goblin merchant charged directly towards Jun Mo Shao. Blasted! No one anticipated that the one drawing aggro would be Jun Mo Shao, who stubbornly continued his sprint northward. Although the Herbal Hall had just exhibited a trend of splitting, it was still feasible to regroup and intercept. If they continued this reckless dash, wouldn't they merely be colliding headfirst into a wall? What tricks was he playing? Thoughtful players pondered Jun Mo Zhao's strategy. Surely, he would change his route, some considered. The situation weighed heavily on the Herbal Hall, as they needed to intercept. Would it be east or west, or could they simply wait in place? In the end, Che Qianzi reluctantly split his forces into three routes, compelled to guard all sides. There was no other choice. The opposing side was intent on provoking overthreat, allowing the goblin merchant to proceed however they wished, forcing them to prepare defenses at all three locations. Which direction would he choose? As everyone fixated on the goblin's movements, they noticed no significant changes. They simply watched as Jun Mo Shao led the goblin merchant directly towards the front line of the Herbal Hall's defenses. There were a dozen players at the Herbal Hall, who instantly fanned out in a semicircular formation, while ranged attackers began drawing their firearms and mages initiated their spells. Suddenly, Jun Mo Shao leaped into the air, prompting the marksmen to swiftly adjust their aim, only to witness Jun Mo Shao execute a 180-degree turn mid-air, presenting his backside to them. So what if it's his backside? The marksmen thought nothing of it, rapidly adjusting their crosshairs. A gunshot rang out. The marksmen were filled with admiration, wondering who had adjusted their aim so swiftly. Impressive skill. They then saw Jun Mo Shao soar through the sky with a swiftness that left them astounded. His flying spear. The marksman exclaimed in shock. The recoil from a flying spear increases its velocity, and Jun Mo Shao's was at least of rifle caliber. The marksmen fired their weapons in a flurry, only to miss entirely, as the target moved too swiftly to accurately track. In an instant, Jun Mo Shao's backside was above them, and then they witnessed him turn around. A glint of cold light flashed as Jun Mo Shao drew his sword. Silver light descending blade. The swordsman players warned. Their judgment was correct. A silver light cut through the air, representing the swordsman's skill silver light descending blade. The players from Herbal Hall were not novices. They quickly jumped back, evading the silver light that struck the ground and created a ripple of energy. Yet the majority had already escaped the blast radius. Charge! Someone bellowed, and in that moment, as the energy dissipated, the players surged forward again. Jun Mo Shao flicked his 1,000-mechanism umbrella, flipping it upside down without maintaining its spear form. 1/3 of the umbrella's ribs suddenly bent, forming the shape of a sickle. Meanwhile, the handle detached outward, as if a blade were to be drawn, but it halted after 2/3 of its extension, merely elongating the handle slightly. All these transformations occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving the encircling players momentarily dazed as Jun Mo Zhao's weapon morphed before their eyes. It appeared somewhat incongruous. Yet the general shape of the weapon. With a swing of his arm, Jun Mo Zhao traced a massive circle in the air. At the moment where the starting point met the end point, the drawn circle suddenly shimmered with blue light. "Blast it! Ascending array," a player finally shouted out. This time, the encroaching players attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The glowing circle expanded inward and outward. A faint blue ring surged upward, catching several players within its radius. Unprepared to evade, sending them soaring into the air. The skill of the exorcist among the holy clerics, ascending array. The skill's effect is to deal spell damage to players within its radius and elevate them into the air. As the players fell like dumplings after being suspended, Jun Mo Zhao had already dashed past their defenses. Some attempted to launch attacks at him midair, but striking while suspended requires precise line of sight amidst constant movement, an intricate maneuver not easily executed. Ultimately, their efforts amounted to naught, presenting no real threat. Upon landing, most executed their landing recovery, showcasing the impressive skills of the Herbal Hall players. However, as they rolled to their feet, they all simultaneously noticed a grenade among them. With a resounding explosion, several players were sent sprawling, engulfed in smoke, as the goblin merchant elegantly maneuvered through their ranks. Tears streamed down their faces. The goblin merchant bore no aggro towards them. The grenade was clearly not aimed at them. Yet, it was evident that Jun Mo Zhao had deliberately directed the goblin merchant towards this spot. Why did the goblin merchant comply so readily? Could he not have thrown a brick instead? Why resort to a grenade with such a wide area of effect? It felt like an age since there had been an update. Upon closer inspection, indeed, it had been quite some time. Chapter 78. Forced into a corner before the disoriented group of over a dozen could even gather their thoughts. They beheld a number of players from the dominant horizon stealthily lurking behind the trees, making their way towards the scene. Those closest took the opportunity to cast spells and hurl grenades, wasting no time as they pursued the goblin merchant, who was the true reason for everyone's gathering here. Once again, the disheartened group found themselves in a state of frustration, attempting to regain their composure, when the forces of Blue Stream Pavilion arrived with a rush. Useless. Truly useless. Blue River admonished his rivals mercilessly before leading his subordinates to seize the moment, striking with swords and casting spells. The unfortunate group, caught up in this chaos, faced dire consequences, with some meeting their demise due to misfortune and others suffering from relentless taunts. The situation left Che Qianzi seething with anger. Not only had they failed to intercept the boss, but they were also robbed in the process. He sent a message to Blue River, exclaiming, "Beasts! You are a bunch of useless fools. How could you not stop them?" Blue River retorted, "You lot have been here for ages, and yet you still failed." Che Qianzi replied, "It's mutual." Blue River concurred, and soon both sides fell into a heavy silence, an ominous feeling settling in their hearts. Up ahead, the goblin merchant was subjected to increasing firepower, clearly indicating that reinforcements from Dominant Horizon had arrived. Each time Blue River and his team made a move, they found themselves deftly dodged by Dominant Horizon's agile tactics. The erratic movements of the goblin merchant left everyone exasperated. Blue River had originally hoped that the interception by the Herbal Hall would allow them to seize an advantage. But the underwhelming performance of their competitors forced him to revert to his original plan, to pair up and confront the players from Dominant Horizon directly. The goblin merchant was elusive, and while they occasionally landed a hit, it merely contributed to Dominant Horizon's damage output, keeping them from gaining any traction. As time slipped away, it became evident that Dominant Horizon's damage output would soon be sufficient to allow the boss to target whomever it wished, as long as their team remained intact. The claim to the kill was secure, unless they managed to drive them off or eliminate them entirely. Thus, the endeavor to claim the boss proved to be quite challenging. Too much time had passed, and their output was irretrievable. They could only resort to the path of killing players to claim the boss, which escalated the difficulty of player versus player combat. The challenge lay in the fact that player skills were often closely matched, making the act of killing players far more difficult than slaying monsters, and the repercussions could be endless. However, Blue Stream Pavilion was not burdened by concerns of retribution. They were accustomed to the PK that arose from competing with direct adversaries like Dominant Horizon. What mattered more was that Dominant Horizon's strength was nearly equal to theirs, meaning that despite their efforts, the outcome remained a stalemate. Nevertheless, it was still preferable to simply watch passively. Blue Stream Pavilion had mustered over 20 members, now split into small pairs, spreading out across the forest, ready to rush at the sight of dominant Horizon players. The Goblin Merchant was no longer the sole focus. Now, the attention shifted entirely to the players of dominant Horizon. As the pairs stealthily approached their targets, it soon became apparent that pursuing them was no simple task. With levels and equipment being relatively equal, their speeds and stamina matched, leading to an impasse. Suddenly, amidst the thunderous chaos, someone in the party channel remarked, "Hey, where did the Goblin Merchant go? I can't see it anymore." This comment jolted everyone back to reality. Fixated on their immediate target, they had neglected the ultimate goal. Upon realization, they saw that even those who could still spot the Goblin Merchant found it had grown distant. "We've been duped," Shijo lamented. "This time, we should just give up," Blue River announced with frustration. The guild members fell silent. Such a sense of despair was rare for a prestigious guild like Blue Stream Pavilion. To feel hopeless in the midst of a battle was usually reserved for the unfamiliar challenges of new dungeons or boss encounters. Yet now, they faced merely a Goblin Merchant, a familiar minor boss, and a well-known adversary in dominant Horizon. Just because a formidable player like Jun Mo Xiao had joined their ranks, they were suddenly met with unprecedented difficulty, forcing them to consider retreat. "Hey, why aren't you pursuing?" Che Chinzi messaged. "It's all yours," Blue River replied. "What are you up to?" Che Chinzi inquired, puzzled. "You'll find out if you give it a try." Having recently transitioned from intercepting to pursuing, Che Chinzi and his group had yet to fully grasp the bizarre tactics employed by dominant Horizon to manipulate the Goblin Merchant's movements. Their spirits remained high momentarily. However, it was only a matter of time before the Herbal Hall, after a brief chase, was completely stunned by the peculiar OT maneuvering. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Che Chinzi solemnly declared, "Pair up and eliminate the players from dominant Horizon." Though Blue Stream Pavilion had given up, they still followed along, intrigued by the unfolding drama. When they saw the Herbal Hall disperse to hunt down dominant Horizon players, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. "Wow, wow, wow," echoed through the crowd. 5 minutes later, Che Chinzi sent a message to Blue River. "You must be kidding. Can we really die like this?" Clearly, they too had realized they had been outmaneuvered by the strategy. "Would you have believed me if I told you?" Blue River replied. Che Chinzi pondered for a moment before responding gravely, "Absolutely not." "Then let it go," Blue River stated. "What is the plan now? Are you all giving up?" Che Chinzi asked. "Yes," Blue River affirmed. "I am still somewhat skeptical," Che Chinzi admitted. "You've got to be kidding," Blue River sighed in exasperation. As the Herbal Hall regrouped, Blue Stream Pavilion was not far off. While the Goblin Merchant remained a distant figure, the lesser guilds and players had recognized that both the Herbal Hall and Blue Stream Pavilion were caught in a predicament. These two well-organized guilds had failed to gain any advantage, leaving the lower-tier guilds and casual players to wonder what they could possibly achieve. If only everyone could unite. Perhaps there would still be hope. But who would take the lead? Che Chinzi felt a surge of determination and approached Blue River directly, saying, "If we can't claim it, we must not allow dominant Horizon to benefit from this. Let us gather everyone. It doesn't matter who gets the first kill, as long as it isn't associated with them. It's just a Goblin Merchant. Is this all really necessary?" Blue River questioned. Che Chinzi thought for a moment and agreed. "It does seem pointless. It's merely a minor boss, and dominant Horizon's acquisition of it won't signify much. The road ahead is still long, but I still can't accept it," Che Chinzi insisted. "Then go ahead. I'm not stopping you," Blue River replied. "Damn it. I'm not going to exhaust myself for such little reward," Che Chinzi retorted. Another update before midnight. There's more to come. The night crew could stay vigilant, as midnight would be the perfect time for clicks and recommendations. Last week, we secured the top spot for clicks and third for recommendations, with our new book debuting at number 1. Thanks for your support. Next week is a push week, so let us rally our strength and keep those votes coming. Due to the weekend's missed updates, expect a flurry of chapters on Monday. Chapter 79. The fleeting spring. The initial excitement surrounding the Goblin Merchant's hunt eventually gave way to a tranquil conclusion. The two prominent guilds, Blue Stream Pavilion and Herbal Hall, relinquished their efforts, and other competent guilds quickly discerned the situation, decisively ceasing further endeavors. Meanwhile, some scattered players, still oblivious to the unfolding events, persisted with their futile attempts, ultimately becoming auxiliary damage dealers for the formidable guild, Dominance. When the system announced that Dominance had claimed the first kill of the Goblin Merchant, both Blue Stream Pavilion and Herbal Hall remained remarkably composed. The guild's name indicated that the first kill members did not include anyone from outside the guild. However, Jun Mo Xiao had only departed from Blue Stream Pavilion less than 5 days ago, making it impossible for him to have joined Dominance. It was clear he had exited the party before the boss fell, thus maintaining the integrity of Dominance's achievement. This reality incited profound disdain in Lan He, as everyone knew that Jun Mo Xiao played a significant role in Dominance's success in defeating the Goblin Merchant. Lan He firmly believed that the strategy of using OT to control the boss's movement could not have been executed by anyone from Dominance, as Blue Stream Pavilion itself was incapable of such finesse. Undoubtedly, Dominance, being of similar caliber, would also falter without Jun Mo Xiao's guidance. Lan He had reached a definitive conclusion. Jun Mo Xiao's prowess transcended that of ordinary players, positioning him as a master of an entirely different caliber. Such an extraordinary individual could not remain unnoticed. Who was this enigmatic player behind the alias? Lan He certainly did not regard Jun Mo Xiao as a novice. With such formidable command, it was evident that he possessed substantial gaming expertise far beyond that of a beginner. Brother, Lan He calmly sent a message to Jun Mo Xiao. When do you anticipate reaching level 23? This question concerned everyone. Yishio responded, and Lan He was not surprised. The reasoning behind their curiosity was straightforward. Only at level 23 could they access the Burial Grounds dungeon. And they were eager for Jun Mo Xiao to level up so they could invite him to optimize their dungeon records. Having tasted success with the Goblin Merchant today, Dominance had undoubtedly recognized the immense value of this skilled player. I can't say for sure. Let's just wait and see, Yishio replied. Make sure to invite us for the Burial Grounds dungeon. Lan He insisted. We'll discuss it later, Yishio replied noncommittally. Lan He's expression turned grim as he foresaw the fierce competition among the major guilds in District 10 to secure Jun Mo Xiao for record-setting purposes. Given his calm and rational demeanor, Lan He feared that the situation would devolve into a bidding war, one that he lacked confidence in managing. Contemplating this, Lan He temporarily exited the game, refreshed a card, and logged onto his main account, Blue Bridge Spring Snow. During this time, players from any district, including Divine Realm, were busily grinding the newly released dungeon runs. However, the moment Blue Bridge Spring Snow logged in, he garnered widespread attention from the guild. Being one of their top 5 experts, especially since he had gone to District 10 for exploration. The first message he received was from the guild leader of Blue Stream Pavilion, Chun Yilao. Busy? Lan He inquired. Just finished a dungeon. Chun Yilao replied. Come out. I need to discuss something, Lan He urged. Urgent, but not too urgent. I just want to consult with you, Chun Yilao succinctly stated, his brevity not stemming from a lack of words, but rather from his aversion to typing. This player was known for his exceptional skills and enthusiasm for gameplay, preferring to engage in actions that improved his speed rather than converse. Once, when someone berated Chun Yilao on the World Channel, he remained silent despite being online, which was unbecoming of a guild leader, even if he was disinterested in arguing. Being called out in such a manner embarrassed the entire guild. When guild members approached him, Chun Yilao insisted he had responded, leading to confusion. Eventually, someone scoured the World Channel and indeed found his response, SB roll. This became the revered phrase of Blue Stream Pavilion, a mantra for dismissing insults that persists to this day. Familiar with Chun Yilao's style, Lan He awaited his reply without further comment. After a brief interlude, Chun Yilao messaged back. Where are you? Shi Mountain City, Lan He replied. Shi Mountain City, one of the major towns in Divine Realm, was chosen as the guild's base due to the shared character Shi in its name. Moments later, Chun Yilao arrived, and without any preamble, he asked, What's happened? A significant player has emerged in District 10, Lan He disclosed. How significant? Chun Yilao inquired. Surprised that Lan He would rush back to inform him about a single player. I can't quite gauge, Lan He admitted. What class? Chun Yilao pressed. Hasn't chosen a class yet, Lan He answered. Not classed. What skills do they possess? Chun Yilao continued. Learned many skills across various classes. Seems to be playing as a free agent, Lan He explained. Chun Yilao chuckled. In the early stages, free agents certainly have their advantages, as the skill disparity is overwhelming. However, as they progress, lacking mid to high tier skills will hinder them, and the need to carry numerous weapons slows them down. Ultimately, at level 50, it becomes unplayable. Who still plays free agents these days? I initially thought the same, but this individual exhibits strength that transcends mere skill advantage. From gameplay to theory, team coordination, and command, they excel in all aspects, Lan He asserted. Anyone daring enough to play as a free agent must possess comprehensive knowledge. However, Chun Yi-Lao trailed off, realizing that such an explanation felt insufficient. A person with mere comprehensive knowledge wouldn't evoke such admiration from Lan He. In District 10, this player has achieved 3 first kills at the Novice Village, and due to their involvement, our team's record in Frost 4 is secure. The Goblin Merchant's first kill was claimed by Dominance due to their participation, and they even snatched the first kill from the Blood Gunner. They commandeered a group of bystanders right under the noses of the 3 major guilds. Lan He recounted, believing these accomplishments were compelling enough. Have they played with us before? Helped Dominance, and then snatched the Blood Gunner from beneath the 3 major guilds? Which side are they on? Chun Yi-Lao asked, perplexed. Neither. I tried to recruit them, but they showed no interest. It's clear they simply want to work independently to raise their value and make a fortune, Lan He replied. This person is quite peculiar. What's their name? Chun Yi-Lao inquired. Jun Mo Xiao. Jun Mo Xiao? Has there been a player of that name in this district? Chun Yi-Lao pondered, bewildered. The Goblin Merchant fell, quietly yet definitively. Classmates, when voting, do not hold back. As a new week begins, let us rally for recommendations. Chapter 80. The Chairman's Dilemma. Blue River found himself in a state of bewilderment, accompanying the elderly Chun Yi. If he truly is such a remarkable figure, I must come and witness him for myself, Chun Yi remarked. Indeed, once he reaches level 23, I plan to invite him to tackle the graveyard of the fallen dungeon record. You should join us, Blue River replied. Is he still not level 23? Chun Yi expressed his surprise. He's only at level 21. Blue River felt a twinge of embarrassment for Jun Mo Xiao. In the realm of online gaming, levels symbolize status, and as the most celebrated expert in District 10, it was rather perplexing for Blue River and his peers, who were nearing level 25, to reconcile such a common level for someone so renowned. This is quite unusual. I truly must see this for myself, Chun Yi insisted. Then I will arrange for you to come next time, Blue River replied. Very well, Chun Yi nodded, fully aware that Blue River's intent was to have him, the genuine leader of the guild, decide how to approach this expert and whether they should pursue him with fervor. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Chun Yi took his leave. Blue River, accustomed to admiring his main character, was about to log off when a voice he was not particularly fond of interrupted. Oh, Blue. What brings you back here? Sighing, Blue River turned to see the ostentatious name of Rao and Shui Yang, adorned in equally flashy gear. Nothing much, just a brief visit. Blue River replied flatly. With so much time on your hands, how about a few rounds in the arena? Rao and Shui Yang clearly had not forgotten their unfinished duel. I'm busy. I need to head back to the new district for a dungeon run. Blue River decisively refused. Perhaps it won't take too long. Rao and Shui Yang remarked, adopting a deliberately deep voice. This individual, from his name to his demeanor, exuded an air of arrogance, insinuating that he could easily defeat Blue River. Being a man of pride, Blue River felt the flames of indignation rising within him, ready to challenge this individual. However, just then, another voice called out, Blue Bridge, aren't you hurrying? Blue River turned to find Chun Yi had returned unexpectedly. I'm leaving, Blue River responded, ignoring Rao and Shui Yang altogether and logging off. Chun Yi had come back to his aid, a fact that did not escape Blue River's notice. Many in the guild were aware of Rao and Shui Yang's relentless pursuit of him. Although rumors circulated that the chairman had dispatched Blue River to District 10 to pave the way for Rao and Shui Yang's ascendance, Blue River understood that Chun Yi's intervention aimed to prevent any conflict between him and Rao and Shui Yang. Such rivalries, regardless of the victor, could lead to humiliation and possibly force the loser to leave the guild, inciting sympathy and disappointment among peers. Moreover, Chun Yi was subtly helping Blue River solidify his position. At first glance, it appeared Blue River had distanced himself from the core of Divine Domain, yet in District 10, he was still the one in charge. And it remained to be seen how many new talents he could recruit there. Once he brought these individuals into Divine Domain, it would be uncertain whether Chun Yi would still be regarded as the leader, let alone Rao and Shui Yang's significance. Sending him to the new district was essentially granting Blue River the freedom to establish his foundation. The notion of exile was rather naive. Blue River was acutely aware of this, as Chun Yi had candidly shared such insights with him. Chun Yi had even expressed skepticism about Blue River's chances against Rao and Shui Yang, estimating a mere 30% likelihood of victory for him. Blue River felt somewhat helpless. He indeed lacked the confidence to decisively defeat Rao and Shui Yang. As he reflected on Chun Yi's timely return to assist him, he appreciated the elder's thoughtful intentions and chose not to dwell on Rao and Shui Yang any longer before logging off. In that moment of logging off, a curious thought crossed Blue River's mind. He found himself intrigued by how the ostentatious Rao and Shui Yang would react when thoroughly outmatched by a formidable figure like Jun Mo Shao. This thought was not entirely encouraging. Blue River chastised himself. After all, Rao and Shui Yang was a colleague within the guild, and their conflicts were internal. It was unbecoming to wish for an outsider to humiliate a fellow guild member. However, the anticipation lingered. Blue River realized he could not deceive his own heart, and with a sigh, he returned to his account in District 10. Upon logging back in, he was immediately beckoned by fellow guild members to join a dungeon run. Glancing at the experience bar nearing level 25, an alarming realization struck him. He had forgotten something. Hastily, he searched his friends' list for Jun Mo Shao. When are we going to tackle the Frostwood Forest dungeon again? Our record is still incomplete. With many top-tier players about to reach level 25, it was crucial to finalize their performance in the Frostwood Forest before equipping themselves with level 25 gear. Yet, even with level 25 equipment, replicating Jun Mo Shao's seamless strategy was beyond their capabilities. They had privately attempted, but to no avail. Blue River had been so focused on Jun Mo Shao reaching level 23 to join him in the Graveyard of the Fallen that he overlooked the unfinished business in Frostwood Forest. Yi Xiu's reply seemed hesitant. He hasn't been invited again, has he? Blue River mused, feeling dizzy with frustration. He has indeed. Yi Xiu sighed. Another round with the Dominators? Blue River felt disheartened. Yes, I invited you to the Graveyard of the Fallen, and you said to discuss it later. Yet they invite you and you agree immediately. Blue River lamented. The invitations you send are for events I cannot attend at the moment. The Frostwood Forest dungeon, however, is feasible tonight, Yi Xiu clarified. Resigned, Blue River decided to closely monitor Jun Mo Shao's level. Ready to message him as soon as he reached level 23 to arrange a trip to the Graveyard of the Fallen. Frostwood Forest. Blue River gazed at their record with a tinge of sorrow. It had only recently been established, and undoubtedly, it would meet its demise tonight. Or perhaps not. A sudden thought struck him. Although they would all reach level 25, the pace at which their equipment could catch up was uncertain. Currently, they all possessed purple gear at level 20, thanks to the infinite runs available in the Novice Village dungeons. However, would the same luck apply to level 25 equipment? Both Frostwood Forest and the Graveyard of the Fallen had chances to drop such gear, but it was unlikely that they could fully equip a team within just 2 days, given each dungeon only allowed 4 attempts. After deliberating on this, Blue River felt disheartened again. While level 25 purple gear was not as abundant as level 20, it was still sufficient to arm a team. Blue River believed Blue Creek Pavilion could manage it, and surely Dominators would as well. Alas, with updates throughout the night, early in the morning, and more to come in the afternoon and evening, faced with such a day, he wondered, was there any point in clicking to recommend? Chapter 81, A Blessing or a Curse at this moment. Yi Xiu was once again teaming up with Tian Shi and others to tackle a dungeon. After arranging a level 25 dungeon run, the guild dominant ambition did not extend an invitation to Yi Xiu for leveling up. Unlike Lan He, they chose not to complicate matters with interpersonal relationships, opting instead for a straightforward approach of money and task completion. Tian Shi and the others were extremely indignant about successfully claiming the first kill of the goblin merchant, yet failing to make it onto the leaderboard. However, Yi Xiu remained indifferent. For someone who had achieved numerous honors, the envy and jealousy of ordinary players held little significance. Nevertheless, for the average player, this was indeed a matter of great pride. Although Yi Xiu was unconcerned about not being on the leaderboard, he saw no reason to display his indifference. Consequently, he skillfully leveraged this situation to negotiate for greater rewards from dominant ambition. Tian Shi and the others felt that even this was not worth it. Yet, for Yi Xiu, it felt akin to a windfall. Dominant ambition, of course, felt the pinch, but there was little they could do. They valued honor far more than the average player, and having their guild name on the leaderboard was of utmost importance, thus they were willing to pay a premium for it. From the first kill of the goblin merchant, Yi Xiu ultimately secured 20 white wolf hairs and an additional 30 spider talents. The spider talons were dropped by the hidden bosses, Spider Queen and Spider Warrior, found in the Spider Cave dungeon of the Novice Village. Both hidden bosses were humanoid. The Spider Warrior wielded a shield shaped like a spider, while the Spider Queen attacked with 8 limbs akin to a spider. Upon being defeated, these bosses had a chance to drop spider talents. Given that the Novice Village could be farmed indefinitely, Guilds like Dominant Ambition had no shortage of various equipment materials, making the acquisition of 30 spider talons a trivial matter. As for the White Wolf hares, they dropped exclusively from the hidden boss, the White Wolf, in the Frost Forest. Even though Dominant Ambition had only just opened their district a few days prior, they had little of this resource. Previously, they had carelessly lost 10 to Yi Wei-Yang. And now, acquiring 20 at once proved impossible. Fortunately, everyone had new daily dungeon attempts available, and after dispatching the Goblin Merchant, the members of Dominant Ambition hurriedly organized a run in the Frost Forest to settle their debts. The entire guild was in tears, lamenting, who is truly working for whom? By the end, they felt akin to debt-ridden slaves. Guild leader Yidu Han Tan was particularly troubled. This Jun Mo Xiao had genuine talent. As they progressed to higher levels, more dungeons and outdoor bosses emerged. Did they truly think they could rely on this person to secure leaderboard records? This individual had an insatiable appetite and cunning, demanding hidden materials without monetary compensation. At this rate, it was impossible to completely secure him for their own advantage. Even if there was a possibility, the situation was exceedingly passive. Was the leaderboard in the 10th district going to be entirely dictated by this one person? Especially the two most indicative rankings of strength, the first kills of outdoor bosses and dungeon completion records. It appeared that the circumstances in the 10th district were slipping out of control, all due to the sudden emergence of this formidable player. Where did this person come from? Yidu Han Tan was perplexed. He had begun to contemplate visiting the guild headquarters for consultation, much like Lan He. All parties were preoccupied with their thoughts while engaging in dungeon runs. That night, the top-tier players of the 10th district swiftly surpassed level 25. Swapping out for new gear and learning new skills, their strength elevated to a new tier. While Yidu Han Tan harbored concerns for the future, the matter of setting records in the Frost Forest had already been arranged with Yi Xiao. Hey, we've gathered our level 25 members. Let us set the record. Yi Wei-Yang had always been the liaison between Dominant Ambition and Yi Xiao. Oh, wait a moment. I'm still in the dungeon, Yi Xiao replied. You didn't run out of attempts, did you? Yi Wei-Yang asked, sweating. I still have one left, Yi Xiao said. Quick, Yi Wei-Yang urged. What is the rush? Setting a record doesn't require a priest, Yi Xiao replied. Damn, let me ask you what you want this time, Yi Wei-Yang said. 10 white wolf hairs, 2 mysterious silver pendants, and an ice mage staff, Yi Xiao listed. Are you obsessed with white wolf hairs? Yi Wei-Yang lamented. They had just completed a run in the Frost Forest that day, finally gathering the previous 20 white wolf hairs, and now Yi Xiao wanted another 10. When Yi Wei-Yang mentioned white wolf hairs to Yidu Han Tan, he nearly flipped the table. Is he deliberately causing trouble? Why would anyone need that many white wolf hairs? Isn't any material just as good for selling? White wolf fangs, white wolf hides, tears of the frost witch, remnants of frost. Ask him if these can be used as substitutes. Yi Wei-Yang hurriedly inquired, and Yi Xiao responded generously, sure. You can use those as collateral for now. Once you gather enough white wolf hairs, I'll come back to trade, alright? What exactly do you need white wolf hairs for? Yi Wei-Yang pressed. Seeing that Yi Xiao was fixated on the white wolf hairs, it seemed he truly had a use for them rather than merely trading for hidden materials. To make equipment, Yi Xiao replied. Of course, Yi Wei-Yang rolled his eyes. The primary use of these hidden materials was indeed for crafting equipment. Asking what it was for was redundant. At this stage, with levels still in the 20s, there was no need to craft equipment unless it was of the highest tier. However, Yi Xiao did not respond further to Yi Wei-Yang's question. Thus, Yi Wei-Yang chose not to press on, temporarily setting aside the matter of white wolf hairs. The mysterious silver pendants were merely trifles, their value debatable. Yet the third item Yi Xiao requested was enough to cause them great distress. The Ice Mage staff was a level 25 orange weapon, and Dominant Ambition genuinely lacked such an item. The drop rate for orange gear was exceedingly low, often resulting in items being available yet unsold. Even lower-tier orange gear was sometimes flaunted by higher-level players because it was so rare. Otherwise, why would Yi Wei-Yang constantly showcase his orange weapon, the Ice Crystal Cross? Having an orange weapon was a status symbol. We truly do not have the Ice Mage staff at present, Yi Wei-Yang confessed. Then we'll discuss it when we have one. Yi Xiao was unhurried. He was in no rush. Jun Mo Xiao was only level 21, and there would be ample opportunities to set records in the Frost Forest. However, Dominant Ambition was growing anxious. Their first team had reached level 25 and was eager to continue leveling up. Once they broke through to level 26, their achievements in the Frost Forest would no longer count. Can you offer something else as a temporary substitute? Yi Wei-Yang suggested. What about your Ice Crystal Cross? Yi Xiao inquired. Damn, Yi Weiyang exclaimed. Before Yi Xiao could finish, he added, that's merely a level 20 orange weapon. It's still lacking. Do you have any other hidden materials to offer? Yi Weiyang fell silent, realizing he had brought trouble upon himself. He was currently requesting to be relieved from his role as the liaison to Yi Du Han Tan. Anyone who wants to can take my place. Yi Weiyang clutched his ice crystal cross and fled. Yi Du Han Tan, taken aback, had no choice but to add Jun Mo Xiao as a friend and inquire. Upon hearing the words Ice Mage Staff, he nearly spat blood. We truly do not have it. Yi Du Han Tan lamented. With such a powerful ally. Was this a blessing or a curse? The afternoon update has arrived. Please click and recommend. Additionally, here's an advertisement for a book, Burning Ambiguity. The latest work in Zhang Jun Bao's Super Teacher series. Book number 1912447. Chapter 82. The elusive copy record the Ice Point staff left Yi Du Handan feeling somewhat powerless. It was not that he was reluctant to part with it. After all, no matter how rare, it was merely a level 25 piece of equipment, a transitional item that would only shine briefly during this level phase, and seasoned players would hardly care about it. Reflecting on this, Yi Du Handan could not help but look down upon Yi Weiyang, who clung to a mere level 20 orange weapon as if it were a treasure, refusing to let it go. When asked for his reasoning, he absurdly claimed it was attractive and meant to be collected. It's just a matter of pawning it for a while. It can always be retrieved. Yi Du Handan remarked. Stop deceiving yourself. Do you think it's that easy to exchange it back? Someone has specifically requested the Ice Point staff. How many times do you think one must encounter a white witch to even have a chance of obtaining it? Yi Weiyang countered. This was precisely what made the Ice Point staff a source of frustration for Yi Du Handan. The designated orange weapon was a rare find, indeed. If you can't find it, just go acquire it. There's always a way to obtain it, Yi Du Handan suggested. Why not try it now? Yi Weiyang proposed. Sell your ice crystal cross and see. Yi Du Handan responded irritably. At this stage of the newly launched server, as an experienced veteran, he would only sell equipment rather than acquire it. Low-level gear still held some value, particularly when dealing with affluent novices. However, once players reached higher levels and dashed toward the realm of gods, low-level equipment would become insignificant. At that point, a level 25 purple weapon would be valued the same as a white wolf hair. When Yi Du Handan mentioned acquiring items, he meant only when low-level weapons plummeted in price. Seeking a level 25 orange weapon at this stage was purely a novice's folly, something Yi Weiyang surely understood. Sell it. Sell it. Yi Weiyang lamented, realizing that this weapon, which had made him stand out among the level 20s, would ultimately slip through his fingers. And he felt a surge of resentment towards Jun Mo Xiao. Yi Du Handan was not in high spirits either, feeling as if he were selling his possessions in desperation, a truly disheartening sentiment. However, for the sake of the guild's reputation in the new district, this sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. Ultimately, both men found their resolve strengthened by this belief, albeit begrudgingly acknowledging Jun Mo Xiao was indeed an experienced player, demanding items that, while somewhat tricky, were still within their reach, not exorbitantly priced. After negotiating with Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Du Handan logged off to his old account, seeking assistance from the guild headquarters. He did not wish to miss the record refresh in the Frost Forest, but as a knight, one of the main defensive classes in Glory, he found himself overlooked. Much like the priest Yi Weiyang, these two holy figures, once the core of the dominating ambition guild's exploits in Zone 10, now felt helpless and forlorn. Upon seeing Jun Mo Xiao arrive outside the Frost Forest, they quickly assembled the 4 level 25 damage dealers dispatched by dominating ambition for tactical discussions. While Yi Weiyang nearly twisted his mouse with frustration. Is everyone clear on the strategy? Yi Xiao concluded his explanation with confidence. He believed that with such a powerful damage output team, barring any mistakes, surpassing the previous record was a foregone conclusion. The only uncertainty lay in how much they would improve it. The 4 damage dealers stood momentarily stunned, akin to how Lan He and his companions had reacted when they first heard of the one-wave strategy, finding it utterly unbelievable. Let us proceed with the dungeon, Yi Xiao declared, casually directing Jun Mo Xiao to lead the way into the instance. The 4 damage dealers were skeptical, but once inside the dungeon, they set their doubts aside and pressed forward at full speed, racing against time to break the record. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao had already engaged the first set of monsters. Compared to the last time, the 1000 Machine Umbrella had gained several levels, now wielding the power of level 15 silver weapons in various forms, gun, sword, and spear. Yi Xiao maneuvered the monsters with increased stability, commanding the 4 damage dealers to attack as he pulled aggro. The 4 output players were wary, fearful of drawing aggro themselves. But they soon realized that under his command, aggro seemed a non-issue. Could this person truly understand their output capabilities better than they did? As he skillfully pulled back over 20 small monsters in a single wave, the 4 players were both awed and terrified, but gradually, under Yi Xiu's meticulous guidance, they fell into sync, reminiscent of their initial experiences with Lan Shigu, moving from doubt to shock, to admiration, and ultimately to excitement. Once the first wave of small monsters was dispatched, everyone glanced at the timer and immediately assessed that as long as no mistakes occurred, the record was destined to be broken. Attack! The 4 were now brimming with enthusiasm, even more excited than Yi Xiu himself. As the record was set to be established for dominating ambition, Yi Xiu, unfazed by this outcome, continued to command the team with steady precision. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyang and the other players from dominating ambition were also grinding through their dungeon, yet their thoughts were far from their own progress, fixated instead on the record-breaking team. Yi Weiyang frequently checked the time. 10 minutes had already passed, and though they boasted a strong team of all level 25 players, the current dungeon progress made it clear that breaking the record was beyond their reach. Curious about the other team's status, Yi Weiyang hesitated to inquire, fearing that such questions might distract them. In the meantime, the others chatted while battling monsters, predominantly revolving around the enigmatic expert Jun Imo Shao. Another 5 minutes slipped by, and the record team had been in the dungeon for a total of 15 minutes, heightening Yi Weiyang's anxiety. He couldn't help but check the dungeon completion record again. The current record still stood at 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. With the players' capabilities having significantly improved, it was entirely possible for a new record to be set at any moment within this time frame. Suddenly, a shout erupted from within the team. Record broken. Startled, Yi Weiyang quickly scanned the system announcement, his eyes widening in disbelief. System announcement. Congratulations to the players from Zhong Chaodang, Che Qianzi, Gu Hixian, Su Hixiang, Shi Junzi, and Pang Dahai for breaking the Frost Forest dungeon record with a time of 17 minutes, 48 seconds, and 45 milliseconds. Players from Zhong Chaodang were taken aback. Don't be hasty. It's not over yet. Yi Weiyang surprisingly maintained his composure. At this juncture, all major guilds had entered the level 25 realm, and naturally, they would strive to refresh the Frost Forest dungeon. It was no great surprise for Zhong Chaodang's members to exceed expectations. 17 minutes, 48 seconds, and 45 milliseconds. This record is still within reach for our team. Jun Imo Shao's group has only been in the dungeon for 15 minutes. Perhaps they are nearing the end? Yi Weiyang's predictions were accurate. At the moment Zhong Chaodang set their record, Yi Xiu's team remained unfazed, as they had already calculated the time they would achieve. 17 minutes, 48 seconds? How unfortunate. The members of Zhong Chaodang would likely only have a minute to celebrate their victory. The 4 damage dealers from dominating ambition, who were in competition with Zhong Chaodang, were brimming with excitement, while Yi Xiu continued to maintain his steady and rapid output. Suddenly, the system issued another announcement. System announcement. Congratulations to the players from Jiao Wang Chao, Hui Hei Sei, Haifeng, Zibuyu, Wu Chu Ku Tiao, and Xian Dai Zi, for breaking the Frost Forest dungeon record with a time of 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. The world was left in astonishment. Oh, the evening update. Click to recommend up, up, up. It was a challenging climb to the top of both leaderboards. And it was not without its struggles. Tears of joy flowed freely. Chapter 83. Nearing the limit 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. For many players, this may merely represent another string of numerical records on a leaderboard. However, for Yi Weiyang, Che Qianzi, and Lanha, players from prestigious guilds who are perpetually engaged in a fierce competition over these statistics, this string of numbers holds profound significance. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. This is no longer just a record for the 10th district, but a remarkable achievement that has transcended the total records of the top 10 districts in glory. This record bears no system rewards. It initially emerged from players' voluntary efforts to organize and compare records across various districts, eventually evolving into an official ranking of these records. The best record for the Frost Forest dungeon currently stands at 14 minutes, 31 seconds, and 58 milliseconds. Although Lanha and his companions cannot recall the exact figure, they are acutely aware that no one has yet breached the 14-minute mark. Yet now, a team from the Jia dynasty has shattered this record by over a minute. The players from Zhong Chaodang could scarcely celebrate their victory for a minute, while those from Baki Xiongtu found themselves unable to savor their triumph for long. Yi Xiu's record-breaking team is still deep within the dungeon, having surpassed the 15-minute mark, and it is evident that they will not achieve a new record. Just as the record was announced globally, the 4 damage dealers in their party were left dumbfounded. Their efforts now seemed futile. Throughout the dungeon run, they had been cautious to the point of paranoia, their palms slick with sweat that they dared not wipe, fearing even a second's delay. Yet, just when they believed they would easily surpass Zhong Caodong's record, the astonishing time of 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds fell upon them like a bolt from the blue. The 4 stood frozen, yet the sounds of battle still echoed in their ears. As they regained their composure, they noticed that Jun Mo Xiao was still engaged in combat with the Frost saying, "Bro, did you not see the system announcement?" One of them could not help but ask. "I did," Yi Xiu replied. "We are out of time." One sighed. "But we should at least finish the dungeon, right?" Yi Xiu said with a smile. "You're still smiling? At this rate, you want to earn anything," another player remarked, yet began to resume their attacks. "Yeah, what a stroke of bad luck," Yi Xiu mused. "The Jia dynasty. Good grief, 13 minutes. Doesn't that break the highest record across 10 districts?" One of the players questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. "It does. No one had previously broken the 14-minute barrier," another confirmed. "It seems we are quite far behind. Don't you think?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, we'll be lucky to finish within 16 minutes, Yi Xiu noted, with a resigned sigh. The Frost Sane finally fell to the 5 of them, their final time recorded at 17 minutes, 7 seconds, and 66 milliseconds. This did surpass Zhong Caodong's previous record, placing them second on the 10th district leaderboard. However, while second place might seem commendable for a smaller guild, it was utterly inconsequential for Baki Xiongtu. As Jun Mo Xiao and the 4 damage dealers teleported out, Yi Weiyong was still embroiled in combat within the dungeon, while Yi Duhandan had returned to the old district to report back and had yet to come back. Meanwhile, Zhong Chaodang was experiencing a dramatic reversal of fortune. They had just been celebrating their record achievement when a new record, surpassing theirs by over 4 minutes, struck them like a slap in the face. As if that was not enough, in a mere moment, Jun Mo Xiao's team obliterated their newly celebrated record once more, rendering Zhong Caodong's efforts utterly meaningless. In such a moment, how could Cheqianzi not receive greetings from Lanha? What a tragedy! A tragedy! Good grief, 13 minutes. How on earth did they achieve that? Who are those players from the Jia dynasty? Cheqianzi, surprisingly unperturbed by Lanha's mockery, instead engaged in a discussion about the plausibility of such a performance. The Jia dynasty, Lanha murmured, contemplating the guild's name. He was not unfamiliar with it. Among the second-tier guilds, slightly inferior to the top 3, the Jia dynasty certainly held its ground. This was merely its current state. In the past, it had once enjoyed a period of glory during the era when the Jia's club dominated the professional league for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, the Jia dynasty's backing came from Yi Xiu's former employer, the Jia's club. The professional league represents the pinnacle of the glory community, where every action taken by the clubs can profoundly impact the entire scene. Each club and its supported guilds share a symbiotic relationship. One's success is another's success, and one's failure is another's failure. The Jia's club had been underperforming for years, leading to the rise of Lanchi Pavilion, Baki Xiongtu, and Zhong Chaodang. Fortunately, due to its solid foundation, it had not fallen too far behind. In the competition for the 10th district, the 3 major guilds had not taken the second-tier guilds too seriously, but unexpectedly, the Jia dynasty chose this moment for a resurgence. Having remained low-key and absent from any leaderboards, they now made a stunning debut, swiftly seizing the record for completing the Frost Forest dungeon. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. Not only had they broken the record for the 10th district, but they also elevated the long unchanged overall record for the Frost Forest dungeon by over a minute. Was the Jia dynasty on the verge of a resurgence? This thought made Lanha reflect on the recent changes within the Jia's club, the retirement of the old captain, Yi Qiu, and the rise of the new star, Sun Xiang. To inherit the mantle of the battle god, one autumn leaf, clearly indicated a restructuring was underway. Hence, would the sudden resurgence of the Jia dynasty within the game also parallel the club's actions? If so, it would be somewhat absurd to think that ordinary players could intercept this record. It was likely not achieved by an average player, but rather by seasoned experts. Outside the Frost Forest dungeon, Yi Xiu was conversing with Yi Weiyong and Yi Duhandan, who had just completed the dungeon. Yi Duhandan, like Lanha, had returned to the old district to report his findings and had only just learned of the astonishing events. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. He too was taken aback by this number and hurried to the dungeon's entrance, where he overheard Yi Xiu's deductions. Of course, we can infer that they are experts, Yi Weiyang remarked. Not just any experts. There are likely 3 or more players of professional caliber in that team, Yi Xiu clarified. Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang stood in stunned silence. For them, professional players were figures of unattainable aspiration, and they momentarily forgot to ponder how Yi Xiu had arrived at such a definitive conclusion. This record is nearly the limit for completing the Frost Forest dungeon, Yi Xiu stated. Nearly? Yi Weiyang caught on to this key term. Are you suggesting this is not the absolute limit? Yi Du Handan queried. Is reaching the limit that easy? Yi Xiu chuckled. What do you mean? Let me reach level 25 first, then we can discuss. Yi Xiu replied. What do we need to hurry for? The two asked in unison, perplexed. I need what I want. Now you will have time to gather it, Yi Xiu said. What the heck? The two exclaimed together, incredulous that amidst such shocking news, he was still preoccupied with his trivial materials and equipment. Comrades, make sure to diligently click to recommend. Especially the recommendation votes. They are always so precarious. Chapter 84. The need for assistance. Yi Xiu's resplendent confidence left Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang in a state of skepticism. Yet a grave reality loomed before them. Brother, how many days will it take for you to reach level 25? We cannot remain at level 25 waiting for you, Yi Du Handan exclaimed. Jun Imo Xiao is only at level 21. He isn't online practicing 24 hours a day. It will take him at least 3 to 4 days to reach level 25. They certainly would not squander those 3 to 4 days. Their elite team must surpass level 25. There are more than 3 proficient players in the opposing team, Yi Xiu remarked. Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang listened intently, anticipating further elaboration, but were met with silence after that statement. Just as Yi Du Handan was about to inquire further, Yi Weiyang interjected, Wait. Are you implying that our skills are inadequate? Yi Weiyang, frequently marginalized from elite teams due to her role as a priest, had unfortunately developed a habit of self-doubt. In this moment, she quickly grasped the underlying implication of Jun Imo Xiao's words. Breaking a record would suffice, but that record, unless you have a team equipped with level 25 orange gear, Yi Xiu continued. An orange gear team? Such a notion seemed fantastical, even in the old district. Even if they were to invest heavily to assemble a level 25 orange gear team, to claim it was for the Frost Forest dungeon record would be ludicrous. After all, this was merely the most rudimentary of dungeons, and investing so much effort into it seemed unwarranted. Yi Du Handan, being the president of the guild, may not possess Yi Weiyang's talent for self-doubt, yet he discerned more from the subtext. Could you possibly find someone comparable to a professional player? After uttering this, Yi Du Handan himself found it hard to believe. Was the lowest level Frost Forest dungeon in District 10 truly capable of attracting professional players? That was simply surreal. However, Yi Xiu chuckled lightly. It's just the Frost Forest. To suggest that professional players are necessary is an exaggeration. In reality, anyone with sufficient skill can achieve the limits. Anyone with some skill can reach the limit? Then surely professional players would surpass that limit. Yi Weiyang countered. Let me clarify. The strength of the account character is negligible. Given the current state of the new district, the 5 elite members selected by each of your guilds are not substantially different in terms of equipment strength, correct? Yi Xiu stated. Yes. Yi Du Handan conceded. In the context of this 5-person dungeon, the advantages of their 3 major guilds were indeed rather limited. After all, a mere 5-person elite team could mount a challenge. Even second-tier guilds, like Jiao Wangchao, could organize a 5-person elite team that would not be inferior to theirs. Thus, the final determinant of the record would be the skill of the operator. Assuming the skill level of a professional player is 10, the Frost Forest, being such a low-level dungeon, can at most be rated a level 5. A skill level of 10 or 9 would only manifest as a level 5 performance in this dungeon. Do you understand now? Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang certainly understood. It was akin to facing an opponent with just 100 health points. Whether one dealt 1,000 points of damage or merely 100, the outcome would remain the same. One would still eliminate the opponent in a heartbeat. The limitation of the 1,000 damage dealt was entirely due to the opponent's meager 100 health. When it comes to skill, neither Handan nor I are lacking, Yi Weiyang asserted. Indeed, the two of you are likely the strongest operators from your guild, Baki Xiong too. But one is a knight and the other a priest. Yi Xiu replied. Can the other professions be handled? How about Would they be considered competent? Yi Weiyang cautiously inquired. Your response suggests otherwise, Yi Xiu remarked. Feeling frustrated, Yi Weiyang was about to retort when Yi Du Handan chimed in. I can indeed play an elemental mage, but the account situation is a bit complicated. Any account I can borrow will undoubtedly be leveled up, and it cannot remain at level 25. Even if your guild could send over an expert to assist, the account issue remains unsolvable, Yi Xiu stated. Indeed, Yi Du Handan agreed. Currently, all level 25 accounts in the new district were striving to level up. There was no possibility of them lingering at this stage. As for other players of various levels, they were newly recruited in the district, and it felt awkward to ask them for account loans, even if someone generously offered. Glory is a physical card, and both parties must be in the same location. I can attempt to seek out individuals for both the players and accounts, Yi Xiu proposed. Yi Du Handan had already sensed that this confident individual must have potential candidates in mind, and as the guild leader, he was weighing the pros and cons of the situation. If this person were to assemble a team, it would undoubtedly command a higher price. However, the expenditure for merely a Frost Forest dungeon record seemed unworthy. He decisively replied, our offer will not increase. Surprisingly, this seemingly greedy Jun Mo Xiao did not attempt to raise the price. He merely smiled and said, no need to increase it. The price remains the same. But you must undertake additional tasks. What tasks? The 5 characters from Jia Wangchao that set the record, their professions, equipment, and any other pertinent details. The more detailed, the better. Yi Xiu requested. That, I can find a way, Yi Du Handan replied. Additionally, you may need to provide some equipment, Yi Xiu added. Equipment? Primarily level 25 purple weapons. Other equipment would also be welcome. These would merely be temporarily borrowed and can be returned afterward. If you require any collateral, that can be arranged, Yi Xiu smiled. What classes do you need? First, obtain the information on those 5 characters from Jia Wangchao. I will assess the composition of their team based on that, Yi Xiu instructed. Please specify the classes, and I will prepare accordingly, Yi Du Handan said. All right, 1 battle mage, 1 rogue, and perhaps a gunner for now, Yi Xiu concluded. A battle mage? You wouldn't be looking for Qiansheng, would you? Yi Du Handan broke into a sweat. Currently, the only acknowledged master of battle mage operations in District 10 was Qiansheng from Lanqi Pavilion. Of course not. Would he lack purple weapons? That is true, Yi Du Handan admitted. Then who are the individuals you are seeking? As a guild leader, I am always sensitive to talent. I still need to evaluate them, Yi Xiu responded. Haha, the afternoon updates have arrived. Have you had dinner yet? Regardless of whether you have eaten or not. Cast your votes. Chapter 85. The Invasion of the Bun. In a state of bewilderment, Knight Deity Han Tan pondered the peculiar happenings in District 10. It was as if a ghost had appeared, unleashing a plethora of formidable players. This was certainly not the hallmark of the game Glory. In typical online games, each server represents a unique world where players, dissatisfied with their fortunes in older districts, often seize the opportunity to restart afresh in newly opened ones, aiming to dominate and reign supreme. However, in Glory, all elite players ultimately converge in the realm of divine power. No matter how brazenly one may behave in the peripheral districts, if they lack the qualifications to enter the realm of divinity, they are nothing but a jest. Thus, even seasoned veterans in Glory, should they wish to abandon their original characters to restart, need not necessarily migrate to a new district. They can still leverage their old accounts for economic and military support, facilitating a swifter ascent, which is indeed a source of great joy. Consequently, those veterans who venture into new districts for exploration are predominantly individuals like Knight Deity Han Tan, who are committed to their guilds. Yet, they now faced an unprecedented player, Jun Mo Xiao, who not only claimed to possess unparalleled skills, but also asserted the ability to locate players whose prowess rivaled that of Knight Deity Han Tan and Yi Weiyang. Although Jun Mo Xiao and Yi Weiyang fell short of professional players, they were nonetheless considered high-level among the player base. They were the elite among elite, akin to the top 5 masters of the prestigious Blue Stream Pavilion. The revelation that Jun Mo Xiao could seemingly summon several such talents left Knight Deity Han Tan in a state of perplexity, igniting his curiosity about the individuals he intended to recruit. Continue your leveling as you wish. The record will remain untouched. When I catch up, I shall assist in clearing it, Yi Xiu concluded. Then, let us stay in touch, Knight Deity Han Tan replied, unhurried. He knew he would eventually encounter the characters Jun Mo Xiao would gather. Accompanied by a sense of uncertainty, Knight Deity Han Tan and Yi Weiyang departed. Their opportunities in the Frost Forest had dwindled, yet there remained the burial ground for them to tackle. Yishio's Junimo Shao was merely at level 21, rendering him unqualified for the burial ground. Thus, his only recourse was to complete quests and slay monsters to gain experience. As Yishio journeyed towards the leveling area, he opened his friends list and called upon the player known as Bun Invasion. While Bun Invasion was a novice in glory, Yishio discerned, after observing his hunts against blood gunmen and several dungeon runs, that this player possessed commendable dexterity. His situation bore similarities to Tang Ro-S. Both were unfamiliar with glory, yet exhibited remarkable speed. In comparison, while Bun Invasion's speed may not rival Tang Ro-S, he exhibited superior coordination. It was apparent that his enthusiasm for glory was likely honed through experience in other fast-paced games. At that moment, Bun Invasion remained ensconced within the Frost Forest dungeon alongside Tianqi and others. Yishio had already saved one last run with the elite team, and thus Tianqi and the others casually invited one more player for a final attempt. This ensemble, composed of ordinary characters with average equipment and teamwork, lacked the necessary efficiency, resulting in a dungeon run that stretched beyond 30 minutes. Indeed, Bun Invasion exhibited speed, yet one must not overlook his status as a novice. Therefore, his performance heavily relied on strategic guidance. With an adept leader to navigate his movements and optimize his damage output, his skills could be fully unleashed. Currently, the leader of their team was Tianqi, a mere seasoned player who could hardly be deemed an expert. "Ah, esteemed master, we are still in the dungeon. Do you have any instructions?" Bun Invasion responded promptly. His quickness in replying amidst the chaos of monster slaying was a testament to his agility. "I have completed my run. I shall discuss some matters with you shortly," Yishio replied. It seems I haven't seen your name on the leaderboard," Bun Invasion observed. "Yes, I failed," Yishio admitted. "Ah, what a pity. You continue with your dungeon run. I shall speak with you later," Bun Invasion urged. "All right," Yishio agreed. After engaging in conversation with Knight Deity Han Tan for a considerable duration, he noted that Tianqi and his team were nearing the end of their dungeon run. Soon enough, they emerged from the dungeon, disheveled and covered in dust. Tianqi and the others expressed their dissatisfaction with the efficiency of their team in the absence of an expert, yet they felt helpless. Even though they had observed the strategies employed by the elite player, they were unable to replicate them. Much like how the members of Blue River understood the flow of the elite guild's tactics, but could not emulate them due to the disparity in skill levels. Esteemed master, after the temporary addition of the extra player, Tianqi and the remaining four approached Yishio, acknowledging the news of the failed record attempt. They had just checked the completion records and noted Junimo Shao's name listed second among the teams, with a significant gap behind the first. Tianqi and the others assumed that the esteemed master's mood would not be particularly cheerful, thus they limited their greetings and refrained from further conversation. The record for the Frost Forest dungeon has become quite challenging. Breaking it will require an adept team, Yishio remarked. "It couldn't possibly be us," Tianqi replied. Drenched in sweat, he was well aware of their own limitations compared to the elite players. "What do you think of Bun's skill level?" Yishio inquired. Bun, Tianqi, Mu Yun, and Shun Qian exchanged alarmed expressions before eventually voicing their thoughts. "Bun is still learning the ropes, isn't? On the other hand, Bun Invasion expressed his astonishment through a series of shocked emoticons. "Indeed, he is still a novice, yet his speed is commendable," Yishio replied. "Really?" Tianqi and his companions were puzzled, having not noticed this aspect. "Ah, that is true. I am quite fast. How did you know, esteemed master?" Bun Invasion exclaimed. "I can tell," Yishio smiled. In truth, considering Bun Invasion's unfamiliarity with the game, showcasing his speed was no small feat, but who was Yishio? He was the epitome of expertise and glory, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge that allowed him to assess a player's reaction time and speed through mere observations of their actions. What he discerned was not something the average player could perceive. "My speed is decent, but it feels like I can't fully utilize it, right?" "Yes, indeed," Bun Invasion quickly concurred. "Tonight, join me in monster hunting. I will provide you with guidance," Yishio proposed. "Absolutely," Bun Invasion replied excitedly. "Can you also give us some pointers, esteemed master?" Tianqi and the others clamored. "You still need me to guide you? If you wish to improve, simply practice your speed," Yishio stated. Tianqi and the others were nearly in tears. "We've been practicing all along. One must admit, at times, there exists an element known as talent that plays a significant role," Yishio remarked. Tianqi and the others lamented. "Esteemed master, we understand you are being subtle, but it still sounds quite blunt. Let us all go together. Even if you lack talent, diligent practice can yield results. However, many individuals fail to genuinely commit to the effort, Yi Xiu concluded. Here comes the third update. Morning, afternoon, evening. I've noticed the mornings are exceedingly early. The afternoons are quite late, and the evenings are also remarkably late. Chapter 86. Guiding the novice, Yi Xiu led Tianqi and his companions to the burial grounds. Tianqi, Mu Yun, Shen Xian, and Jun Mo Xiao were all at level 21, and given the level 23 to 26 monsters in the burial grounds, they were somewhat apprehensive about facing foes beyond their capabilities. Baozi Ruqing, at level 23, was eager to engage with the lesser monsters of his level present in the area. Naturally, Baozi Ruqing was the primary focus of Yi Xiu's mentoring, as Tianqi and his companions, while not completely stagnant in their growth, had to rely on Baozi Ruqing for urgent improvement. After dispatching Tianqi and the others to level up, Yi Xiu commenced one-on-one guidance with Baozi Ruqing. First, he needed to explain the rogue class to this novice. The rogue class possesses a well-rounded skill set. However, at level 25, it lacks significant area damage capabilities. At level 1, rogues can learn a skill akin to a hook punch that launches enemies into the air. At level 5, they gain the skill slap, a crisp and resonant attack that is the only skill before job transition to include a hate effect. The level 10 skill, knee strike, pulls enemies close for a powerful knee attack, but it can only be considered a semi-grab skill due to its lack of knockdown effect. At level 15, they learn choke, which cannot be executed from behind. While it holds an opponent's throat, it, like the knee strike, does not knock them down. Yet it can last for 2 seconds and can be extended with level progression. During the choking state, the rogue can continue to attack, such as using the level 20 skill brick strike, although aiming for the opponent's back of the head requires considerable dexterity and precision. Then comes the level 20 skill post-job transition, sand throw. Yi Xiu had already provided some instruction on this skill to Baozi Ruqing. Following that is the level 25 skill poisoning, which applies poison to the weapon, adding a poison attribute to the next attack. However, this poison does not persist. It inflicts one-time damage that ignores defenses. As Baozi Ruqing was still at level 23, he had yet to learn this skill, so they set it aside for now. Having grasped the earlier skills and basic attack techniques, Yi Xiu began to elucidate the hidden effects of these skills to Baozi Ruqing. For instance, how to execute a 2-hit combination with the slap, how to create a knockback effect with the knee strike when attacking from behind, and how to have an opponent's defense while using choke. These nuances are not made explicit in the system's skill descriptions. They are indeed hidden effects. Engrossed in the game, Baozi Ruqing had never consulted any guides and was entirely oblivious to such details. Yi Xiu, puzzled, inquired how he had chosen his class, to which Baozi Ruqing sheepishly admitted to randomly selecting skills during the freeform stage and then realizing that the slap, knee strike, and choke were all moves he commonly used in street fights, leading him to feel a strong connection to the rogue class and decisively choose it. Yi Xiu couldn't help but sweat at this revelation, but accepting it, he guided Baozi Ruqing with attentive care. Possessing a natural dexterity, Baozi Ruqing made rapid progress and enjoyed the learning process immensely. Yi Xiu, however, harbored a grave concern, given Baozi Ruqing's enthusiasm for the game and his higher level. Would he reach level 26 before Yi Xiu could even make it to level 25? This was indeed a serious issue, and Yi Xiu felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with Baozi Ruqing. Baozi, how long has it been since you last slept? Yi Xiu asked. I'm not tired, Baozi Ruqing replied excitedly, slapping monsters with fervor. You should take a break. I've found some guides that discuss the rogue class. You might want to take a look, Yi Xiu suggested. Oh, I'll read them during my meals, Baozi Ruqing replied. With your intense leveling, you won't be able to keep up with those in the large guilds. They have several players sharing a single account, grinding day in and day out without rest. Yi Xiu cautioned. Baozi Ruqing dismissed this notion, exclaiming, what's so impressive about that? More people, more power. So you shouldn't compete with them alone. Relax and take your time. The most important thing is, if you level up too quickly and hit level 26, how will I find you to break records together? Yi Xiu finally revealed the crux of the matter. Why can't I? Baozi Ruqing, still naive, was unaware of the rules surrounding dungeon records. Yi Xiu had to explain once more, and afterward, Baozi Ruqing found himself caught in a dilemma. He wished to level up quickly but also wanted to appear on the leaderboard. At that moment, Tianqi and the others were summoned by Yi Xiu to act as mediators, passionately persuading Baozi Ruqing that in the world of glory, levels are but a fleeting notion. Appearing on television and climbing the rankings are the ultimate pursuits. With a barrage of arguments from his friends, Baozi Ruching reluctantly conceded. All right, I'll try to take it slow. How long do you intend to level up? Yi Xiao inquired. I can do it quickly, Baozi Ruching replied. By the way, hold off on joining any guilds for now. Okay. With that, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with a novice is no simple task. As he guided Baozi Ruching to accept a slower leveling pace, he found himself in a quandary. Fighting monsters was unexciting, yet not engaging at all was equally tedious. Struggling with indecision, he opted to log out and review the guides Yi Xiao had recommended. Seeing that Baozi Ruching was finally taking a break, Yi Xiao knew he had to make the most of his time. He gathered Tian Qi and the others and treated the burial grounds like a dungeon, grinding through it fervently. The three of them soon grew weary of the area, while Yi Xiao remained invigorated. Their repeated remarks reflected their admiration. No wonder he is a master. By dawn, all four had reached level 22. Although Tian Qi and his friends felt nauseated from the relentless grinding, they had become more efficient under Yi Xiao's leadership, making it hard for them to part ways. However, it was time for Yi Xiao to log off and pass the computer to another player. After a hasty handover, he darted to the smoking area to log back into the game. When Chun Guo awoke, she looked out the window to find yet another beautiful day. Stretching and yawning, she shuffled toward the bathroom. As she approached the bedroom, she suddenly recalled that there was a man currently residing in the apartment. Unlike the days when she shared it with Tang Rou, she could no longer lounge about as freely. Adjusting her sleepwear and ensuring everything was in place, she finally exited the bedroom. Upon stepping out, she noticed that Tang Rou's door was slightly ajar. How careless, she thought. There's a man in here. Leaving the door open while sleeping is quite inappropriate. She pondered for a moment, then conducted a little experiment to see if she could glimpse Chun Guo's bed through the crack in the door. To her surprise, she could see the bed, but no one was lying on it. Startled, she pushed the door open to find that Tang Rou's bed had not been disturbed at all. Had she not slept a wink? Chun Guo wondered, and upon glancing toward Yi Xiao's small storage room, she found that door ajar as well. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to check it out. To her astonishment, there was no one inside either. What are these two lunatics doing? Chun Guo stood in disbelief, staring at the two empty rooms with open doors. I can't believe it. I was at the top of the recommendation list for just a moment, and now I've been pushed down. Do you all believe I'm not the prototype of the Chinese herbal medicine hall? Chapter 87. No sleep at all. Chun was swiftly tidied up before appearing in the internet CF like a gust of wind. Amid the early greetings from the staff, she spotted Tang Rou in a corner of the non-smoking area, her focus unwavering, reminiscent of the night Chun Guo had gone to bed. Venturing into the smoking area, she found Yi Xiao, cigarette in mouth, enveloped in a cloud of blue smoke, his features obscured as he engaged with the game. It was early morning, the quietest time of day for the CAF, with fewer patrons than during the overnight hours. The sounds of their gameplay echoed in the air. A rhythmic interplay of clicks. Ignoring Yi Xiao, Chun Guo made her way to Tang Rou. Still playing? Aren't you worried about your health? She remarked as she approached. There was no response. Tang Rou was wearing headphones, completely immersed in the sounds of the game, oblivious to Chun Guo's presence. Chun Guo had to pull off her headphones to get her attention. Good morning. You're up early. Tang Rou turned to glance at Chun Guo for a brief moment before returning to her game, fingers flying over the keyboard. Have you lost your mind? Chun Guo sighed, beginning to doubt whether bringing Tang Rou into the world of glory was a wise decision. Tang Rou merely chuckled in response. What level are you now? Chun Guo inquired, leaning in to take a look. Level 16, still 5 levels behind Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao, Tang Rou replied, opening her friend's list. Upon seeing Jun Mo Xiao's name, she exclaimed, oh no, he leveled up again, now at level 22. What's with this competition? After this dungeon, you should get some sleep. You need to rest before playing again, Chun Guo noted as she observed Tang Rou's character, Han Yen Rou, battling in the skeleton tomb of the novice village. It was astonishing to witness a newcomer to glory handling a solo run with such prowess. Sleep? I should be heading to work, Tang Rou replied. Chun Guo paused, realizing that indeed, today was Tang Rou's morning shift. She should have been at the front desk by now. I'll go after I finish this dungeon. Tang Rou flashed a charming smile at Chun Guo. Regardless of their friendship, a layer of employer-employee relationship remained. Tang Rou had responsibilities in the CAF. She wasn't there merely for free food and play. Take a break. I'll find someone to cover for you, Chun Guo suggested. No need, no need, Tang Rou replied, her fingers never ceasing their dance across the keyboard. The night had been filled with strategy and gaming, and Tang Rou was making remarkable progress, no longer relying solely on reflexes and basic skills. Done. Under Chun Guo's watchful gaze, Tang Rou's Han Yen Rou defeated the final boss of the skeleton tomb. She exited the game, shut down the computer, and headed toward the front desk. Chun Guo, momentarily stunned, followed her, only to find that Tang Rou had already logged back into the game. Hey, you should at least eat something, Chun Guo urged. You haven't eaten either, right? Thanks. Tang Rou replied, her smile bright and endearing. You're impossible. Chun Guo chuckled, heading out to fetch breakfast. Upon returning, she handed one portion to Tang Rou and, out of goodwill, another to Yi Xiu. Boss, you're too generous, Yi Xiu said, taking the breakfast from her. Did you sleep well after I didn't cover you with a blanket last night? You two are absolutely insane. Chun Guo thought to herself as she recalled waking up alone in the three-person room that morning. Oh, little Tang didn't sleep either? Yi Xiu noticed as he opened his friends list and saw that Han Yen Rou was still online. You didn't know? Chun Guo was taken aback. Had they really played all night without uttering a word to one another? While Tang Rou was chasing after Yi Xiu's level, he seemed completely unaware. Didn't he notice? But that's perfect. I have something to discuss with her, Yi Xiu declared, heading off to find Tang Rou. Meanwhile, Tang Rou was munching on her breakfast while studying a guide for battle mages. Upon seeing Yi Xiu approach, she quickly swallowed her food and wiped her mouth before greeting him. What level are you at now? Yi Xiu inquired. Level 16. That's quite fast. Hurry and reach level 25. There's something exciting awaiting you, Yi Xiu encouraged. Oh, what is it? Tang Rou asked, intrigued. Did you see the record for the Frost Dungeon? Yi Xiu queried. I did. It seems your record has been surpassed, Tang Rou replied, her interest piqued. She had initially aimed to surpass Yi Xiu, only to discover that someone else had beaten her to it that very night. And to her surprise, one of the teams was led by Yi Xiu himself. Not just mine. The highest record across all 10 districts in Glory has been broken, Yi Xiu explained. Are you planning to reclaim it? Tang Rou asked. Indeed. It sounds like fun, Yi Xiu replied. If you reclaim it, I'll just surpass your record again. That would be even more entertaining, Tang Rou teased. Do we have a rivalry now? Yi Xiu laughed, realizing she was genuinely serious about competing. Hee, Tang Rou chuckled. Once you hit level 20, let us try that dungeon together. I think you underestimate the significance of that record. I was just joking. The highest record across 10 districts must be remarkable, Tang Rou clarified. Well then, level up quickly. Yi Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, worried that she might be becoming overconfident. All right, Tang Rou nodded in agreement. Are you going to sleep today? Yi Xiu asked. Hey, you too, don't overdo it. Qing was suddenly interjected, having overheard their conversation. She was taken aback to find that they were planning to forego sleep entirely, questioning the necessity of such relentless dedication. Don't worry, boss. It won't interfere with work, Yi Xiu assured. That doesn't matter. The computers in the CAF are mine, and I won't let you use them, Chun Guo insisted firmly. Yi Xiu sighed, tapping the front desk. Little Tang, get me a membership card. Tang Rou paused in surprise, but soon went to arrange it, murmuring. I'll get one too. Chun Guo felt exasperated, completely flabbergasted. How had Tang Rou succumbed to this madness? She had only been playing Glory for a day and was already getting swept away. Forget it, Chun Guo said in frustration, storming off. Good luck leveling up. Yi Xiu dismissed the card issue and waved to Tang Rou before retreating to his smoking area to continue his efforts. Tang Rou's morning shift spanned from 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. The CAF was relatively quiet in the early hours, allowing her to juggle her duties and gaming. However, as noon approached, the influx of customers gradually increased, making it harder for her to keep up with both the front desk and her game, yet she persevered. Yi Xiu, on the other hand, had wrapped up his gaming session by noon. Upon seeing Tang Rou still grinding away under such challenging circumstances, he felt it was quite commendable. Are you really not going to sleep? Yi Xiu asked. I have an early shift. I don't finish until 3, Tang Rou replied. I see, Yi Xiu acknowledged, reminding her to take care of her health, as physical stamina greatly impacted performance. An update is coming this afternoon. The book will officially launch on April 1st. Just giving a little preview. After it goes live, there will be more rankings, including the fabled monthly ticket leaderboard. Let us all reserve our guaranteed tickets in advance. Haha. Chapter 88. The Glory League. Yi Xiu and Tang Rou were the last to retire for the afternoon, one after lunch and the other after a shift change at 3. By dinner time, neither was to be seen. Chun Guo, in a huff, along with the other staff, devoured their meal, initially deciding against saving any for the two. but her heart softened halfway through, and she made arrangements to set aside some food for them. At 8 in the evening, having enjoyed a full 8 hours of slumber, Yi Xiu awoke mechanically. After a quick smoke and freshening up, he descended to the first floor. To his surprise, the internet CAF was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the atmosphere during the broadcast of Yi Xiu's retirement ceremony. A moment of realization struck him. Today marked the day of the 20th round of the Glory Professional League. Upon entering the main hall, Yi Xiu confirmed his thoughts. The projection screen hung prominently, already set to the esports channel. Although the match had yet to commence, many patrons had claimed their spots, engaging with their computers while eagerly awaiting the event's start. Approaching the front desk, he inquired with the attendant, "Which match are we broadcasting?" The young lady, seemingly indifferent to Glory, remained engrossed in her Korean drama. Nonetheless, having spent time in the CAF, she was aware of the prominent teams, responding, "It's Joshua." Yi Xiu nodded, understanding her lack of concern. The Glory Professional League comprised 20 clubs, with each round featuring 10 simultaneous matches. Given the limited television channels, they typically showcased key matches. However, as an online game, the real strength lay in the internet platform, allowing all 10 matches to be broadcast concurrently, granting viewers the freedom to choose their desired contests. The Xingxin Internet CAF and Jiashi Club were local rivals, hence the majority of fans in the CAF supported their home team, with the projections primarily featuring Jiashi's matches. With Yi Xiu's retirement, supporters felt a sense of loss. However, their loyalty to the club remained unwavering. The introduction of the skilled Sun Xiang heightened their anticipation, as they hoped Jiashi would rebound from their previous season's slump. Currently, they languished in second-to-last place, a considerable distance from the playoff zone, yet the league was only halfway through, and miracles were still possible. All matches began promptly at 8:30, and there were still 10 minutes remaining. After ensuring everything was ready, Chen Guo approached and spotted Yi Xiu by the front desk. "Boss," Yi Xiu greeted hastily. "I saved you some food," Chen Guo replied. "Thank you," Yi Xiu said, heading to retrieve his meal. "Are we broadcasting Joshua's match?" Yi Xiu asked between bites. Chen Guo nodded. "Who is their opponent?" Yi Xiu inquired. 301, she responded. "Oh," Yi Xiu acknowledged, well aware of the teams. The 301 team, known as the 301-degree team, was a veteran squad in the Glory scene, consistently maintaining a stable performance. While they lacked a powerhouse character like the battle god Yi Xiu, their 6 primary players were well-balanced in skill. Their captain, Yang Tsong, controlled the assassin character. Feng Jingsha, wielding the dual silver weapons, Liaoing Wanwu, demonstrating seasoned tactics and proving to be a formidable foe. In the first half of the league, Jiashi had become a team that others could easily defeat. However, with the new talent infusion, it was clear they aimed for a resurgence. This was Sun Xiang's debut match since joining, and it had garnered significant attention, with television channels opting to broadcast it. At 8:30, the match commenced on time, and Yi Xiu swiftly finished his dinner. The atmosphere in the CAF was electric, with patrons passionately discussing their predictions for the match, confidently asserting their opinions. Yi Xiu glanced at Chen Guo, who was brimming with excitement, a testament to her status as a devoted fan. The 20th round of the 8th Glory Professional League featured 301 versus Jiashi. The broadcast fervently displayed captions, with the commentator's voice booming, introducing the guest commentator, Li Yibo. Li Yibo. Yi Xiu hardly needed to hear the introduction. He knew nearly everyone in this circle. Once a professional player, Li Yibo had retired 4 years prior. His skill level had been commendable, and he was adept at navigating the media landscape. During his career, he had forged strong relationships with the press, seamlessly transitioning to a professional commentator upon retirement, now boasting 4 years of experience in this role. Seated before the camera, Li Yibo spoke eloquently, analyzing the two teams, with Joshua's recent changes taking center stage. Naturally, he couldn't omit a tribute to Yi Xiu, recounting a sentimental story from their past that left Yi Xiu in disbelief. "Did you ever even speak 10 words to me?" "Keep fabricating." Li Yibo, unfazed, continued his narrative, clearly reading from a prepared script. After exchanging playful banter with the other commentator, they shifted focus to the match footage. 301 versus Jiashi, the first individual match. Player introductions followed. For 301, the featured player was Gao Jie, character, Xingxin Jian. A chorus of boos erupted from the CAF, with some patrons resorting to outright curses. For diehard fans, any opponent was the enemy, and the prospect of obliterating them was exhilarating. Next, for Jiashi, The player was Su Mucheng, character, Mo Yu Chung Feng. Oh, Su Mucheng. Before Yi Xiu could react, the CAF erupted in a tidal wave of cheers, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat, especially with Chungua's enthusiastic shriek echoing in his ears. Such a fervent reaction, Yi Xiu chuckled, never doubting Su Mucheng's popularity, but this display still astonished him. Of course, she's the top female expert. Chungwa beamed, proud to claim her as her first idol. Top female expert? Who says so? Yi Xiu questioned, perplexed. Isn't that what everyone says? Chungwa replied. That's just hype. Yi Xiu countered. Then who is it? Chungwa asked. In terms of skill, the strongest female player is undoubtedly Chu Yunxiu, Yi Xiu asserted. Chu Yunxiu from the Yinyu team? Chungwa asked. As Chungwa pondered this, the match commenced, and her focus shifted back to the screen, erupting in cheers for Su Mucheng as if her idol could hear her voice. Such a devoted fan. Yi Xiu marveled. If Su Mucheng ever visited the CAF, she might just set the place ablaze in celebration. The third update arrived, well before midnight. Someone inquired about the subscription. Were recommendation votes still needed? Of course. Our motto after going live is, click, collect, recommend, subscribe, and monthly tickets. None should be missed. Chapter 89. Home advantage amidst the cheers of the audience. The competition has officially commenced. In the realm of professional gaming, overwhelming advantages are a rarity. It is improbable for there to be such a stark disparity in skill between seasoned veterans and novice players. While a few formidable figures wielding divine characters may exert a certain influence over ordinary competitors, Su Mucheng and her character, Mo Yu Chung Feng, have yet to reach that level. In contrast, Gao Jie and his character, Xing Chunjian, appear to be somewhat lacking. However, such superficial strength is insufficient to predict the outcome of this one-on-one match. The performance on the day can either exacerbate or mitigate these apparent disparities. Ultimately, this remains a competition rooted in human capability. Even the most powerful characters depend on the skill of their operators. No matter how exceptional a player may be, there are moments of underperformance that lead to defeat. At this point, the live broadcast displays a message from Xing Chunjian, teasingly directed at Su Mucheng. Beauty Su. I am about to begin. Indeed, in the world of glory, while opposing players cannot communicate via voice, they can convey messages through text. There exists a public chat channel within the competition arena, where such text exchanges are broadcasted directly to the audience without any censorship. To be candid, in some matches, the banter between players can overshadow the actual competition, as the league is not devoid of experts skilled in using trash talk to unsettle their opponents. Once a message is sent, the adversary will undoubtedly see it, as there is no option to mute or block this information. Of course, the use of such tactics is entirely at the discretion of the players. Over the years, various styles have emerged, from those who incessantly chatter to those who remain silent and reserved, and even those who resort to vulgarity, targeting the opponent's family and reproductive organs. While this last category may not be censored, players will inevitably face penalties from the league, and with so many spectators watching, such egregious verbal assaults would severely tarnish their image. Thus, most instances of foul language are accidental slips when players are overly agitated, rather than a deliberate strategy. Gao Jie's opening line carries a hint of flirtation, inciting an uproar among the fans at the Xingxin Internet Cafe, who immediately call for his defeat. However, Su Mucheng merely responds with a smiley face and a simple alright. Aside from this initial quip, Gao Jie seems to lack further verbal aggression, swiftly drawing his sword and launching an assault. Xing Chunjian, a swordsman, contrasts with Mo Yu Chung Feng, a gunner, representing the classic dichotomy of ranged versus melee combat. Gao Jie, utilizing his familiarity with the map, maneuvers stealthily to approach Mo Yu Chung Feng. Why is Gao Jie so well acquainted with the map? The preseason of the Glory League employs a double round-robin format, distinguishing between home and away matches. The primary advantage of the home team lies in their choice of battleground. With a plethora of maps to choose from, which are continuously updated each year, the home team is privy to the specific map beforehand, allowing them ample time for research and practice. The away team may have experience on the same map, yet their preparation is unlikely to be as targeted as that of the home side. While there is a possibility of a collision between the home team's selected map and the away team's previously used one, this has not yet occurred. And as the number of maps continues to grow, the likelihood diminishes. In this single-player match, the selected map is a snow-covered miniature town. Xing Chunjian's character, adorned in white gear, wields a silver weapon that emits a bright glow, making the intention of choosing this map abundantly clear. At this moment, Xing Qinjian is stealthily approaching Mu Yu Chengfeng's spawn point. The broadcast transitions to a first-person perspective of Xing Qinjian, immersing the audience in the action, before shifting to an aerial view that reveals Mu Yu Chengfeng is not idly waiting, but is actively scouting the vicinity. The presentation of a match's excitement is undoubtedly determined by the performances of the players. However, the delivery to the audience heavily relies on an adept director. If the broadcast merely showcased two characters moving from a bird's-eye view without any engaging commentary, even the most thrilling match would be rendered mundane. The director of this broadcast demonstrates considerable skill, seamlessly switching between three camera angles, complemented by the commentary of the hosts, making the intentions of both players crystal clear. Gao Jie maneuvers Xing Qinjian to approach Mu Yu Chengfeng unexpectedly. Yet, the experienced Su Muching has anticipated this move, after surveying the terrain. She has already positioned Mu Yu Chengfeng in an advantageous sniping location. From this elevated position, Xing Qinjian will be exposed to her fire if he draws near. Laughter and jeers erupt from the Xingxin Internet Cafe, mocking Gao Jie for attempting a stealthy approach that appears to lead him into Su Muching's trap. However, Yishio knows that it cannot be that simple. If Gao Jie were to fall into the ambush so easily, it would negate his home advantage. As expected, Gao Jie, upon nearing the area, does not recklessly charge in. Instead, he takes a circuitous route, peeking out from an alleyway. This guy is being so sneaky. Why doesn't he just rush out and face his fate? Chen Guo remarks impatiently. Yishio shakes his head. He is currently in a blind spot. Su Muching's actions are within his calculations. Gao Jie occupies a dead angle. No matter which sniping position Su Muching opted for, she could not observe this location, indicating that her movements were entirely anticipated by Gao Jie. At this moment, the voice of commentator Li Yiba aligns perfectly with Yi Xiu's observation, confirming their shared understanding of Gao Jie's strategic foresight. It appears that the team has conducted thorough research on this map, the commentator quips. Naturally, Li Yiba concurs. But how does Gao Jie know where Su Muching is hiding? Chen Guo queries, momentarily taken aback, as the commentary coincidentally poses the same question. Footprints. Yi Xiu and Li Yiba respond in unison, offering identical answers. I've just discovered that I am no longer on the new book recommendation list. Alas, I can no longer grind this dungeon. What a pity. This book will be available tomorrow. So prepare to compete for monthly ticket rankings and reserve your monthly tickets in advance. Of course, I must not fall behind on the click and recommendation lists as well. Additionally, the second group of full-time expert readers is now open. The group number is 118484505, and all are welcome to join. Chapter 90. The footprints are the real trap, so it turns out to be the footprints. The commentator, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Look, the home map of 301 is a snowy terrain, hence the character leaves distinct footprints after moving." As the commentary continued, the director switched to several shots of the footprints left by Mu Yu Chengfeng. However, simply going out to observe the footprints would still expose one to Mu Yu Chengfeng's line of fire, the commentator pondered. So, as you can observe, the starlight sword in the frame has begun to move, Li Yiba remarked. Gao Jie should be looking for a position where he can spot the footprints without being detected by Su Muching. 301 has thoroughly studied this map. Oh, is there such a position? The commentator continued to express his confusion. Only Gao Jie might be able to unravel this mystery, Li Yiba added humorously, creating suspense. The commentator chuckled in agreement. As a professional Glory esports commentator, Pan Lin had been in this line of work for several years. He himself was an enthusiast of Glory. Although he did not possess the skill level of a professional player, his extensive experience had granted him an uncommon perspective. While he was aware of most of the questions he had raised, he was bound by the requirements of the program, which necessitated a duet of commentary and guest analysis. The roles of the commentator and the guest were distinct. The commentator primarily introduced the game, while the guest offered insights. Having worked together multiple times, Pan Lin and Li Yiba had developed a tacit understanding. As Gao Jie maneuvered the starlight sword around the vicinity, he found a suitable position. The broadcast camera then switched to a first-person perspective of the starlight sword. Indeed, from this vantage point, the footprints left by Mu Yu Chengfeng were clearly visible, revealing her location to viewers with a god's eye view. Sure enough, she has been discovered, Pan Lin remarked. Su Muching was a bit too careless. This mistake shouldn't have happened. Yes, it seems that Yi Qiu's retirement has had a significant psychological impact on her, considering she has been with him since her debut. Li Yibo observed, seemingly well-informed. Oh dear, what now? Chen Guo exclaimed nervously, gripping Yishio's arm tightly. Yishio merely smiled, exhaling a puff of smoke as he said, "The footprints are the true trap." What? Chen Guo was taken aback, turning to Yishio. However, her inquiry was more of a nervous soliloquy than a direct question to him. Look, Yishio pointed towards the projection screen, and the sound of an explosion reverberated. Chen Guo quickly turned her gaze back to the screen, witnessing Mu Yucheng Feng executing a flying artillery strike, targeting the lurking Starlight Sword with an anti-tank cannon. Gao Jie was clearly unprepared for the sudden onslaught from his opponent. The 3 rounds of the anti-tank cannon whistled through the air. He hastily attempted to evade, but was too late. The explosion sent the Starlight Sword crashing against the wall. As Mu Yucheng Feng landed, she remained atop a rooftop with her cannon aimed at the Starlight Sword, unleashing a torrent of flames. A single projectile soon exploded into several smaller missiles, arcing down towards the Starlight Sword, which found itself ensnared regardless of its movement. The gunner's skill, Spike Shell, unleashed 8 piercing rounds upon impact, delivering area damage. Typically, this skill would be employed on flat ground to ensure the scattered missiles could rain down on the target, but Mu Yucheng Feng was already positioned at a height, eliminating the need for such a complicated maneuver. Though the Starlight Sword had no means of evasion, there remained the question of damage. Remaining stationary would subject it to the combined assault of 8 piercing rounds. Thus, Gao Jie opted to charge directly forward, deciding to close the distance with Mu Yucheng Feng. With the enemy now in proximity, circling around for a sneak attack seemed futile. With a 3-hit combo, the Starlight Sword absorbed 2 piercing rounds before rapidly advancing to the ground level, executing an ascending dragon slash, its blade radiating brilliance as it soared into the air. Gao Jie was confident that the gunner would be unable to prevent him from reaching the rooftop. Sure enough, as he ascended, he saw Mu Yucheng Feng retreating, maintaining her distance from the Starlight Sword. As the Starlight Sword approached the rooftop, Mu Yucheng Feng flicked her wrist, releasing a flaming lighter in a graceful arc towards the edge of the rooftop. Heat-seeking missile. Utilizing the lighter's heat source to guide missiles from the sky to strike her opponent, this skill had a wide attack range and formidable power, making it exceptionally fierce. However, it was too slow. The airborne Starlight Sword executed a sword draw slash mid-air, the brilliant blade slicing through the air and accurately deflecting the lighter before it could land. Splendid! Pan Lin and Li Yibo exclaimed in unison, marveling at Gao Jie's extraordinary maneuver. Just then, a smile emoji from Su Mucheng flashed in the information box, followed by a brilliant beam of light descending from above, enveloping the Starlight Sword entirely, collapsing the rooftop beneath it. The light beam spun, quickly dispersing into 6 smaller beams which revolved around the central shaft, gradually expanding and sending snowflakes swirling into the air, creating a blizzard-like scene. The gunner's ultimate ability, Satellite Beam. What a magnificent satellite beam! The professional commentator Pan Lin reacted swiftly, seamlessly transitioning from praising Gao Jie's impressive play to commending Su Mucheng's prowess. Li Yibo was equally quick to follow suit. Gao Jie has miscalculated this time. Let us observe the damage inflicted by the satellite beam. Pan Lin coordinated with the director to check the Starlight Sword's health bar. I estimate it has lost about 1/3 of its health, Li Yibo stated. Let us take a look. Indeed, the Starlight Sword's health has been reduced by 1/3. This satellite beam has dealt significant damage. Combined with the prior hits from the anti-tank and spike shells, Gao Jie now finds himself in a precarious position. Pan Lin exclaimed. Exactly. Now we shall see if he has any new tactics to close in on Mu Yucheng Feng. Maintaining this distance would certainly be disadvantageous against a gunner. Li Yibo remarked. Your analysis is spot on, Pan Lin promptly agreed, having transitioned from believing Mu Yucheng Feng was about to be ambushed to witnessing the Starlight Sword being caught off guard and losing 1/3 of its health. The fans of Xingxin Internet Cafe were momentarily speechless, including Chen Guo. It was not until she heard Yishio beside her say, Gao Jie has no chance left, Su Mucheng is in excellent form, that reality began to settle in. Chapter 91. The Ace of Jiashi, is that so? Chen Guo said, somewhat dazed. She inexplicably recalled a saying, amateurs watch the excitement, while professionals discern the subtleties. She had always considered herself and her fellow Glory players to be well-versed in the intricacies of the game. However, today, as Yishio sat beside her and offered a few pointers, she suddenly felt that they were merely novice insiders, able to identify the skills being used, but still closer to amateurs. Chen Guo continued to watch the match, her mind wandering, her focus waning. As anticipated by Yishio, the situation unfolded accordingly. Gao Jia's starry sword was thoroughly on the defensive, under relentless long-range assaults from Su Muqing's Muyu Qingfeng. Despite several attempts to close the distance and engage, he was swiftly evaded by Su Muqing, who maintained her distance and continued to rain down merciless attacks. The visuals constantly shifted, showcasing the professional players' movement techniques and skills. The commentators and guests continued their back and forth, lamenting Gao Jia's repeated failures while cheering for Su Muqing's elegant strikes. Their stance was ostensibly neutral, though they likely harbored private preferences, which they refrained from expressing during the commentary. The once pristine, snow-covered Silver Town had been ravaged by the fierce battle between the two, now shrouded in thick smoke and marked by deep sword scars. Finally, the word glory surged onto the screen. The director quickly zoomed in on the starry sword, and the system's display slowed down, revealing the moment it was obliterated by an anti-tank cannon. In slow motion, it became evident that what should have been 3 consecutive shells fired in a straight line had instead formed a diagonal triangle, thanks to Su Muqing's manipulation. Oh, it's a 3-point shot. Chenghua, familiar with the gunner class, recognized the maneuver. The player adeptly adjusted the aim in the brief moment as the 3 shells left the cannon, creating an angle that expanded the anti-tank cannon's damage radius. Can you do that? Yishio asked. I cannot. I can only manage a 2-point shot, Chenghua lamented. After a moment's hesitation, she added, that seems quite challenging. Doesn't it? I noticed Xiao Tang struggles with it too. Her speed isn't the issue. But executing this maneuver requires precise timing with the 3-shot delay of the anti-tank cannon. Without sufficient experience, it's indeed difficult to master, Yishio explained. I see. Chenghua nodded. The broadcast had now shifted to a close-up of the victor, Muyu Qingfeng, followed by a replay of the thrilling moments from the match, with the commentators and guests providing ongoing commentary. In this match, Jia's team had claimed the first victory, earning 1 point. The Glory League matches are divided into 3 segments. The first segment consists of individual matches, with 3 players from each team competing in 3 1v1 bouts, earning 1 point for each victory. The second segment is a team match, where 3 players from each team face off in a KOF-style format, with players rotating in until one team has no members left, awarding 2 points to the victors. The third segment is a team battle involving 6 players, but the actual combat occurs in a 5v5 format, with the 6th player entering via a special call for assistance, determining the winner once all members of a team are eliminated, granting 5 points to the victors. In total, there are 10 points available in a match, and the standings in the Glory League are determined by total points. In this match against Jia, Su Muqing had taken the lead with 1 point, igniting excitement in the Xinhui Internet Cafe. Amidst the cheers, the highlights of the first match concluded, leading directly into the second individual match. In this round, the 301 team finally capitalized on their home advantage, leveraging their familiarity with the map to assert dominance, ultimately securing victory. This time, however, the mood in the Internet Cafe was somber, as no one could muster a smile. As the highlights played, a pall settled over the audience. With Jia's team once again defeated in the third individual match, the expressions of the spectators grew increasingly grim, their frustration palpable, some cursing the 301 team, while others lamented Jia's lackluster performance. Chengua's spirits were similarly dampened. Glancing aside, she noticed Yishio had mysteriously vanished, now leaning against the door with a cigarette in hand. The glowing ember flickered brightly in the dim light, yet his expression remained obscured. Following the conclusion of the highlights and commentary, the second segment, the team matches, commenced. As the lineups were announced, the audience at the Xinhui Internet Cafe erupted with excitement. The ace of Jia finally made his entrance. The formidable shaman, One Autumn Leaf, was positioned as the first player in the team match. His opponent was none other than the strongest from 301, the Captain Yang Tsung's assassin, Scenic Kill. One Autumn Leaf had been the talk of the Glory community in recent days, and it was inevitable that the name Yi Qiu would resurface. Discussions swirled around, continuing even as the match officially began, with Pan Lin and Li Yibo struggling to complete their thoughts. The stories surrounding Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf were simply too numerous. All right, the match has begun. Let's shift our focus to the game. This is Sun Xiang's first match representing Jia with One Autumn Leaf. Li Jidao, what are your thoughts? Pan Lin skillfully redirected the conversation to the match itself. From a personal skill standpoint, Sun Xiang surpasses Yang Kong. As for the characters, the strength of 301's roster is relatively balanced. Yang Tsung's scenic kill and Gao Jie's starry sword are on par, but they cannot compare to one autumn leaf, known as the shaman, Li Yiba remarked. Yes, we know that one autumn leaf likely possesses the most silver gear in the league at present, Pan Lin noted. From a numerical standpoint, indeed. However, we must recognize that the attributes of silver gear are rarely disclosed. Therefore, judging solely by quantity is not an entirely accurate metric, Li Yiba countered. You're right. After observing this half-season, I found that characters like Night Rain Sound, Solitary Smoke in the Desert, and Sweeping the Floor while burning incense, all regarded as god-tier roles, may not have as much silver gear as one autumn leaf, yet their power certainly does not appear inferior, Li Yiba added. Then there's the issue of skill points. Pan Lin interjected. Do god-tier characters really lag behind in skill points? Li Yiba chuckled. That may be the case. However, it's clear that scenic kill falls short in comparison. Pan Lin asserted. Absolutely, Li Yiba agreed. Yet, we cannot definitively conclude Yang Tsung's defeat based solely on this, as Glory is a game where victory is not determined by mere statistics. What advantages do you see Yang Tsung possessing? Pan Lin inquired. First blood and home advantage. These are self-evident. Additionally, Sun Xiang has only recently joined Jia Shi. His synergy with one autumn leaf may still pose challenges, especially since we know his previous character was not a battle mage, which presents a significant hurdle. This aspect represents Sun Xiang's disadvantage, which conversely translates into Yang Tsung's advantage, remarked Li Yiba. However, I have heard that Sun Xiang possesses considerable knowledge regarding the battle mage, interjected Pan Lin. This is certainly true. Since Jia Shi has chosen Sun Xiang to succeed Yi Qiu, they must have taken this into account. Employing someone utterly inept against battle mages would be akin to placing a forward in the position of a defender on the football field, ridiculous, to say the least. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, even if you provide Yi Qiu with a battle mage equipped differently and possessing varying skill levels, he would still require time to acclimate. Would he not? Li Yiba remarked. Given Yi Qiu's experience, this might not be necessary at all. Pan Lin chuckled. Speaking of experience, Sun Xiang has only been in the league for a mere year and a half, so he can still be regarded as a newcomer. There is indeed a considerable gap in experience compared to Yang Kong. Look, everyone, Yang Tsung has chosen to advance directly. Now his scenic kill has entered the line of sight of one leaf in autumn. Previously, the match merely showcased two characters maneuvering, allowing Pan Lin and Li Yiba to engage in casual analysis and predictions. But now, as the two sides suddenly make contact, battle is imminent, prompting Pan Lin to conclude his idle chatter and begin narrating the current situation. Is Yang Tsung perhaps being a tad too hasty? Li Yiba mused. The scenic kill charges forth. It approaches one leaf in autumn head-on. Pan Lin exclaimed enthusiastically. Ah, he hasn't charged directly. Just as the scenic kill neared one leaf in autumn, it abruptly halted and began to circle, patiently searching for the opportune moment. Haha, I said it. An experienced veteran like Yang Tsung would not act so impulsively. He must possess sufficient patience to wear down his opponent. Let us observe how Sun Xiang will respond, Li Yiba said with a smile. Sun Xiang has made his move. One leaf in autumn has detected the movement path of the scenic kill and dashed forward. Pan Lin declared. Ah, the youth of today? Li Yiba reflected wistfully. The heavenly strike initiates. The scenic kill leaps back to evade, and arc light flash retaliates. This, what? Countered. Sun Xiang astonishingly used Dragon Tooth to break the arc light flash. This is simply unbelievable. Our audience must be aware of the speed of arc light flash. For Sun Xiang to counter it with Dragon Tooth is a terrifying display of skill. What say you, Director Li? Pan Lin had transcended mere commentary and was now almost screaming in astonishment. Ah, this. Indeed, the youth of today, this. Li Yiba found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as the notion that Dragon Tooth could counter arc light flash left even him bewildered. Chapter 92, a 1 vs 3 triumph. Sun Xiang counters with Dragon Tooth. Sun Xiang initiates a counterattack. The Dragon Tooth attack has just generated an elemental neutral mana surge. Alas, a pity, it was deflected by the dual swords of the Landscape Killer. However, upon the detonation of the surge, its augmentation effects will be unleashed, and one autumn leaf's movement speed has been significantly enhanced. Sky Strike, Overlord's Hammer, Basic Thrust, Swift Strikes. The Landscape Killer evaded them all, albeit with considerable difficulty. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed commentator Li? Pan Lin observed Li Yiba's prolonged silence and extended the discussion to him. Indeed, Li Yiba responded with effort. Oblivious to Li Yiba's unusual behavior, Pan Lin continued. the match unfolding with intense ferocity. Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf capitalized on basic attacks to regain the short cooldowns of minor skills, launching a relentless offensive. Despite failing to consistently strike the landscape killer, the latter was suppressed without any opportunity for retaliation. During this exchange, the landscape killer sustained minor damage from One Autumn Leaf's minor skills. Simultaneously, the 5 elemental mana surges generated by the skills were discharged one after another, their augmentation effects synergizing to amplify the combat mage's inherent strength. It appears Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf have achieved remarkable synergy, Pan Lin remarked, prompting the silent commentator to offer his insight. Indeed, Li Yibo merely reiterated. Deservedly hailed as a prodigious talent, does Sun Xiang's skill now rival that of the most elite players, in your estimation, esteemed commentator Li? Pan Lin inquired. That is difficult to ascertain definitively. The league's top players generally possess god-tier accounts. This is Sun Xiang's inaugural experience piloting such a character, necessitating a period of observation before a conclusive assessment can be made. Li Yibo finally responded, having regained his composure. His prior distraction stemmed from Sun Xiang's astounding prowess. Exceeding his expectations, he suddenly realized his obsolescence, relegated to offering commentary from a distance. How long had it been since he last engaged with glory firsthand? Had the game truly evolved to such an extent? Reflecting on past commentaries, Li Yibo acknowledged instances where he lacked complete comprehension but deftly glossed over them. However, Sun Xiang's performance left him so astounded that he momentarily forgot his deceptive tactics. The match had devolved into a one-sided affair. The advantages that Li Yibo had initially attributed to Yang Tsung now entirely absent. Only Sun Xiang's technique and One Autumn Leaf's dominance were on display. The overwhelming offensive ignited the enthusiasm of the patrons at the Happy Internet Cafe, who erupted in cheers. Even Chun Guo was visibly moved. The battle god lives, someone exclaimed, eliciting an enthusiastic response from the crowd. A rhythmic chant filled the air, and Chun Guo joined in, clapping and shouting along. The broadcast commentary was completely drowned out. But did anyone need commentary at this point? No. One Autumn Leaf's commanding offensive conveyed everything. As the landscape killer fell to One Autumn Leaf's spear, extinguisher, the atmosphere in the Internet Cafe reached its zenith. Patrons applauded, cheered, screamed, and whistled. This was no ordinary victory. Sun Xiang's masterful display with One Autumn Leaf had ignited the crowd's hope. They were transported back to the era when One Autumn Leaf reigned supreme, sweeping through the league. With one team battle participant defeated, a teammate took to the stage. The third contestant from Team 301 exhibited a marked decline in performance, succumbing to the quickest defeat in the 5 solo battles thus far. Having battled for 2 rounds, One Autumn Leaf had only sustained a quarter of his health. Commentators Pan Lin and Li Yibo, along with the patrons at the Happy Internet Cafe, eagerly debated the likelihood of Sun Xiang achieving a 1 versus 3 victory. Based on the current trajectory, it seemed almost inevitable. Team 301's third participant entered the fray, displaying even greater trepidation than the second, and avoiding any direct engagement with One Autumn Leaf. His movements were frantic. Any offensive maneuver from One Autumn Leaf prompted an immediate and panicked retreat. The Internet Cafe patrons erupted in laughter. The third contestant appeared terrified of facing Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf, yet compelled to participate. Unable to feign effort, he resorted to a comical display, bouncing around in a seemingly endearing manner. That fellow is utterly pathetic, the Internet Cafe patrons loudly proclaimed. The gloom of the 2 previous solo defeats completely dispelled. Team 301's third participant was now a source of amusement, while Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf appeared even more imposing and formidable. Brother Su, you have placed me in a rather difficult position, Sun Xiang typed, his mockery evident. However, his opponent maintained a defensive posture, appearing unwilling to engage in a decisive confrontation. With such caution, Sun Xiang required considerable time to defeat him, resulting in a sense of humiliation. Upon his opponent's defeat, he typed, "Why bother? The outcome would have been the same regardless." At that moment, the audience shared a singular thought. Finally, it's over. Pan Lin and Li Yibo likely found the match frustrating to watch, but as commentators, they refrained from criticizing the player. Pan Lin ultimately remarked, Sun Xiang's victory was hard-earned, a testament to Su Bin's reputation as the grind king. His matches are arduous for his opponents, the audience, and us commentators. Indeed, we have witnessed his expertise, Li Yibo added. Precisely, Pan Lin responded, the two subtly praising and criticizing Team 301's third participant, Su Bin. We will now enjoy a brief intermission before the team competition. Let's revisit the highlights of Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf's 1 vs 3 performance in this team competition. The highlights were replayed, accompanied by commentary from Pan Lin and Li Yibo. Sun Xiang's third match against Su Bin lasted longer than the first two combined. Yet the highlights featured fewer clips. Pan Lin and Li Yibo couldn't resist making veiled remarks about it. With the highlights concluded, a brief interval remained before the main event. The team competition. Commercials were aired, and the audience took a break, queuing for the restroom, fetching drinks, and stepping outside for a smoke. Chen Guo was accustomed to this scene. Turning her head, she saw Yi Xiu standing by the internet cafe entrance, smoking a cigarette. The darkness accentuated the solitary glow of his cigarette. "Why are you standing there?" "There are seats available," Chen Guo remarked. "I'm afraid the smoke will bother you," Yi Xiu replied, flicking the cigarette in his mouth. He could hold a cigarette without affecting his speech or causing it to fall out. "Can't you smoke less?" Chen Guo asked. Yi Xiu removed the cigarette, flicked it, and sent it arcing into the trash can. He then returned to his seat. Chen Guo was stunned. Had he been standing there to avoid irritating her with the smoke? Was he really that considerate? Chen Guo gazed at him, ultimately saying nothing. The broadcast finally transitioned to the highlight of each round, the team match. Typically, each team consists of 6 primary players, ensuring a complete participation in all 3 segments of the competition. However, the Glory League stipulates a maximum registration of 9 players for each match, with the lineup usually announced prior to the event. Consequently, a professional club team generally comprises between 9 to 11 players. While some clubs may have started with a minimum of 6 players during resource-scarce phases, they swiftly expand their roster once conditions improve. Relying solely on 6 members poses a risk, as any illness or unforeseen circumstance could adversely affect match outcomes. Presently, clubs in the league typically feature at least one standout player, supported by 3 to 5 competent teammates. Beyond the initial 6, teams often prefer to recruit promising newcomers for development. There are various avenues for discovering talent, including self-nominations, exceptional performances in non-professional competitions, or outstanding records in the arena of the Glory online game. In essence, the Glory League, which has successfully operated for nearly 7 years by learning from past esports experiences, has established a remarkably mature and comprehensive system, rivaling traditional sports like football and basketball. Under normal circumstances, the 3 segments of a match are executed by the 6 primary players. Such was the case in the match between Team 301 and Jia Shi. The final round of the team competition involved 12 players who had previously participated in the individual and team matches. With commentator Pan Lin's impassioned exhortations, the team match commenced. Team 301 was the home team, and they had selected the map. At this moment, Jia Shi had just witnessed Sun Xiang's remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. Soaring in momentum, Pan Lin and Li Yibo enthusiastically discussed whether this match would serve as a turning point for Jia Shi's recent downer. It has begun. The match ignited, and Chen Guo joined the internet CAF audience in applause. "Don't be so excited," Yi Xiu remarked. "Watching a match without being engaged is rather dull. You should perk up too." Chen Guo felt exasperated with Yi Xiu, who seemed energetic even after an all-night gaming session, yet appeared so lackluster at other times. It was utterly disheartening. "The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment," Yi Xiu commented. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Guo detected the undertone in his words. "The match has begun," Yi Xiu replied calmly. "The second wave is coming. Today's performance will be explosive. This is no joke. This is no joke. Subscribe, vote monthly, and get involved. Get involved. Get involved." To be continued. Chapter 93. This is not an intentional loss. The audience, commentators, and even professional guests were all convinced that in this match, the Jia Shi team would dominate with their formidable 1 vs 3 prowess, effortlessly overpowering their opponents who seemed to have lost their fighting spirit. However, as the match commenced, the 5 players of Team 301 displayed an unexpectedly proactive intent. Led by their captain, Yang Tsong, they launched a vigorous assault against the Jia Shi team right from the start. "Oh, this is quite spirited. Are they embarrassed after their poor performance in the third match?" A mocking voice from the internet CAF audience sparked a chorus of laughter. Even commentator Pan Lin began to entertain similar thoughts. Team 301 is very aggressive at the start. Li, do you think they are eager to regain some dignity after that last loss? Yes, that is quite possible. After all, in professional leagues, the skill levels and roles are relatively comparable. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Sun Xiang to single-handedly take on 3 opponents, Li Yibo noted. showcasing his diligence in preparing relevant information. If I remember correctly, such occurrences have only happened twice this season, right? Once with Huang Xiaoyan's Night Rain, and the other with Han Wenqing's Desert Smoke, Pan Lin added. However, both instances were against noticeably weaker teams. Team 301, on the other hand, possesses considerable strength. That is likely why they find this situation so unacceptable, Pan Lin explained. Let us focus on the match. Now both sides are clashing head-on. It seems we may soon witness a decisive outcome, Li Yibo remarked. Indeed, it was Sun Xiang's character, One Leaf Autumn, who spearheaded the charge. What kind of devastating blow would he deliver to his opponents this time? Wait, why is Yang Tsung's character, Feng Jingsha, not engaging One Leaf Autumn directly? They are all maneuvering, Li Yibo noted. It appears they are preparing to circumvent One Leaf Autumn. Well, with 5 players spreading out, even Sun Xiang's exceptional skills might struggle to intercept all 5 at once, Pan Lin observed. In a team match, victory relies on collective effort, not just one individual. Li Yibo replied. The other Jiashi players are also gearing up to confront the enemy. Wait, are they attempting to avoid engagement again? Pan Lin exclaimed in surprise. Team 301's intentions seemed somewhat ambiguous, leaving Li Yibo equally perplexed. All right, One Leaf Autumn has finally ensnared an opponent. Let us see how long this lasts. In a theoretical one-on-one, no one from Team 301 can contend with Sun Xiang's One Leaf Autumn, Pan Lin stated. Team 301 should come back for support. To start the match with one player eliminated would be far too passive, Li Yibo remarked. Team 301 has been careless. It seems they still do not regard Sun Xiang and One Leaf Autumn's prowess with the seriousness it deserves, Pan Lin noted. Wait a moment, Pan Lin suddenly exclaimed. Who is the opponent that One Leaf Autumn has ensnared? The chaotic nature of team battles often makes it challenging to discern individual characters amidst the fray. When the action intensifies, the dazzling effects of skills further obfuscate identification. This seems to be. Li Yibo strained to recognize the character. It's Tides, the character of the Grinding King, Su Bin. Pan Lin's voice echoed with the urgency of a revelation, barely suppressing his astonishment. Such language might not be deemed inappropriate in everyday life, but in a public broadcast, it certainly warranted caution. Should Pan Lin slip up on air, he would face reprimands and potential penalties. Li Yibo, upon hearing the character's name, was left speechless. The audience collectively fell silent at this moment. Tides, the character of the Grinding King Su Bin. Had they all misinterpreted the situation? Was it not One Leaf Autumn that ensnared Tides, but rather the reverse? Pan Lin reflected aloud. While Pan Lin, as a commentator, was not overly concerned, Li Yibo, as an authoritative guest, felt the weight of admitting a misjudgment. Prompting him to divert the conversation, Su Bin is truly an anomaly. It is quite rare for a defensive class like Knight to be utilized in the professional league. He must be among the finest in that regard. However, generally speaking, such classes struggle to showcase their strengths in PvP, don't you think, Li? Pan Lin deftly continued the discussion. Indeed, Li Yibo finally regained a semblance of authority. Now, Su Bin's Tides had ensnared Sun Xiang's One Leaf Autumn, while Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha had evaded entanglement with 3 Glory Team members. His target was Mu Yucheng Feng, Su Mu Cheng's character. Who would have thought that Team 301 would prioritize Mu Yucheng Feng as their primary target for elimination? Li Yibo appeared increasingly bewildered, grappling not only with operational assessments, but also with tactical interpretations. He found himself struggling more with each passing year, facing awkward moments that required deft maneuvering to resolve. However, at this tense juncture, he was spared the trouble, as the match's intensity kept Pan Lin too engrossed to heed Li Yibo's inquiries. What a beautiful move! Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha executed a stunning aerial maneuver to evade Mu Yu Chengfeng's dual artillery strikes. A roll upon landing, and arc light flashed, just in time to dodge another shot. He's south and close now. He.s. closing in on Mu Yu Chengfeng. Oh, Su Mu Cheng's reactions are swift. She.s. attempting to retreat with her flying cannon. But Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha moves even faster. Rapid step, Mu Yu Chengfeng has been pinned down. This is dire. Where are the Jiashi players? They are all entangled. No one is coming to assist, and Su Mu Cheng is in grave danger. Spectacular. That backward leap was exquisite. Right, Li? Pan Lin called out. Indeed, just narrowly avoiding Su Mu Cheng's barbecue initiation knee strike. This backward leap showcases Yang Tsung's solid fundamentals. For fans of glory, Mu Yu Chengfeng also executed a backward leap. The tension escalated as Li Yibo attempted to educate the audience, but Pan Lin mercilessly interrupted him to continue commentating. Fire. The flying cannon has finally been unleashed. Mu Yuqing Feng is sent flying. Dodged. It was evaded. Such close quarters, yet Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha managed to evade the shot. Swift dash and sprint. The fastest ground movement in glory, surpassing the flying cannon, and Feng Jingsha swiftly closed the distance to Mu Yuqing Feng. Yet, escaping the assassin's relentless pursuit remains a formidable challenge. Pan Lin lamented. In the internet CAF, silence reigned as the spectators, who once expected a sweeping victory over Team 301, now found themselves witnessing this unexpected turn of events. Even the ordinary players, disinterested in the commentary and expert analyses, recognized that Team 301 was firmly in control. Having divided the Jiashi 5-man team into 3 segments, Grinding King Su Bin's Tides had ensnared Sun Xiang's One Leaf Autumn. Gao Jie and 2 other Team 301 players formed a localized 3-on-3 against Jiashi's trio. However, the most critical situation lay with Yang Tsung's Feng Jingsha, who was now engaging Su Muqing's Mu Yuqing Feng. It was clear that Mu Yuqing Feng was Team 301's primary target for isolation and elimination. Lacking support, the ranged gunner struggled to defend against the assassin's close-quarters assault, unable to break free. How could this be happening? Chen Guo, anxiously watching her idol, could not help but pull at Yi Xiu's sleeve in distress. 301 is acutely aware of the prowess of Sun Xiang and One Leaf Autumn, having never underestimated them from the outset. Yi Xiu remarked, "What? With Sun Xiang and One Leaf Autumn commanding the team battle, they understand their chances of victory are slim. So they simply opted to forego the team battle." Chen Guo expressed her astonishment. "Are you suggesting that they intentionally lost the last team battle? Not a deliberate loss, rather a concession." Yi Xiu corrected her terminology. "This is a strategic choice within the broader context. To lose in a team battle is a calculated maneuver." The first player to take the stage, Yang Tsung, is a meticulous and swift operator. He engaged in a battle of skills with Sun Xiang, effortlessly elevating Sun Xiang's tempo and igniting his fervor. The second competitor fell swiftly, further inflating Sun Xiang's pride. As for the third contestant, Su Bin, his relentless entanglement provoked Sun Xiang, who was eager to swiftly overpower him. In this confrontation, Sun Xiang's speed even surpassed that of his earlier contest with Yang Tsung. Yet Su Bin consistently showcased his specialty as a grinder, compelling Sun Xiang to maintain such extraordinary speed. Ultimately, he would not match Sun Xiang's capabilities. But after facing 3 opponents, Sun Xiang's emotions and speed had reached their zenith. "What does that matter?" Chen Guo queried, somewhat perplexed. "His speed has spiraled out of control." Yi Xiu replied. "Out of control?" she echoed, realizing that he had unwittingly fallen into the opponent's trap. In simpler terms, he was now overly exhilarated. And what will that lead to? The possibilities are manifold. At the very least, in the team competition, his excessive enthusiasm could disrupt his synergy with the others. Having only recently joined Jiashi, he is still unaccustomed to collaborating with the team, and now being swept up in this frenzy could prove fatal. Team battles are never decided by a single individual. They rely on the collective strength of the group. Currently, 301 strategy involves isolating Su Muqing and designating Mu Yuqing Feng as the primary target for elimination. However, from their layout, it appears that the first to be isolated from the team will be Sun Xiang, though in terms of elimination ranking, he will likely be the last. Why? Chen Guo inquired. After all, his strength is formidable. Allow Su Bin to grind him a bit longer. At this rate, I foresee his hands cramping up soon. Although Yang Tsung serves as the captain of 301, many tactical intentions are realized through Su Bin's performance. This is a team with 2 core players, Yi Xiu observed. With the 2 strongest core players present in the team battle, do you still believe this match is intentionally lost? Chapter 94. Faltering at a critical moment, losing in a team competition was an unavoidable outcome, yet amidst the 3-0 defeat, the pursuit of victory was realized through exceptional performance, ultimately securing a chance in the team battle. The essence of this match resided primarily in the second part. And it was not the victors, but the vanquished who captured the essence, as Yi Xiu remarked. Chen Guo, astonished, had previously found the commentators' insights remarkable. But what Yi Xiu articulated was entirely unmentioned by them. Was it a deliberate omission by the commentators to maintain suspense? Or was Yi Xiu's understanding truly on a higher level? Chen Guo was uncertain, yet the concepts of uncontrollable hand speed and team disconnection seemed somewhat fantastical. Could this individual be merely spouting nonsense? Ah, the youth. Still not up to par. Yishio sighed, shaking his head. Shenghua gazed blankly at the match. The atmosphere in the internet CAF mirroring the dead silence when Jia Shi lost the second game, with everyone internally holding their breath for the team they supported. Unlike Shenghua, who had already formed a conclusion after listening to Yishio's commentary, these spectators still clung to hope, eagerly anticipating a powerful counterattack from Jia Shi. Alas, their hopes were ultimately dashed. Amidst the loud shouts of commentator Pan Lin, Su Muqing's character, Mu Yuqing Feng, was the first to fall. Although assistants could be summoned to replace the sixth player, a designated area for the substitution was necessary. Under the relentless pursuit of Yang Song's Feng Jingsha, Mu Yuqing Feng could not endure until that point. With Mu Yuqing Feng's defeat, the sixth player from Jia Shi automatically entered the battlefield. Realizing the dire situation, they rushed to salvage it. Pan Lin's commentary continued unabated. Upon witnessing Jia Shi's sixth player teleporting into the substitution area, he exclaimed, "Great! Now Jia Shi's sixth player is in, and it is He Ming's Lawless, an elemental mage. Li Lao, do you think He Ming can turn around Jia Shi's current disadvantage?" The sixth player often becomes a turning point in a team competition. However, Jia Shi's current situation is not a proactive substitution. He Ming's entry is automatic, which already places them in a passive position. Moreover, San Ling, you must have prepared for this step, Li Yiba replied. What do you think should be done? Pan Lin inquired. They must first establish tactical cooperation with the team. This is crucial, Li Yiba stated. Yet, it seems Jia Shi is somewhat disorganized now, lacking a clear tactical direction. Pan Lin observed. The key lies with Sun Xiang. His individual performance has become overly pronounced, to the point that it seems disconnected from the team. This corroborates my earlier assertion that Sun Xiang's recent addition to Jia Shi has led to some issues with coordination. Li Yiba unleashed another of his tactics, concept substitution. He amplified the previous critique of Sun Xiang's disadvantages regarding his integration with Yi Zhiqiu, encompassing the current issues to present himself as insightful and highly professional. Pan Lin, whether genuinely convinced or merely feigning understanding, repeatedly nodded in agreement, affirming Li Yiba's points. At this moment, Shenghua was astonished as she glanced at Yishio. The professional commentator's statements finally aligned with Yishio's judgments. However, while the commentator attributed Sun Xiang's disconnection to coordination issues, Yishio had spoken of deliberate design, suggesting a divergence in their perspectives. Now, let us observe whether He Ming's entry will bring any change for Jia Shi. Pan Lin continued his commentary, and Shenghua was too preoccupied to inquire further. Although her idol, Su Muqing, had been defeated, she held considerable hope for the newly substituted He Ming. Go for it. The spectators in the internet CAF silently urged, though no one dared to voice their support, as if their words might disrupt the player's performance. The only sounds in the CAF were the clamor of the match and the live commentary. Upon He Ming's arrival, he unleashed spells with fervor, having learned from Su Muqing's previous downfall to be wary of Yang Tsung's close-quarters assaults. The elemental mage fully employed every defensive measure against being cornered, maintaining a rapid pace to unite with his teammates. He Ming's performance garnered praise from the professional commentator Li Jidao, igniting a ripple of excitement among the spectators at Xingxin Internet CF, as they sensed a glimmer of hope, revitalizing the atmosphere. Just as He Ming's Lawless was about to join forces with the Jia Shi players, a sudden crack echoed, and the massive projection screen went dark. Following that, every computer in the internet CAF ceased operation, and the few lights that remained flickered out, plunging the entire CAF into darkness. In an instant, the previously excited audience erupted into chaos. Screams, whistles, and questions filled the air. Manager, what happened? As emergency lights flickered on, the crowd finally emerged from the darkness. But the illumination made it clear, a power outage had occurred. What on earth? Shenghua glanced outside the internet CAF toward the brightly lit street. Some patrons remained patient, while others loudly inquired about the situation, and a few hastily gathered their belongings to leave. Shaoli, go check if the circuit breaker has tripped. Shenghua called for a staff member to investigate. Meanwhile, customers on the second floor began to descend in the dark, questioning the situation. Shaoli quickly reported, the circuit is fine, I don't know what went wrong. Seeing no resolution in sight, Shenghua realized she could do nothing but call for repairs. Upon hearing this, the guests surged toward the front desk, eager to settle their bills and log off. How can we settle bills with no power? Yishio, leaning against the front desk, found himself squeezed against it as the crowd surged forward, still inquiring about the situation. Manual processing, what else can we do? Shenghua, similarly pressed against the front desk. answered Yishio while turning to shout, "What are you all pushing for? Queue up, one at a time." A customer pressed against her, recognizing Chengguo, remarked awkwardly, "What can we do, boss? It's out of our control, just look at this. If you push onto me again, I swear I'll deal with you." Chengguo threatened. The gentleman, possessing good manners, was indeed not doing so intentionally. After being threatened, he managed to shield himself from the flowing crowd behind him. Suffering greatly, his plight rivaling Zhang Wuji's struggles against the 6 major sects. Fortunately, it was peak evening hours, and the internet CAF staff, being at their most numerous, rushed to assist. Together, they helped process manual settlements and make change. Chengguo attempted to squeeze back to her stronghold at the front desk, but failed. To her side, she noticed Yishio also struggling within the throng, making a valiant effort to free one hand, which, to her astonishment, held a cigarette. "Is it really the time for smoking?" Chengguo fumed as she watched Yishio bring the cigarette to his lips. "What else would you have me do?" Yishio retorted, realizing he lacked a lighter. He then called out to the front desk attendant, "Come, help me light this." "Ignore him," Chengguo snapped. The attendant, naturally obeying the boss's command, disregarded Yishio. However, a kind-hearted individual nearby offered, "I have a lighter, brother." Thank you. Yishio gratefully accepted the flame, lighting his cigarette, taking a deep puff, and casting a relaxed glance at Chengguo. Chengguo felt a surge of frustration. While this rogue savored his smoke, she was being crushed in the crowd. Yet order was soon restored as Chengguo managed to slip behind the front desk, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yishio, taking advantage of his position as a staff member, slipped backstage, idly indulging in the haze of smoke. Chengguo, busy attending to customers' manual checkouts, noticed his leisurely demeanor and promptly assigned him a task, call to report a repair. "What is the number?" Yishio inquired. "Find it yourself." Chengguo handed her phone over. Yishio took the phone, scrolled through the contacts starting with the letter B. Repair 1, Repair 2, Repair 3, Repair 4. "Which one, boss?" he asked. For Chengguo replied, "You truly are a genius, boss." Yishio marveled, dialing Repair 4, which indeed was the electric repair service. The operator asked for the issue and the address, stating that someone nearby could come by shortly. After hanging up, Yishio reported back to Chengguo, who nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. As the guests were gradually attended to, a few regulars, eager for their fix, expressed their desire to stay until help arrived. However, this was merely a handful. The majority had already departed. Observing the situation, Chengguo realized that with the technician's arrival, the power would be restored. But she had no idea how long that would take. With a wave of her hand, she decided to let the evening shift staff leave early, who departed joyfully, unconcerned about any troubles. Yishio, however, appeared quite anxious, frequently stepping outside to glance around. Chengguo was puzzled when someone descended the stairs in the dark. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a power outage," Yishio replied, recognizing the voice. Chengguo knew it was Tang Rou. "Oh, a power outage? Will it be fixed?" she asked. "They said someone nearby would come, but it's been a while." Chengguo said, "Really? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Tang Rou immediately ran to the door to look, coinciding with Yishio's return from his own inspection. Chengguo couldn't help but notice how similar their reactions were. They both seemed genuinely concerned about the internet CF, warming her heart. After a futile search, Tang Rou returned, visibly disappointed, and said to Yishio, "Doesn't this mean we can't level up?" "Exactly," Yishio echoed, frowning in distress. "It's the crucial moment to reach level 25, and this CAF fails at such a critical time." "You too, go back and get some sleep," Chengguo exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Fourth update. Rare, isn't it? Hurry up and cast your monthly tickets. To be continued. Chapter 95. The unexpected visitor. Have you just awakened? How did you manage to sleep? Tang Rou inquired. "I'm about the same," Yishio replied. "At what hour did you rise?" Tang Rou continued her questioning. "Perhaps around 8? As the two engaged in their own conversation, Chengguo was left speechless with irritation. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the entrance of the internet CAF. "Is there a power outage here?" Yishio and Tang Rou were elated and hurriedly welcomed him. Bowing slightly, yes, uncle, you have finally arrived." "What seems to be the issue?" the man asked, carrying a toolbox as he entered. "You two take care of him." Chengguo, having lost her patience with the duo, stormed upstairs. However, she soon heard Yishio call out, "Boss, we need to settle the payment, right?" Chengguo nearly slipped at his remark, barely regaining her balance before muttering, "Take it from the cash box," and hastily retreated upstairs. Yi Xiao and Tang Rou then became the electrician's eager assistants, dutifully serving tea and water. After inspecting the situation, the electrician's expression grew troubled, indicating the complexity of the repair, as he was clearly considering abandoning the task. How does it look? Yi Xiao asked anxiously. It's rather complicated. It's quite late now. Perhaps I should return tomorrow, the man said, beginning to pack up his tools. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xiao attempted to bribe the uncle with cigarettes, but his efforts were swiftly thwarted. At this critical juncture, Tang Rou stepped in, gently beseeching the man. With a few persuasive words, she lowered the electrician's defenses, causing him to relent, declaring, "Watch and learn." Yi Xiao was elated and discreetly gave Tang Rou a thumbs up, to which she responded with a smile. They then assumed the roles of apprentices, one holding a flashlight while the other passed tools, listening attentively as the electrician explained the nature of the malfunction. Whether they comprehended his words was uncertain, but they made all the appropriate sounds of acknowledgement. The electrician, a man of good nature, clarified that the difficulty of the repair was not a mere excuse. Indeed, it took considerable time. Initially, he had hoped to wait for customers, but eventually, they all left. As hours passed, Yi Xiao and Tang Rou began to feel a twinge of guilt. By now, it was past 11 o'clock, and after 2 hours of labor, there was still no improvement. Let us go grab a late-night snack to take a break, suggested Tang Rou, feeling increasingly apologetic and believing they should treat the electrician. All right, I'll go, Yi Xiao nodded, wiping his hands as he asked. Should I take money from the cash box? Tang Rou shot him a sidelong glance, and Yi Xiao silently nodded, heading to a small restaurant across the street from the CAF to buy some food. Upon his return, he invited the electrician, who, indeed weary, did not decline. How much was it? Tang Rou asked Yi Xiao. What? The food, she clarified. 86. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Yi Xiao noted. I'm 86. You owe me 43. Just keep it as a tab, she declared. That's unnecessary. Yi Xiao chuckled, surprised by her seriousness about splitting the bill. If you insist on treating, I won't mind too much, Tang Rou replied with a smile. Let us eat. Yi Xiao dismissed the matter, turning to the electrician. Thank you for your hard work. How much longer do you think it will take? Not long now. About half an hour, the electrician responded. Both sighed in relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. After finishing their meal, it took less than half an hour to restore power to the internet CAF. All payments and documentation were handled with the CAF's funds. Once the electrician departed, the CAF was brightly lit, yet only Yi Xiao and Tang Rou remained. It was already the early hours of the morning. Lacking work experience, Yi Xiao asked Tang Rou, will anyone else come? I'm not sure. We'll just have to wait, she replied, turning off unnecessary lights while Yi Xiao sat at the front desk and powered on the computer. I'll just sit here, Tang Rou said, preparing to use the server. The server must remain operational as long as any computer in the CAF was in use. Given the late hour and the uncertainty of business, it was wiser to utilize the server rather than power on another computer. Do you mind if I smoke? Yi Xiao inquired. Not at all, Tang Rou replied. Good. Yi Xiao exhaled in relief. Would you like some tea? Tang Rou asked, moving to brew some. Thank you, Yi Xiao replied, not refusing. Where's your cup? Yi Xiao had no cup of his own, so Tang Rou retrieved a bottle of green tea from the cabinet. This is on me. Yi Xiao accepted it without a word. Most of the CAF's lights had been turned off, and the screen displayed the official website for the Glory Professional Alliance. They lost. The Jiashi team indeed suffered defeat in the third part of the team competition. Ultimately, they secured only 3 points, thanks to Su Muching's individual match and the second part of the team battle. In contrast, the 301 Degrees team garnered 7 points. After 20 rounds of the league, the Jiashi team's ranking remained unchanged, still sitting second to last. However, supporters reignited their confidence following this match, primarily due to Sun Xiang's remarkable performance of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly in the second part of the team battle. Regarding the loss in the team battle, many accepted the explanation of Sun Xiang being a new addition to the team and lacking synergy. In summary, the community held great expectations for Sun Xiang. Numerous loyal fans began analyzing the points required to reach the playoffs in previous seasons, pondering whether the Jiashi team still had a chance to escape the bottom and enter the playoffs. The final conclusion, theoretically possible, yet the challenge was immense. The disparity in performance during the first half of the season was too great, leading to complaints about former captain Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao quietly closed the webpage and promptly logged into the game. As soon as he entered, he received a courteous greeting from Tian Qi. After exchanging pleasantries, Tianqi extended an invitation. Shall we tackle a dungeon, master? Yishio glanced at Tang Rou's character level, slightly above 18, and certain she would reach level 20 that night. Given the limited runs for the Frost Forest dungeon, Yishio preferred to save the attempts for later, allowing Tang Rou to familiarize herself with the game. Thus, he responded to Tianqi's message. Please wait a moment. I need to level up a bit. I have a friend joining shortly. Understood, Tianqi replied without objection. Shall we still head to the bone burial ground? Indeed. Is it just you tonight? Yishio asked, noting that his friends, Qiansheng Li and Mu Yunshun, were absent. Moonzhong Mian is here too. Tianqi replied. Let us all go then. Is Baozi Ruchio with you? Yishio inquired, noticing Baozi Ruchio was also online. No, he is afraid to level up and is busy playing PK in the arena. As Yishio read Tianqi's message, Baozi Ruchio sent a message of his own. Master, when can we go clear a dungeon? Soon. Just keep practicing your skills in the arena. Yishio encouraged. Baozi Ruchio responded with a sheepish grin, indicating a decent performance in the arena. Yishio was not surprised. Given Baozi Ruchio's foundational skills, he was indeed a standout among newcomers. As for the true experts, Lan He, Che Qianzi, and Yi Du Han Tan, none had the time to play in the arena while leveling up. After meeting up with Tianqi and Moonzhong Mian at the bone burial ground, they began leveling up in silence. Tang Rou was engaged in solo dungeon runs, leaving little room for conversation. The CAF was tranquil, save for the sounds of clicking mice and keyboards, and this state persisted for over an hour. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, prompting both to turn their gaze toward the entrance of the CAF. Close to 2 in the morning, a customer stood at the door, peering into the CAF in delight, exclaiming, How go? There's no one in the CAF. As the conversation unfolded, 3 more individuals arrived at the entrance, glancing curiously into the internet CAF. The earlier speaker directed a query towards the brightly lit reception area. Are you open? If there are customers, then let us conduct business. Tang Rou paid no mind to their presence. Her sole purpose for being there was to indulge in gaming, not to work the night shift. That responsibility fell to Yishio, who promptly set aside his current game. He brightened the lights at the reception and inquired, Are you here to use the computers? Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to recognize all 4 newcomers. The one who had spoken first was Chen Yehui, the president of the Jiao Wang Dynasty Guild in the game Glory. The 3 others who followed him in, Lu Hao, Wang Zhe, and Fong Fengran, were professional players from the Jiashi team. All 4 appeared flushed, carrying the scent of alcohol. The angle at which they entered masked Yishio, hidden behind the computers, but once they spotted Tang Rou engrossed in her game, their expressions brightened. The quartet approached, while Yishio remained composed and seated. Lu Hao, leading the group, leaned over the reception desk, peering at Tang Rou's computer screen before breaking into a grin. Miss, are you playing Glory? Tang Rou turned to glance at him, offering a brief smile before returning her focus to the game. Lu Hao cleared his throat, seemingly attempting to attract attention, and casually remarked, You seem to be doing quite well. Thank you, Tang Rou replied, turning to him with another polite smile before dismissing him once more. Lu Hao was perplexed, genuinely bewildered. How could a player of Glory not recognize him? After all, he was a well-known professional player. The proximity and adequate lighting should have made his identity apparent. Was it perhaps due to a slight change in his hairstyle today? Just as he pondered this, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve from behind. Turning around, he noticed the 2 individuals behind him wearing anxious expressions, exchanging glances towards the side. Upon following their gaze, Lu Hao found Yishio, who was observing them while casually holding a cigarette. Are you here to use the computers? Yishio inquired. Chapter 96. Because you have done wrong. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. After a while, he finally reacted, breaking into a grin. What a coincidence, it's you, Brother Yi. Are you managing the internet CAF? Lu Hao exclaimed with a mix of surprise and exaggeration. Indeed. Yishio chuckled. Oh, how is it? Is it tiring? How much do you earn monthly? Lu Hao feigned concern, his tone dripping with curiosity. About 1,800. Yishio replied. The standard compensation for ordinary employees at Chunggua's internet CAF is typically 1,500, which is quite decent for such temporary workers. Yishio, being a full-time night shift employee, received an additional 300 in allowances, totaling 1,800. Goodness! Lu Hao exclaimed with a feigned expression of worry. 1,800? That sounds a bit tight, doesn't it? Is your monthly cigarette budget sufficient? If not, don't hesitate to come to your brothers for help. It's south just across the street. Isn't it? Sure. Yishio responded nonchalantly, while Tang Rou had already sensed that this was more than mere pleasantries. The tone of this guest was rather peculiar, prompting her to turn to Yi Xiao. Is he your friend? Just as Yi Xiao was about to respond, Lu Hao interjected, oh, I can't dare to call myself a friend. We wouldn't presume to be on the same level as Brother Yi. To be precise, we are merely his subordinates. Yi Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Hao. Lu Hao quickly took a step back, adopting an exaggeratedly terrified expression. Wow, that expression again. You all know, whenever Brother Yi shows that look, it means he is about to reprimand someone. Oh no, oh no. At that moment, Chen Yehui, the president of the Jiao Wang dynasty, chimed in. How go? He can't reprimand you right now, can he? Oh right. Lu Hao feigned realization. How could I forget? He is no longer the captain. What to do now? Brother Yi, you must still want to say a few words to me, right? But unfortunately for you, whatever you say now, I don't have to listen anymore. Ha! Sir, have you had too much to drink? Tang Rou interjected, her tone unusually curt. Beautiful lady, you need not concern yourself. This is a personal matter between him and me, Lu Hao replied, his interest in charming the beauty now completely waned. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, extinguishing the cigarette and slowly rising to face Lu Hao. I used to say you were in the wrong. If you don't want this to continue, you need to give me a chance, don't you? Tang Rou chuckled, acknowledging Chen Gua's astute observation. Yi Xiao truly has a knack for infuriating people. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao indeed became agitated, shedding his previous pretense. His forehead bulged with veins as he leaned forward toward Yi Xiao. You think I want to give you a chance? Or is it you who want to give me a chance? Since the day I joined the team, you have consistently suppressed me, denying me any opportunity to shine. I know you are afraid that once I rise, I will take your place. But do you think this can hold me back? Look at the present. I am still in the team, and you have been kicked out. I am now the vice captain, while you are just a small internet CAF manager making 1,800 a month. How laughable, truly ridiculous. Ha! Yi Xiao gazed at him quietly, saying nothing, while Lu Hao continued to laugh maniacally. Chen Yehui grinned alongside him, yet Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran stood awkwardly behind, silent and uneasy. You too. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. Lu Hao immediately ceased his laughter, eager to hear what Yi Xiao would say, only to see Yi Xiao wave his hand. His gaze directed behind him. I'm not talking about you two. Lu Hao turned to look, seeing Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran behind him. Yet he had no intention of moving aside, as Yi Xiao suggested. Consequently, Yi Xiao ignored him, continuing, You two didn't perform well today. Wang Zhe, you are still too focused on flair. Excessive maneuvers create openings for your opponents. Your rival today is a great model for learning, simple and practical. If you can emulate his style, combined with your fluid techniques and rhythm, you won't lose to anyone in a one-on-one match. Fang Fengran, you are too cautious, constantly second-guessing yourself. As professional players, the difference in reaction and execution speeds is sometimes less than a fraction of a second. If you overthink, your opponents will always seize the initiative. It's good to strategize in matches, but you are overdoing it. Sometimes, you must learn to trust your instincts. Your instincts are not as unreliable as you think. They are merely the accumulation of your experiences. Wang Zhe and Fang Fengran listened in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Should they speak up or remain silent? Ultimately, they could only lower their heads deeply. Hey, Lu Hao, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, What are you doing? Do you still consider yourself the captain? What right do you have to reprimand our team members? And you? Yi Xiao turned to Lu Hao. When Sun Xiang was dominating in the second round, did you notice anything? During team battles, when he relied solely on personal skill, did you remind him of anything? Against the duo of Yang Tsong and Su Bin, did you have a complete tactical plan in mind? I always say you are in the wrong because you have made mistakes. I don't give you chances because you are still far from enough. But you are quite capable, using such means to climb up. Since that is the case, then work hard. This position isn't easy to hold. You need real strength. Keep it up. Damn you. All right, you four may leave now. Yi Xiao issued the dismissal. On what grounds? We came here to use the internet. Provide us with 4 machines. Lu Hao shouted. Yi Xiao held a rolled-up newspaper and tapped it against something hanging on the wall, but the lighting was poor, making it difficult to see. Xiao Tang, could you turn up the lights here? Yi Xiao called back. Okay. Tang Rou replied, adjusting the brightness. Yi Xiao tapped the list of rules again and turned to Lu Hao. You see? This internet CAF does not admit intoxicated patrons. I'm sorry, but you 4 must leave. You. Lu Hao fumed. They may have had a few drinks, but they were far from drunk. How could they be labeled as intoxicated? This fellow was clearly wielding a feather as if it were a sword. Just as Lu Hao was preparing to argue, Yi Xiu calmly remarked, "Don't cause a scene. You are public figures. Making a fuss wouldn't reflect well on you." With that, Yi Xiu quietly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, flicked it, and placed it in his mouth. Lu Hao glared at Yi Xiu venomously. But after a moment of gritting his teeth, he turned and left. "We're going. No need to see you off," Yi Xiu replied, lighting his cigarette and watching the four leave, taking a deep breath. At this moment, Tang Rou had stopped her game, quietly observing the entire scene unfold. She noticed a fleeting look of melancholy on Yi Xiu's face as he exhaled the smoke, but it quickly faded, replaced by his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Who were they?" Tang Rou inquired, curiosity piqued. "Former colleagues," Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly. "People from the glory professional scene?" Tang Rou asked. "Yes," Yi Xiu responded. "Are they quite famous?" Tang Rou continued. "Fairly so. You not recognizing them makes it rather embarrassing, you know?" Yi Xiu chuckled. "I can't help it," Tang Rou sighed. "In the glory scene, I only know two people, both of whom Guogua often mentions. One is Su Mucheng, and the other is Yi Xiu." "Haha," Yi Xiu laughed. "Especially that Su Mucheng. Guogua is quite fond of her. She even had posters of Su Mucheng in her room." Tang Rou exclaimed. "Oh, it seems like there's no one around now." Yi Xiu reminisced. "Have you ever entered Guogua's room?" Tang Rou was taken aback. "Once, I helped her fetch a blanket," Yi Xiu hurriedly clarified, wishing to avoid any misconceptions about being the sort who sneaks into girls' quarters. "Oh, is she asleep on the sofa again?" Tang Rou, being quite experienced, inquired. "Yes." "Does she often do this?" Yi Xiu asked. "She tends to doze off on the sofa quite frequently," Tang Rou replied. "Why don't you go check on her?" Yi Xiu suggested. "Are you all right?" Tang Rou asked. "Me? Do you think I have any issues?" Yi Xiu retorted. It's just a trivial matter. I have weathered far greater storms." Yi Xiu chuckled. "That is good to hear," Tang Rou said as she headed upstairs. Yi Xiu watched her retreating figure and smiled, appreciating her kindness and consciously engaging him in conversation. Not long after, Tang Rou returned downstairs and announced, "You were right. She is indeed asleep on the sofa." "Oh," Yi Xiu mused, yet his hands remained focused on the game. Meanwhile, Tang Rou continued her interrupted quest in silence. But after a moment, she suddenly asked, "Will they come back?" "They won tea," Yi Xiu replied. "Why not? I think if they knew you were the manager here." Tang Rou's words trailed off. Aware that Yi Xiu understood their intentions, those individuals, upon seeing Yi Xiu, would be even more inclined to monopolize the machines, and as the Net CF's manager, she would be at their beck and call, because it would be inconvenient for them, Yi Xiu explained. "How so?" Tang Rou asked, puzzled. "Imagine an NBA star casually appearing on a basketball court filled with people. What sort of scene would that create?" Yi Xiu elaborated. "Oh, it's the same. A Net CAF is where the most glory players congregate. For someone of his stature to appear here, wouldn't that attract a crowd? He would be even more bothered than I am," Yi Xiu said with a smile. "I understand now." Tang Rou recalled how one of the four had peeked in before they entered, checking for onlookers. "Let's not dwell on that. You should hurry and level up," Yi Xiu encouraged. "I'm at level 20 now," Tang Rou declared. "Oh." Yi Xiu turned to see that Han Yinrou had indeed reached level 20. "Time to change your class, then head to the Frost Forest," Yi Xiu instructed.